World of Immortals Chapter 76 to Chapter 122. The center of the island immediately became lively, many alliances were looking forward to it. Everyone believed that a great battle was unavoidable. Carlos and Wharton would never let Xianxia go. Before Carlos came to the Dragon Island, he was already quite famous in the Western clan. He was the genius illusion master of the Western clan's young generation. Wang Tong was the successor of the little flying dagger that was feared by all Xianxia. He also had a great background. As for Xianxia, although he was not famous in the past, his recent performance on Dragon Island could only be described as strong and terrifying. The following duels would definitely be a fierce battle. As for Yan Qingqing, she had already started the interaction of life and death with Xianxia. No one dared to look down on her identity as the undying inheritor. For a time, undercurrents were surging. On this day, the news about the Amethyst Dragon King spread. Yan Qingqing, Carlos, and Wharton were besieging the young Amethyst Dragon King, but they were met with a strong counterattack. The young Syndicate Dragon King is incomparably mystical. During the process of breaking out of the encirclement, it killed all the people with slightly weaker cultivation. Although Yan Qingqing, Carlos, and Wharton had joined hands to heavily injure the young Amethyst Dragon King, they still couldn't make it stay. This news set off a huge uproar. The reason why everyone came to the Dragon Island was to fight over the Dragon King. One must know that once the Dragon King matures, even the deities will tremble. If he could keep it by his side when it was still young, his future would be like a dream. Of course, the most powerful one was still the ancestral dragon. It was the supreme among kings. Before the young experts came to the Dragon Island, they had already heard that the seal on the Dragon Island might be lifted because of the ancestral dragon. Of course, that would be a matter of a few hundred years later. The young Dragon King needed at least a few decades to grow up, but the King of Kings needed 10 times the time. The practitioners on the island were all young men and women. Even though it was impossible for them to leave the Dragon Island, if they could obtain a young Dragon King, then they would be invincible on this desolate island in the future. A huge wave surged in everyone's heart. And just at this sensitive moment, someone leaked the news. They saw Xianxia and the 3 skeletons carrying 4 dragon eggs flickering with multicolored light as they passed through the deathly still forest and headed west. This news was undoubtedly very shocking. What was Xianxia trying to do? He actually dared to steal the dragon egg. After hearing the news of Yan Qingqing and the others ambushing the Amethyst Dragon King, many alliances paid extra attention to the related information. Very soon, someone connected the dots. The reason why Xianxia stole the dragon egg was to obtain the Syndicate Dragon King. Even if the Syndicate Dragon King is still in its infancy, it is already very powerful after birth. It is very difficult to subdue it. Yan Qingqing and Carlos's failure is a good example. Many people speculated that Xianxia wanted to use the Dragon King grooming plan to carry out the Dragon King grooming plan. The dragon eggs did not need a female dragon to incubate them. The miraculous dragon eggs would break open on their own when bathed in the worldly essence. In the end, many practitioners agreed that this was a crazy plan. If Xianxia knew that he had been misunderstood like this, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Rearing dragons? He was basically eating a dragon. Many of the young experts could no longer sit still. Their hearts were on fire. Many of them wished they could immediately find Xianxia to understand the situation. There were even several people who wanted to imitate Xianxia and steal dragon eggs. However, this was undoubtedly seeking death. After the 8-clawed tyrant Dragon and Proteus Draco's dragon eggs were stolen, all the vicious dragons in the periphery of the Dragon Island were already alerted to the danger. And the incident of losing their dragon eggs just happened on the Dragon Island. All the tyrannical dragons were already extremely vigilant, their nerves were stretched taut. Just on this day, a few practitioners lost their lives due to the theft of dragon eggs. This made the dragons even more vigilant. It was very obvious that Xianxia's 3 moves were equivalent to sealing off everyone's chance. No one dared to loot the dragon nest anymore. However, everyone has their own selfish desires. When they thought of the Dragon King's power and mystical power, no one could resist the temptation. Everyone began to think. In the end, someone thought, if they went to rob Xianxia, then the danger would be a lot smaller, and they could achieve the same goal. Everyone's heart wavered for a moment. Buddhist Asian was a little worried. He wanted to send a letter to Xianxia, but he couldn't find him. Buddhist Xian knew that if someone were to incite them now, most likely a large number of people would go to find Xiaochen and steal the dragon eggs. If that happened, no matter how strong Xiaochen was, he would still fall into a dangerous situation. The next day, Xian's worry really came true. Many people were already incited, they wanted to find Xiaochen and steal the dragon eggs. Among them, the jungle tribe's expert Yaluode played an important role in this storm. He added fuel to the fire in front of everyone. Xian guessed that the undying successor Yan Qingqing, the illusion master Carlos, and the Li-Flying Dagger successor Wharton were definitely the ones behind the scenes. After all, they just suffered a big loss not long ago. However, all the practitioners who set foot on the Dragon Island were not simple characters. How could the numerous young experts not know that there was someone pushing them in the dark? As a result, many people proposed that since Carlos, Wharton, and the rest could not avoid the battle with Xiaochen, they might as well start the battle as soon as possible. Everyone will go with them, and witness how they settle their grudges in a fair and open manner. Many people coveted the dragon eggs in Xiaochen's hands, they wanted to fish in troubled waters with this kind of excuse. Moreover, they pushed Carlos, Wharton, and the rest to the front, it could be said to be a pretty good move. Carlos, Wharton, and the rest were not worried at all, they originally wanted to find Xiaochen for a fight. Now that they mobilized so many practitioners, it was completely a publicity stunt. They made use of everyone's desire for the dragon eggs to gather this kind of power, it would give Xiaochen a huge pressure. In the end, even if they don't make a move, these people might not be able to hold themselves back and snatch the dragon eggs. Many practitioners from the Alliance secretly participated in this operation. Of course, it seems like there was no problem on the surface, everyone was going to witness a decisive battle, but many people had ulterior motives. Everyone passed through the deathly still primitive forest, they arrived at the place where the snowflakes swirled in the air very quickly. This kind of spectacle made everyone endlessly amazed, they stopped their footsteps in front of the snowy mountain. At this time, close to 100 people gathered in front of the snowy mountain, and even more people are rushing over here. Of course, those who were greedy were only a small portion of people, most of the people who came later came purely to watch the battle. That was because Xiaochen's fame was really too great recently, almost all the alliances who heard the news were rushing over. Although there was sunlight in the early morning of the snowy mountain, it was especially chilly. On top of a snowy peak, Kiki happily rolled back and forth, it was not afraid of the cold, the soft snowy ground was as comfortable as a soft bed to it. The three skeletons and Xiaochen were all inside the ice cave, they were training wholeheartedly. The golden rays of light made this ice cave dazzling, after repeated refraction, the flowing lights and vibrant colors sprinkled on the snowy ground outside, making this world of ice and snow shrouded in multicolored light, it was incomparably beautiful. The life force contained in the monarch lion dragon's egg was really incomparably strong and vigorous. The dazzling golden radiance was like a water ripple, it flowed into Xiaochen's body unceasingly. After one night of absorption, the golden radiance gradually dimmed down. The clavicle acupoint on Xiaochen's right shoulder was like a bottomless pit, it automatically extracted a huge amount of life essence. All of the dazzling golden radiance was like 100 rivers converging into the ocean, all of them were concentrated in one direction. In the end, it condensed into a resplendent speck of light, the clavicle acupoint on his right shoulder was divinized, this result was not out of Xiaochen's expectation. The Xianxia acupoint on his left foot, the Xianxia acupoint on his right foot, the center courtyard acupoint on his chest, the clavicle acupoint on his left shoulder, and the clavicle acupoint on his right shoulder. The 5 major acupoints in Xiaochen's body had already condensed into resplendent specks of light, they were completely divinized. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the 5 major acupoints, it was faintly discernible. The life force was slowly circulating between the 5 acupoints, it made Xiaochen feel the majestic life force in his body intensely. Xiaochen felt as if he already had 2 lives now. The exuberant life force made his skin flow with a splendid radiance, when he looked inside, he discovered that his flesh and bones were brimming with multicolored light, as if they had gone through a round of tempering, they were flickering with the precious splendor of life. Every inch of his skin was brimming with power, it was as if his body was made of steel. Xiaochen vaguely felt as if he had been reborn. The current Xiaochen felt as if he had an indestructible body. The power surged violently with every movement, It seemed like it could destroy everything in its way. And his body also became even more agile and nimble. His body moved at will, as fast as lightning, leaving behind one afterimage after another in the ice cave. However, Xiaoqian heaved a sigh. His cultivation had risen to the peak of Xianxia fifth celestial layer, but it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It was hard for him to cross this barrier. The most important reward this time was the substantial increase in his body's strength and agility. Xiaoqian deeply realized that in order to increase his cultivation, he needed to work hard to break through. Everything else could only be used as a support. Xiaoqian walked out of the ice cave and stood on the snowy summit. He welcomed the morning glow and felt the tranquility of the world of ice and snow. At this moment, his heart was exceptionally peaceful. The multicolored light shone on the pure white snow. Auspicious colors flowed on the mountain summit. At this moment, Xiaoqian suddenly had an epiphany. The sun rose and set, yin and yang cycled back and forth. The morning glow was dazzling, it was filled with exuberant vitality. The sun was blazing fiercely, flourishing to the extreme. The setting sun was past its prime, declining to the end. This was a cycle. However, the setting sun was past its prime, it was not the complete end. After the darkness, the morning sun would rise again and begin a new cycle. Xiaoqian received an unlimited enlightenment. Vitality, flourishing, and declining, this was an eternal cycle that was applicable to everything. Recently, Xiaoqian's heartstrings were very taut. He required himself to break through unceasingly, it formed a huge pressure. This was no longer the driving force for him to advance. It was as if he had entered a declining period from his prime. The pressure became an obstruction, it was his own heart that trapped him. Everything in the world, yin and yang cycled back and forth, there was no eternal flourishing. He had sealed himself, this was the reason why he was unable to break through even though he was clearly at the peak of Xianxia fifth celestial layer. He needed to completely relax himself, let the setting sun pass by as soon as possible. He needed to start a new period of exuberant vitality, and not resist in the darkness. At this moment, Xiaoqian seemed as if he'd attained enlightenment, and he completely relaxed. He opened up his mind and allowed his thoughts to wander the universe. He passed through the 4 seas and 5 mountains, soared before the palace of the 9 heavens, and abandoned all thoughts related to cultivation. He let the complicated thoughts become simple, let the fog gradually disperse, let the wisdom pagoda emit radiance. At this moment, Xiaoqian became incomparably ethereal. He stood quietly on the snowy summit while facing the morning glow. He had already merged with the nature. The essence of heaven and earth poured in and out of his body. Boundless spiritual energy merged with Xiaoqian's relaxed body. His body and mind entered a wondrous state. After that, his body trembled violently and actually gave off a rumbling thunder, bursting forth with a resplendent light. Although Chen was wandering around the universe, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. He actually made a rumble, and a dazzling radiance. He had bitterly cultivated but failed to make any progress. Then, when he turned around leisurely, he had broken through his cultivation barrier and advanced into a new domain. He as he didn't. The light on his body gradually receded. The morning sun shines brilliantly, the morning sun blazes fiercely, and the setting sun is past its prime. Vitality, prosperity, and decline are not limited to natural changes and cultivation. This cycle applies to everything. Life is like a dream. Who can sing proudly all the way? Who could stop the vicissitudes of time? A moment of enlightenment was better than several years of bitter cultivation. This metamorphosis was very important to Xiaoqian. This was a comprehension of his soul. He gained a whole new understanding of the path of cultivation. Many alliances had gathered on the snowy mountain, and there were actually more than 400 people who had rushed over. Most of them had come to watch the battle, but there were also many who had come for the dragon egg. When the group ventured deep into the snowy mountain, they finally found traces of Xiaoqian. When they looked up at Xiaoqian, who was at the summit of the snowy mountain, many people revealed astonished expressions. Under the morning glow, Xiaoqian's entire body was flowing with a faint radiance. It made him look incomparably sacred and auspicious. He was simply like a god that was about to break through the sky. Some people were simply too impatient. When they discovered Xiaoqian, they immediately started shouting. Xiao Chen, where is the dragon egg you stole? The dragon eggs on the Dragon Island belong to everyone. This kind of clumsy excuse made many of the spectators feel ashamed for them. However, the dozens of people at the front didn't have this kind of awareness. Many of them had already started to run, rushing towards the snowy mountain peak. Yan Qingqing, Carlos, Wharton and the others had not made their move yet, but these people already couldn't wait any longer. They scrambled to be the first. They were afraid that the dinosaur egg would fall into someone else's hands. Dozens of practitioners shouted at the same time. Very quickly, they rushed to the waist of the snowy mountain peak. Among the hundreds of people at the back, many of them felt that these people who were coveting the dragon egg were too shameless. They started to discuss spiritedly at the back. How can people be so shameless? The degeneration of humanity. This is nothing, there might be something even more excessive in the future. No matter how strong Xiao Chen is, there is no way he can fight against so many people. The shouts from below woke Xiao Chen up from his tranquil state. After he understood what was going on, he felt very angry. He had just broken through to the 6th celestial layer of Exuvia realm. What was there to be afraid of? If you want to come, then come. All of a sudden, Xiao Chen's body blossomed with 5 dazzling radiances, as if he wanted to communicate with the rising sun in the east. A few huge dragon shadows rushed out from his divinized acupoints. They were completely condensed from the resplendent divine radiance. The radiance was incomparably glaring. The silvery 8-clawed tyrant dragon, the dark green Proteus Draco, the jasper-like saber dragon, the golden monarch lion dragon, the huge dragon shadows danced around Xiao Chen as they let out an ear-splitting dragon roar, an incomparably huge, a dragon made of light. Everyone below were dumbfounded, they simply didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Xiao Chen himself was also bewildered, he didn't know why such a strange thing happened. The 3 skeletons rushed out from the ice cave, they opened and closed their jaws in astonishment. Kiki was also brimming with curiosity, it blinked its glittering big eyes as it circled around Xiao Chen. The dragon roar pierced through the clouds, the huge figure of light soared in the sky unceasingly. It made Xiao Chen look like a deity or a demon in contrast. Rumble, an ear-splitting sound occurred in the snowy mountain, a terrifying avalanche occurred on the mountain peak Xiao Chen was at. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, it was as if the raging sea was roaring, the vast expanse of white snow rolled down from the top of the mountain with a roar. The summit was unscathed, the dragon shadow soared around Xiao Chen's surroundings, the blazing radiance throbbed around his body, he looked down at everything below him calmly. This was a huge disaster, it was completely caused by the dragon roar. At this moment, Xiao Chen was practically like a demon. The practitioners at the back raised their speed to the limit, they rushed to the snowy peak on the other side, and looked at the rolling white waves below with fear. The dozens of people who coveted the dragon egg earlier, they wanted to rush to the summit to snatch the dragon egg. Even if there were spell master and psychic among them who could fly, they didn't have the time to rush up. They were all buried under the deep snow. The huge avalanche was too sudden, they were at the waist of the mountain, the avalanche happened right beside them, they basically didn't have the time to react. The vast expanse of white snow almost filled up the valley below. Everyone was dumbstruck, this was simply too terrifying. Xiao Chen actually buried dozens of practitioners in the sea of snow by himself. The biting cold wind made Xiao Chen's clothes flutter, his long black hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was filled with grave and stern expression, the radiance emitted from his eyes was as sharp as the edge of a blade. At this moment, Xiao Chen's tall and sturdy figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, almost like a demon, almost like a demon. Oh my God, what did I just see? Too scary. The divine dragon is protecting his body, inconceivable. The snowy peak on the other side was in an uproar. Among the practitioners trapped on the Dragon Island, not only Xiao Chen was training hard, he was doing his best to increase his own power, the others were also advancing by leaps and bounds. This was the result of the huge pressure to survive, not advancing would mean death. Because everyone knew that if they wanted to live a better life on the Dragon Island, strength was the most important factor. Recently, almost all the practitioners were advancing, it was not only Xiao Chen alone. Everyone's hard work was much more intense than before. When people saw Xiao Chen's body was coiled up by the dragon's shadow, they were shocked and a little dispirited. This mystical scene made them think about how much Xiao Chen had improved. However, it seemed like they were thinking too much, because even Xiaochen himself didn't know why it was like this. The dragon's shadow coiling around Xiaochen had already disappeared. He didn't know why that kind of situation happened just now. Because when he tried again, the light dragon no longer appeared. Xiaochen pondered silently. He felt that it should be the release of the accumulated powerful energy after breaking through to Exuvia's sixth celestial layer. After he broke through, he had always been in an ethereal state, until he was angered by those people. The dragon energy hidden in the divinized acupoints was stimulated by his emotional fluctuation. That's why it caused the mystical scene just now. He always knew that the divinized acupoints would reveal their might sooner or later. Perhaps this was the manifestation of the divine ability he would possess in the future. Xiaochen and the other practitioners stood on two different snowy peaks. They looked at each other from a distance. Unknowingly, the world suddenly quieted down. The morning sun shone on the snowy peaks, the worldly essence slowly circulated, the nervous clamor just now gradually became peaceful. Xiaochen, hand over the dragon egg. An abrupt shout resounded. It was clearly a spear that was instigated by someone else. Following that, the same words resounded from the other side of the crowd. A total of 7 to 8 voices were instigating. Xiaochen's eyes were like torches. The two snowy peaks were very close to each other. He could clearly see a few faces. 3 of them were from the Nature Alliance established by the Jungle Tribe's expert, Yaluoda. The other 3 were from the Trayant Valley Alliance established by the Imperial Angel. Obviously, they were not after the dragon egg. Yaluoda and Zhao Lin'er's goal was to incite the crowd to attack. Although most people were rational, there were still a small number of people who were stirred up and clamored along with them. Dragon egg. The dragon egg belongs to everyone. Don't even think about taking it for yourself. After the golden eggshell was infused with energy, it burst out with resplendent rays of light. It emitted a dazzling golden radiance. It fell on the snowy peak like a meteor shower. This is the dragon egg that you guys want. I have already eaten it as breakfast. If you guys want it, you can go to the dragon nest and get it yourself. Why do you want to reap without sowing? The sparkling and translucent eggshell was like a beautiful jade. Although it was not as dazzling as before, there was still a brilliance circulating around it. It was indescribably mystical. One look and anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Everyone was clearly stupefied by Xiaochen's words. This person was too wasteful. He actually ate the dragon egg. This really made them speechless. It was like he ate a future dragon. Very soon, everyone believed that Xiaochen was not lying. The dragon egg didn't shatter because of the little dragon's birth, it was shattered by someone. That was because the sparkling and translucent eggshell was still stained with the frozen egg white. Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. This Xiaochen was simply driving them crazy. He actually ate the dragon egg as a meal. Even a god would not be so extravagant. Xiaochen, you bastard. Xiaochen, you are too much. So much so that some people even scolded him as a wastrel. They really hated him to the core. Dragon egg. It was actually eaten as a breakfast. I risked my life to obtain the dragon egg. How to enjoy it is naturally up to me to decide. If you guys want to eat it, you can go and get it yourself. Everyone was so stimulated, even those who didn't come for the dragon egg were about to vomit blood. Who wanted to eat it? This guy actually thought that everyone came here because they wanted to eat the dragon egg. Everyone unanimously thought that Xiaochen was doing this on purpose. He was deliberately trying to attack everyone. Xiaochen, you really are a bastard. Xiaochen, do you think you are a god, eating the dragon egg as a meal? The snowy peak on the other side was in an uproar, and at this time, Yaluoda and Zhao Lin'er's people started to incite everyone's emotions again. Someone found out yesterday, Xiaochen did not just obtain one dragon egg, there must be more in the ice cave behind him. Make him hand over the remaining dragon eggs. Hand over the dragon eggs, they belong to everyone, they belong to everyone. Xiaochen turned his head around and instructed the 3 skeletons behind him, you guys take the dragon eggs and withdraw, advance towards the depths of the snowy mountain. Even if he didn't have the Dragon King nurturing plan before, he couldn't help but have that kind of idea under the circumstances where everyone was pressuring him. The 3 skeletons didn't move, they stood in the same place and looked at him silently. Xiaochen shook his head and said, there is no need for you guys here. If I want to retreat, no one can stop me. The main thing is that we can't let the dragon eggs that we obtained with untold hardships be snatched away by someone else. The three skeletons didn't hesitate anymore, the spiritual radiance emitted from their bodies, making their white bones look sparkling and translucent. It was as if they were glowing with precious jade. They rushed into the ice cave at high speed, then they carried the resplendent dragon eggs and directly broke through the ice wall on the other side, rushing towards the back of the snowy peak. Kiki, you also leave this place. Xiaochen shouted towards Kiki, who was rolling around on the snowy ground behind him. Kiki didn't feel the tense atmosphere of the imminent battle, it was playing happily like a naive child. It looked like a plump snowman as it shook its head and blinked its glittering big eyes at Xiaochen. Kiki, don't you want to eat delicious food? Don't you want your plump little belly to shrink? Squeak, Kiki snorted and hung its head down, then its plump body curled up into a ball. Like a snowball, it actually rolled down the snowy peak and chased after the three skeletons. The people on the opposite snowy peak only saw the three skeletons enter the ice cave, they didn't know that they already retreated from the other side. Everyone, let's go together, what's there to hesitate about? The person in the dark started to incite again. However, no one took the first step. After all, the avalanche just now was too shocking, if it happened again, it wouldn't be worth it to die. There's nothing to be afraid of, the avalanche already happened just now, the floating snow has already collapsed, let's charge forward together. Finally, someone took the first step. When someone took the first step, someone took the second step. Dozens of people rushed towards the snowy peak where Xiaochen was at high speed. Regarding this kind of people, Xiaochen knew it was useless to say anything. Everyone understood what was going on, there was only one word to deal with them, that is, kill. He stared coldly at the practitioners rushing over, his blade-like gaze swept past every single one of them. However, he didn't find Yan Qingqing and the others. The instigators were still clamoring, but Xiaochen understood very quickly. Most of the people among them also came to their senses very quickly, this kind of instigation won't have much effect. How many people who could enter the Dragon Island are reckless? Who would be stupid enough to be used as a tool? It was very obvious that those who seemed to be instigated did it on purpose. They belonged to some kind of alliance, the leaders of those alliances wanted to seize this opportunity to make their move. They wanted to instigate the people they trusted to test Xiaochen's strength. They wanted to make the situation chaotic and kill Xiaochen. After that, the real experts will make their move and snatch away the dragon egg. Where there are people, there will be conflict. The Dragon Island is a concrete reality, scheming and plotting against each other, cruel killings, that is unavoidable. The human heart, human nature is complicated, no one can truly describe it. The spellmaster and psychic were afraid of another avalanche, they directly flew high into the sky and took the lead to rush over. However, a miserable shriek was immediately issued, ah! Xiaochen actually directly soared into the sky, he leaped more than 10 meters high. The divine flame throbbed all over his body, he swept his right leg horizontally and actually broke a spellmaster's waist with a kick. A rain of blood swirled in the air, 2 parts of his body fell from the sky. Everything happened too suddenly, no one expected Xiaochen's speed to be this fast, it was almost like he was flying. He actually killed an Exuvia 3rd celestial layer spellmaster in one move. He was actually killed by a martial artist in the sky, this was definitely a disgrace for a spellmaster who could fly. However, the deceased could no longer feel any shame, he lost his life forever because of this. Everyone attacked together, there is no need to be afraid of him. No matter how strong he is, he can't resist so many of us. Xiaochen's gaze was ice cold, he already locked onto the few people who shouted. Although he understood that even without their shout, those who should kill will still come, he still decided to eliminate these few people first, to show his determination. And just at this time, more than 10 spell masters and psychics already flew above Xiaochen. More than 20 practitioners who couldn't fly climbed up to the snowy summit and surrounded Xiaochen. The divine glint in Xiaochen's eyes was clear, he was not afraid at all. Among these people, those who reached the 3rd celestial layer of Exuvia realm could be considered as experts, only a few of them reached the 4th celestial layer of Exuvia realm. If he wanted to escape, he could easily break through the encirclement. The sound of thunder burst out from Xiaochen's body, a resplendent light screen appeared in front of his body. The Big Dipper was actually suspended in front of his body with brilliant radiance. This light screen was named Sealed God by Xiaochen. When those spell master and psychic in the sky shot down one divine radiance after another, Xiaochen was as fast as a meteor, leaving behind one after another afterimage on the snowy ground. He dodged the raging energy storm. At the same time, the sealed god light screen shone with an incomparably dazzling light, blocking part of the curse energy that was approaching his body, and he quickly rushed towards the practitioners that surrounded him on the ground. Xiaochen already rushed into the crowd. His target was the person who fanned the flames just now. His right palm was like a blade. He chopped one of Yaluoda's underlings at the waist in a flash. The palm blade was glittering with divine radiance, there was not a single drop of blood on it. Following that, Xiaochen left behind an afterimage in his original position. He dodged everyone's attack and appeared in front of one of the Trance Valley members. His left palm lightly streaked past, a head with a terrified expression flew diagonally, bringing along a large amount of blood rain. The corpse only fell to the ground with a loud bang when Xiaochen left. Swish! A divine radiance flashed. Xiaochen broke through the heavy encirclement and appeared in front of another Nature Alliance member. The Big Dipper's sealed god light screen blocked the glaring blade aura in front of him. Xiaochen rushed past like a lightning. That person's body was actually cut in half. Xiaochen passed through the two halves of the body. Blood splashed everywhere. In a short period of time, miserable shrieks could be heard from time to time on the snowy summit. The blood had already dyed the snowy ground red. The spell master's incantation attack, the psychic's ability attack, they transformed into one after another terrifying light beams. They attacked the snowy summit in a frenzy. The divine splendor made the snowy summit incomparably dazzling. The sealed god light screen followed closely beside Xiaochen. It revolved around him unceasingly. It helped him block the overwhelming energy attack. More than half of the spell master and psychic's attack in the sky were successfully neutralized. Xiaochen's power shocked everyone. They originally thought they could suppress him by joining hands, but they didn't expect one of the practitioners would lose their life as soon as the battle began. The spell master and psychic in the sky swooped down unceasingly. The terrifying incantation was like a meteor shower. The ability attack was even more like a tide. The glaring lightning, flame, wind blade, and ice spear wreaked havoc in the sky. However, all of these couldn't stop Xiaochen. After he reached Exuvia's sixth celestial layer, he could already completely control the Big Dipper's sealed god. He no longer had to rely on luck like when he was fighting against Lawrence. The Big Dipper flickered, its radiance illuminated the sky. The resplendent radiance almost enveloped Xiaochen's entire body. After the incantation and ability attack were absorbed by the sealed god light screen, the Big Dipper became brighter and brighter. In the end, it actually erupted like a volcano. The blazing radiance soared into the sky and swallowed the four spell master and psychic that swooped down. This was an astonishing scene. It was as if the sky was set ablaze, but that was definitely not a flame, that was a resplendent radiance. The sealed god light screen enveloped the sky above Xiaochen. It crushed the few spell master and psychic that were rushing over in an instant. This made everyone feel how powerful and terrifying Xiaochen was. However, it was impossible for everyone to cower now. The situation had already been forced to this point. The spell master and psychic in the sky as well as the practitioners on the ground, all of them charged towards Xiaochen while shouting loudly. Kill, kill. The battle on the snowy summit was incomparably intense. The battle cry shook the sky. More than 30 experts were besieging Xiaochen from all sides. The spectators on the opposite snowy summit were deeply shocked. Just what kind of realm did Xiaochen reach? He was actually able to fight against a group of outstanding heroes with just one attack. His combat power was really astonishing. The light screen condensed by the 7 energy-converted stars. It was like a divine armor draped over Xiaochen's body. The radiance it emitted even made the sun in the sky lose its splendor. Xiaochen's hair was disheveled. He held the divine sword he seized in his hand as he rampaged through the crowd. The sword chi soared to the sky. It raged unhindered. However, Xiaochen was unstoppable. He was invincible. No one was able to stop him. Wherever the divine sword passed by, blood splattered unceasingly. The light screen around his body already turned into a blood screen. The bloody mist lingered on the snowy summit. The pungent smell of blood drifted along with the wind. PFFF. The divine sword was like a rainbow. It chopped off a sinister head. A string of blood burst forth on the summit. Crack. The iron sword was merciless. It chopped off a practitioner's body from the shoulder. The ghastly white bones and the scarlet blood were exceptionally glaring. It made people tremble in fear. Qi. The bloodstained divine sword chopped off half of a practitioner's head, the white-colored mush flowed out, the bright blood sprayed out along with it, the corpse fell to the ground, it was indescribably bloody and miserable. Soon after, the blazing sword Qi went against the sky, the dazzling light beam penetrated the body of 3 spell master and psychic in a split second. A large string of blood sprayed out from the gaping bloody hole in front and back, dyeing the sky red. This was an exceptionally desperate battle. The bloody sword startled the sky, heaven and earth lost their color, the Big Dipper soared to the heavens, the wind and clouds changed irregularly. Xianxia fought on the summit, after the Big Dipper light screen faded away, even his long hair was dyed red by the blood. The bloody divine sword, his messy hair, his sharp eyes, his tall and straight figure, all of these were deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Even after so many years, this image was still hard to erase. No one knew who was the first to break down, they fled towards the bottom of the snowy mountain in fright. Soon after, everyone began to flee in disorder. The spellmaster and psychic in the sky also hurriedly chased after them. Xianxia was too terrifying, he was simply like a demon. So many people besieged him, but he actually killed more than 10 experts. He was as cold as an Asura who rushed out from hell. He was bathed in blood and slaughtered mercilessly. A fishy smell assailed the nostrils on the snowy peak, the blood had thoroughly dyed the snow-white world red. The bloody mist lingered on the summit, severed limbs and shattered bodies were everywhere, it was a terrifying scene of an Asura slaughterhouse. Xianxia stood upright while leaning on his sword. The sealed god light screen had already dimmed a long time ago, his whole body was already covered in bloodstains. However, his entire body was still as threatening as an unsheathed divine sword, the 2 snowy peaks were deathly silent, it was extremely quiet for a moment. Xianxia's power and fearsomeness made many people deeply afraid. Most of the people came to watch the battle, those who originally had a scheme were also somewhat silent now. Some people were able to confront Xianxia, but they had no choice but to re-evaluate the consequences of this battle. Suddenly, just at this time, a dazzling rain of light swept towards Xianxia like a shower of stars. Even though they were very far away, the numerous spectators could still feel the powerful spiritual fluctuation. That was a blade materialized from energy. This kind of power didn't seem to be any weaker than Xianxia's attack, the divine sword was like a rainbow, it was dazzling. Xianxia left behind one after another afterimages on the snowy peak. The long sword in his hand emitted one after another blazing radiance and shattered the rain of blades. He knew this was a powerful enemy based on his intuition. So far, he still couldn't find any trace of the other party. All of a sudden, the divine sword in Xianxia's hand seemed to have lost its balance. The rain of blades became even more concentrated, but they all seemed to be illusions, they weren't made of spiritual energy. Genius illusion psychic Carlos. Xianxia immediately knew who it was. Even though he knew it was an illusion, Xianxia didn't dare to lower his guard. That was because it was very possible that a real rain of blades was hidden within. At the same time, Yan Qingqing rushed out from the snowy peak. Her devastatingly beautiful face was like a fantasy. Her purple clothes fluttered with the wind, she appeared even more otherworldly on this snowy peak. In an instant, the purple splendor on the snowy summit shone dazzlingly. Yan Qingqing was like a dancing fairy as she soared agilely at a low altitude. Purple mist swirled around her, forming a pair of nearly transparent purple wings of light on her back, allowing her to fly in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, she was truly out of this world. The beautiful Yan Qingqing transformed into a streak of purple light in the sky. She unleashed the legendary Undying Demon technique. One after another purple light was emitted from her hands and shot towards Xianxia like purple lightning. Yan Qingqing of Exuvia 5th celestial layer, this caused Xianxia's heart to tremble. No wonder the other party dared to engage in a life and death battle with him. If he had not broken through to the 6th heaven layer, it would be hard to say who would have won. And at this moment, Yan Qingqing was not the only opponent. The genius illusion master hidden in the illusion seemed to have already reached Exuvia's 6th celestial layer. The spirit power attack that flickered between real and fake caught him off guard. Moreover, there was still the successor of Little Li Flying Dagger who had yet to reveal himself. Xianxia decided to retreat for the time being. He will deal with them one by one in the future. After all, a 6th celestial layer genius illusion master, If he really had an intense confrontation with him, it would be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. In addition to Yan Qingqing and Wharton, who had yet to reveal himself, Xiaoqian's situation was not very good. However, just at this time, the genius illusion master Carlos finally made his move. Hundreds of golden-haired youths that looked exactly the same surrounded Xiaoqian. Without a doubt, those were all illusions. Only one of them was Carlos's real body. Carlos's appearance could not be considered handsome, but his temperament was very outstanding. The so-called brilliant and promising young man was precisely this kind of person. With just a glance, one could tell that he would definitely transform into a dragon in the future. He would soar to the sky sooner or later. His blue pupils were as deep as the sea, it made people not dare to look straight at him. The illusion created by Carlos enveloped the entire snowy summit. Sharp swords, long swords, lightning, heavenly fire, and all kinds of physical and energy attacks wreaked havoc on the summit. It was as if hundreds of people were using their special abilities at the same time. The rumbling thunder was deafening, the resplendent divine sword streaked across the sky, the inexhaustible heavenly fire burned the sky red, a large amount of spiritual energy light rain was as dazzling as a meteor, countless illusions appeared in this world of ice and snow. It was extremely powerful, as if a war was going on, and not a battle between individuals. This made everyone endlessly shocked. A terrifying genius illusion master, Xiaoqian was in big trouble. He didn't dare to ignore every attack at the summit. Because it was really hard to judge whether those were real or fake. The genius illusion master Carlos's reputation was well-deserved, the terrifying energy surged like a torrential river, it was as if the boundless blue sea was rolling over and over. The summit was in a state of chaos, the momentum was so great that it seemed real and illusory at the same time. It was already impossible to tell whether those terrifying attacks were real or fake. Xiaoqian's hair was fluttering in the air, his eyes were as bright as the stars. His tall and straight body was as still as a pine tree on the snowy summit, but the divine sword in his hand had already transformed into thousands of afterimages. The resplendent sword qi already condensed into a dense net of light, it blocked all the terrifying attacks. Moreover, the sealed god light screen appeared again, it enveloped his body and blocked the inexhaustible energy flow. If he couldn't find out where Carlos was in the illusion, he wouldn't be able to end this battle. Xiaoqian's eyes emitted two substantial rays of light, he searched for Carlos's real body among the thousands of light screens. At the same time, he still had to deal with Yan Qingqing, who had a pair of light wings and could fly in the sky. However, even if his vitality was consumed unceasingly, Xiaoqian still couldn't find out where Carlos was. Xiaoqian's life essence was far more powerful than ordinary people, otherwise he might have already died from exhaustion. Inexhaustible divine radiance was emitted from his body unceasingly. Not only did he have to support the sealed god light screen of the Big Dipper, he also had to shatter those illusory spiritual energy attacks at the first possible moment. Finally, Xiaoqian found a weak point, an insignificant weak point. His sharp spiritual sense caught the almost inaudible heartbeat and found out where Carlos's real body was. Xiaoqian sent the diving Yan Qingqing flying with one slash. His entire body transformed into a light beam and rushed forward. His target was Carlos's hiding place. Dozens of lightning interweaved and struck at Xiaoqian. There was even a raging inferno that covered the sky and the earth. They wanted to stop Xiaoqian's advance. The terrifying rain of swords came one after another. These were all real spiritual energy attacks, they were not illusions. Xiaoqian sneered, he was even more certain that that was Carlos's real body. The divine sword in his hand brandished and shattered dozens of light screens. He shattered the inexhaustible raging inferno. His tall figure was like a god of death as he broke through the obstacles. But just at this moment, Xiaoqian felt the hair on his entire body stand on end. An ominous premonition appeared in his mind. After that, he felt a great danger enveloping him. Although he shattered the rain of swords in front of him, there was still a particularly resplendent light. It was like a comet that streaked across the vast sky. It was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The longsword in his hand was shattered by that glaring light, Little Li Flying Dagger, the legendary Sure-Kill Flying Dagger. The snow jade dragon's roar shook the sky, it forcibly shattered the snowy summit. The endless snow waves were like 10,000 galloping horses, they covered the sky and the earth. The vast expanse of snow buried Xianxia deep under the snowy mountain. Roar. Xiaoqian's body was like a flickering light. He left behind an afterimage on the original spot. He dodged that swift and fierce attack. After that, before Xianxia could stabilize herself, Xiaoqian coldly launched his strongest attack. This was definitely a killing move. Without holding anything back, the snow jade dragon let out a deafening roar. A 10-meter-long sharp claw flickered with a cold glint as it slammed down ferociously. Carlos, Wharton, Xianxia, and Xiaoqian dodged at lightning speed. Boom. Roar. The glaring radiance made people unable to look straight at it. 7 dazzling energy waves rolled up 1,000 piles of snow, like raging waves beating against the shore. They rushed towards Xianxia one after another. This was the power of Exuvia's 6th celestial layer. Xianxia couldn't dodge in time. She was sent flying by the blazing energy waves. She coughed out blood unceasingly. Her beautiful jade-like face was extremely pale. This was a snow jade dragon. Most of the people recognized this legendary barbaric dragon. It lived in the land of ice. It was abnormally fond of sleeping. It spent most of the year in deep sleep. According to legend, even the gods didn't dare to disturb its sleep, otherwise it would freeze everything within 1,000 miles and tear everything in its way. Even the gods would find it hard to escape. The battle that happened on the snowy summit woke it up from its deep sleep in the ice cave under the snowy mountain. It was incomparably furious at this moment. Training is limitless. He still has a long way to go. When will he have the strength to contend against this kind of race? Xianxia used her finger as a blade. A resplendent purple light was shot down. She wanted to pierce through Xiaoqian's back. With Xiaoqian's level of cultivation, even in the midst of chaos, he could still sense the dangerous situation in his surroundings. He reacted in the first instance. The people on the snowy summit on the other side began to flee for their lives. It was extremely noisy. Everyone wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The genius illusion master Carlos, the inheritor of the little leaf-flying dagger, the exceptionally beautiful Xianxia, and Xiaoqian couldn't be bothered to fight to the death anymore. They were right beside the Shui Yulong. They were under the greatest threat. All of them raised their speed to the limit. They wanted to get away from this exceptional dragon. A nearly transparent dagger that was as wide as a thumb and as long as a finger seemed to tear through space and time. The ghastly coldness caused one's soul to tremble. A bone-piercing killing intent actually assaulted Xiaoqian's entire body. The delicate yet resplendent edge of the dagger was about to touch his chest. Unless one was a god, there was no way to avoid it. Everything was for this saber. Without any pity, Xiaoqian jumped off the snowy peak and left. So what if she was the most beautiful woman in the world? Xiaoqian would not show any mercy because of this. An enemy was an enemy. He would not be shaken by any reason. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Xiaoqian was. All of his movements were simple and direct, going straight for the most powerful points. His right hand was like a blade as he flicked upwards. A beam of light soared into the sky and sent Xianxia flying. The Big Dipper's light screen trembled violently. It left Xiaoqian's body and swept in all directions. It shattered all the light rain formed by the spiritual power. After that, it heavily hacked on that dazzling saber light. Only until the panic-stricken cries gradually faded away did the dragon roar become softer and softer. After that, it completely disappeared. The world slowly quieted down. The snow jade dragon seemed to have returned to the ice cave once again. Along with the sound of the mountain collapsing and the earth cracking, the snowy peak was actually smashed by that terrifying dragon claw. This was really too shocking. Xiaoqian stood up straight. His tall and straight body burst out with a throbbing divine flame. He was actually safe and sound. His raging battle intent was aroused. Xiaoqian stared coldly at Wharton in front of him. The rage in his eyes was not concealed at all. This meticulously prepared saber had almost cost him his life. Xiaoqian did not run away with the crowd. He chose an area with a flat terrain. His entire body transformed into a beam of light and rushed into the deep snow. Rather than running for his life, it was better to hide quietly. Xiaoqian was so close to death. Although he was unwilling, he was already powerless. At this moment, he couldn't change anything. He could only wait for death to befall him. In the midst of the gorgeous multicolored light, the glittering and translucent blade fell onto the snowy ground. The Big Dipper's light screen also shattered and dimmed down. Clang! At that time, Xiaochen did not collect these rainbow-colored jade shells because they were gorgeous. He wanted to keep them for Kiki. First, it was because this was the only thing that Kiki's parents left for it. Second, he wanted to show it to a knowledgeable person in the future. He wanted to figure out Kiki's origin. Another burst of violent smack. The sharp giant claw tore down ferociously. The snowy peak couldn't bear it any longer. Another corner was smashed off. At the same time, the endless ice and snow in the surroundings started to shake. It was as if a monstrous wave of snow was surging up in the vicinity of the snowy peak. This was really too terrifying. This colossus was displaying its might. It simply had the power to destroy the world. Only until 2 hours passed did Xiaochen rush out of the deep snow. He silently gazed at the snowy peak that was blown off. It was imaginable how violent the snow jade dragon was just now. The dragon race was indeed a race that could make even the gods tremble. Even if they had lost their previous divine ability, their valiant body was still unparalleled in the world. The legendary flying dagger was hit. Xiaochen's situation was not very optimistic. Unless he found an opportunity to escape far away, he would inevitably have to pay a heavy price in this battle. However, looking at his soaring killing intent, no one really knew whether he was going to fight or retreat. A crisp sound resounded on the summit. Xiaochen was sent flying by a huge force. The glittering and translucent flying dagger actually fell to the ground. It didn't pierce through him, but the huge impact made him fly 6 to 7 meters away. Wharton finally made his move. At the same time, the three experts launched a real joint attack. They wanted to get rid of Xiaochen. Outside, the dragon's roar pierced through the clouds. The rumbling sound of the avalanche didn't stop for a long time. At this time, the conferred god light screen was extinguished. This was a flawless trap. The flying dagger divine skill had been passed down for many years. Its might was different when used by different people. However, whether Xiaochen could withstand the third and fourth attack was hard to predict. Carlos soared into the sky. Wharton directly jumped down from the snowy peak. Yan Qingqing also wanted to soar into the sky, but the pair of luminous wings on her back couldn't keep her airborne for long. She was swept away by the monstrous snow wave stirred up by the Jasper dragon. She just happened to fall towards the direction where Xiaochen was running. The snow jade dragon faced upwards and let out a roar. It shook everyone's eardrums. Many people covered their ears in pain. If they were one step slower, they might have fainted on the spot. After the fierce confrontation, there was a short period of deathly silence. What followed was bound to be a fierce battle. This was going to be a life and death battle between 6th celestial layer experts. Rumble, the legendary little leaf flying dagger that never missed its target, actually fell down after making contact with the enemy. It didn't pierce through the enemy's body. This was simply inconceivable. In the midst of the roar, an avalanche also occurred on that snowy peak. It was extremely powerful, but fortunately, those practitioners reacted fast enough. They had already escaped from that area a long time ago. Only 7 or 8 people were unfortunately buried under the snow wave. The divine flame outside Xiaochen's body throbbed, his murderous aura soared to the sky. He pressed forward step by step. The snowy peak under his feet seemed to be trembling. One after another, huge cracks spread in all directions from his feet. The edge of the snowy peak let out a kacha-kacha sound. Countless ice fragments fell down from the summit. Even though Linley had several hundred phantoms, Xiaochen still locked onto the descendant of the flying dagger, Wharton, and illusion master Carlos. A blazing sword chi that seemed to be able to communicate with heaven and earth slashed forward. It swept away all the phantoms in front of him and crushed all the real spiritual power attacks. If it could be said that he was lucky to escape the first time, then this time, under the circumstance of mutual preparation, Xiaochen's spiritual sense was very sharp. He actually managed to block the legendary flying dagger. Everyone on the opposite mountain peak let out a cry of surprise. He stroked the hole on his lapel and came into contact with a few smooth jade-like fragments. That was the rainbow-colored jade shell left behind by Kiki after she was born. He didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, he actually managed to block the legendary little leaf flying dagger. Xiaochen never thought that the rainbow-colored jade shell was actually this hard. It was able to block the invincible little leaf-flying dagger. He really didn't know how Kiki broke out of the shell that year. Who knows how many times harder it was compared to the essence iron, only now did everyone wake up from their stupor. The snowy peak on the opposite side was in an uproar. All of this was really too inconceivable. The entirely snow-white dragon roared as it rushed up the snowy peak in front of it. It chased after those practitioners that were trying to escape. This was a big unforeseen event. No one had thought that there would be such a terrifying dragon here. Just at this time, a loud roar transmitted from the back of the snowy peak. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking, the entire snowy mountain was trembling violently. A huge monster climbed up from the back of the snowy mountain. It was about 50 meters long, as if it was carved out of ice. Its entire body was as white as jade, but it looked exceptionally terrifying. It had a dragon's head with a single horn, the body of an azure wolf, and the tail of a huge crocodile. Its entire body was covered in glittering white scales. Yan Qingqing swooped down from the sky, the glaring purple radiance tore towards Xiaochen. The genius illusion master Carlos and several hundred phantoms moved simultaneously. They besieged Xiaochen from all sides. And the current generation descendant of the flying dagger, Wharton, unleashed his second attack. A speck of starlight illuminated the summit. It became the most dazzling and terrifying focal point between heaven and earth. In that instant, everyone held their breath. The two snowy peaks were in absolute silence. Roar. Many practitioners escaped back to the lush and verdant mountain forest. Their mood was completely different from when they came. If it wasn't because they were separated by a snowy valley from the snow jade dragon and had a certain amount of buffer time to escape, it wouldn't be as simple as just 20 people dying in the sea of snow. Xiaochen searched this snowy region for a long time, but he didn't find anything special. After that, he set off towards the depths of the snowy mountain to look for Kiki and the three skeletons. 4 hours later, Xiaochen found their traces. When he climbed to the top of a snowy mountain, Xiaochen was dumbstruck. Other than the three skeletons training in the ice cave, he also found a snow lotus as big as a house. And Kiki was curled up on top of it, sleeping soundly. The whole snow lotus was glowing brilliantly. It was circulating slowly like a ripple of water. It was indescribably mystical. It made the spiritual energy here dense. Multicolored light lingered around. The whole snow lotus looked like it was carved out of divine jade. It was dazzling under the sunlight. And Kiki was sleeping soundly at the heart of the snow lotus. This made people sigh in admiration. This little critter was really mystical. It could find this kind of spiritual item every time. This was definitely not a coincidence. It must have something to do with its spiritual nature. This little critter was really at ease. It was not afraid of the wild beasts taking it away. It was really sleeping soundly. It really wondered how it was able to survive on the Dragon Island where monsters roamed freely. Xiaochen walked over lightly and used his hand to touch it. As a result, an astonishing thing happened. A ball of gentle radiance actually filled the surface of Kiki's body, protecting it inside. Squeak, the snow-white little critter was actually talking in its sleep. After being touched by Xiaochen, it turned over and went back to sleep soundly. It didn't wake up at all. This really made Xiaochen speechless. Xiaochen didn't wake it up again. He sat on the snowy peak and began to adjust his breathing. Although he was cold and merciless to his enemies, Xiaochen had a different attitude towards the people beside him. He pampered this little beast a lot. This time it was all thanks to Kiki's rainbow-colored shell, otherwise he might have died under that flying knife. Luanhui Wang and the rest discovered Xiaochen's return. The spiritual radiance in his eyes flickered, then as if it was extinguished, he began to meditate quietly. Just like this, Xiaochen meditated on the snowy peak until the latter half of the night. Only then did he feel refreshed. He had completely recovered to his peak state. He had absorbed the essence of a few dragon eggs, which caused his life essence to be far more vigorous than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, this fierce battle would have caused great damage to his vitality. The strong life essence was like having 2 lives. If he encountered an opponent with a similar cultivation level, he could fight to the death with his opponent. In any case, his vitality was abundant, so he could exhaust his opponent to death. The stars twinkled, and the night sky was like water. Only after midnight did Kiki wake up with sleepy eyes. When it saw Xiaochen, it blinked its big eyes in a daze. Then, it seemed to have thought of something. It extended its little paw and pointed at its round and bulging belly in pain. After that, it pointed at Xiaochen with dissatisfaction, as if it was silently complaining. Xiaochen was immediately amused. This little thing definitely wanted to eat the snow lotus. Now that it was guarding the spiritual herb, it could not eat it. This made it very depressed. I don't think I need to call you little ferocious beast anymore. I can just call you treasure-seeking beast. You were able to find the Snow Lotus King. You are truly the nemesis of spiritual treasures. Kiki seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. It angrily waved its little paw at Xiaochen. After that, it flipped its body. It opened the few sparkling and translucent lotus petals and dug out a fist-sized jade-like object. The divine splendor was dazzling, like a star. This was the real Snow Lotus core. It made Xiaochen emotionally moved. Kiki was drooling. It wanted to eat it, but it didn't dare to eat it. Haha, Xiaochen was amused and laughed. In the end, he said, let me keep it for you first. You can slowly enjoy it when your belly is less bloated. Kiki looked at him suspiciously. In the end, it hung its head dejectedly and broke the Snow Lotus core into two. It wanted Xiaochen to keep one half for it and gave the other half to Xiaochen. At the same time, it waved its little paw to warn Xiaochen not to have any ideas about its half. Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. You little ferocious beast still have some conscience. You didn't forget about me. Don't worry, I will keep it for you. I don't even want half. After going to Kiki's hometown, Xiaochen felt that he was very close to this little thing. He could almost keep it by his side. Kiki, I will tell you how to make your plump belly less bloated now. Kiki's big eyes immediately lit up. If you want to do it, you need your treasured tree. Didn't you see the treasured tree fused into my body last time? From today onwards, you need to try fusing the divine sproutling into your belly and let it absorb the excess sweet dew of life. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take for you to completely absorb the sweet dew of life. Kiki's pair of glittering big eyes were perfectly round. After that, it held its plump little belly and shook its head with all its might. That meant that it wouldn't do it even if it was beaten to death. Squeak. Squeak, it seemed to be saying that it would never plant a tree on its belly. It's fine if you don't want to, so much of the sweet dew of life will be absorbed by you, the benefits will be huge. However, you have to endure your craving for a period of time from now on. Don't always think about eating delicious food. Kiki immediately became listless. It angrily climbed onto the snow lotus and continued to sleep. Kiki, don't just sleep, it's time for you to nourish your treasured tree. Plant your treasured tree on top of the snow lotus. Xiaochen carried Kiki into the ice cave and planted the treasured tree on top of the snow lotus. Under the dim light of the night, the snowy peak was flowing with splendor. The palm-sized divine sproutling had a black jade leaf, a white jade leaf, and a jasper leaf on its dragon-like trunk. All of them immediately emitted a dazzling radiance. Early in the morning, Xiaochen and the others left this place. Because when they looked into the distance under the morning glow, they discovered that there seemed to be a dilapidated ancient palace on top of a distant snowy peak. When they arrived at this place, they discovered that it was not an illusion. There really was a historical remnant here. The dilapidated ancient palace was on the verge of collapse. It was originally a majestic palace, but now only one or two ancient palaces were still standing. However, they might collapse at any time in the snowstorm. They didn't discover anything here. It seemed like it was merely an ancient historical remnant. It was far from being as sinister and terrifying as the sacred mountain. With the ancient palace as a marker, let's bury the dragon egg here temporarily. It will be more convenient to search for it in the future. Xiaochen wanted to stop absorbing the dragon egg's essence for a while. Yesterday, he had an epiphany while facing the morning glow. It allowed him to have a whole new understanding of the path of cultivation. He wanted to start another round of cultivation. In any case, the dragon egg wouldn't run away. At the same time, he also had a trace of expectation in his heart. Maybe he could really give birth to one or two young dragon kings. Xiaochen absolutely didn't expect that when the ice and snow were shaken away and the frozen ground was dug up, he actually dug out an ice coffin. This was really a big discovery. Could this be the burial ground of an ancient god? Thinking like this, he quickly shook the frozen ground in the surroundings and made the ice coffin appear on top of the snowy mountain. Under the illumination of the sunlight, he could clearly see that there was a complete human skin inside the transparent ice coffin. It was wrinkled. With one look, he could tell that it was left behind by an exceptionally old person. This was really too sinister. There was only a piece of old skin and no corpse. This made Xiaochen feel a little cold. However, it was impossible for him to be afraid because of this. He gently pushed open the lid of the ice coffin and revealed the human skin inside. When he lifted it up, he discovered that other than a crack from the head to the abdomen, the other parts of the human skin were almost intact. There wasn't even the slightest bit of damage. Even the sparse snow-white hair and the grizzled eyelashes were still intact. For some reason, Xiaochen felt that this place was abnormally gloomy. Even though the morning sun was shining down, it seemed to have lost its warmth. The sunset seemed to be deathly pale. He couldn't help but think of the cicada's shell. This layer of old skin was like the shell shed by an insect. It seemed to have some similar characteristics. Xiaochen didn't stop there. He dug up another piece of frozen ground in the vicinity. Out of his expectation, he actually dug up another ice coffin. It was only 2 meters away from the first ice coffin. Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this really be a sinister burial ground? If that was the case, then wouldn't this ruined palace be the underworld? The second ice coffin broke out from the ground. There was still an incomparably wrinkled old skin inside. This time, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. That was because he found out that it was too similar to the 2 old skins. In the end, when he placed them together, he found out that their skin was actually exactly the same. The same appearance. Furthermore, after a careful comparison, Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. That was because he found out that the birthmarks on the 2 old skins were exactly the same. How can this be? Even if they are twins, they shouldn't be this similar. Xiaochen felt that this place was even more sinister. A burial ground that made people feel a chill run down their spine. It was impossible for him to stop because of this. He continued to dig the frozen ground and in the end, he dug up the third ice coffin. He took a deep breath and didn't look at the third ice coffin. Instead, he cracked the layer of ice and continued to dig the frozen ground. However, the ground near the ancient palace had already been dug up by him. He didn't find the fourth ice coffin. And the places where the 3 ice coffins were dug up were not more than 2 meters away from each other. They were neatly arranged together. Based on this, it seemed like there were only 3 ice coffins. Xiaochen opened the lid of the third ice coffin. He was completely dumbfounded. The old skin inside the coffin was exactly the same as the previous 2. Even the 3 birthmarks were not the slightest bit different. How could this be? Xiaochen felt that this place was extremely cold. Why were there 3 identical human skins, but no corpse? Could it be that the flesh inside was eaten by something? He calmed himself down and looked around. Suddenly, his expression turned sluggish. That was because he found an important clue. In the third ice coffin, he found a few drops of blood. It seemed to have dried up not too long ago. There were also some black-colored bloodstains inside the 2 old skins. With one look, one could tell that it was at least 100 years old. It must have experienced the corrosion of time. Of course, Xiaochen couldn't accurately deduce how many years it had been. And the human skin in the third ice coffin, the bloodstains that dripped onto the ice coffin had a hint of black-red color. For a practitioner like Xiaochen, it was very easy for him to deduce. The time was definitely not more than half a month. This immediately caused Xiaochen to feel a chill. All the hair on his body stood on end. He carefully looked at the inside of this human skin. He found that the bloodstains inside were indeed black-red with a hint of black-red color. It shouldn't have been too long ago. He observed carefully. He clearly found that the third old skin was relatively softer. And it had an oily luster. It seemed to have been taken off not too long ago. Suddenly, Xiaochen finally found the most crucial clue. The middle finger of the third old skin was a little cracked. Other than some bloodstains, there was actually a fingernail-sized piece of tender new skin. This was really too strange and terrifying. Xiaochen's hazy conjecture from before. It seemed to be true. He couldn't help but think of the cicadas shedding their shells again. If he didn't guess wrong. It seemed like there was an old ghost constantly going through reincarnation. Xiaochen subconsciously looked all around. There wasn't a single trace of human on the cold snowy mountain. But he felt like there was a pair of incomparably gloomy eyes watching him from the dark. A misconception, it must be a misconception. Xiaochen calmed himself down. He spread out his divine sense and paid attention to the movements in the surroundings. The snowy mountain was completely silent. There was not a single sound. There was only a cold aura flowing in the snowy mountain. Xiaochen felt that this was not a good place. He buried the 3 ice coffins again according to their original state and erased all traces. After that, he called Kiki and the 3 skeletons who were wandering around the vicinity of the ruined palace hall and quickly left this place. After training in this snowy mountain for 5 days, Xiaochen didn't find any other abnormal situation. He buried the dragon eggs in the middle of a snowy peak and decided to leave this place. It was not normal for a snowy mountain to appear on a hot and humid dragon island. And he found some other strange things here. He felt that this place was not any safer than the mountain forest where the monsters roamed freely. Traveling through the world of ice and snow. As he walked out of the snowy mountain, Xiaochen suddenly heard a faintly discernible rumbling sound coming from the snowy peak in the distance. It was like an avalanche. Then, he saw a beam of purple light shooting into the sky. Although they were very far apart. However, Xiaochen still recognized her with a single glance. That seemed to be Xianxia. That snowy mountain was the location of the great battle 5 days ago. On that day, Xianxia was beaten to the point where it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. After that, she was buried under the snow jade dragon's avalanche. Originally, he thought that she would definitely die in the 1,000 layers of snow waves. But unexpectedly, after being buried for 5 days, she actually rushed out from the deep snow. Although they were very far apart. However, the pair of purple light wings on Xianxia's back was still as dazzling as before. They were no longer as transparent as before. Now, they simply seemed as if they were carved from 2 pieces of purple divine jade, and they were indescribably miraculous. Not only was she not dead. Xiaochen's cultivation had clearly broken through, which startled him. He recalled Xianxing's cultivation method, undying demon art. The legend was indeed true. Once a person who cultivated this technique successfully broke through the barrier of death, his cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Xianxing actually broke through her original realm in the realm of death. He faked his death under the deep snow for 5 days before coming back to life. This made Xiaochen shiver in fear. The undying demon art was indeed worthy of being one of the world-shaking heavenly arts. Xianxing, who had reached the 6th celestial layer, was definitely a formidable opponent. However, Xiaochen was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of anyone at the same level. That was because he had even defeated a spatial master who was known as the king of the same level before. Xiaochen was as fast as the flickering light and passing shadow. He left behind one after another afterimages on the snowy peak. He wanted to rush over and make Xianxing stay. However, after Xianxing rushed out of the deep snow, she unfolded a pair of purple light wings that resembled Elf's divine wings. She directly flew out of the snowy mountain as fast as lightning. She didn't stay in this area for even a moment, and she didn't even notice Xiaochen, who was approaching. They finally left the snowy mountain. He turned his head to look at the boundless white world of ice and snow. He felt the warm wind in front of him. Xiaochen felt that this was very unreal. There was almost no buffer zone between the hot and cold regions. The lush green mountain forest and the pure white snow bordered each other. The distance was so close that it made people feel that it was unimaginable. Xiaochen and the others entered an area brimming with vitality. The melodious chirping of birds. The refreshing fragrance of flowers, as well as the roars of beasts. Compared to the deathly still forest behind them, as well as the snowy mountain further away, it really added a lot of liveliness. They were still about 20 miles away from the inhabited area of the practitioners. A beautiful mountain peak filled with dense spiritual energy appeared in front of them. There seemed to be very few monsters roaming around there. It was indescribably peaceful and tranquil. It could be seen from far away. A waterfall cascaded down from the mountain peak. The water vapor rose up and formed a rainbow-like radiance. Xiaochen arrived at the foot of the mountain. He discovered that this was really a good place. Exotic flowers were in full bloom. Jade grass covered the ground, vines intertwined, and verdant trees. It was a pure land for training. Moreover, he met an acquaintance here. Among the flowers and trees, a sapphire-like lake was tranquil without any ripples. It was indescribably beautiful and tranquil. Spatial Master Lawrence still had a sickly appearance. His handsome face was somewhat pale as he quietly sat at the lakeside fishing. When Xiaochen stepped into this place, he immediately felt the abnormality of the space. It was as if there was an invisible liquid flowing, making it difficult for him to walk. Layers upon layers of shadows actually appeared in the space. Different sceneries interweaved in front of his eyes. There seemed to be multiple spatial traps here, making people feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. The more they struggled, the harder it was to move. Xiaochen's power of Exuvia's sixth celestial layer burst out in all directions. It was like a sharp sword blossoming with blazing divine radiance. It tore apart the ropes that bound the area, and scattered all the spatial traps in this area. She returned to her original calm and beautiful appearance. At the lakeside, Lawrence turned his head. It seems like the rumor of you going on a killing spree at the peak of the snowy mountain a few days ago is true. Even now, I can still feel the bloody aura on your body. Xiaochen smiled. He calmly sat not far away from Lawrence. Everything is for self-preservation. I want to live. But someone forced me. I had no choice but to stop them by killing. You broke through to Exuvia's sixth celestial layer. Lawrence's pale face gradually regained some color. He said, "Why don't we fight again?" His eyes were filled with eagerness, as if he was looking forward to this battle. You've also entered the sixth heavenly layer. When Xiaochen discovered this, he was somewhat shocked. Then he shook his head and said, Space Master is known as the king among practitioners of the same rank. I really want to break this legend again. But I can't fight with you now. Why? Someone is always trying to force me into a dead end. Before I get rid of all the dangers, I must always be at my peak state. You and I have already entered the sixth celestial layer. If we really fight and defeat you, I'm afraid it won't be as peaceful as last time. The somewhat sickly Lawrence laughed and said, You are really conceited. You're really conceited. Are you sure you can defeat me? Space Master is the king among the same rank, this is not a lie. Xiaochen lightly tapped the surface of the lake with his hand. The lake immediately started to churn violently. The water surface seemed to be boiling. Thousands of fish were jolted out of the water. He was very confident. He said, Since I could break the legend last time, I can still do it this time. Suddenly, the fish that jumped out of the water were all frozen in the air. They stopped moving, they were all confined by Lawrence's spatial power. He turned his head around and looked at Xiaochen. He said, You are indeed very powerful, but I am also very confident. I really want to fight with you. However, since you are in danger, I won't make things difficult for you. Just at this time, Kiki, who was not far away, was attracted by the fish that were frozen in the air. It seemed to find it very interesting. When it saw thousands of fish were released back into the lake by Lawrence, it stretched out its snow-white little paw and gestured randomly in the air. For a moment, the fish jumped out of the water again. They began to dance all over the sky. After 3 to 4 seconds, they fell into the water with a plop sound. This made Lawrence incomparably shocked. For the first time, he began to size up the snow-white little critter beside Xiaochen. He said in surprise, This is. Xiaochen spread his hands and said with a smile, I don't know much about it either. It doesn't seem to have any attack power, but it is enough to protect itself. Kiki was very dissatisfied with this evaluation. It waved its little paw while panting with rage, then it ran towards the 3 skeletons in the distance. How did you break through to the 6th celestial layer? You must know that I spent a lot of effort to break through this time. It must have taken a lot of effort. Xiaochen didn't hide anything. He told Lawrence the truth when he was enlightened by the morning glow. She told him the truth about what she had felt at that time while facing the morning glow. He heaved a sigh. It seems like our experience is more or less the same. He said, "It seems like our experiences are more or less the same. After I was defeated by you that day, I trained even harder in front of the divine monolith, but I almost went berserk. Afterwards, I retreated to this peaceful place to recuperate and calm down. I didn't expect I would break through my original realm." He also explained in detail what he had learned in the past. Although they were practitioners of different disciplines, this kind of spiritual comprehension was completely interlinked. After a series of exchanges, the two felt that they had gained a lot from the current situation on the Dragon Island. The two talked a lot about the difference between a psychic and a spell master. The abilities of us psychics are innate. There are many kinds of abilities. A spell master only has powerful spiritual power. They don't have any spiritual power themselves, but they can cast a similar energy attack by chanting an ancient incantation. I don't believe that their incantation was obtained after communicating with the gods. However, I really couldn't find any energy in their body. All of the energy was gathered from the outside world in the split second when they attacked. All kinds of signs indicated that it really came from the god they believe in. In the end, the two talked about the current situation on the Dragon Island. They vaguely had the intention to cooperate. "My martial arts are rather difficult to learn. It's really not suitable for women to practice." Li Yun's soft waist was like a snake, both of her arms were as soft as willow twigs. She wrapped Xiao Chen's right arm around her slender waist, and her own arms directly grabbed onto Xiao Chen's neck. It was extremely charming. Her cheeks seemed to be dyed red, her delicate and rosy skin was practically dripping water. Buddhist Xian suspected that the solitary sword demon might be the main driving force behind the purge last time. The silk dress fluttered along with the wind. It was curvaceous and elegant. That curvaceous and hazy body. The outline was even more seductive and enchanting. This was simply a demoness, she was here to seduce people's souls. This was a night of bloodshed. Xiao Chen was moved. He paid a visit to Buddhist Xian 2 days ago, and asked about the terrifying experts on the island. Buddhist Xian once said that the solitary sword demon must be one of them. He practiced the world's strongest offensive sword art. Xiao Chen and Lawrence, the two experts. They appeared at the Trans-Valley Alliance. The two of them launched a thunderous massacre. The miserable shriek broke the tranquility of the night. In the darkness, a cyan light screen appeared around Lawrence. The space of several hundred square meters was enveloped by it. He was the absolute master of space. Everywhere he passed by, all obstacles would be smashed to pieces. The three skeletons nodded to express their understanding. Xiao Chen almost didn't make a move in this battle. Lawrence already finished the battle. The Space Master was worthy of being called a supreme practitioner. He was like the Grim Reaper, reaping everyone's life. In the end, Lawrence went into hiding. Xiao Chen called Li Yun over. He smiled and said, "Now I need Miss Li's help." Their first target for tonight's surprise attack was the Trans-Valley. Xiao Chen decided to uproot Yan Qingqing's power first, and then the Nature's Alliance established by Yao Yuode and Chaos. The reason why he spread the rumor earlier was only to create a diversion. Only after these side threats were eliminated, would it be the best time to fight against Yan Qingqing and Carlos. Xiao Chen seemed to enjoy this kind of massage very much. He stretched his body comfortably, and said very seriously, "Not bad." Xiao Chen immediately understood. The Pink Alliance not only valued his strength. He was also very interested in his cultivation method. Just at this time, Xiao Chen suddenly pushed her away lightly. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's already lunchtime. Please roast some game for me and Ku first." Oh. At the same time, he roasted a few fish from the lake. Also, Kukima likes to eat fruits. Prepare some as well. When the few practitioners in the Trant Valley arrived. When he was imprisoned in this space, his life and death was completely under Lawrence's control. Spatial spiritual energy transformed into a shower of starlight. It was as beautiful as a gorgeous firework. But it was fatal. The Xiaoxia did not have any power to fight back. All of them were pierced through. Rumors. The solitary sword demon's bloodline was extraordinary. He was the descendant of the ancient hero, Dugu Chobai. This clan had always had a single descendant. He named himself the Sword Demon to inspire himself to surpass his ancestors. He had been practicing swordsmanship by the sea since he was a child. At the age of 15, he was able to shatter the 9 great waves. After the age of 20, he had few rivals among his peers. He was an extremely terrifying person. Li Yun was dumbfounded. Was this man a blockhead? So be it if he was unmoved. He actually made such a charming woman like her chop firewood, start a fire, and roast meat. Xianxia and Lawrence looked at each other. They simultaneously thought of the solitary sword demon. There are no corpses of Yared in chaos. The solitary sword demon? Obviously, Li Yun didn't want to put herself in danger. She giggled and said, however, it's a pity that I didn't do it. I can make you relax as much as possible. What's so hard to learn? You are definitely brushing me off. Xiaochen carried the snoring Kiki and left with large strides. You. Nonsense. How can a woman castrate herself? After chatting for a while, Li Yun left gracefully. If that's the case, I'd better keep a respectful distance. There's no other way, they forced me. I just want to live. Instead of passively waiting for danger to approach, I might as well take the initiative to attack. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth revealed a smile as he looked at her. No, I trust you guys very much. The stars were dim tonight, darkness enveloped the mountain forest. It seemed especially gloomy. This kind of charming vixen was delivered to their doorstep. It could be seen that the Pink Alliance really valued Xiao Chen. It was obvious that they wanted to use their beauty to gain his trust and favorable impression. I don't know. I only have one feeling. There seems to be a pair of cold eyes watching me from the dark. This kind of feeling is not good. I can't find out where he is. Although Lawrence looked a little sickly, his true power was extremely terrifying. He was known as the king among those of the same level. Who could threaten his life? Xiaochen looked at him in puzzlement. He said, could it be that on this dragon island, there is also a mortal enemy of yours? This was obviously tempting him to commit a crime. The more she talked, the more he would think otherwise. Her actions and words became more and more intimate. She breathed softly beside Xiao Chen's ear. Her movements on Xiao Chen's back became even more unbridled. Xiao Chen smiled freely, he didn't mind at all. He also said half-jokingly, this woman is really a seductive vixen. I am a normal man, no matter what happens, it's a matter of course. However, she is still too seductive in the end, and she came here with an impure intention. This kind of bait can be eaten, but you need to carefully remove the hook before you can eat it. After Xiao Chen searched carefully, he began to follow the bloodstains. Xiao Chen and Lawrence decided to go all out for a big battle. Everything was ready now. You don't trust our Pink Alliance? Lawrence spoke very slowly, the matter seemed to be very mysterious. Lawrence had already gradually understood Xiao Chen's character. This was a decisive person. He would never hesitate or be unable to make a decision. Let's take care of each other. Perhaps I will need you to save my life soon. Xiao Chen was like a wisp of smoke as he quickly rushed towards the gathering point of the practitioners. Lawrence could even fly in the air. Lawrence could even fly in the sky, leaving only a shadow in the sky. The 3 skeletons followed them from afar. This kind of words could be said to be extremely ambiguous. While speaking, she arrived behind Xiao Chen. She stretched out her jade-like fingers and started to massage him. She smiled charmingly and said, don't think too much. I am saying I will help you relax by massaging you like this. It will let your nervous body and mind relax. Xiao Chen, this is an opportunity. Alright, let's take care of each other. Lawrence didn't continue to explain in detail. Xiao Chen also didn't ask too much, but the two of them already decided to cooperate. Lawrence smiled, but it was a little callous as he said, I haven't killed anyone for a long time, how about I help you get rid of any future troubles tonight? The Pink Alliance could be said to be well informed. They actually found Xiao Chen here. Lawrence was the first to move. He hid himself. And he retreated. The Pink Alliance wanted to further form an alliance with Xiao Chen. Li Yun was willing to stay by Xiao Chen's side to help him. Although Li Yun said it tactfully. But the meaning was very clear. This was practically sending a beauty to him. Making a move like this, are you trying to kill the chicken to make a monkey? In the end, Xiao Chen did not find Zhao Lin heir. he found out from the mouth of a Trance Valley member. Zhao Lin seemed to have sensed danger approaching. She already left alone the day she returned from the snowy mountain. Lawrence was not an arrogant person who didn't know what was good for him. He listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used a few pieces of colorful jade to protect his vital parts. Xiao Chen, when are you going to teach me some secret techniques? Li Yun rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and sat beside him. Her soft body almost leaned on Xiao Chen's body. She said, "Why did I waste so much effort? You only gave me 2 words of praise? Then how do you want me to reward you?" Xiao Chen also smiled. He could tell that Lawrence was not a sloppy person. Lawrence was also definitely not a sloppy person. This somewhat sickly, but extremely handsome space master, was the kind of person who would not make a move. He would definitely be an incomparably cruel person. Infinitely close to a man. Just at this time, the night suddenly became chaotic. Blood-curdling screams transmitted from a distant place unceasingly. Soon after, the sound of battle broke through the clouds. This dark night, the gathering place of practitioners was actually in chaos. The gathering place of practitioners was in an uproar. Many people were looking forward to this battle. They were looking forward to the battle between Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing, Carlos, and Wharton. Because that was an unavoidable battle. They killed their way to the Nature Alliance. This place had already turned into a battlefield. The Nature Alliance had actually been completely wiped out. When Xiao Chen and Lawrence were discussing, an enchanting woman arrived at this place. She was actually a beauty second only to Rowena in the Pink Alliance. Her name was Li Yun. She was extremely sexy and charming. Now, a great confrontation between the alliances had occurred. This was a game between the masterminds behind the scenes. They actually chose to take action tonight. The sound of battle shook the sky. It was very obvious that many alliances were drawn into this. This was a chaotic battle between different factions. This was a massacre that was premeditated a long time ago. A great shuffle had occurred once again. Lawrence said, according to my understanding in the past few days. Among the women in the Pink Alliance, other than the extraordinarily beautiful woman, Rowena Ruyan, who didn't use her body personally, the rest of the women in the Pink Alliance all had intimate relations with the experts of the major alliances. And this Li Yun seems to have followed the solitary sword demon. Xiao Chen seized a long sword. The sword ray was like a waterfall, streaking across the dark night sky. It pierced through the dark night sky, and everyone who dared to charge at him fell into a pool of blood. Lawrence was equally terrifying. The spellmaster and psychic in the sky. It was as if they had met their nemesis. No one could stop him. Is the little flying dagger really as scary as the rumors say? The two began to plot their next move. Some people need to be intimidated by absolute force. I want them to understand that they shouldn't provoke me so easily. The unique fragrance of a woman directly entered Xiao Chen's nose. And Li Yun even more twisted her body. She used the tip of her hair to stroke Xiao Chen's cheek unceasingly. Her sexy and enchanting body stuck to Xiao Chen's body. As warm as fire, as soft as water. This kind of ambiguous teasing was really captivating. Li Yun could even be said to be bewitching. Her pair of eyes were captivating, incomparably seductive. She smiled coquettishly and said, "How do you want me to help? This kind of information should be kept secret. And why do you want to spread it through us?" Her beautiful complexion was brimming with seductive temperament. Her pupils were flowing like water ripples. Captivating. Although she didn't apply lipstick, her lips were incomparably bright and rosy. Her neck was as white as a swan's neck. Her twin peaks stood erect. Her waist was slender. Her beautiful buttocks were perfectly round and plump. As she walked gracefully, it swayed slightly. It was really an indescribable temptation. That pair of slender jade legs were faintly discernible under her skirt. It was faintly discernible under the skirt, white and tender, swaying back and forth, incomparably bewitching. The news spread very quickly. This was undoubtedly a strong declaration of war. Recently, Xiao Chen had stirred up a lot of trouble. There was a big battle in the snowy mountain. He displayed an unstoppable momentum. Even if they were the strongest among the young powerhouses, they had no choice but to pay attention to him. Although he is no longer the little Lee from back then, this divine sword technique is still very terrifying no matter who uses it. Lawrence took it and felt the hardness of the colorful jade shell. He said, "Are you afraid that I can't defend against the little Lee flying dagger?" Li Yun was graceful and charming. After she tactfully explained the purpose of her visit, she was like a soft willow in the wind. She gracefully arrived at Xiao Chen's side and smiled charmingly. Her sexy red lips flickered with a bewitching luster. She lightly blew a mouthful of air beside Xiao Chen's ear. Then, she naturally sat beside him. "How can other people help you with the advancement of your cultivation? You have to rely on your own hard work." It's true. For a woman to practice this kind of divine technique, you must first castrate yourself. The third day, Lawrence went out to understand the situation. After he returned, he said, "I saw the solitary sword demon. In this earth-shattering night, they relied on their high cultivation to rush towards the Nature Alliance. They couldn't avoid running into a lot of tangled alliances along the way. The two of them killed their way through." Xiaochen gave a few pieces of Keek's colorful jade shell to Lawrence. This space master usually had a weak and sickly appearance. But if he really made a move, he would be ruthless and merciless. Lawrence's clothes were stained with a few traces of blood. His smile was very cruel at the moment as he said, "Yan Qingqing and the rest must be guarding the Nature Alliance right now. I wonder if they will rush over here after knowing the situation." Li Yun was angry and hateful at the same time. She stomped her feet and gnashed her teeth. Lawrence's body didn't seem to be in a good condition, he was coughing rapidly. Amidst the rapid coughing, his pale face regained some color. It took him a long time to calm down and said, "You are really a dangerous person." Xiaochen said to the three skeletons, "You guys don't need to make a move tonight, but you have to follow us from afar. If we are exhausted, you guys will have to carry us back. I haven't thought about it yet. But at the very least, you have to help me raise my cultivation. The situation on the Dragon Island is very complicated now. Everyone is in danger. We can only be confident if we are strong enough." There was no need to wait for 10 days. When night fell on the first day, Xiaochen and Lawrence had already made their preparations. Li Yun leaned toward Xiaochen. Her delicate body was almost completely leaning on Xiaochen's body. Her body fragrance wafted over, she said in a soft and gentle voice, "I know you definitely have a special training method. Otherwise, how could you keep making breakthroughs in your cultivation? I know it's impossible for you to teach me all of your secret techniques, but you can at least ask me for some tips, right?" "I know." Xiaochen's eyes emitted a cold glint. "You walked out of the land of gentleness so quickly?" Lawrence sat on an ancient tree and looked at Xiaochen. It was obvious that Lawrence thought very highly of this person. "Although my cultivation can't help you kill the enemy, Xiaochen, don't tell me you are thinking of starting a massacre?" Lawrence recalled and pondered for a while, then he said, "The solitary sword demon entered the center of the Dragon Island a long time ago. However, he didn't train for long in front of the divine monolith before returning to the seaside to practice his swordsmanship. It seems like the purge happened at that time. I'm afraid your friend Buddhistian's suspicion is true." The two of them already realized, if their speculation was true, then this time the solitary sword demon entered the depths of the Dragon Island again. They were afraid that there would be a huge disturbance in the near future. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Over the past few days, they had been adjusting their condition. They were also paying close attention to the situation on the island. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I don't like to be passive. Why should I wait for them to kill me? I will take the initiative to crush all the dangers. Do you need my help?" "You want to help me?" This made Xiao Chen very surprised. His enemies were not easy to deal with. Helping him in this kind of situation was equivalent to risking one's life. "What can you help me with?" Xiaochen sat quietly at the lakeside. He remained unmoved. The miserable shriek startled the surrounding alliance. This area quickly became noisy. "If it's a frontal battle, I believe you can defend yourself. But if he makes a move in the dark, it's impossible to guard against him. It's really impossible to guard against him. Last time, if it wasn't for the colorful jade shell protecting my chest, I might not be able to stand here and talk to you anymore." I might not be able to stand here and talk to you anymore. They had already lost their effectiveness a long time ago. Those regulations that restricted the alliance had already lost their effectiveness. All the people behind the scenes had contacted enough power. A new round of purge had begun. The target was definitely their respective enemies. This was a showdown between the people behind the scenes. Some of the ambitious people behind the scenes would have their influence greatly increased, while some of the people behind the scenes might be completely defeated and killed. Miss Lee, please return to the practitioner gathering place and tell everyone. I will definitely eliminate the nature alliance established by Yaluoda within 10 days. Lawrence, put this on your chest and your back. This was really a crazy night. Almost all the alliances in this area had participated in the war. This was a bitter confrontation. The battle cries were deafening. Shoujo were fighting everywhere. The weak could only be slaughtered. The glaring sword chi, the frantic spiritual power attacks, the terrifying incantation, the resplendent radiance illuminated this dark night. Let me see if the timing matches. Kiki blinked her big eyes in a daze, she nodded subconsciously, and then fell asleep again. Xiaochen shook the sleepy Kiki awake. He said, "Don't run around after you wake up, wait for us here." However, Xiaochen and the rest found Yaluoda, who was on the verge of death. When they found him, he was already on the verge of death. I didn't expect, he smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiaochen and said, I actually died in the hands of the solitary sword demon. After saying these words, Yaluoda breathed his last. This was a night of bloodshed. Massacre due to fear, massacre for the sake of survival. This was a frantic night, the massacre still didn't stop even at dawn. Other than the main forces of the few major camps, all the other alliances in this region were also involved in this storm. If they didn't kill, they would be killed. Everyone fell into a state of madness. The pungent smell of blood pervaded this mountainous region. The bloody mist almost dyed the mountain woods red. And just at dawn, something even more terrifying happened. Several hundred huge poisonous bees flew out from the nearby valley. Each of them was as big as a sheep. They followed the smell of blood and attacked the practitioners frantically. This caught everyone unprepared. The huge poisonous bees increased in number. Everyone was forced to flee towards the deathly still forest. That was because in the end, the poisonous bees blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was practically like a black cloud enveloping them. The corpses on the ground were quickly devoured by the huge bees, leaving behind only white bones. Everyone fled into the deathly still forest. Come to think of it, it was really strange. The poisonous bees blotted out the sky and covered the earth actually didn't dare to barge into the deathly still forest. The massacre started again. The few major camps still haven't determined the final victor. However, just at this time, another incomparably terrifying thing happened. As long as the blood splashed onto the ancient trees in this forest, those several thousand years old trees seemed to have demonized. The huge branches dropped down and tightly bound everyone in the vicinity. It was incomparably terrifying as they corroded the people and slowly merged with the leaves and trunk. This really made everyone incomparably terrified. No one could understand why such a terrifying thing could happen. Even though the experts could shatter the ancient trees when danger approached, many of the heavily injured still died in the demonized ancient trees. At this point, the practitioners didn't dare to let their blood splash onto the ancient trees anymore. Everyone felt that this deathly still forest made their hair stand on end. These ancient trees were like demons with souls. Now, everyone finally understood why no wild beasts dared to approach this place. There was great danger here. The massacre was still going on. Everyone was gradually approaching the deathly sea of bones. Finally, they were about to rush out of the deathly still forest. The battle immediately intensified. There was no need to worry about blood splattering. Xiaochen, the stunningly beautiful Rowena. Although she was fleeing, she was still very charming. After calling out to Xiaochen, she drifted over like a soft cloud. She grabbed hold of Xiaochen and looked at him coquettishly, saying, Xiaochen, I will give myself to you as a gift. There were nearly 10 practitioners chasing behind her. There was no doubt that they were all in trouble because of this peerless beauty. You want to use us as a shield? A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Xiaochen's heart. No, I swear that as long as you can save me from this calamity, I will give myself to you as a gift. At present. There was no time for Xiaochen to say anything more. This was because the 10 people had already arrived. They did not even give him a chance to explain to Lawrence. They attacked with their full power. However, it was clear that these people had kicked an iron plate. These were 2/6 stratum Xianxia. They were not someone they could deal with. After a dazzling sword chi flashed, Xiaochen killed 2 people with 1 slash. And Lawrence was even more straightforward. He sealed everyone in the space he controlled, he even included Xiaochen. The cyan radiance locked everyone in place except for Xiaochen. He shouted loudly, "Xiaochen, make your move quickly, I can't hold on for long." In this bizarre sealed space, spellmaster, psychic, and martial artist were unable to budge an inch. Xiaochen was practically cutting vegetables. After the incomparably dazzling sword chi flashed, everyone was cut in half at the waist. Blood gushed out unceasingly. The cyan radiance dimmed, all the corpses fell onto the real ground. The gurgling blood dyed the ground red. This was a perfect cooperation. Xiaochen gasped in admiration from the bottom of his heart, Spatial Master is truly worthy of his reputation. Rowena was clearly shocked. 10 experts were actually killed in an instant. The strength of the 2 men in front of her made her a little apprehensive. In the end, she leisurely arrived in front of Xiaochen and said with a coquettish smile, "What I said is true, I have decided to present myself to you as a gift." This extraordinarily beautiful woman's appearance was incomparably charming, her natural foxy temperament could make people's hearts sway involuntarily. Her twin peaks were erect and incomparably plump. Her slender waist was slender and soft, like a willow in the wind. Her beautiful buttocks were perfectly round and plump. A pair of slender jade legs were perfectly straight and sexy. Her body was curvaceous and undulating, it could be said to be extremely provocative. Even a clay figurine would be moved by her proud appearance. After the silk dress was soaked in sweat, it was hard to conceal that graceful and sexy body. It was really emitting a boundless allure, it could make one's imagination run wild. However, Xiaochen and Lawrence treated her as if she was nothing. In this incomparably dangerous turmoil, their hearts were as firm as steel. No external enticement could sway them. Seeing Xiaochen was not moved by her beauty, Rowena had no choice but to withdraw her seductive attitude. However, she still followed closely behind Xiaochen. She was afraid the 2 of them would throw her off and escape. The massacre was still ongoing. When they entered the Sea of Bones, Xiaochen and Lawrence finally met with Xianxia and the rest. Xianxia with the purple divine wings on her back, the genius illusion master Carlos, and the inheritor of the little leaf-flying dagger, Wharton, clearly did not suffer too much of an impact. After all, they were all 6th celestial layer experts, not many people could injure them. The moment they discovered Xiaochen, the 3 of them immediately rushed over. There was no need to say anything when enemies meet, they could only face each other in a life and death battle. Very few people could compare to Xianxia's beauty. The pair of resplendent purple divine wings made her look even more otherworldly. She was like an angel with purple wings that descended to the mortal world. She streaked across the sky in a graceful trajectory. She transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen was not afraid at all. The sealed godlight screen enveloped his body, the Big Dipper radiance flickered. It was as if he was wearing an ancient sacred armor. The longsword in his hand emitted a blazing radiance. It was like a huge lightning that went against the sky and tore towards Xianxia. The dazzling purple light collided with that blazing sword chi ferociously. A dazzling and colorful radiance burst out. Xianxia soared into the sky and stood in the void. And Xiaochen also raised his head and looked at her coldly. On the other side, Lawrence was very crazy. He actually trapped Carlos and Wharton at the same time and unleashed a terrifying spatial spiritual attack. Xiaochen rushed over without any hesitation. In Lawrence's space, Carlos' illusion was obviously ineffective. And Wharton's movement also became a lot slower. He was slow in releasing the flying dagger, Xiaochen was not affected at all. He almost inflicted heavy injuries on the 2 of them. However, just at this time, Xianxia also rushed over. Lawrence's confinement finally lost its effect. After all, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't confine 3 experts at the same time. An intense battle broke out. Xiaochen and Lawrence were fighting against 3 experts. The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena knew she couldn't help them, so she avoided the battlefield. During the course of the great battle, Xiaochen finally got a clear look at Wharton's appearance. During the battle last time, Carlos used a lot of illusions to block him. He didn't even manage to see the true appearance of the flying dagger inheritor who almost put him on the verge of death. Wharton's appearance was ordinary, but his temperament was outstanding. His entire body was as sharp as a blade. He gave people an incomparably sharp feeling. The great battle had already started for a quarter of an hour. However, Wharton didn't release the flying dagger all along. He only used close combat to resist. Clearly, he was looking for an opportunity to land a fatal blow. Under the restraint of the spatial master, Illusion Master Carlos' illusion was obviously unable to display its full power. However, the real spiritual attack was not affected at all. It turned into a meteor shower and wreaked havoc in the sky. And Yan Qingqing was like a purple lightning, she crisscrossed in the sky and on the ground. One after another purple radiance almost submerged Xiaochen and Lawrence within. After the great battle went on for a quarter of an hour, amidst the illusions laid down by Carlos, amidst the purple radiance shot down by Yan Qingqing, Wharton finally made his move, a thumb-wide, finger-long, sparkling and translucent dagger. As if it was tearing the void apart, it completely broke through Lawrence's spatial seal and shot straight towards his heart. Lawrence and Xiaochen were currently dealing with Yan Qingqing and Carlos's frantic attacks. Wharton's timing was too precise, Lawrence basically didn't have enough time to use his spatial seal. Clang! The so-called unstoppable little flying dagger fell to the ground, but Lawrence was also sent flying by the impact. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his complexion was very pale. Although the little flying dagger was blocked by the rainbow-colored shell, the blade chi contained in it still rushed into his body. Lawrence was a spatial master, the toughness of his body was naturally incomparable to Xiaochen's. As a result, he was injured by the blade chi. Lawrence! Xiaochen transformed into a streak of light and rushed over. And just at this time, Wharton's second flying dagger was released. It was also an incomparably dazzling blade. It was aimed straight at Xiaochen's back. Although Xiaochen was worried about Lawrence, the more dangerous the situation was, the sharper his body and divine sense became. He sensed the legendary little flying dagger was getting closer. He made an incomparably daring move, the sealed god light screen suddenly shrunk and converged on his left hand. The Big Dipper illuminated his palm brightly. Xiaochen grabbed that sparkling and translucent flying dagger without even turning his head back. Clang! The legendary little flying dagger was actually caught by Xiaochen with his bare hands. Rowena, Carlos, and Yan Qingqing were all stupefied. The Big Dipper in Xiaochen's palm flickered with divine radiance. He exerted his strength and snapped the flying dagger in an instant. The sound of breaking through the air resounded again, the flying dagger tore through the void and shot towards Xiaochen in succession. Clang clang clang. The 3 resplendent blade chi were all caught by Xiaochen in his hand. This was a huge blow to Wharton. His complexion was incomparably pale. When the 3 daggers shot out just now, his essence also seemed to have shot out along with them. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Xiaochen was worried about Lawrence's safety. He threw away the snapped flying dagger and hurriedly helped Lawrence up. Lawrence, are you all right? No harm. One of the mouthfuls of blood was supposed to be spat out, the other one was forced out by me. Speaking until here, Lawrence shouted loudly, spatial shackle. Xiaochen, make your move quickly. The movements of Carlos and Yan Qingqing, who launched a swift and fierce attack, slowed down in that instant. Xiaochen didn't have any hesitation and slashed with his sword. The resplendent sword chi even shattered the long sword. The incomparably gorgeous radiance swept forward. Carlos used all his strength to struggle free from the spatial shackle and soared into the sky. However, he was still hit by the glaring blade chi and left behind a big string of blood. He flew away without even turning his head back. The purple light Yan Qingqing shot down was also shattered. The incomparably dazzling blade chi even inflicted heavy injuries on her. She also used all her strength to soar into the sky. However, just at this moment, when Xiaochen circulated his mysterious technique to its limits, aside from holding the Big Dipper in his left hand, a resplendent star actually lit up in his right hand. It was as dazzling as the Myrtle Imperial Star. Xiaochen brandished his right hand, the star in his palm actually turned into a resplendent divine sword. He slashed towards the sky without any hesitation. The blazing radiance spread even further than the spell master's spell attack. The soaring sword chi actually severed Yan Qingqing's purple divine wings and made her fall down. Yan Qingqing fell to the ground with heavy injuries. The resplendent purple light wings on her back were shattered by Xiaochen's sword chi like delicate porcelain. She revealed a painful expression and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in succession. After that, she fell to the ground. With the Big Dipper in his left hand and the Imperial Star in his right hand, Xiaochen felt his hands were filled with boundless power. Lawrence coughed and stood up. "Lawrence, are you really all right?" "I'm fine, I will be fine after resting for 2 to 3 days." At a distant place, Rowena was even more shocked. She never thought Xiaochen's strength was so tyrannical. She walked over nimbly. Xiaochen turned around to look at the pale but beautiful Yan Qingqing and said, "I declare you to be my slave from now on." Yan Qingqing had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, a beauty that could outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. She was truly a peerless beauty. At this moment, her eyes were surging with rage. She was the proud daughter of the heavens, making her a slave was even more unbearable than killing her. She glared at Xiaochen with incomparable rage. A captive must have the awareness of a captive. After Xiaochen spoke, he ignored her and started to examine Lawrence's injuries. The exceptionally beautiful Rowena smiled faintly and said, "Xiaochen, if you are at ease, you can let me train her. I guarantee that she will become a qualified slave." "Alright, I'll leave it to you." At this moment, the chaotic massacre that had lasted for an entire night had gradually calmed down. The outcome of the battle between the major factions seemed to have been decided. Although some practitioners saw Xiaochen and Lawrence, no one came to provoke them. They had already seen Xiaochen and Lawrence's terrifying battle prowess. Of course, if the leaders of the major factions were here, it would be hard to say if they could escape. It was already early in the morning, but the sun had yet to rise. An inexplicable chilly wind was blowing between heaven and earth. The originally hot island was now indescribably cold. Woo-woo, like the howl of a ghost, the sinister wind emitted an ear-piercing howl. Especially in this sea of bones, it seemed even more awe-inspiring and terrifying. Then, a yellow wind actually blew between the heavens and the earth. The aura was still extremely cold, but the world was a dead yellow. The yellow wind was an omen of great misfortune. It was the sign of demons rushing out of hell. Of course, that was just a rumor. However, the current situation was indeed abnormally eerie. All of the Xiaoxia looked up at the sky. Hung long just at this time, yellow clouds covered the sky, and black lightning struck down, making this place even more evil and sinister. Finally, heavy rain poured down. It was actually yellow rain. There was a curtain of water between the heavens and the earth. The yellow rain looked so evil, it was like yellow corpse water. This phenomenon caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Lawrence suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I didn't remember wrongly, today seems to be the Ghost Festival." After entering the world of Immortals, Xiaochen already didn't know what year it was. He basically didn't know what year it was in this world. "Why yes." The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena's voice trembled slightly. "The Ghost Festival can't be taken seriously." Xiaochen did not believe it. Lawrence nodded and said, "Yes, of course not. It's just that I suddenly thought of it when I saw this strange phenomenon and the white sea of bones around me." However, just as they finished speaking, amidst the deafening thunder and the torrential downpour, a thunderous roar resounded. An incomparably evil thing happened. An incomparably grand and tall ancient city emerged from the sea of bones in the rain. Not only did Xiaochen's group see it, but all the other practitioners also saw it. In that instant, everyone held their breaths, unable to believe their eyes. This ancient city in the rain was too grand. It emitted a majestic aura, and the city walls were at least 100 meters tall. It was taller than any big city on the continent. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long the ancient city wall had been here, as if it had crossed through time and space to arrive here. The huge city gate, which was 100 meters tall, was wide open, facing the many practitioners. Even though the rain was pouring, the curtain of rain could not cover the scene inside the city gate. Groups of soldiers in the city were like soldiers with a dense aura of death. They were training in the rain in an orderly manner. It was difficult to tell which dynasty they were from because of their ancient armors. Later, someone let out a cry of surprise. Because someone already recognized those armors, they were exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient book. Some of them were the ancient armors of celestial soldiers, some of them were the ancient armors of soldiers, inside the ancient city. There seemed to be a huge beast silhouette swaying about. It was extremely similar to the tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon, but the distance was too far. In addition to the curtain of rain, it was impossible to see clearly. The heavy rain that was like yellow corpse water poured down, the world was filled with a gloomy aura. The ancient city under the curtain of rain was like a ghost city from hell that reappeared in the mortal world. Thick black lightning tore apart the void and struck down unceasingly from the sky. The deafening sound was like the roar of a malicious spirit. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The yellow sky gradually darkened, the pale yellow clouds completely turned into black clouds. Even though it was already early morning, it was even darker than midnight at this moment. Layers upon layers of black fog curled up like a ghostly aura, and the color of the lightning actually turned into a ghastly red color. That ghastly red color was exceptionally glaring. Within the churning demonic clouds, it unceasingly tore down one after another terrifying bloody light. It was as if there was a surging and roaring blood river rushing down from the sky to the ground. It made this dark world look even more ghastly and terrifying. The vast expanse of white sea of bones was filled with densing energy, but it couldn't compare to the evil ancient city that was located in the middle of the sea of bones. The divine monolith in the middle of the sea of bones had already disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the ancient city, but the area of the sea of bones seemed to have expanded a lot. At this time, the smell of blood suddenly entered everyone's nostrils. Someone let out a cry of surprise, blood. It's blood. In the dark sky, the ghastly and glaring lightning danced wildly. Within the lightning, one could clearly see that the rain that was covering the sky and covering the earth had actually turned into a bright red color. The smell of blood assailed their nostrils. There was actually a layer of blood veil hanging between heaven and earth. The rain had turned into blood. This was really too terrifying and frightening. This made everyone at the scene suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone felt their scalp go numb and a chill run down their spine. All the fine hairs on their body were standing on end, and a tremor that came from the depths of their souls welled up. The ancient city's city wall was more than 100 meters tall. Not only did it emit an ancient aura, it also appeared incomparably ghastly after being bathed in the rain of blood. It was like a huge vicious beast that came from the ancient times. Its fiendish aura was extremely terrifying. Someone said in surprise, "What is embedded on the city gate is," everyone couldn't help but raise their head to look. They saw a huge Dharma wheel embedded on top of the city gate. Many people couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It's extremely similar to the legendary Buddha's Dharma wheel. Buddha, Laozi, and the other powerful experts have already disappeared for countless years. How could his Dharma wheel be embedded there? It seems like it was smashed there. It seems like it wanted to collapse the city gate. And the mysterious giant city, in the rain, seemed so strange. It was extremely similar to the legendary Buddha's artifact. It seemed like it was fiercely smashed there by someone. Huge cracks appeared on the walls of the ancient city around the Dharma wheel. The wall at the front of the city gate suffered heavy damage. Obviously, someone once used a Dharma wheel to attack this city. However, the Dharma wheel was imprisoned by the demonic black wall. If my guess is correct, then this matter is very terrifying. It made the merciful Buddha go all out. One can imagine that he must have been really angry. But in the end, he even lost his artifact. One can imagine how demonic this ancient city was. After all, the legendary Buddha was a figure with exceedingly high power just like Laozi. His cultivation was world-shaking, very few were his match in that era. Buddha and Laozi had already disappeared for countless years. Could it be related to this ancient city? Everyone thought of this terrifying question. The scarlet rain of blood was still falling down. Through the wide-open city gate, they could clearly see those celestial soldiers and Ain soldiers wearing ancient armor. They were dyed red with blood. The bloody shadows were everywhere. It was exceptionally terrifying. Terrifying, we can't stay here any longer, some practitioners' voices were trembling. They quickly retreated, left the sea of bones, and entered the deathly still forest. But just as these people entered the deathly still forest, they let out a blood-curdling screech. Ah, the dark sky. The ghastly lightning, the scarlet rain of blood, the miserable screech, all of these interweaved together, it was so terrifying and frightening. Tree ghost, evil ghost. Those people shouted in fright, all the ancient trees are alive, they have all turned into evil ghosts. That incomparably luxuriant ancient forest at the back was eerie at the moment. All the ancient trees were dancing frantically in the rain of blood. The ancient tree trunk had a human face, it really looked like the evil ghost had possessed the body. All the branches were like ghost hands, they firmly bound the practitioners' bodies and slowly corroded them, then absorbed them into the tree. Only a few powerful practitioners managed to escape. Dozens of people lost their lives in the ancient forest. Xianxia and Lawrence took a glance at each other. They both felt a little cold. Everything that happened today was really too demonic. They couldn't understand it. The bewitching Rowena, the extraordinarily beautiful woman who could turn all living things upside down, withdrew her seductive attitude at this moment. With a trembling voice, she said, "Today is the ghost festival, the legend is true. The Ain gate of heaven and earth will open, the breath of life will be at its weakest, the sovereign of death will descend upon the world." Nonsense, have you ever seen such a scene in the Immortals mainland? Lawrence coughed lightly, his complexion was a little pale. His body was really not that good. The scarlet rain of blood poured down, but it was unable to touch Xiaoqian's body. The invisible protective aura blocked everything outside. He gazed at the ancient city calmly and said, "The dragons that were able to contend against the deities back then were all sealed. I'm afraid it has something to do with this ancient city." "I think so too." Lawrence nodded in agreement. The massacre of the practitioners in the Sea of Bones had already stopped a long time ago. They were divided into a few big camps and confronted each other from afar. And Xiaoqian's group belonged to the scattered troops, they were not within the range of those major powers. The appearance of the ancient city and the rain of blood made those people behind the scenes fearful. They had no choice but to conspire again. In the end, all the people scattered in the Sea of Bones gathered together. Those important figures seemed to have reached an agreement, they put down all their prejudices and stopped fighting. There were many figures, the exchange of blows between the people behind the scenes this time led to a chaotic battle. It caused more than 200 people to die a violent death. There were only about 400 people left on the Dragon Island, and among them, about 300 were gathered in this Sea of Bones. No one dared to act blindly without thinking, facing this unknown, everyone felt a great danger. Everyone could only gather together and watch the ancient city anxiously. At a distant place, a lonely figure passed through the heavy curtain of blood and walked towards Xiaoqian and the others. His steps were weak, he was staggering, it was actually Buddhistesian. His moon-white monastic robe had already been dyed red, a faint radiance was emitting from his body. The blood all over his body was obviously not drenched by the curtain of blood, his monastic robe was in tatters, it was very obvious that he had experienced a desperate battle. "Xian," Xiaoqian went forward to welcome him. Xian's expression was mournful, he said with a trembling voice, "My senior brother is dead, he died very miserably, he was chopped into 18 pieces by someone with 3 sword strikes." After he finished speaking, he could no longer support himself, his body swayed and fell towards the ground. Xiaoqian hurriedly supported him, his eyes emitted 2 divine radiance. "Buddhistichi actually died just like that." Xiaoqian was silent. "Don't be sad, it's good that you survived." He consoled Buddhistesian like this. Buddhistichi's cultivation had reached at least Exuvia 5th celestial layer, he might even have already broken through to Exuvia 6th celestial layer, but he was still chopped into pieces by someone with 3 sword strikes. That person's cultivation was really a little terrifying. The huge confrontation between the masterminds this time caused many experts to fall. Other than Buddhistesian who escaped, the rest of the people from the Dharma Alliance were all killed. "Is that person the solitary sword demon?" Xiaochen asked. I only saw a person shrouded in black fog. He chopped my senior brother to pieces, wiped out my Dharma alliance, and injured me with one sword strike from a distance. However, I didn't even get to see his true appearance. Speaking until here, Buddhist Asian's expression was poles apart from his transcendent temperament in the past. He was incomparably indignant, and emitted waves of murderous aura. A Big Dipper light screen appeared on Xiaochen's left hand, one after another divine radiance poured into Buddhist Asian's body, stabilizing his injuries. The reason why I was able to survive is because someone lent a helping hand. Speaking until here, Buddhist Asian recalled the scene at that time. His expression was a little excited, and said, a girl was shrouded in a hazy colorful fog. She actually used the divine law. What? Lawrence, who was at the back, was incomparably shocked. He quickly walked forward and inquired, is what you said true? She used the power of time? I saw it with my own eyes. She used the legendary divine law, making the terrifying person shrouded in black fog slow down to the speed of a snail, as if he was trapped in a swamp. Space is honored, time is supreme. Space Master Lawrence's eyes revealed a fanatical expression. Lawrence muttered to himself, in the legends, Space Master is revered. They can suppress all practitioners of the same level. However, there is a precondition. That is, the practitioner who can control the power of time must not appear. The law of the Time Master is known as the Divine Law. Even practitioners one layer higher than her might not necessarily be her match. Xiaochen still didn't understand this world very well, but he already understood everything from their words. Practitioners who could control the power of time seemed to have the potential to rule the world. Buddhist Asian didn't see the final result of the battle between the girl who could control the divine law and the terrifying man shrouded in black fog. Because at that time, the two of them changed the battlefield while fighting. In the dark sky, streaks of blood like lightning were still striking down unceasingly. The rain of blood was even more unceasing. The rain of blood was getting heavier and heavier. The blood on the ground had already reached their feet. The fishy smell assailed their nostrils. Anyone who saw this kind of scene would feel their scalp go numb. Buddhist Asian saw the dispirited beauty Yan Qingqing being watched by Rowena not far away. He was a little shocked. She is already my slave. Xiaochen ruthlessly dealt a blow to this devastatingly beautiful woman. Humph. Yan Qingqing let out a cold snort. But there was no other way now. It was impossible for her to escape with her heavy injuries. And just at this time, a commotion came from not far away. Under the blood curtain, skeletons crawled up from the ground one after another. Their eye sockets were incomparably empty. Oh my God. What's going on? Could it be that the monarch of the death world is really going to rule this world? Terrifying. Everyone turned pale with fright. Some people even began to tremble. This place was originally a sea of bones, and the ancient city had appeared. The appearance of the bloody rain made people gradually neglect the endless skeletons on the ground. But at this moment, this sea of bones was no longer calm. Fortunately, those terrifying skeletons did not crawl up. Not all of them crawled up. Only the intact skeletons stood upright, facing the ancient city under the blood curtain. However, the mountain-like remains of the savage beasts also began to tremble. It seemed like they might wake up at any time. This place is not safe, we need to think of a way. Xiaochen swept his eyes across the sinister land. However, the deathly still forest cut off their escape route. And in front of them was the mysterious and terrifying ancient city. They really had no way to escape from this place. What are they doing? The alluring Rowena, who was in charge of looking after Yan Qingqing, was a little pale at this moment. She stretched out her jade-like finger and pointed at the restless crowd in front. Many people felt that the situation was terrifying. There was actually a group of people heading towards the ancient city, as if they wanted to go deep into the ancient and frightening city. They are going for the Buddha's Dharma wheel. Lawrence coughed lightly, his eyes emitted a strange light. His handsome but sickly cheeks were flushed with excitement. Buddha's Dharmic wheel. Buddhist Asian gazed at the ancient city from afar. His gaze was deeply attracted by the huge Buddhist artifact. His entire mind seemed to have drifted over. Greed seemed to be innate to humans. The group of cultivators had already approached the ancient city, facing the groups of Aeon soldiers and heavenly soldiers wearing ancient armor. They were somewhat frightened. However, it was still difficult for him to suppress his desire to obtain Buddhist treasures. Fortunately, the armored soldiers within the ancient city treated them as nothing, and it seemed as if they didn't notice them at all. Nobody dared to enter the ancient city. The black city wall made of an unknown material was flickering with a bewitching radiance. That group of cultivators were trying to climb up. The ancient city seemed to have experienced countless years. There were many potholes on the black city wall made of sword and claw marks. It was just right for those cultivators to climb up. It didn't take long. They climbed up the 100-meter-tall ancient city wall. They were less than 10 meters away from the Buddha's Dharma wheel on top of the city gate. The huge Dharma wheel was as big as a house. It was deeply embedded in the wall. One after another huge crack spread out to a very far distance. Finally, someone climbed up along that huge crack and slowly approached the Dharma wheel. But at this moment, the cracks in the ground suddenly flowed out with bright red blood. The first person who reached the top let out a blood-curdling scream and fell down. After a blood-curdling scream, he fell down. His body underwent a terrifying transformation in the air. In an instant, he turned into white bones, and all his flesh and blood disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the black ancient city wall flickered with a bird's radiance. The bewitching radiance swallowed the rest of the people. The blood-curdling screams rose one after another. They were even more miserable than the first person. Through the curtain of rain, they could clearly see their bodies were torn apart. And then they completely collapsed. In the end, they turned into specks of light and merged into the wall. Everyone was completely annihilated. At this time, the Buddha's Dharma wheel emitted a series of metallic vibrations. It was trembling unceasingly. At the same time, it emitted a dazzling radiance. An auspicious aura resisted the bewitching radiance. Soon after, the ancient city wall slowly calmed down. Along with the appearance of the Buddha's radiance, those skeletons that crawled up near the ancient city gradually lay down on the ground again. Gradually, he lay down on the ground again, and the trembling skeletons of the huge beasts also stopped shaking. Roar, just that, a blood-curdling roar resounded from the depths of the ancient city. It made everything change. Not only the skeletons struggled to stand up. The huge skeletons of the beasts also stood up. That mournful roar caused people's souls to tremble. It only lasted for a while before it disappeared. But the disaster seemed to be unstoppable. In the endless ancient forest, a series of roars resounded. The earth trembled. It seemed as if countless beasts were charging towards this direction. At the same time, the skeletons on the ground stood up from under the feet, beside and behind the numerous cultivators. The vast white army of death caused people to feel a chill down their spine. The smaller skeletons were still fine, but the mountain-like skeletons of the savage beasts were much larger than them. It was like a huge millstone was grinding. If the cultivators were to be stepped on by them, they would immediately turn into meat paste. It could be clearly seen that these skeletons of death were not undead creatures. They were all shrouded in a genuine baleful aura. There was no soul fluctuation. They were truly inanimate objects. But they could still move. It gave people a terrifying feeling of the unknown. With such an attack from the white skeleton army, it immediately caused a lot of casualties. Some cultivators were directly crushed by those 10-meter-long gigantic skeletons. Cries of alarm resounded incessantly in this sea of bones. Everyone was unable to maintain their calm. Fear welled up in everyone's heart. Furthermore, the beast roars from afar were quickly approaching here. Not long after, the thunder-like roars had already rushed to the vicinity. Vaguely, more than 20 huge dragon shadows could be seen. They appeared in the sky above the deathly still forest. Through the curtain of blood, they spouted one after another glaring light beams. Thunderous sounds rang out one after another. Everyone's ears were buzzing from the tremors. In an instant, the terrifying dragon clan's magical technique destroyed a large number of skeletons in the sea of bones. All the cultivators were incomparably terrified. They could clearly see tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, eight-clawed tyrant dragon, saber dragon, and other powerful dragons. They were actually all floating in the sky. Wasn't the dragon race sealed? Why did they recover their divine ability? And why did they bombard this area? Everyone was terrified at the same time. Their hearts were filled with questions. The dragons were unparalleled in the world. Their spells were also unparalleled in the world, the divine radiance that tore through the sky was unstoppable. Nothing could stop them. Large numbers of the white skeleton army were annihilated one after another. Many cultivators didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling screech before they were completely annihilated. Roar, the dragons were roaring. The earth was shaking, a rain of blood was pouring down. The terrifying divine radiance was bombarding them unceasingly. Large numbers of skeletons were crumbling. The bewitching radiance emitted by the ancient city became even more intense. All of these were intertwined. It was really too terrifying. The dragons. Today, they actually recovered their divine ability of the past. The huge dragon silhouettes in the distant sky had already increased from 20-something to 30. Moreover, the number was still increasing unceasingly. With so many powerful dragons that could contend against deities gathered together, their fiendish aura was unparalleled in the present age. However, it seemed like they were afraid of something. They didn't dare to approach the ancient city, they only bombarded this place unceasingly from the distant sky. For all the cultivators, this was practically like the end of the world. All the changes that happened today were not something that the masterminds of the cultivators could predict. If they knew about this disaster earlier, they definitely wouldn't have launched such a huge confrontation. They definitely wouldn't have killed their way here. It was already too late to say anything now. At this moment, this place had practically turned into purgatory. The casualties among the cultivators were disastrous. Xiaochen was shocked to discover that the three undead creatures, Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang, actually made a few comical hand gestures at him. After that, the three of them approached the ancient city gate. There was no way to retreat. The deathly still forest blocked the way back. Xiaochen hesitated for a moment, then he made a bold decision. He said to Lawrence and Buddhistesian, "We don't have any way to retreat. We should enter the ancient city now, there might be a glimmer of hope." "All right. I agree." Lawrence nodded his head in agreement. The area they were at had not suffered from the dragon's destructive attack yet. However, those terrifying divine radiance would fall not far away from time to time. They would be affected very soon. "We can only do this." Buddhistesian also expressed his agreement. "How can we do that?" "That is the underworld's capital. It is the ghost town where the monarch of the underworld resides. If we go there, we will be courting death." Rowena's beautiful face turned pale a long time ago. She had received a huge fright. "We didn't force you." After Xiaochen finished speaking, he was the first one to rush towards the ghost town. Lawrence followed closely behind him. Buddhistesian also followed closely behind. "Lunatics. You are all lunatics." Rowena stamped her feet, but a terrifying divine radiance fell not far away from her. A bottomless black hole was blasted out. She was immediately scared speechless. She hastily chased after them with Yan Qingqing in tow. "Xiaochen, you can't abandon me. I have already given myself to you." Xiaochen turned his head around and looked at her. He said, "There is a glimmer of hope in the face of death. I will not seek my own death. If you want to live, you can follow us. If you want to live, you can follow us. Why are you still bringing her?" Speaking until here, Xiaochen looked at Yan Qingqing. This kind of situation was not suitable to bring along this kind of captive, it would be best to kill her immediately. The exceptionally beautiful Rowena smiled charmingly and said, "Isn't this your female slave? I want to train her properly in the future, so that I can respectfully offer her to you." Boom, another dazzling beam of divine light descended from the sky. A huge crater was blasted not far away. Rowena screamed in fright. Xiaochen snorted coldly, he didn't want to talk too much with this seductress. His eyes shone with a profound divine radiance as he said, "I authorize you. If Yan Qingqing makes any strange movements, kill her immediately." Rowena undid a part of the restriction on Yan Qingqing. It allowed her legs to have enough strength to keep up with everyone's speed. The few of them rushed towards the ghost town without any mishap. It was really strange, all the divine radiance struck near them, they didn't really hit them. It was as if they were purposely driving them into the ancient city. Xiaochen, Lawrence, and Yizhen looked at each other in that instant. They thought of one thing. At the same time, the dragons recovered their divine power. Their divinity was also awakened. Their bestial nature was suppressed. Yes. Their wisdom was awakened. It seems like they want to force us into the city. They are treating us as stepping stones. Even if they realized this, they still had no choice but to rush towards the ghost town. Because if they wanted to survive, that might be the only hope. Especially under the circumstance where they were purposely driven away by the dragons. Xiao Chen and the others were more scared than hurt along the way. They quickly arrived in front of the ghost town. And Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang had already entered the city gate. They were confronting the Celestial Army and Yin Army. Don't tell me, do we really have to go in? Rowena's voice was trembling. However, the divine radiance immediately interrupted her words and made her let out a scream. Even though they were very far away, the dragons seemed to be able to hear their words. The divine radiance landed beside them unceasingly. It seemed like they were driving them away on purpose. Without any hesitation, Xiaochen already rushed to Luanhui Wang's side, and gazed at the armored soldiers in the ghost town together with the three skeletons. It was deathly silent. Both parties seemed to be in a kind of subtle situation. The bloody rain swirled in the air. Those celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers were emitting an ancient aura, as if they had already lived for countless years, as if the ancient figures had reappeared in this world. The glaring divine radiance streaked across the bloody curtain, and struck towards the inside of the ghost town. Xiaochen had no other choice. He finally took the crucial step. The celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers in the ghost town had already stopped their drill a long time ago. They stood there like a huge tombstone, and looked at him coldly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Xiaochen entered the ancient city. The dragon's attack was finally unable to do anything to him. Those celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers wearing ancient armor did not make a move against him. Lawrence and Buddhist Yizhen also came in. Rowena's face turned pale. She followed behind them with Yan Qingqing in tow. The three skeletons cautiously arrived at Xiaochen's side. A group of Yin soldiers had incomparably gloomy eyes. They raised the ancient metal spears in their hands. Simultaneously, Rowena's complexion immediately turned deathly pale, but the Yin soldiers did not make a move. They continued to drill under the bloody rain. This made the few of them immediately let out a long sigh of relief. They didn't dare to go too deep into the ghost town. They only stood not far away from the city gate. If not for the dragons attacking from the outside, it would be impossible for them to hide here. At a distant place, the surviving practitioners saw the few of them safely hiding in the ghost town. They all began to rush over here. The dragons did not make things difficult for them. It seemed like they wanted to give them a way out. They wanted to force them into the ancient city to scout the way. There were only about 100 survivors left in the ghost town. The rest were completely annihilated by the dragons. And just at this time, the dragon's berserk attack actually shifted from the land of bones to the ghost town. One after another divine radiance bombarded on the city wall. Many of the light beams even spread inside the ghost town. Everyone was affected again. Just at this time, several hundred celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers raised the ancient spears and metal spears in their hands, and faced the light beams in the sky. The seemingly rusty and damaged ancient weapons actually managed to block most of the divine light. The divine light could not harm these celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers, but these hundreds of people were shaken to the point that they could not stand steadily, and their bodies kept swaying. Xiaochen keenly discovered that the ancient city was emitting a strange radiance that soared to the sky. The strange black radiance blocked most of the dragon's magic attack. Otherwise, perhaps these celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers wouldn't be able to withstand the dragon's great divine ability. The ghost town was indeed mysterious and terrifying. The fact that the dragon clan did not dare to approach this place might explain all of this. Buddha, a long and drawn-out Buddhist chant suddenly rang out, giving people a feeling of endless vicissitudes. The Buddhist light on the city gate tower soared into the sky, and the brilliance of the sky sprinkled down. The celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers hastily retreated. It was the Buddha's Dharma wheel. The gigantic wheel kept vibrating on the ancient city wall, and an invisible sound wave surged out like a raging wave, pushing everyone into the depths of the ancient city. And at the scene, other than Buddhist Yizhen, no one else could stay near the city gate. Even though several hundred celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers had no choice but to brandish their ancient weapons and continuously retreat to the back. Buddha, another Buddhist chant rang out. The Buddhist radiance surrounded Buddhistesian. Buddhistesian, whose monk robe was dyed red with blood, had a dignified appearance. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and put his palms together to pay respect to the Buddha. The melancholy expression from before was swept away. Now he was incomparably tranquil, elegant and otherworldly. Within the Buddhist radiance, Buddhistesian slowly floated up from the ground. He actually sat cross-legged in midair, and a huge Buddha statue actually appeared in his surroundings. That vast and vicissitudes aura was precisely emitted by that faintly discernible huge Buddha statue. Looking from afar, Buddhistesian was sitting on one of the huge hands of the ancient Buddha statue. Although his monk robe was already blood-red, but his whole body was ethereal, as if a real Buddha was reborn. Buddha is merciful, a low Buddhist chant came out from Buddhistesian's mouth. It was as if he was enlightened, his entire temperament changed greatly. The otherworldly him was the true portrayal of him at this moment. He seemed to have forgotten about the grief he felt before, he forgot about the tragic death of his senior brother. The current him was unhurried and calm. He sat on the palm of the ancient Buddha statue, and softly chanted an obscure and difficult-to-understand ancient scripture. He closed his eyes and sunk into a kind of special Zen state. At a distant place, everyone was incomparably envious of Buddhistesian's luck. Without a doubt, it was the Buddha's artifact that helped him. Nobody knew how much benefit Buddhistesian had obtained, but the gift from the legendary peerless expert, even an immortal would be incomparably moved, at a distant place. That sky-shaking dragon roar was temporarily calmed down because of the Buddha's artifact's sacred radiance. But not long after, the dragon's roar shook the sky again. One after another dragon incantation blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded the ghost town. Even though the sky above the ghost town was already shrouded by the black radiance, a lot of divine radiance still rushed in. However, a lot of divine light still rushed in, and all the celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers raised their ancient weapons to resist. Other than Buddhistesian, who was safe and sound, the rest of the practitioners were suffering unspeakably. They were actually forced into this kind of mysterious and unknown ancient city that was brimming with terrifying aura. They were truly in a dilemma. Xianxia was the first one to run along the ancient street towards the depths of the ancient city. Even a deity's expression would change when facing the dragon's incantation. Even though the incantation was weakened by the black radiance emitted by the ancient city, it was still not something Xianxia and the rest could withstand. Lawrence and the rest followed Xianxia as they ran along the ancient street. At this moment, Yan Qingqing was especially cooperative. She didn't resist at all, she chased after the few people in front together with Rowena. If they wanted to live, the only way was to stay far away from the battlefield near the city gate. The people at the back also rushed into the depths of the street after a moment of hesitation. If they left that place a little later, everyone would have been killed by the dragon's incantation. Those celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers also retreated, but they still didn't make a move against the crowd. They were like emotionless statues. However, many practitioners gradually became restless, because they saw a lot of bones on the street. Did these people barge into the ancient city like them, and died mysteriously in the end? However, everyone had no way out, they could only wait quietly in the depths of the ancient city. Waiting for everything to calm down. However, the situation didn't calm down at all, on the contrary, it became more and more grim. The dragon roar was getting closer and closer, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Many people with weaker cultivation couldn't bear it anymore, their complexion became incomparably pale. They could see the huge shadow of a dragon appearing in the sky above the sea of bones. Just outside the ghost town, the majestic pressure rolled over like a raging sea. It directly penetrated through the black radiance emitted by the ancient city, making everyone feel like a small boat in the raging waves. It seemed like the dragon wanted to destroy this ghost town. Even though they were afraid of the consequences and didn't dare to descend, the long-range incantation still covered the sky and covered the earth. At this time, all the practitioners scattered, they fled into the wide and empty streets and alleys of the ghost town, they couldn't care less anymore. Regardless of whether the ghost town was dangerous or not, the most important thing right now was to avoid the dragon's attack. The celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers also couldn't hold on any longer, they brandished their rusty ancient weapons and retreated towards the depths of the ancient city. The ghost town was filled with baleful aura, blood flowed unceasingly on the street, and those bones were everywhere. It was as if the purgatory reappeared in the mortal world. Ah! A miserable shriek transmitted from the depths of the alleyway. It was so mournful, as if the person suffered a great fright before death. It was not far away from Xiaochen and Lawrence. What's going on? That place didn't suffer from the dragon's incantation attack. Rowena's voice was trembling. Xiaochen and Lawrence didn't say anything, they walked along the ancient alleyway together. The surrounding buildings were the same as the city wall, it was unknown what kind of material they were made of. The color looked like it was dyed by blood, but it was flickering with a sinister black radiance. The alleyway was getting narrower and narrower. Very soon, they reached the end. The mournful shriek just now was still lingering in the air, but another kind of sound was even more eye-catching. Crunch! Crunch! Based on their intuition, that was the sound of gnawing. It seemed like it was tearing flesh and bones apart. They didn't know what kind of creature it was, and they didn't want to know in this kind of situation. Rowena's complexion was deathly pale, she covered her mouth with all her might. Xiaochen and Lawrence looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they chose to retreat at the same time and left this creepy ancient residence. The ghost town was really not a good place, it was filled with unknown dangers. Ah! The miserable shriek resounded again not far away, and it wasn't just one. When Xiaochen and the rest rushed over, they found that they were all coming from those ancient residences. The densely packed ancient residences were flickering with black radiance on both sides of the street. Some were tall and some were simple and crude. The layout wasn't that different from an ordinary city. The miserable shriek was all coming from the ancient residences. It was obvious that many practitioners saw that the dragon's incantation couldn't destroy the buildings in the city, so they hid inside the ancient residences. Who would have thought that they would die a violent death inside? Until now, nobody knew how they died. However, Xiaochen and the rest already heard the crunch. Crunch! Crunch, chewing sound before they got out of the ancient residences. It was obvious that there was a terrifying creature devouring the corpses of the practitioners. This was a very terrifying thing. Those who entered the ancient city could already be considered as the cream of the crop, but they became someone else's food. Clang! 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 In the depths of the ancient street, the sound of metal clashing transmitted over. Xiaochen and the rest saw two psychics flying in the sky. They were controlling the divine swords conjured by spiritual power to fight. In this kind of situation, they were still fighting. It could be seen that the hatred between them wasn't small. After a miserable shriek, one of the psychics was chopped in half and fell from the sky, while the other psychic flew away. Those two severed corpses landed in front of a huge residence. The tall blood-red door opened with a creaking sound. Xiaochen could clearly see two eerie cyan lights emitting from the darkness. That was a pair of eerie and terrifying eyes. Immediately after, a burst of chilly wind brushed past. The two severed corpses in front of the blood-red door disappeared. After that, the ancient door closed with a quang-dang sound. Crunch! 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 This was the terrifying thing that Xiaochen and the rest saw with their own eyes. Even though they didn't see what kind of monster it was enough to make them feel shocked. It seemed like every ancient residence was inhabited by a terrifying person, beast, or evil spirit. What is that? Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. Her beautiful eyes stared at that blood-red door without blinking. Rowena dutifully educated Xianxia, you better take care of yourself first. The dragon's incantation attack was getting more and more violent. They had already flown to the sky above the ghost town, and unceasingly sent down one divine radiance after another. Some celestial warriors and Yin warriors were already turned into ashes by them. However, it seemed like the dragon didn't launch an all-out attack yet. Judging from their attack, it seemed like they were still probing. The practitioners couldn't avoid getting caught up in the battle. Some people died a violent death. Xiaochen and the rest were dodging unceasingly in the ancient street. Not long later, they saw two experts fighting on the main road. A mysterious man shrouded in black fog from head to toe was having a fierce battle with a woman shrouded in multicolored clouds. Their battle was very special. The divine sword in the man's hand was sweeping in all directions. He had an imposing manner of looking down on the world, as if he was the sole ruler. The space distorted because of his sword. A special domain was formed in his surroundings. He seemed to be the ruler of that region. And the woman shrouded in multicolored clouds was equally mystical. The space shrouded by the hazy radiance was so different from the rest. Even if the mysterious man's sword broke through it, it would become incomparably slow. It gradually lost its invincible power. The space shrouded by the dense radiance seemed to be an independent small world. Without a doubt, this was definitely the pair of experts that Buddhist Xian saw. They seemed to be mortal enemies. They were still having a life and death battle after entering the ancient city. The black mist and multicolored clouds covered their appearance, making people unable to see their true appearance clearly. They could only see a hazy silhouette. It really is the power of time, it's the true divine rule. Lawrence gasped in admiration. It was obvious that he was very excited. It seemed like he really wanted to rush over and exchange pointers with that girl. Without any sound, a murderous aura suddenly closed in. Xiaochen suddenly turned around. His left hand was enveloped by the Big Dipper light screen. He caught a cold light in that instant. The glittering and resplendent blade was almost transparent. It was as beautiful as a work of art. It was actually the little flying dagger. The battle ahead didn't make Xiaochen relax his vigilance. He stopped the sneak attack at the first possible moment. With a light flick of his wrist, the sword chi streaked across the sky and shot towards the sky. Pfff. A string of blood sprinkled down. The figure in the sky flew away with injuries. Lawrence was about to soar into the sky, but he was pulled back by Xiaochen and said, "Don't chase, your injuries have yet to recover, you can't let anything happen to you." Wharton was actually brought to the sky by Carlos. It can be seen that they really want to get rid of you as soon as possible. However, you can collect some interest first. Speaking until here, the alluring Rowena smiled coquettishly. After that, she propped up Yan Qingqing's chin and said, "It's really wonderful to have this kind of peerless beauty as interest. Let me think about how to tame her in the future." When they were at the center of the ancient city, it was already very difficult for the dragon's incantation to affect this place. Relatively speaking, their lives were no longer in danger. Although sneak attacks still occurred in their surroundings from time to time, they could still withstand the dragon's destructive attacks. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling. His intuition told him that there seemed to be some evil spirit staring at them, the outsiders, in the dark. He suddenly turned his head around. He saw a huge shadow rushing past the ancient buildings at high speed. He could vaguely make out that it seemed to be a human figure. However, the figure was a little too huge. It was at least 20 meters tall. Swish! Lawrence shot out a rain of light condensed from spatial spiritual energy towards a dark area in front of him. The bright light illuminated that corner, and a black cat the size of a pony let out a meow sound as it scuttled out and disappeared into the darkness. Such a huge black cat really made people dumbfounded. Moreover, it actually dodged Lawrence's light rain attack, which gave people an even more demonic feeling. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a necklace connected by a string of skulls on its neck. It was indescribably gloomy and mysterious. On the ancient street, a few snow-white skulls rolled over, only stopping when they reached Xiaochen's feet. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang seemed to be very concerned about these skulls. They grabbed them. The jaws of the three skeletons issued a kacha sound. Xiaochen took a skull from their hands. He discovered that there was actually a lotus imprint on his snow-white forehead, which was similar to the imprints on the foreheads of King Qingguang and the others. However, it had long since lost its brilliance, leaving only a tiny mark. Pooh! Pooh! A few skulls were smashed inexplicably, and the white bone powder drifted down like dry sand. The situation was very strange. The skulls seemed to have existed for countless years. It seemed like they were warning them again. Lawrence looked at Luanhui Wang and the others, then he said to Xiaochen, "There is a lotus imprint on the forehead. It might grow into an undead sovereign king in the future. That is an existence that even the gods would tremble in fear." The few skulls just now seemed to be left behind after the true sovereign king was destroyed. "This ancient city is too mysterious and frightening," Xiaochen lamented. The unknown mysteries seemed to have an irresistible charm to humans. Xiaochen and the others entered the ancient city. They could have stopped here, but an intense desire to explore seemed to be pushing them forward. They wanted to explore this deathly still ancient city to find out more about it. After Lawrence carefully sensed it, he said in a deep voice, "This ancient city is very demonic. There is a power in the sky that restricts the space. Even the psychics and spellmaster are unable to fly away. I'm afraid only the dragons can break it." They occasionally saw the heavenly soldiers and soldiers, but they didn't stop them. However, when their cold gaze swept past them, it was as if they were looking at dead people. In front of them, the sound of surging river water could be heard. At the same time, a soaring baleful aura pervaded the air in front of them. Moreover, there was a pungent smell of blood drifting in the air. The scarlet blood mist was surging, a surging and roaring river of blood was crossing over. That nauseating smell of blood would definitely make people doubt whether that was real blood or not. Until now, even Xianxia was somewhat convinced. This seemed to be the Ying capital where the sovereign of the undead world resided. On top of the roaring river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away from each other. The ancient bridge was engraved full of gods, demons, and monsters. They were engraved full of the vicissitudes of time. It seemed like they were trying to reveal something to people. There were also some scattered skeletons on every stone bridge. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many years, those white bones had almost been eroded by the wind. Xiaoqian and the others didn't stop, they directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. And it seemed like the center of the ancient city was already in front of them. That place was a central plaza. A huge monolith was erected in the center of the plaza. It was more than 100 meters tall. Xiaoqian was gobsmacked. Wasn't this the divine monolith in the Sea of Bones? How did it appear in the ancient city? Could it be that these two were connected? Could there be a great connection between them? That should be the case. The spacious plaza was incomparably spacious. Other than that huge and eerie ancient monolith in the center, the fences around the plaza were also very special. They were actually made of rectangular stones that looked like tombstones. Could it be that this place was made of ancient tombstones? Lawrence looked at the surrounding fences suspiciously. And just at this time, the surviving practitioners also arrived at this place one after another. Among them was that expert shrouded in black fog, as well as that woman shrouded in colorful fog. However, they were no longer fighting, and each occupied one side. There were a total of more than 30 people who arrived at this place. They were the true elites among the practitioners. Hundreds of people died a violent death, but only a few dozen survived in the end. At a distant place, the celestial soldiers and soldiers dressed in ancient armor still treated everyone as if they were nothing. They didn't have any reaction to these practitioners. In the distant sky, the barbaric dragon was still roaring, it was still attacking this ghost town. Just at this time, the huge ancient monolith erected in the center of the plaza suddenly burst out with a divine radiance that overflowed the sky. It tore apart the dusky sky and made it difficult for that overwhelming rain of blood to fall down. All of it was blocked in the sky. A wave that was as vast as the ocean surged violently in the square. Although it was not a destructive aura, it was still extremely powerful. Although it wasn't a destructive aura, there was an enormous pressure that originated from the spirit. It was hard for the practitioners here to bear. That was a fear that came from the depths of their soul. Half of them couldn't bear this kind of pressure, they actually couldn't help but kneel down. It was like a weak ant kneeling at the feet of the ruler of all living things. That vast pressure, that ancient aura, it really intimidated people's soul. Xiaoqian, Lawrence, the mysterious man shrouded in black fog, and the woman shrouded in colorful fog were resisting with all their might. In the end, they didn't kneel down. The divine radiance emitted by the huge ancient monolith that was more than 100 meters tall was completely restrained in that instant. However, in that instant, it turned into many illusions. Suddenly, there were a few more huge earthly monoliths in the plaza. However, if one looked closely, they would find out that only one of them was real. The rest were almost real illusions. They stood together with the real ancient monolith in the center of the plaza. Everyone wanted to go forward and look at the mystical ancient monolith. Although there were clouds and mist surging, everyone still saw the mysterious carvings on the ancient monolith. However, no one could get close to the huge ancient monolith and the surrounding layers of monolith shadows. It seemed like there was an invisible power surging. A practitioner tried to get closer. At first, there was no danger, but in the end, when he just got a few meters away, he suddenly turned into a pile of blood and melted on the plaza. No one dared to try again. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. They surrounded the huge ancient monolith and watched from afar. In the end, no one knew who was the first to discover the carvings on the railings around the plaza. He let out a cry of surprise. After that, everyone walked towards those long, pitch-black stones that looked like tombstones. The railings of the monolith seemed to have recorded a lot of ancient events. However, they were too cryptic and hard to understand, no one could understand them. None of the carvings on the monolith were intact. It seemed like someone purposely erased the crucial parts. However, everyone still had some harvest. They actually discovered a few carvings that seemed to be similar to a cultivation method. Lawrence whispered to Xiaochen. He discovered the carvings left behind by a spatial master. Although the carvings were very vague and the meaning was very complicated, it still gave him a lot of inspiration. At this time, the plaza was quiet. Everyone was searching near the railings of the monolith. They wanted to find even more valuable carvings. Xiaochen was also searching. However, he didn't pay too much attention to the carvings of the martial artists. Because based on his intuition, he discovered that those cultivation methods were far from being comparable to the chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. However, he still obtained a lot of harvest. There were quite a few lost techniques here, as well as some legendary killing techniques, such as the God Slayer technique, chaotic 3 styles, 8 techniques of demon suppression, and so on. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish, comprehending the 10,000 laws in an instant. Once the scenery cannot be hidden, the naked truth will be revealed. Just at this time, a clear and resonant Buddhist voice transmitted into everyone's ears. Buddhist Xian arrived floating in the air. It was impossible to see the grief he once had. The current him was graceful and ethereal. He stared at that mysterious man shrouded in black fog and said, "Solitary sword demon, I have come to settle a karma with you today." When he said these words, Buddhist Xian was calm and tranquil. There was even a kind of charm of Buddha holding a flower and smiling. It was indescribably otherworldly. It was very obvious that the Buddha's eternal will allowed this young monk to complete a nirvana-like transformation. It was as if he really comprehended something in a single day. The black fog surged, the solitary sword demon's tall figure appeared. This was a man with a grim expression. He couldn't be said to be very handsome, but he had a threatening aura like the edge of a sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. "It really is you." Xian was very calm. It seems like the legendary Buddha's magic power really reached the heavens. A magic tool was actually able to allow you to complete a transformation. I thought the Dharma lineage was already crippled. I didn't expect a person like you to appear. The solitary sword demon's voice was as grim as his expression. How many cycles of life, how many cycles of death, it has always been like this since the beginning of time. How many divine heads and ghostly faces are there? Buddhist Xian lightly chanted the name of Buddha and chanted the Buddhist scriptures. It seemed like he had comprehended quite deeply. Without a doubt, this was definitely the pair of experts that Buddhist Xian saw. They seemed to be mortal enemies. They were still having a life and death battle after entering the ancient city. The black mist and multicolored clouds covered their appearance, making people unable to see their true appearance clearly. They could only see a hazy silhouette. It really is the power of time, it's the true divine rule. Lawrence gasped in admiration. It was obvious that he was very excited. It seemed like he really wanted to rush over and exchange pointers with that girl. Without any sound, a murderous aura suddenly approached. Xiaochen suddenly turned around. His left hand was enveloped by the Big Dipper light screen. He caught a cold light in that instant. The glittering and resplendent blade was almost transparent. It was as beautiful as a work of art. It was actually the little flying dagger. The battle at the front didn't make Xiaochen relax his vigilance. He stopped the sneak attack at the first possible moment. With a light flick of his wrist, the blade aura streaked across the sky and shot towards the sky. PFFF. A string of blood splattered down. The figure in the sky flew away with injuries. Lawrence was about to soar into the sky, but he was pulled back by Xiaochen, who said, "Don't give chase, you have not recovered from your injuries, you can't let anything happen to you." Wharton was actually brought to the sky by Carlos. It can be seen that they really want to get rid of you as soon as possible. However, you can collect some interest first. Speaking until here, the alluring Rowena smiled coquettishly. After that, she propped up Yan Qingqing's chin and said, "It's really too wonderful to have this kind of peerless beauty as interest. Let me think about how to tame her in the future." When they were at the center of the ancient city, it was already very difficult for the dragon's incantation to affect this place. Relatively speaking, their lives were no longer in danger. Although sneak attacks still occurred in their surroundings from time to time, compared to the dragon's destructive attacks, these could all be withstood. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling. His intuition told him that there seemed to be an evil spirit staring at them, the outsiders, in the dark. He suddenly turned his head around. He saw a huge shadow rushing past the ancient buildings at high speed. He could vaguely make out that it seemed to be a human figure. However, the figure was a little too huge. It was at least 20 meters tall. Swish! Lawrence shot out a rain of light condensed from spatial spiritual energy towards a dark area in front of him. The bright light illuminated that corner, and a black cat the size of a pony let out a meow sound as it scuttled out and disappeared into the darkness. Such a huge black cat really made people dumbfounded. Moreover, it actually dodged Lawrence's light rain attack, which gave people an even more demonic feeling. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a necklace connected by a string of skulls on its neck. It was indescribably gloomy and mysterious. On the ancient street, a few snow-white skulls rolled over, only stopping when they reached Xiaochen's feet. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang seemed to be very concerned about these skulls. They grabbed them. The jaws of the three skeletons issued a kacha sound. Xiaochen took a skull from their hands. He discovered that there was actually a lotus imprint on his snow-white forehead, which was similar to the imprints on King Qingguang and the others' foreheads. However, it had long since lost its brilliance, leaving only a tiny mark. Pooh! Pooh! A few skulls were smashed inexplicably, and the white bone powder drifted down like dry sand. The situation was very strange. The skulls seemed to have existed for countless years. It seemed like they were warning them again. Lawrence looked at Luanhui Wang and the others, then he said to Xiaochen, "There is a lotus imprint on the forehead. It might grow into an undead sovereign king in the future. That is an existence that even the gods would tremble in fear." The few skulls just now seemed to be left behind after the true sovereign king was destroyed. "This ancient city is too mysterious and frightening," Xiaochen lamented. The unknown mysteries seemed to have an irresistible charm to humans. Xiaochen and the others entered the ancient city. They could have stopped here, but an intense desire to explore seemed to be pushing them forward. They wanted to explore this deathly still ancient city to find out more about it. After Lawrence carefully sensed it, he said in a deep voice, "This ancient city is very demonic. There is a power in the sky that restricts the space. Even the psychics and spellmaster are unable to fly away. I'm afraid only the dragons can break it." They occasionally saw the heavenly soldiers and Yin soldiers, but they didn't stop them. However, when they swept their cold gaze past them, it was as if they were looking at dead people. In front of them, the sound of surging river water could be heard. At the same time, a soaring baleful aura filled the air. In front of them. Moreover, there was a pungent smell of blood drifting in the air. The scarlet blood mist was surging, a surging and roaring river of blood was crossing over. That nauseating smell of blood would definitely make people doubt whether that was real blood or not. Until now, even Xiaochen was somewhat convinced. This seemed to be the Yin capital where the sovereign of the undead world resided. On top of the roaring river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away from each other. The ancient bridge was engraved full of gods, demons, and monsters. They were engraved with the passage of time. It seemed like they were trying to reveal something to the people. There were also some scattered skeletons on every stone bridge. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many years. Those white bones were almost weathered. Xiaochen and the others didn't stop. They directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. And in front of them seemed to be the center of the ancient city. That place was a central plaza. A huge monolith was erected in the center of the plaza. It was more than 100 meters tall. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. Wasn't this the divine monolith in the Sea of Bones? How did it appear in the ancient city? Could it be that these two were connected? Could there be a great connection between them? That should be the case. The spacious plaza was incomparably spacious. Other than that huge and eerie ancient monolith in the center, the fences around the plaza were also very special. They were actually made of rectangular stones that looked like tombstones. Could it be that the ancient tombstones were used to build this place? Lawrence looked at the surrounding fences suspiciously. And just at this time, the surviving practitioners also arrived at this place one after another. Among them was that expert shrouded in black mist, as well as that woman shrouded in colorful mist. However, they were no longer fighting, and each occupied one side. There were a total of more than 30 people who arrived at this place. They were the true elites among the practitioners. Hundreds of people died a violent death, but only a few dozen survived in the end. At a distant place, the celestial soldiers and Ain soldiers dressed in ancient armor still treated everyone as if they were nothing. They didn't have any reaction to these practitioners. In the distant sky, the barbaric dragon was still roaring, it was still attacking this ghost town. Just at this time, the huge ancient monolith erected in the center of the plaza suddenly burst out with a divine radiance that overflowed the sky. It tore apart the dusky sky and made it difficult for that overwhelming rain of blood to fall down. All of it was blocked in the sky. A wave that was as vast as the ocean surged violently in the square. Although it was not a destructive aura, it was still extremely powerful. Although it wasn't a destructive aura, there was an enormous pressure that originated from the spirit. It was hard for the practitioners here to bear. That was a fear that came from the depths of their soul. Half of them couldn't bear this kind of pressure, they actually couldn't help but kneel down. It was like a weak ant kneeling at the feet of the ruler of all things. That vast pressure, that ancient aura, it really intimidated people's soul. Xianxia, Lawrence, the mysterious man shrouded in black mist, and the woman shrouded in colorful mist were resisting with all their might. In the end, they didn't kneel down. The divine radiance emitted by the huge ancient monolith that was more than 100 meters tall was completely restrained in that instant. However, in that instant, it turned into many illusions. Suddenly, a few more huge earthly monoliths appeared in the plaza. However, if one looked closely, they would find out that only one of them was real. The rest were almost real illusions. They stood together with the real ancient monolith in the center of the plaza. Everyone wanted to go forward and look at the mystical ancient monolith. Although the clouds were moving, everyone could still see the mysterious carvings on the ancient monolith, however. No one could get close to the huge ancient monolith and the surrounding layers of monolith shadows. It seemed like there was an invisible power surging. A practitioner tried to get closer. At first, there was no danger, but in the end, when he only got a few meters away, he suddenly turned into a pile of blood and melted on the plaza. No one dared to try again. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. They surrounded the huge ancient monolith and looked at it from afar. In the end, someone was the first to discover the carvings on the fence around the plaza. He let out a cry of surprise. After that, everyone walked towards the pitch-black stone that looked like tombstones. The stone fence seemed to have recorded a lot of ancient events. However, it was too cryptic and hard to understand, no one could understand it. None of the carvings on the monolith were intact. It seemed like someone had purposely erased the crucial parts. However, everyone still had some harvest. They actually discovered a few carvings that looked like a cultivation method. Lawrence whispered to Xianxia. He discovered the carvings left behind by a spatial master. Although the carvings were very vague and the meaning was very complicated, it still gave him a very important inspiration. At this time, the plaza was quiet. Everyone was searching near the stone fence, they wanted to find even more valuable carvings. Xianxia was also searching. However, he didn't pay too much attention to the carvings of the martial artists. Because based on his intuition, he discovered that those cultivation methods were far from being comparable to the chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. However, he still had a very big harvest. There were many lost techniques here, as well as some legendary killing techniques, such as the God Slayer, Chaotic 3 styles, 8 techniques of demon suppression, and so on. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish, comprehending 10,000 laws in an instant. Once the scenery can no longer be hidden, the naked truth will be revealed. Just at this time, a clear and resonant Buddhist voice transmitted into everyone's ears. Buddhist Xian arrived floating in the air. No one could tell that he was grieving in the past. The current hymn was graceful and ethereal. He stared at that mysterious man shrouded in black fog and said, "Solitary sword demon, I have come to settle a karma with you today." When he said these words, Buddhist Xian was calm and tranquil. There was even a kind of charm of a Buddha holding a flower and smiling. It was indescribably otherworldly. It was very obvious that the Buddha's eternal will allowed this young monk to complete a nirvana-like transformation. It was as if he really comprehended something in a single day. The black fog surged, the solitary sword demon's tall figure appeared. This was a man with a grim expression. He couldn't be said to be very handsome, but he had a threatening aura like the edge of a sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. "It really is you." Xian was very calm. It seems like the legendary Buddha's magic power really reached the heavens. A magic tool was actually able to allow you to complete a transformation. I thought the Dharma lineage was already crippled. I didn't expect a person like you to appear. The solitary sword demon's voice was as grim as his expression. How many cycles of life, how many cycles of death, it has always been like this since the ancient times. How many divine heads and ghostly faces there are, Buddhist Xian lightly chanted the Buddhist scriptures. It seemed like he had comprehended quite a bit. Without a doubt, this must be the pair of experts that Buddhist Xian saw. They seemed to be mortal enemies, they were still having a life and death battle after entering the ancient city. The black mist and multicolored clouds covered their appearance. People couldn't see their true appearance clearly, they could only see a hazy silhouette. It really is the power of time, it's the true divine rule. Lawrence gasped in admiration. It was obvious that he was very excited. It seemed like he really wanted to rush over and exchange pointers with that girl. Without any sound, a murderous aura suddenly closed in. Xiaochen suddenly turned around, his left hand was enveloped by the Big Dipper light screen. He caught a cold light in that instant. The glittering and resplendent blade was almost transparent, it was as beautiful as a work of art. It was actually the little leaf-flying dagger. The battle ahead didn't make Xiaochen relax his vigilance, he neutralized the sneak attack at the first possible moment. With a light flick of his wrist, the blade aura streaked across the sky and shot towards the sky. PFFF. A string of blood sprinkled down, the figure in the sky flew away with injuries. Lawrence wanted to soar into the sky, but he was pulled back by Xiaochen and said, "Don't chase, your injuries have not recovered yet, you can't let anything happen to you." Wharton was actually brought to the sky by Carlos. It can be seen that they really want to get rid of you as soon as possible. However, you can collect some interest first. Speaking until here, the alluring Rowena smiled coquettishly. After that, she propped up Yan Qingqing's chin and said, "It's really too wonderful to have such a beauty as interest. Let me think about how to tame her in the future." When they were at the center of the ancient city, it was already very difficult for the dragon's incantation to affect this place. Relatively speaking, their lives were no longer in danger. Although sneak attacks still occurred in their surroundings from time to time, they could still withstand the dragon's destructive attacks. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling. His intuition told him that there seemed to be some evil spirit staring at them, the outsiders, in the dark. He suddenly turned his head around. He saw a huge shadow rushing past the ancient buildings at high speed. He could vaguely make out that it seemed to be a human figure. However, the figure was a little too huge, it was at least 20 meters tall. Swish! Lawrence shot out a rain of light condensed from spatial spiritual energy towards a dark area in front of him. The bright light illuminated that corner, and a black cat the size of a pony let out a meow sound as it scuttled out and disappeared into the darkness. Such a huge black cat really made people dumbfounded. Moreover, it actually dodged Lawrence's light rain attack, which gave people an even more demonic feeling. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a necklace connected by a string of skulls on its neck. It was indescribably gloomy and mysterious. On the ancient street, a few snow-white skulls rolled over, only stopping when they reached Xiaochen's feet. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang seemed to be very concerned about these skulls. They grabbed them. The jaws of the three skeletons issued a kacha sound. Xiaochen took a skull from their hands. He discovered that there was actually a lotus imprint on his snow-white forehead. which was similar to the imprints on the foreheads of King Qingguang and the others. However, it had long since lost its brilliance, leaving only a tiny mark. Pooh! Pooh! A few skulls were smashed inexplicably, and the white bone powder drifted down like dry sand. The situation was very strange. The skulls seemed to have existed for countless years. It seemed like they were warning them again. Lawrence looked at Luanhui Wang and the others, then he said to Xiaochen, "There is a lotus imprint on the forehead, it might grow into an undead sovereign king in the future. That is an existence that even the gods would tremble in fear." The few skulls just now seemed to be left behind after the true sovereign king was destroyed. This ancient city is too mysterious and frightening. Xiaochen sighed. The unknown mysteries seemed to have an irresistible charm to humans. Xiaochen and the others entered the ancient city. They could have stopped here, but an intense desire to explore seemed to be pushing them forward. They wanted to explore this deathly still ancient city to find out more about it. After Lawrence carefully sensed it, he said in a deep voice, "This ancient city is very demonic. There is a power in the sky that restricts the space. Even the psychics and spellmaster are unable to fly away. I'm afraid only the dragons can break it." They occasionally saw the heavenly soldiers and Yin soldiers, but they didn't stop them. However, when their cold gaze swept past them, it was as if they were looking at dead people. In front of them, the sound of surging river water could be heard. At the same time, a soaring baleful aura pervaded the air in front of them. Moreover, there was a pungent smell of blood drifting in the air. The scarlet blood mist was surging, a surging and roaring river of blood was crossing over. That nauseating smell of blood would definitely make people doubt whether that was real blood or not. Until now, even Xiaochen was somewhat convinced. This seemed to be the Yin capital where the sovereign of the undead world resided. On top of the roaring river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away from each other. The ancient bridge was engraved full of gods, demons, and monsters. They were engraved with the wind and frost of time. It seemed like they were trying to reveal something to people. There were also some scattered skeletons on every stone bridge. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many years, those white bones were almost weathered. Xiaochen and the others didn't stop, they directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. And in front of them seemed to be the center of the ancient city. That place was a central plaza. A huge monolith was erected in the center of the plaza. It was more than 100 meters tall. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. Wasn't this the divine monolith in the Sea of Bones? How did it appear in the ancient city? Could it be that these two were connected? Could there be a great connection between them? That should be the case. The spacious plaza was incomparably spacious. Other than that huge and eerie ancient monolith in the center, the fences around the plaza were also very special. They were actually built with rectangular stones that looked like tombstones. Could it be that it was built by ancient tombstones? Lawrence looked at the surrounding fences suspiciously. And just at this time, the surviving practitioners also arrived at this place one after another. Among them was that expert shrouded in black mist, as well as that woman shrouded in colorful mist. However, they were no longer fighting, and each occupied one side. In total, there were more than 30 people who arrived at this place. They were the true elites among the practitioners. Hundreds of people died a violent death, but in the end, only a few dozen survived. At a distant place, the celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers dressed in ancient armor still treated everyone as if they were nothing. They didn't have any reaction to these practitioners. In the distant sky, the barbaric dragon was still roaring, it was still attacking this ghost town. Just at this time, the huge ancient monolith erected in the center of the plaza suddenly burst out with a divine radiance that overflowed the sky. It tore apart the dusky sky and made it difficult for that earth-shattering rain of blood to fall down. All of it was blocked in the sky. A wave that was as vast as the ocean surged violently in the square. Although it was not a destructive aura, it was still extremely powerful. Although it wasn't a destructive aura, there was an enormous pressure that originated from the spirit. It was hard for the practitioners here to bear. That was a fear that came from the depths of their soul. Half of them couldn't bear this kind of pressure, they actually couldn't help but kneel down. It was like a weak ant kneeling at the feet of the ruler of all living things. That vast pressure, that ancient aura, it really intimidated people's soul. Xianxia, Lawrence, the mysterious man shrouded in black mist, and the woman shrouded in colorful mist were resisting with all their might. In the end, they didn't kneel down. The divine radiance emitted by the huge ancient monolith that was more than 100 meters tall vanished in an instant. However, in that split second, it turned into many illusions. A few more huge monoliths suddenly appeared in the plaza. However, if one looked closely, they would find out that only one of them was real. The rest were almost real illusions. They stood together with the real ancient monolith in the center of the plaza. Everyone wanted to go forward and look at the mystical ancient monolith. Although there was a cloud of mist, everyone still saw the mysterious carvings on the ancient monolith. However, no one was able to get close to the huge ancient monolith and the surrounding monolith shadows. It seemed like there was an invisible power surging. A practitioner tried to get close to the monolith. At first, there was no danger, but as soon as he got within a few meters, he suddenly turned into a pile of blood and melted on the plaza. No one dared to try again. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. They surrounded the huge ancient monolith and watched from afar. In the end, no one knew who was the first to discover the carvings on the railings around the plaza. He let out a cry of surprise. After that, everyone walked towards the pitch-black stone that looked like tombstones. The railings of the monolith seemed to have recorded a lot of ancient events. However, it was too cryptic and hard to understand. No one was able to understand it. None of the carvings on the monolith were intact. It seemed like someone had purposely erased the crucial parts. However, everyone still had some harvest. They actually discovered a few carvings that looked like a cultivation method. Lawrence whispered to Xianxia. He discovered the carvings left behind by the powerful spatial master. Although the carvings were very vague and the meaning was very complicated, it still gave him a very important inspiration. At this time, the plaza was quiet. Everyone was searching near the railings of the monolith. They wanted to find even more valuable carvings. Xianxia was also searching. However, he didn't pay too much attention to the carvings of the martial artists. Because based on his intuition, he discovered that those cultivation methods were far from comparable to the chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. However, he still obtained a very big harvest. There were many lost techniques here, as well as some legendary killing techniques, such as the God Slayer technique, chaotic 3 styles, 8 techniques of demon suppression, and so on. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish, comprehending the 10,000 laws in an instant. Once the scenery cannot be hidden, the naked truth will be revealed. Just at this time, a clear and resonant Buddhist voice transmitted into everyone's ears. Buddhist Xianxia arrived floating in the air. It was impossible to see the grief he once had. The current hymn was graceful and ethereal. He stared at that mysterious man shrouded in black fog and said, "Solitary sword demon, I have come to settle a karma with you today." When he said these words, Buddhist Xianxia was calm and tranquil. There was even a kind of charm of Buddha holding a flower and smiling. It was indescribably otherworldly. It was very obvious that the Buddha's eternal will allowed this young monk to complete a nirvana-like transformation. It was as if he really comprehended something in a single day. The black fog surged, the solitary sword demon's tall figure appeared. This was a man with a grim expression. He couldn't be said to be very handsome, but he had a threatening aura like the edge of a sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. "It really is you." Xianxia was very calm. It seems like the legendary Buddha's magic power really reached the heavens. A magic tool was actually able to allow you to complete a transformation. I thought the Dharma lineage was already crippled. I didn't expect a person like you to appear. The solitary sword demon's voice was as grim as his expression. How many cycles of life, how many cycles of death, it has always been like this since the beginning of time. How many divine heads and ghostly faces are there? Buddhist Xianxia lightly chanted the name of Buddha and chanted the Buddhist scriptures. It seemed like he had comprehended quite deeply. Without a doubt, this was definitely the pair of experts that Buddhist Xianxia saw. They seemed to be mortal enemies. They were still having a life and death battle after entering the ancient city. The black mist and multicolored clouds covered their appearance, making people unable to see their true appearance clearly. They could only see a hazy silhouette. It really is the power of time, it's the true divine rule. Lawrence gasped in admiration. It was obvious that he was very excited. It seemed like he really wanted to rush over and exchange pointers with that girl. Without any sound, a murderous aura suddenly closed in. Xiaochen suddenly turned around. His left hand was enveloped by the Big Dipper light screen. He caught a cold light in that instant. The glittering and resplendent blade was almost transparent. It was as beautiful as a work of art. It was actually the little leaf-flying dagger. The battle ahead didn't make Xiaochen relax his vigilance. He stopped the sneak attack at the first possible moment. With a light flick of his wrist, the sword chi streaked across the sky and shot towards the sky. Pfff. A string of blood sprinkled down. The figure in the sky flew away with injuries. Lawrence was about to soar into the sky, but he was pulled back by Xiaochen and said, "Don't chase, your injuries have yet to recover, you can't let anything happen to you." Wharton was actually brought to the sky by Carlos. It can be seen that they really want to get rid of you as soon as possible. However, you can collect some interest first. Speaking until here, the alluring Rowena smiled coquettishly. After that, she propped up Yan Qingqing's chin and said, "It's really wonderful to have this kind of peerless beauty as interest. Let me think about how to tame her in the future." When they were at the center of the ancient city, it was already very difficult for the dragon's incantation to affect this place. Relatively speaking, their lives were no longer in danger. Although sneak attacks still occurred in their surroundings from time to time, they could still withstand the dragon's destructive attacks. However, Xiaochen had a bad feeling. His intuition told him that there seemed to be some evil spirit staring at them, the outsiders, in the dark. He suddenly turned his head around. He saw a huge shadow rushing past the ancient buildings at high speed. He could vaguely make out that it seemed to be a human figure. However, the figure was a little too huge. It was at least 20 meters tall. Swish! Lawrence shot out a rain of light condensed from spatial spiritual energy towards a dark area in front of him. The bright light illuminated that corner, and a black cat the size of a pony let out a meow sound as it scuttled out and disappeared into the darkness. Such a huge black cat really made people dumbfounded. Moreover, it actually dodged Lawrence's light rain attack, which gave people an even more demonic feeling. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a necklace connected by a string of skulls on its neck. It was indescribably gloomy and mysterious. On the ancient street, a few snow-white skulls rolled over, only stopping when they reached Xiaochen's feet. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang seemed to be very concerned about these skulls. They grabbed them. The jaws of the three skeletons issued a kacha sound. Xiaochen took a skull from their hands. He discovered that there was actually a lotus imprint on his snow-white forehead, which was similar to the imprints on the foreheads of King Qingguang and the others. However, it had long since lost its brilliance, leaving only a tiny mark. Pooh! Pooh! A few skulls were smashed inexplicably, and the white bone powder drifted down like dry sand. The situation was very strange. The skulls seemed to have existed for countless years. It seemed like they were warning them again. Lawrence looked at Luanhui Wang and the others, then he said to Xiaochen, "There is a lotus imprint on the forehead. It might grow into an undead sovereign king in the future. That is an existence that even the gods would tremble in fear." The few skulls just now seemed to be left behind after the true sovereign king was destroyed. This ancient city is too mysterious and frightening. Xiaochen sighed. The unknown mysteries seemed to have an irresistible charm to humans. Xiaochen and the others entered the ancient city. They could have stopped here, but an intense desire to explore seemed to be pushing them forward. They wanted to explore this deathly still ancient city to find out more about it. After Lawrence carefully sensed the surroundings, he said in a deep voice, "This ancient city is very demonic. There is a power in the sky that restricts the space. Even the psychics and spell masters are unable to fly away. I'm afraid only the dragons can break it." They occasionally saw the heavenly soldiers and Yin soldiers, but they didn't stop them. However, when their cold gaze swept past them, it was as if they were looking at dead people. In front of them, the sound of surging river water could be heard. At the same time, a soaring baleful aura pervaded the air in front of them. Moreover, there was a pungent smell of blood drifting in the air. The scarlet blood mist was surging, a surging and roaring river of blood was crossing over. That nauseating smell of blood would definitely make people doubt whether that was real blood or not. Until now, even Xiaochen was somewhat convinced. This seemed to be the Yin capital where the sovereign of the undead world resided. On top of the roaring river of blood, there was a stone bridge not far away from each other. The ancient bridge was engraved full of gods, demons, and monsters. They were engraved full of the vicissitudes of time. It seemed like they were trying to reveal something to people. There were also some scattered skeletons on every stone bridge. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many years, those white bones had almost been eroded by the wind. Xianxia and the others didn't stop, they directly crossed the river of blood along the stone bridge. And it seemed like the center of the ancient city was already in front of them. That place was a central plaza. A huge monolith was erected in the center of the plaza. It was more than 100 meters tall. Xianxia was gobsmacked. Wasn't this the divine monolith in the Sea of Bones? How did it appear in the ancient city? Could it be that these two were connected? Could there be a great connection between them? That should be the case. The spacious plaza was incomparably spacious. Other than that huge and eerie ancient monolith in the center, the fences around the plaza were also very special. They were actually made of rectangular stones that looked like tombstones. Could it be that this place was made of ancient tombstones? Lawrence looked at the surrounding fences suspiciously. And just at this time, the surviving practitioners also arrived at this place one after another. Among them was that expert shrouded in black fog, as well as that woman shrouded in colorful fog. However, they were no longer fighting, and each occupied one side. There were more than 30 people who arrived at this place in total. They were the true elites among the practitioners. Hundreds of people died a violent death, but only a few dozen survived in the end. At a distant place, the celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers dressed in ancient armor still treated everyone as if they were nothing. They didn't have any reaction to these practitioners. In the distant sky, the barbaric dragon was still roaring, it was still attacking this ghost town. Just at this time, the huge ancient monolith erected in the center of the plaza suddenly burst out with a divine radiance that overflowed the sky. It tore apart the dusky sky and made it difficult for that earth-shattering rain of blood to fall down. All of it was blocked in the sky. A wave that was as vast as the ocean surged violently in the square. Although it was not a destructive aura, it was still extremely powerful. Although it wasn't a destructive aura, there was an enormous pressure that originated from the spirit. It was hard for the practitioners here to bear. That was a fear that came from the depths of their soul. Half of them couldn't bear this kind of pressure, they actually couldn't help but kneel down. It was like a weak ant kneeling at the feet of the ruler of all living things. That vast pressure, that ancient aura, it really intimidated people's soul. Xianxia, Lawrence, the mysterious man shrouded in black fog, and the woman shrouded in colorful fog were resisting with all their might. In the end, they didn't kneel down. The divine radiance emitted by the huge ancient monolith that was more than 100 meters tall vanished in an instant. However, in that split second, it turned into many illusions. A few more huge monoliths suddenly appeared in the plaza. However, if one looked closely, they would find out that only one of them was real. The rest were almost real illusions. They stood together with the real ancient monolith in the center of the plaza. Everyone wanted to go forward and look at the mystical ancient monolith. Although there was a cloud of mist, everyone still saw the mysterious carvings on the ancient monolith. However, no one was able to get close to the huge ancient monolith and the surrounding monolith shadows. It seemed like there was an invisible power surging. A practitioner tried to get close to the monolith. At first, there was no danger, but as soon as he got within a few meters, he suddenly turned into a pile of blood and melted on the plaza. No one dared to try again. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. They surrounded the huge ancient monolith and watched from afar. In the end, no one knew who was the first to discover the carvings on the fence around the plaza. He let out a cry of surprise. After that, everyone walked towards the pitch-black stone that looked like tombstones. The stone fence seemed to have recorded a lot of ancient events. However, it was too cryptic and hard to understand, no one was able to understand it. None of the carvings on the monolith were intact. It seemed like someone purposely erased the crucial parts. However, everyone still had some harvest. They actually discovered a few carvings that looked like a cultivation method. Lawrence whispered to Xianxia. He discovered the carvings left behind by the powerful spatial master. Although the carvings were very vague and the meaning was very complicated, it still gave him a very important inspiration. At this time, the plaza was completely silent. Everyone was searching near the stone fence, they wanted to find even more valuable carvings. Xiaochen was also searching. However, he didn't pay too much attention to the carvings of the martial artists. Because based on his intuition, he discovered that those cultivation methods were far from comparable to the chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. However, he still obtained a very big harvest. There were many lost techniques here, as well as some legendary killing techniques, such as the God Slayer technique, chaotic 3 styles, 8 techniques of demon suppression, and so on. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish, comprehending the 10,000 laws in an instant. Once the scenery cannot be hidden, the naked truth will be revealed. Just at this time, a clear and resonant Buddhist voice transmitted into everyone's ears. Buddhist Xian arrived floating in the air. It was impossible to see the grief he once had. The current hymn was graceful and ethereal. He stared at that mysterious man shrouded in black fog and said, "Solitary sword demon, today I am here to settle a karma with you." When he said these words, Buddhist Xian was calm and tranquil. There was even a kind of charm of a deity holding a flower and smiling. It was indescribably otherworldly. It was very obvious that the Buddha's eternal will allowed this young monk to complete a nirvana-like transformation. It was as if he really comprehended something in a single day. The black fog surged, the solitary sword demon's tall figure appeared. This was a man with a grim expression. He couldn't be said to be very handsome, but he had a threatening aura like the edge of a sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. "It really is you." Xian was very calm. It seems like the legendary Buddha's magic power really reached the heavens. A magic tool was actually able to allow you to complete a transformation. I thought the Dharma lineage was already crippled, I didn't expect a person like you to appear. The solitary sword demon's voice was as grim as his expression. How many cycles of life, how many cycles of death, it has always been like this since the beginning of time. How many divine heads and ghostly faces are there? Buddhist Xian lightly chanted the name of Buddha and chanted the Buddhist scriptures. It seemed like he had comprehended quite deeply. He charged forward fearlessly. His tall and straight body was like a flickering light and passing shadow, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The first slash went straight for the evil spirit's waist. It was obvious that he wanted to cut him in half. The evil spirit seemed to have felt Xiaochen's strength and the sharpness of the light blade. This time, he did not use Ghost Claw to block. He quickly dodged to the side. After that, it clawed at Xiaochen's heart. A shadow slowly extended from the ground, followed by a bone-chilling cold wind. Following that, a shroud appeared from the corner, emitting a fierce and ferocious aura. It fluttered in the wind. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the end, this terrifying monster still caught up to them. They thought they had already gotten rid of it. Xiaochen quickly rushed into the shadows of the alleyway. The people behind him also hid like him, having sensed the danger ahead of time. It was a kind of reaction that originated from the spiritual sense. It was the instinctive reaction of the soul to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. It was the pure Ling sense of a Xianxia that had reached a certain level. The tall black shadow walked without making any sound. Only the corpse-wrapping cloth was emitting a terrifying sound in the chilly wind. A pair of deathly eyes stared coldly at Xiaochen and the others. Xiaochen rushed forward with large strides. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade. The light blade in his hand seemed to have melted, becoming one with his right palm. All the light blades were absorbed into his palm. His right palm was shining with divine light, almost transparent. The back of his hand was imprinted with the Big Dipper. On his palm was a full moon. Although they were rushing over, their cultivations were not weak. In the end, he still managed to see what kind of monster it was. Their expressions changed again and again. It was a figure with a pair of gray wings, but his head was like a skull, with only a layer of dry skin sticking to it. His eye sockets were incomparably empty, and he looked very frightening. It was definitely not a fallen angel or a near-divine race. It was more like a real dead birdman, but he could fly freely. The wraith let out a low growl. He retreated again, and huge cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. One could imagine how much pressure he was under. The ferocious spirit roared angrily. The sharp blade of light that was embedded in his ghostly palm actually shattered. One of his ghostly claws was shattered. The yellow liquid from the corpse splashed everywhere. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The ghostly claw was actually shattered. It had to be said that the palm blade that was fused with the Big Dipper and crescent blade was invincible. Even the ferocious spirit suffered greatly, but in that instant, the shroud on the vicious ghost's body fluttered. The black fog quickly wrapped around Xiaochen's resplendent right palm, and the black fog surged. Instantly, the light was drowned out. Lawrence's handsome and somewhat sickly face flushed with a trace of redness. He displayed his peak-level ultimate art, using the power of space to trap the evil spirit and folding the space to tear the evil spirit apart. Suddenly, Qingguang Wang and the other two skeletons became restless. The soul light in his eyes stared at the end of the alley. Xiaochen shouted loudly. His right palm clashed with the ghostly claw. This time, the evil spirit could not dodge in time. He could only let the ghost claw grab hold of his palm blade. Overlapping space. Even Xiaochen, who had an iron will, revealed such a sigh. A palm blade fiercely cut on the evil spirit's forearm. A horrifying wound appeared, and corpse water gushed out. Light flashed. The palm blade left a series of afterimages. Xiaochen's entire body transformed into a beam of light. He circled around the slow-moving evil spirit and attacked unceasingly. The three skeletons seemed to be very sensitive to the baleful aura of the ghost town. This time, they actually discovered it before Xiaochen and the others. And Xiaochen was also not lightly impacted by the powerful force. What was even more serious was that the evil spirit had locked onto him. It left behind an afterimage at its original position and arrived in front of him in a flash. It opened its pair of ghostly claws and tried to grab him. Creak, after a long time, the alley regained its tranquility. However, the evil spirit's strength and terror exceeded Lawrence and Xiaochen's expectation. The shroud trembled fiercely, it emitted a dense deathly aura. The light of the netherworld caused Lawrence's spatial spiritual power to collapse. The overlapping cyan space disappeared in a split second. Lawrence was sent flying by his own chaotic power, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After Xiaochen's cultivation advanced, the biggest improvement was none other than his speed. He somersaulted in the air by a hair's breadth, and soared to the sky in a split second. He dodged that ghostly claw. And then he swooped down with his head down. The light blade in his hand emitted a glaring divine radiance. It slashed towards the evil spirit below. Break! Xiaochen frantically increased his cultivation. He dodged with extreme speed, and launched an incomparably swift and fierce counterattack. One man and one ghost were entangled with each other like two streaks of light. The shroud seemed to be an extremely ferocious demonic item. Gusts of chilly wind blew. Xiaochen felt dizzy from the wind. One after another, the light of the netherworld twined around his surroundings. It was as if layers upon layers of ghostly shadows were dancing around. This provided Xiaochen with a golden opportunity. Although his body was tall and straight, his movements were as fast as the wind and lightning. Moreover, he was as agile as the light. He twisted his body in the air and once again slashed towards the temporarily trapped evil spirit. The evil spirit was really too powerful. He used the shroud's demonic power to lay down a domain that belonged to him. That was a special ghost domain. Even if Xiaochen's battle prowess was unparalleled, even if his palm of light was a taboo to the evil spirit, it was still suppressed and dodged unceasingly. The evil spirit's body let out this kind of sound. It seemed as if all the bones in its body were dislocated to resist Lawrence's spatial pressure. Clang! Do it! The ferocious spirit roared and rushed over, stirring up waves of black fog. Under his fierce running on the ground, the ferocious spirit charged forward. The ground actually started to shake under his fierce running. One after another huge crack appeared on the ground, it could be imagined how powerful he was. Lawrence and Xiaochen looked at each other. This evil spirit was too powerful. They might not be able to do anything to him. However, it was useless to run now. They could only fight to the death to have a hope of survival. Roar, rays of light flickered, the crescent moonlight blade revolved and arrived. Its speed was extremely fast as it attacked towards the evil spirit's abdomen. At the same time, Lawrence's hands moved in succession. A spatial cage condensed from spiritual power fell down towards the evil spirit at high speed. They already had no way to run anymore. This evil spirit had obviously locked onto them. They could only end it once and for all. Lawrence's cyan battle space opened up, the stench of the corpse immediately spread out. Rowena and Yan Qingqing, who were at the back, almost vomited out their bitterness. Even the three skeletons seemed to hate this kind of fiendish aura. They hid at a leeward place. The light blade ruthlessly hacked on that swollen ghostly claw. Although there was the flickering light of the netherworld to protect the evil spirit, Xiaoqian's light blade was really too sharp after fusing with the Big Dipper. It actually managed to cut in deeply. That swollen ghostly claw was almost chopped off. The yellow liquid from the corpse splashed everywhere. The light blade was embedded in the bones of the ghostly claw. The evil spirit didn't cower at all. On the contrary, it took large strides forward. The ghostly claw on the right deflected the crescent moonlight blade again. At the same time, it stretched out its left hand. He actually shattered the green cage above his head with such ferocious might. A dense stench of rotting corpses permeated the air. His left hand was very different from his right hand. His left hand was incomparably swollen, as if it had been soaked in water for many days. It was very bloated and thick, but its strength was not any weaker than his right hand. This is really a ghastly place. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. There was a black fog drifting about there. And his body was completely covered by that huge corpse cloth. It made it hard for people to see his face clearly. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. It was like a pale green ghost fire was throbbing. There was no soul fluctuation, there was only the stench of rotting corpses. As well as the baleful aura. Quickly retreat from here. Everything happened too quickly. It was all done in the air. The evil spirit let out a low growl. The corpse cloth covering his body started to move. It wanted to wrap Xiaoqian inside. The black fog submerged the small alley. The aura of death was vast and mighty. This place was incomparably terrifying. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal shook people's eardrums. It was incomparably painful. The evil spirit's right hand moved as fast as lightning. It created a chilly wind and blocked in front of his neck. That crescent moonlight blade was forcibly deflected away. That was a ghostly claw that looked like a bird's gold. There was a layer of black corpse skin stuck on the withered joints. It was the evil spirit's vicious claw not only in name but also in reality. It made people's scalp go numb just by looking at it. In the end, he even flew high up in the air. He wanted to break away from that demonic ghost domain. However, the evil spirit also soared into the sky and tangled with him in the air. As the ghostly claw waved, one after another eerie light of death appeared. The aura of the netherworld enveloped Xiaoqian. The crescent moonlight blade drew a graceful trajectory. It was like a comet streaking across the vast sky. The resplendent divine radiance illuminated the entire dark alley. It went straight for the vicious spirit's neck. The black fog dispersed, and the ferocious ghost's tall body appeared. Under the cold wrapping of the black cloth, it looked like an awe-inspiring gravestone. Crunch crunch, it was torn apart by the overlapping space. Although the ferocious spirit wanted to tear Xiaoqian apart, it could not do so. It was so anxious that it roared furiously. Even though his body of death emitted rays of netherworld light to block the palm blade, it was not enough to stop it. But he had also suffered a great deal of damage. Xiaoqian's body was emitting radiance. A layer of light screen protected his body like a shield, not fearing the corrosive undead miasma. At this time, Lawrence had already raised his spiritual power to the limit and attacked. The green light screen divided the area into several pieces. Formed. Lawrence wanted to help, but it was already too late. Everything happened too fast, he was sent flying very far away just now. The distance between him and Xiaoqian was too far, the spatial spiritual power was unable to affect this area. As for Rowena at the side, she didn't have that kind of power. Lawrence poured out the cyan spiritual power unceasingly, it shackled the burial cloth and tore it apart with all his might. The three skeletons slowly assembled their own skeletons, then they moved their joints in a somewhat comical manner, However, the way they looked at them was obviously different. These three guys were definitely the classic example of pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Buddhistasian was otherworldly. When he soared in the sky, he looked like a flying Buddha. There was actually a lotus flower floating around him, his entire being was brimming with Buddhist nature. One after another, the Buddha's hand seals transformed into thousands of light and shadow, they pressed on that soldier unceasingly. After going through the enlightenment of the ancient Buddha manifested by the Buddha's eternal wheel, he completed a transformation. Currently, he was not any weaker than the solitary sword demon. The evil ghost was torn apart, the black fog quickly dispersed. Just at this time, Rowena and Yan Qingqing also arrived in front. They were endlessly fearful when they saw the remains on the ground. And Xiaochen made his move again, he also shattered that skull. The netherworld's black light flickered, the burial cloth actually emitted a ghostly wail. The sound was incomparably mournful, it made people's scalp go numb. The black fog rolled over and over in the small alley. The evil ghost looked at Xiaochen and Lawrence ferociously. It dragged its rotting legs and walked towards them with large strides. It left behind a yellow corpse watermark on the ground, its attention was completely focused on the two people in front. But just at this time, when it passed by the three skeleton skulls, the three skulls quickly soared up and shot towards the evil ghost like three streaks of white light. As if it received a devastating injury, the evil ghost immediately fell to the ground. It rolled around and struggled intensely in the small alley. What, burial cloth? Xiaochen quickly caught up to Lawrence and the rest, they distanced themselves from the corner of the small alley. However, his heart was unable to remain calm anymore. Just what kind of place was the ancient city? Why did it turn out like this? He definitely did not see it wrongly just now. His state of mind fluctuated violently, he thought of a lot of things. However, he did not tell Lawrence and the rest what he saw, because it would only make them panic if he told them now. Yan Qingqing was watching the whole battle from the side. She seemed to be a little excited. He couldn't help but say, this shroud was left behind from ancient times. Not only has it not been damaged, but it also has a terrifying evil aura and great power. It must have been stained with the blood of an extraordinary person. Xiaochen soared into the air and waved his hands continuously in the air. Then, he pressed down ferociously. Rays of blazing divine light tore down, and then with a hong sound, the evil ghost was torn apart. The evil spirit bellowed in anger, the corpse-wrapping cloth on his head was already torn off by Luanhui Wang, revealing half of his rotten face. The deep eye sockets glowed with an eerie green light, and the messy bloody hair on its head stood up. The appearance of such a rotten corpse was truly frightening. They were truly evil spirits. Suddenly, a series of shouts entered their ears. Sounds of intense fighting came from an ancient street not far away. It seemed like there were quite a lot of people. Then, their gazes once again fell on the shroud. Judging from how Xiaochen crushed the evil ghost, the evil spirit's true strength was not that terrifying. The reason why he was undefeatable at the beginning was because this blood-soaked corpse-wrapping cloth increased his power. The evil spirit bellowed, he waved one of his ghost claws, wanting to shake off the three skulls, and used the other to resist Xiaochen and Lawrence's killing moves. The three skulls were indeed sent flying by him, but three rays of spiritual light rushed out from the skulls and pierced into the evil spirit's eyes like three lightning. The few of them were secretly amazed, the white bones brimming with divine aura were really strange. The evil spirit was still rolling on the ground. Xiaochen took a step forward and ruthlessly stomped on the evil spirit's neck. With a kacha sound, the neck bone broke, the sinister ghost head tumbled down. At the same time, three rays of spiritual light rushed out from the evil spirit's eyes and shot into the three snow-white skulls on the ground. The evil spirit fell into a state of despair. If the corpse-wrapping cloth was torn off, his power would be greatly reduced. He struggled intensely, and in the end, he spat out a few mouthfuls of yellow-colored corpse aura. It transformed into a glaring light sword and attacked Xiaochen and Lawrence. This was the strongest baleful aura contained within him. Xiaochen heard Buddhistasian's voice. He walked out of this small alley and looked towards that ancient street. He only saw 7 to 8 practitioners fighting with 2 soldiers. Among them was Buddhistasian and the solitary sword demon. At this moment, they put aside their grudges and fought against the powerful enemy together. Moreover, that mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist was also among them. The evil spirit roared. The instant Xiaochen and Lawrence were forced back, the evil spirit roared. The instant Xiaochen and Lawrence were forced to retreat, he shook the corpse-wrapping cloth with all his might. The black mist rolled over, and it shook Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang away in an instant. When they fell to the ground together, Xiaochen's dazzling right palm finally struggled free from the corpse-wrapping cloth. The three skeletons tore the corpse-wrapping cloth from three different directions. They wanted to tear it off from the evil spirit's body. Roar, clatter. The three skeletons fell apart and scattered on the street. The white bones on the ground were exceptionally glaring. Bang! A hint of smile emerged on Lawrence's somewhat morbid but handsome face. He had memorized a lot of space engravings at the plaza's railings. If he was given time, he would definitely comprehend something. One of the Yin soldiers was like an ancient fossil, his whole body was covered in armor. He stood on the spot without moving a single step. The bronze spear in his hand drew one after another rays of light, forcing the few young experts into a corner. Clack! Clack! The three skeletons opened and closed their jaws unceasingly. They waved their hands to refuse. At the same time, the lotus imprint on their foreheads blossomed with resplendent divine radiance. It made their white skeletons as bright as white jade. There was not even a trace of gloomy aura. It looked like the most perfect masterpiece of divine jade. In the end, the corpse-wrapping cloth was pressed under the flagstone in the alleyway by a few people. After that, they quickly left this place. However, at the corner, Xiaochen clearly heard a creak sound. It seemed like the main door of an ancient residence was pushed open. He suddenly turned his head around to take a look. He only saw a man wearing ancient attire quickly pulled out the corpse-wrapping cloth from under the flagstone, then he floated back to that ancient residence. That's right, it must have been contaminated with the blood of an extremely powerful expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be this terrifying. If not for the woman shrouded in colorful mist who used the divine law of time to slow down his movement, the few of them might have already been in danger. The solitary sword demon's entire body was like a sharp sword, and the iron sword in his hand even caused the space to distort. The long sword let out a series of whistling sounds. He was definitely the one with the strongest combat power among the few of them. As they made their way through the ancient street, Xiaochen became even more cautious. He kept a respectful distance from the main door of every ancient residence. It was hard to tell what exactly was hidden inside, and it was even more impossible to guess what kind of dangers were hidden inside the ancient city. This adult evil spirit is not that much stronger than the little evil spirit we eliminated earlier. It is only relying on this evil spirit. How should we deal with it? However, just at this time, three white lights rushed into the sky like three lightning. The three skeletons that did not make a move all along finally made their move when Xiaochen encountered danger. Since the start of the battle, the three of them have been observing the battle from the side. They were so quiet that it was somewhat abnormal. It seemed like they were observing the evil spirit's weakness. Roar, roar, Xiaochen looked towards Qingguang Wang and the rest. Quick, pull off the corpse-wrapping cloth. He is not as powerful as we imagined. His power comes from this evil cloth. How about I give it to the three of you? With regards to this kind of evil spirit that was filled with baleful aura, the few of them did not have a good impression of it. No one was willing to use it as a weapon. Even if they wanted to refine it, it didn't seem too possible. Perhaps only the evil spirit could refine it. It forced Xiaochen and the rest to avoid it. Just at this time, Lawrence also rushed over. The overlapping spiritual power enveloped the evil spirit once again. The cyan radiance made the evil spirit feel as if it had sunk into a swamp. In that instant, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine, because at the last moment, he saw that person's true appearance clearly. It was actually a certain legendary immortal who had his body molded with a golden body in the mortal world. However, with just a quick glance, he didn't feel any immortal aura from the other party's body. He also didn't feel any soul fluctuation. There was only a gloomy and terrifying baleful aura. The evil spirit seemed to be very anxious. It shook the corpse-wrapping cloth violently. It wanted to shatter Xiaochen and the rest. Lawrence opened his mouth and asked Xiaochen. Lawrence opened that sealed space and threw the corpse-wrapping cloth on the ground. The few of them could feel the fluctuation of the demonic power. Xiaochen descended from the sky and said, "How could I dare to use it before? This is the move that I saw at the guardrail around the divine monolith. It seems to be the legendary God Slayer technique. I have never practiced it before, how could I dare to use it to deal with the evil spirit? Just now, I only felt that there was no danger, so I used it to test the move. I didn't expect the God Slayer technique to be this powerful." Sure enough, no matter how good the secret art is, it still needs to be matched with a brilliant killing move in order to bring out its greatest power. Is that so? The evil spirit that had its head separated from its body still didn't stiffen up, it actually struggled to get up. The headless body stood up straight, it still pounced towards Xiaochen with incomparable ruthlessness. After losing the corpse wrapping cloth, the evil spirit was no longer as powerful as before. It could no longer threaten Xiaochen's life. Despite knowing that the evil spirit was no longer their match after losing the corpse wrapping cloth, Lawrence was still very fearful of Xiaochen's killing move. He couldn't help but ask, "How come I have never seen you use this killing move before?" After losing the corpse wrapping cloth, the evil spirit's body was completely exposed. This was really a terrifying appearance. Half of its body was incomparably swollen, it was already rotten. And the other half of its body looked like a dried orange peel, it was wrapped around the skeleton. At the same time, it was flickering with a black radiance. The corpse wrapping cloth was definitely a demonic item, the three skeletons were able to see through everything with their keen eyes. And Xiaochen also deeply understood it. Just now, he almost suffered a great loss because of this. He also made a move to tear the evil cloth that was stained with black blood. They crashed into the evil spirit at the same time, the 6 skeletal claws tore the corpse wrapping cloth with all their might, it avoided the danger of Xiaochen being completely wrapped up. At the same time, Xiaochen also moved at high speed. After his legs collided with the evil spirit's legs a few times, his left hand also slashed towards the evil spirit's throat. It must be mentioned, the Yin soldier's combat power was very astonishing. He was able to resist 8 young experts by himself, and it seemed like he was not in a very clear-headed state. He definitely possessed a super terrifying combat power. There was basically no way to sense his emotional fluctuation, no matter how you look at it, he was just like a moving statue. He was able to resist so many experts by himself, yet he was still as quiet and indifferent as before, 3 crafty skeletons. Xiaochen was no longer worried about them. Roar, is it really a ghost? I didn't feel any soul fluctuation from their body. Without any delay, Xiaochen rushed forward at high speed and suddenly pulled the corpse wrapping cloth. After that, he pulled it up with a shake of his hand. The corpse wrapping cloth fluttered, it gave rise to a dense black fog. It finally separated from the evil spirit's body. Lawrence also rushed over, he used his spatial spiritual power to confine the corpse wrapping cloth in a small enclosed space. At the same time, Xiaochen and Lawrence also made their move. A blazing sword chi and a rain of spiritual power enveloped the evil spirit. Lawrence muttered to himself, after going through this battle, his injuries became even more serious, he looked a little weak. Xiaochen and Lawrence walked forward with large strides, it was the best strategy to work together now. They decided to join the battle. Xiaochen's heart sank, but his nervous state of mind immediately relaxed again. The skeleton was not shattered, all of them were separated from the joints. Furthermore, he actually saw Qing Wang's skull was flickering with light. It seemed to be telling him that he was safe and sound. Furthermore, Xiaochen had also memorized many of the lost killing techniques, not just the god-slaying Sanzhou. Not only the god slayer, but also the chaotic 3 styles and the 8 techniques of demon suppression. It was not only the god slayer, it was also very sinister and terrifying. Xiaochen was also pondering, then he opened his mouth and said, perhaps it was because the ghost town's baleful aura was too heavy, it caused those corpses to have a remnant soul that didn't extinguish. And formed this kind of terrifying evil spirit. Perhaps, they were the legendary ghosts. That's how they were formed. Walking is also empty, sitting is also empty, silence and movement are all empty, even when the blade approaches the skull, Lawrence said until here. He looked at the 3 skeletons at the side, then he said to Xiaochen, it's all thanks to these 3. Otherwise, we would really be in danger. I didn't expect their soul to be so powerful, this is clearly the first sign of becoming a sovereign king. Xiaochen shouted at Lawrence. In the process of fighting at close range, he discovered the secret. It was the corpse-wrapping cloth that made the evil spirit powerful. Spatial overlap. Lawrence saw the law of time made the Een soldier's movements sluggish, his eyes immediately became fiery, the spiritual power of space surged out violently. The power of space and the power of time fused together and burst out with a glaring radiance. The might was beyond everyone's imagination. Boom! The sound of shattering transmitted out, the ancient armor on the Een soldier's body actually cracked in half, his sturdy body was exposed to the air, his bronze-colored skin emitted a black mist. At this time, Xianxia also made his move, he rushed to the sky, then he dived down towards the Een soldier with his head facing upwards. The Godslayer technique was launched decisively, it tore down a few blazing divine radiance. At the same time, the solitary sword demon also brandished his iron sword to hack at the Een soldier. Buddhistation even launched an incomparably huge Buddha's hand of light to press forward. The Een soldier felt the danger, after the armor cracked in half, his power seemed to have dissipated by more than half, he brandished the ancient bronze spear in his hand to resist the enemy. However, under the glaring radiance, the remaining armor on his body was completely shattered, the ancient bronze spear in his hand was even snapped in half. The bronze-colored body was completely exposed to the air. After that, his body actually began to age slowly, one after another terrifying wrinkles appeared on his body, his muscles also gradually shriveled up. I finally met a living person, he is no longer an evil spirit. The solitary sword demon said coldly, he seemed to have encountered an evil spirit, the scratches on his body were very terrifying. The Een soldier's eyes revealed an incomparably perplexed expression, as if he lost his soul. Immediately after, the weak soul fluctuation in his body disappeared, then his sturdy body completely deteriorated, in the end, he turned into a skeleton with only skin and bones. The ghost fire flickered in his eyes. A baleful aura burst out from his body. 1. Practitioner said in surprise, how could this be? He lost his life force, it seems like, he turned into an evil spirit. Just as he finished speaking, a gloomy roar came from the Een soldier's mouth, as if he obtained a new life, he charged towards the crowd with a sinister expression. Xianxia who fell from the sky was the first to bear the brunt. However, Xianxia was not afraid, he had already seen the evil spirit before, as long as it was not those characters from the ancient residence, or if there was an evil thing like the burial cloth on the evil spirit's body, he would be able to deal with the ordinary evil spirit. The Godslayer technique attacked fiercely, both of his hands seemed to have transformed into two heavenly blades, it was unstoppable. It was incomparably sharp. The blazing light tore through the corpse soldier's two arms in an instant. After that, Xianxia flipped over and crushed the corpse soldier's head with one foot, sending him flying. The corpse soldier was not as powerful as when he was wearing the armor, it was hard for him to pose a threat to the practitioners now. The solitary sword demon slashed with his sword and shattered that headless corpse soldier. The battle ended just like that. Everyone understood from the actual battle. If he wanted to kill the Een soldiers, he had to break their armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. The scene was silent, and everyone's expressions were ugly. After all, they had only managed to kill one Een soldier with their combined strength. When they first entered the ghost town, they saw hundreds of Een soldiers and celestial soldiers. If all these people attacked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the evil spirits that appeared from time to time. There were even more terrifying giant vicious spirits. Their situation was just too dangerous. After all, there were too many ferocious creatures in the ghost town. The Een soldiers were far from being the most terrifying threat, the many unknown ferocious creatures were what they were most afraid of. Why is it that the Een soldiers possess life, but once the armor is detached from their body, they will die quickly and turn into evil spirits? One practitioner raised the question. This was also the reason why everyone was puzzled. I can tell that this ancient city has existed for countless years, and those Een soldiers have probably experienced countless years as well. The reason why they haven't died yet should be because of those armors, allowing their bodies to maintain the state they were in back then. Someone raised this kind of conjecture. Although it might not be correct, it was somewhat reasonable. This made some people couldn't help but think, should they snatch a set of Een soldiers' armor? Or perhaps, they should directly collect the fragments of the ancient armors on the ground. However, Before everyone could think too much, the earth suddenly let out a rumbling sound and trembled violently. A gust of chilly wind blew past, the nearby buildings started to tremble. A bitter fiendish aura surged up violently. A gloomy roar resounded like a muffled thunder, it made everyone's soul couldn't help but tremble. Without any hesitation, the young practitioners rushed into an alleyway and quickly withdrew from this ancient street. As soon as they left that area, they felt a huge monster rushing past that area. That area started to shake violently, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. This is much more powerful than the Yin soldiers. And who knows how many terrifying monsters there are. Even if a deity were to enter this ancient city, it is still unknown whether he can make it out alive. One practitioner sighed in fear, he was already somewhat in despair. The mysterious woman in the depths of the colorful mist, her voice was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. She said to everyone, no matter what kind of danger occurs, don't try to hide in the ancient residence. Everyone nodded, because many people never came out after they hid in the ancient residence. On the other hand, Xiaochen's feeling was even more different. He had personally seen a legendary immortal who was worshipped, yet he actually became the master of some dead house. He felt that the mysterious woman in the colorful mist seemed to have discovered this secret as well. Screech, a mournful screech resounded above everyone's head, 3 skeleton birds swooped down towards everyone at high speed. They all had a skinny body and huge wings, they looked very ferocious and sinister. Humph, it's these ghosts again. The solitary sword demon snorted coldly, he raised his iron sword towards the sky. The space distorted, it seemed like it was going to collapse. A domain formed by his powerful strength enveloped the 2 skeleton birds, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. In an instant, the 2 skeleton birds were enveloped within. Then, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Ghost feathers filled the sky, and the shattered skeleton bird's bones fell to the ground. It was not hard to tell how powerful and terrifying the solitary sword demon was. It even made Lawrence at the side feel that he was not his match. The other skeleton bird was grabbed by Buddhistesian's huge Buddha's hand and crushed on the ground. The 3 skeleton birds were eliminated, but the mysterious woman in the colorful mist sighed helplessly, I'm afraid we are in danger. Everyone became alert. When the 3 skeleton birds attacked them just now, they let out a cry towards a distant place. It seemed to be whistling into the distance, probably calling for help. Everyone quickly rushed towards another alleyway and distanced themselves from that area. However, it was still too late after all, it was already too late. Gusts of chilly wind blew from the sky. A bone-piercing chill enveloped everyone. A large number of skeleton birds shrouded over like a black cloud in the blood-colored sky. There were at least 1,000 of them. How were they supposed to fight like this? If this many evil spirits fell down, they would be able to drown everyone. Moreover, every one of them was incomparably ferocious. It's over. We are dead for sure. One of the practitioners was in despair. In the end, they actually rushed into an old residence at the side. However, as soon as they rushed in, a blood-curdling screech resounded. Following that, the sound of bones shattering transmitted, as if there was a ferocious creature gnawing on the corpses. Everyone's complexion suddenly changed, no one dared to rush into the surrounding old residences anymore. The practitioners quickly rushed forward, they wanted to get away from the threat of death in the sky. However, even the psychic and spell master who could fly found it futile. They also discovered that their efforts were futile. Those skeleton birds were too fast, and with waves of bone-chilling cold winds, they quickly outflanked them and cut off their path. The whole sky was filled with shadows. The whole sky was filled with chilly wind. The mournful cries made everyone's scalp go numb, they even felt a chill down their spine. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang pulled the corner of Xiaochen's clothes. They pointed at the bloody river in front of them that was lingering in the bloody mist. After that, the 3 of them dismembered themselves on the street and turned into a pile of bones. The 3 of them started to play dead. Do we have to jump into the bloody river? Xiaochen muttered to himself. He didn't even need to think to know that the bloody river was definitely not a good place. There might be even more ferocious creatures inside. However, there was really no other way, they could only rush over there first. The skeleton birds swooped down, everyone began to suffer from their attacks. One after another, the netherworld deathly ray sprayed out from their mouths and shot towards everyone. At this moment, everyone had no choice but to use their strongest techniques. Otherwise, they might lose their lives if they were to be careless for even a moment. The woman shrouded in colorful mist made her move, the skeleton birds in the sky were frozen in place. The practitioners below unleashed one after another dazzling radiance and tore those immobile monsters apart. After that, the solitary sword demon's sword chi also soared into the sky. A formless domain also enveloped those monsters. The sound of bones cracking transmitted unceasingly, the skeletal remains fell down unceasingly. Xiaoqian's God-Slayer technique, Lawrence's spatial law, and Buddhistian's Buddhist divine ability were all unleashed. The blazing radiance swept towards the sky unceasingly. The skeleton birds fell down one after another. However, there were really too many of these monsters, it was basically impossible to kill them all. A few people were hit by their deathly ray, the terrifying injuries were left on their bodies. Everyone retreated while fighting, they gradually rushed towards the bloody river not far away. The turbulent bloody river was incomparably fishy. The bloody mist pervaded the air, the stench of rotting corpses drifted into everyone's nose. It really gave people the urge to throw up yesterday's dinner. If they didn't jump down, where else could they escape to? A heavily injured practitioner couldn't hold on any longer, he was the first one to jump into the surging bloody river. However, something terrifying happened. As soon as he fell into the river, a huge shadow rushed over from the bloody river. A demonic claw as big as a millstone grabbed that practitioner, and cut him in half on the river surface. After that, he sank into the bloody river. This was really an incomparably frightening and terrifying scene. Everyone was terrified, this scene was really too terrifying. They basically couldn't see what that thing was, they only saw a ghastly huge demonic claw. The ghost town was really too terrifying. Gusts of chilly wind surged in the sky, thousands of skeleton birds were still swooping down unceasingly to attack everyone. However, no one dared to try jumping into the bloody river anymore. At this moment, even Xiaoqian, Lawrence, and the solitary sword demon were already injured. And if Yan Qingqing and Rowena were not protected by the woman shrouded in colorful mist, they might have already lost their lives a long time ago. Regarding that mysterious woman who could unleash the law of time, Xiaoqian didn't know why he felt a sense of déjà vu. However, he didn't have the time to think too much at this moment, the evil spirit that could fly in the sky put him in a dangerous situation. In this kind of situation, he became more and more proficient in the God-Slayer technique. He was able to unleash its terrifying might. The blazing divine radiance tore through the sky unceasingly, the remains of the skeleton birds had already scattered around him. Rumble, 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 the earth was trembling, even the buildings in the vicinity of the bloody river were shaking. A huge monster was walking towards this place from a distant place. It cast a huge shadow over here, the earth trembled with every step it took. This was really a terrifying giant demon. It was at least 30 meters tall, its humanoid body was covered in white bony scales, only its skull was not covered by scales. A layer of dry skin was sticking to the skull, sparse yellow hair was swaying along with the wind on the dried skin on top of its head. The deep-set eye sockets of the skull emitted two blood-red radiance, it looked incomparably fierce. And at the end of its spine, there was a huge tail that was more than 10 meters long. It was also covered in bony scales, it looked like a huge crocodile's tail. Along with its approach, the earth was shaking violently. The fiendish aura covered the sky and the earth, some of the skeleton birds in the vicinity were startled and flew towards the sky. For Xiaoqian and the others, this was really a case of when it rains, it pours. Thousands of skeleton birds already made them fall into a desperate situation, now that such a huge evil spirit was walking over, they had no way to survive. F***ck. The conceited solitary sword demon couldn't help but curse, because he felt a sense of fear in his heart. He felt death was approaching, it seemed like there was really no way to escape now. Dead, we can't live anymore, someone already let out a sigh. Indeed, in this kind of situation, it really made people despair. While killing the skeleton birds that swooped down unceasingly, Xiaoqian was still paying attention to everything calmly. Facing death, he didn't feel any fear, he only felt a little regretful that he couldn't make a trip to the Immortals' mainland. Were they going to die in the ancient city like this? He more or less felt a little regretful and unresigned. The earth was shaking violently, the 30-meter-tall demon was already walking over. A huge shadow was cast on the ground, it had a sinister expression as it trampled towards everyone. Roar! All of a sudden, a dragon's roar shook the sky, a glaring golden radiance flashed in the sky. In the center of the ancient city, those barbaric dragons that were attacking the divine monolith seemed to have discovered the abnormality of this region. A monarch lion dragon whose whole body was flickering with golden light rushed over. In the distance, it opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of golden light. The burning light caused the Xianxia to be unable to open their eyes. The mournful howl of ghosts resounded. Over 100 skeleton birds burst apart in the air, and then they fell from the sky, their ghostly feathers fluttering in the air. Fluttering in the air. Facing the monarch lion dragon from the dragon's royal bloodline, all the skeleton birds flew away in fright. And the 30-meter-tall demon was also intimidated, it stopped its footsteps. The monarch lion dragon roared again. The golden rain of light covered the sky and enveloped the highland demon. It was as terrifying as an indestructible blade, and the huge demon had no choice but to retreat. However, it seemed like the monarch lion dragon did not plan to let him go. He swooped down. A huge golden light tore through the void like a bolt of lightning. Everyone felt their vision blur. After that, with a loud plop sound, the waves in the blood river soared to the sky. The huge demon was actually swept into the blood river by the monarch lion dragon. Amidst the mournful howls of ghosts, the blood river seemed to be boiling. The demon was struggling violently. It was as if a ferocious spirit was pulling his huge body down to the bottom of the river. Waves of blood surged. In the end, it finally calmed down, and the 30-meter-tall demon fell silent in the river of blood. The monarch lion dragon coldly glanced at the young practitioners in the sky. But in the end, she didn't kill him. Its main purpose of rushing here was to kill the evil spirits. In the end, the majestic monarch lion dragon flickered with a bright golden radiance, it ran towards the center of the ancient city in the sky. Not far away, the 3 skeletons slowly began to assemble their own skeletons, they exercised their joints. The surviving practitioners felt as if they had just experienced a dream. They were able to find a new lease of life in a hopeless situation, everyone was brimming with joy. However, before their smiles could blossom, they froze in an instant because a horrifying fiendish aura was approaching them once again. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang moved extremely fast at this moment. They assembled the skeleton with a clattering sound. After that, he arrived by Xiaochen's side in a few moves. In the distance, more than 50 Yin soldiers dressed in ancient armor were slowly approaching the area. The bronze spear and metal dagger axe in his hands were rusty. However, it was filled with a murderous aura, as if it would kill even the Dragon King. Behind the ghost soldiers, there were 50 heavenly soldiers. They were also wearing ancient armor. It gave people a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Like an ancient fossil, his killing intent soared to the sky. No one knew how strong the heavenly soldiers were, but they had already experienced the strength of the Yin soldiers. Now, there were so many Yin soldiers and heavenly soldiers rushing over. They couldn't resist at all. Chiao. The eyes of these celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers were very clear. This meant that their minds were clear. This wasn't something that the Yin soldier they'd killed earlier could compare to. It was very likely that any one of these heavenly soldiers and Yin soldiers could wipe them out, Xiaochen sighed ruefully. This was truly a city of the dead. Even a god would be trapped here. They might not even be able to successfully charge out. Run! Someone shouted. Everyone rushed forward along the ancient street. Facing so many celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers, going against it was tantamount to suicide. It wasn't just the celestial and Yin soldiers that were closing in. Those skeleton birds that were scattered by the monarch lion dragon were also gathering. They flew towards this area again. Even the spellmaster and psychic had no choice but to fly at a low altitude. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the attack of those several hundred skeleton birds. Xiao Chen and the rest were running on the ancient street. This was truly a life and death escape. Although the pace of the Yin soldiers and heavenly soldiers was not fast, it seemed like they had the divine ability to shrink the distance. They were getting closer and closer. The number of skeleton birds in the sky was increasing. They had already gathered several hundred, and they launched their attack on Xianxia and the rest again. At the same time, evil spirits shrouded in black fog rushed out from every alleyway from time to time. No one knew how powerful they were. They also gathered together and chased after Xianxia and the rest. Central region. The divine monolith was trembling violently. The entire ancient city was shaking slightly. And just at this time, the doors of many ancient residences also began to make a creaking sound. This was a very bad signal. It seemed like the vicious creatures that had been hiding in the ancient residences were finally going to appear. At the same time, trembling sounds transmitted from the distant wide street. It seemed like many huge vicious creatures were running. At this moment, the baleful aura soared to the sky in the ancient city. The aura of death pervaded the air. All of the vicious creatures were getting restless. Xiaoqian and the rest felt that they had fallen into a desperate situation. If this continues, where could they escape to? It wouldn't be long before they were killed. A tender dragon cry transmitted over. That's right. It was indeed tender. It was obviously a little dragon's cry. A purple radiance flashed. A 1-meter-long little dragon rushed over with purple clouds lingering around it. Its appearance was very similar to the legendary Qilin beast. It had the body of a deer and a horse. It had wolf hooves and dragon scales. However, it was also clearly different from the legendary Qilin. Its tail was a crocodile-shaped divine tail. The purple radiance was dazzling. The scales were dazzling. The pair of purple gold horns on its head resembled the antlers of a deer. Its head was very similar to the legendary ancestral dragon. It was actually the Amethyst Dragon King. Many practitioners at the scene had seen it before. And Yan Qingqing, Carlos, Wharton and the rest even ambushed the Syndicate Dragon King before. However, they failed in the end. Although the young Amethyst Dragon King was only 1 meter long, it was emitting a powerful draconic aura. It had the might of the King of Beasts. It looked at everyone warily. Then, it happily rushed toward the mysterious woman in the colorful mist and intimately rubbed itself against her. This result left everyone dumbfounded. The Amethyst Dragon King was actually subdued by someone. This is the first Dragon King discovered on the Dragon Island. It might also be the first Syndicate Dragon King to be born. This meant that it would be the little ancestral dragon's strongest opponent. It might even replace the little ancestral dragon. If it could grow up smoothly, it would become a terrifying existence that would make even the gods tremble. The young Amethyst Dragon King turned around and ran forward. It seemed to be leading the way for the mysterious woman in the colorful mist. Everyone, follow me. The mysterious woman's voice was like the sounds of nature, and then she took the lead to follow. The evil spirits were still chasing after them from behind, and when the skeleton birds in the sky saw the young Syndicate Dragon King, they immediately flew into the sky. He seemed to have some misgivings. They were afraid of attracting those adult dragons behind the little Dragon King. The Een soldiers and celestial soldiers didn't stop, and those evil spirits shrouded in black fog were even more fearless. They were also closing in quickly. The Amethyst Dragon King suddenly turned around. Purple divine flames danced all over his body. He let out a roar towards the evil spirits at the back. Although the roar was immature, when it was angry, it was as deafening as a sudden clap of thunder. It resounded between heaven and earth, and it really made those evil spirits slow down in that instant. The Amethyst Dragon King's appearance seemed to have evoked some of their ancient memories. People discovered that the young Amethyst Dragon King actually led them to the divine monolith. As a result, many evil spirits halted their footsteps. Only the Een soldiers and celestial soldiers chased after them at a moderate pace. Can this Dragon King be trusted? Someone raised a question. The young Amethyst Dragon King turned its head around and let out a growl. It glared at that practitioner. It was very intelligent and had a human-like expression. This made Xiaoqian couldn't help but think of Kiki. That adorable little critter wouldn't be sleeping soundly right now, would it? He hoped that nothing unexpected would happen to it. If we don't trust it now, do we have any other way out? Someone refuted. You guys can just follow it, it won't harm us. The voice of the woman shrouded in colorful mist was very gentle. She moved forward as if she was flying, while gently stroking the amethyst dragon king's horn. How did you subdue it? Someone finally couldn't help but ask this question. One must know how many people had designs on the amethyst dragon king at that time. But everyone failed. The mysterious woman said in astonishment, I have never subdued it. I only treated it as a friend, that's why when I was in the mountain forest outside, it often appeared beside me. But I didn't expect it also entered the ancient city. It seems to be leading the way for us now. The practitioners looked at each other in dismay after hearing that. The mysterious woman had such an indifferent temperament, she actually obtained the trust of the amethyst dragon king. It really made people jealous and envious. But some people didn't believe it. If it wasn't for the dragon king, why did she enter the dragon island? Why did you guys always fight and kill each other not long ago? Especially you, the solitary sword demon, your murderous intent was too heavy. If it wasn't for me stopping you several times, I'm afraid you would have killed even more people. The mysterious woman had a lot of prejudice against the solitary sword demon. These words couldn't help but make the other practitioners feel amazed. Was this woman really that pure and innocent? Was she really an otherworldly and noble woman? Even if they had doubts, they didn't want to think too much about it. The most important thing now was to run for their lives. Humph. The solitary sword demon only let out a cold snort in response. Xianxia felt that the mysterious woman was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her before. He had indeed caught a glimpse of many female practitioners on the Dragon Island, he didn't know if she was one of them. While they were talking, everyone was already led to the vicinity of the divine monolith by the young amethyst dragon king. Of course, the so-called vicinity was referring to the area where the radiance couldn't reach. The radiance flickered in front, the Buddha's eternal wheel and the brass 8 trigrams were still bombarding the divine monolith. There were even many dragons in the sky. The young amethyst dragon was the legendary syndicate dragon king. It must be by their side. Even if those dragons discovered them, they wouldn't make a move to kill them. Everyone comforted themselves like this. The Een soldiers and celestial soldiers at the back seemed to be afraid, they were unwilling to approach this place. A gloomy roar resounded. The amethyst dragon king took a detour around the divine monolith and went upstream along the river of blood. This reeking blood river could be said to have 9 bends and 18 bends. It was actually incomparably meandering. Boom! With a loud sound, the divine monolith's radiance soared to the sky. The golden divine halberd and the jet-black metal seal were knocked flying. Xianxia's mind was shaken. Because when the divine monolith's radiance was dazzling, they arrived at the back of the divine monolith. He could vaguely see some patterns in the divine radiance, his mind was extremely excited, that was the continuation of the chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. It was the supplement of the mysterious art that he had been yearning for day and night. The divine monolith on the Dragon Island really had a great connection with the ancient monolith on the Yellow River. Xianxia, what are you daydreaming for? Why are you still here? Lawrence saw Xianxia was standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but pull his lapel. You guys go first. I will follow you later. Xianxia was in a trance, he was completely captivated by that blurry chi training diagram. You are crazy. Lawrence pushed Xianxia with all his might. The solitary sword demon at the side sneered, humph, humph, humph. You want to memorize the chi training diagram on the ancient monolith? I advise you to give up on this idea. Anyone who practiced the chi training diagram on the Dragon Island's ancient monolith before dying. In the end, not a single person could survive. Buddhist also walked over after hearing that, he said, Xianxia, don't try to memorize that chi training diagram, that is a technique that can't be practiced. According to legend, someone obtained the incomplete diagram in the past, but everyone who practiced this diagram died tragically. No matter, you guys go first. Xianxia stared at the ancient divine monolith as if he was possessed. But the radiance had already faded away. Those patterns had already disappeared. Just at this time, a cry of surprise came from the front, it seemed like the amethyst dragon king had led everyone to a bizarre place. Lawrence and Buddhist looked at each other, then they carried Xianxia and walked forward together. It was obvious that they were worried something would happen to Xianxia. At this time, the ancestral dragon's horn, the Buddha's eternal wheel, the brass 8 trigrams, as well as the incantations of many barbaric dragons. Once again, it blasted towards the divine monolith. Dazzling rays of light rushed up from the ancient monolith, and the heavenly diagram appeared once again. This time, Xiaoqian's eyes emitted 2 terrifying rays of light. His mind seemed to rush out of his body along with the 2 beams of divine light. At this moment, he felt a vast, ancient aura rushing toward him. An ancient stone carving was deeply imprinted in his mind. That's right, it was the second part of the heavenly diagram of the cultivation technique he cultivated. Moreover, among the layers upon layers of complex engravings, he also discovered 4 techniques, all of which were mysterious killing moves. Although it was only 4 hits. However, the impact on Xiaoqian was too great. It was impossible for Xiaoqian to digest and absorb the rest of the qi refining diagram in such a short time. He could only memorize it. However, the 4 techniques gave him a familiar feeling. After carefully identifying them, he realized that he seemed to have seen some of them before. The first move of the 4 techniques was extremely similar to the God Slayer technique, but it was much more profound than the God Slayer technique. The more Xiaoqian tried to figure it out, the more apprehensive he became. Earlier, he discovered the God Slayer technique near the guardrail of the monolith. Compared to the first move on the divine monolith, it was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. It was simply incomparable. The profoundness contained within was hard to describe with words. Soon after, Xiaoqian discovered that the 4 techniques on the divine monolith could be traced to the killing moves recorded on the guardrail of the monolith. The second move of the 4 techniques was actually somewhat similar to the chaotic 3 styles. The third move of the 4 techniques was actually somewhat similar to the 8 laws of demon suppression. And the fourth move was actually somewhat similar to the pentakill burst. The 4 techniques on the divine monolith were merely 4 hand gestures, but such a simple engraving was able to summarize the endless changes. Perhaps this was the so-called "the great way is simple." The legendary chaotic 3 styles, 8 laws of demon suppression, pentakill burst and so on could all be derived from a single technique. Moreover, it was unknown how many times more profound it was. The great way is simple. The great way is simple. Xiaoqian repeatedly muttered these 4 words. The final 4 techniques were named by him: God Slayer, chaotic 3 styles, demon suppression, and burst. What are you talking about? Lawrence and Buddhistian who were carrying him forward. He looked absent-minded. Xiaoqian woke up from that kind of illusory realm. His excited state of mind gradually calmed down as he said, "I am fine." Only at this time. Lawrence and Buddhistian finally let him go. What's going on over there? Xiaoqian looked at the front in amazement. They were already more than 100 meters behind. The bloody light soared to the sky in front. The Amethyst Dragon King led us here. Maybe there really is a way to escape. In this region, there weren't many ancient buildings. The blood river was pervaded with negative aura, the bloody mist drifted in the air. There seemed to be an ancient platform brimming with pressure amidst the bloody light that soared to the sky in front. Xiaoqian and the others rushed over at high speed. They discovered it was actually an ancient sacrificial altar. It was completely piled up with black boulders. It was at least 20 meters tall. It was brimming with the vicissitudes of time. In its surroundings, there were many more than 2-meter-tall steels revolving around it. And the bloody light that soared to the sky was precisely emitted by those steels. It seemed like they were protecting the ancient sacrificial altar. The blood river flowed along the ancient sacrificial altar, then it flowed towards a distant place. It seemed like the bloody light and the river of blood were closely related. People couldn't help but suspect, was this the legendary blood sacrifice? Could it be that the river of blood flowed specifically for the ancient sacrificial altar? Almost all the surviving practitioners in the ancient city escaped to this place. However, there were only 17 or 18 people left now. The others were all dead. Xiaoqian saw his enemy, the genius illusion master Carlos here. However, the 2 of them didn't make a move. Now was not the right time to settle their personal grudges. The Amethyst Dragon King let out a low growl. After that, it actually soared into the sky and flew over the river of blood. It crossed over the steel's guardrail. It rushed into the bloody light and appeared in front of the ancient sacrificial altar. It turned its head around and let out a few growls. It seemed like it was hinting everyone to follow. More than 10 practitioners looked at each other in dismay. Could they leave the ghost town by rushing to the sacrificial altar? This didn't seem very possible. However, they didn't have time to think too much, because a tremor was transmitted from a distant place. The celestial soldiers and Yin soldiers took a detour around the divine monolith and followed them here. Furthermore, even more evil spirits were rushing over. The sky was also densely packed with skeleton birds. Even more so, many ancient residences were no longer peaceful. One after another mournful howls transmitted from them. Those were definitely super evil spirits. The practitioners no longer hesitated. Since there was already no way to escape, they might as well follow the Amethyst Dragon King and give it a try. More than 10 people leaped over the sea of blood one after another, and crossed over the guardrail of the monolith, following the ancient stone steps that were filled with the aura of time. Everyone and the Amethyst Dragon King walked towards the sacrificial altar together. On the stone platform that had experienced countless hardships. Not only were there the sun, moon, and stars engraved on it, there were also many portraits of the ancient era. However, they couldn't deduce anything. When they arrived at the sacrificial altar, everyone even discovered a lot of bloody engravings that used dragons as sacrifices. This made the Amethyst Dragon King very angry. It let out a low growl unceasingly. At this time, a large number of evil spirits rushed to the front of the ancient sacrificial altar. The black fog rolled over and over, the baleful aura pervaded the air. And the sky was also filled with black clouds. Not only were there skeleton birds, there were also many unknown evil spirits that could fly. All of them stared at the ancient sacrificial altar fiercely, but they didn't launch an attack on everyone for the time being. What's going on? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Someone said in bewilderment, these evil spirits have surrounded us. Don't tell me, they are going to use us as sacrifices? Could it be that they want to sacrifice us? The evil spirits gathered more and more. In the end, they all let out a howl. It caused this area to tremble unceasingly. The Amethyst Dragon King seemed to be a little anxious as it raised its head to look. Through the gap between the evil spirits that were floating in the air, it could see a bloody sun hanging high above the ancient city. As the bloody sun gradually approached the center, the ancient sacrificial altar flickered with blood-colored radiance. This sacrificial altar that had existed for who knows how many years. As if it had a life of its own, it frantically absorbed the surrounding blood river. A dazzling radiance soared straight up. The evil spirits that surrounded this place were thrown into chaos, their mournful howls resounded unceasingly. It seemed like they were paying attention to a live sacrifice. Just at this time, a group of buildings that was very close to the sacrificial altar was suddenly thrown into chaos. A violent crumbling sound could be heard. The most magnificent ancient residence among them collapsed. The mournful howl was deafening. It seemed like a peerless evil spirit had come into being. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was something that had never happened since they entered the ancient city. Even though many ancient residences had made strange noises at this stage, there was no precedent of them collapsing. Following that, a streak of white light rushed out. They could only see a furry and adorable little critter rushing to the roof of another ancient residence. The snow-white little critter was panting with rage as it blinked its pair of glittering big eyes. Looking at the ruins, it let out a squeak. Squeak, sound. It transmitted into everyone's ears. Roar. The evil spirit's roar shook the ground. All the evil spirits that could fly in the air trembled. They almost fell down. They saw a tall man wearing ancient clothing crawling out from the ruins. Ah! How is this possible? That is, everyone turned pale with fright. Because that was a headless angel. It could actually make a sound, and he had a pair of golden wings. That meant he was a legendary god. How could he be inside an ancient residence? And he had lost his head. However, if they sensed carefully, they would discover that there was not even a trace of holy aura on him. His entire body was filled with a gloomy and terrifying baleful aura. The headless golden-winged angel pounced towards that snow-white little critter. It instantly collapsed that ancient residence. That place was filled with endless smoke and dust. The little critter's movement seemed to be extremely fast. The headless golden-winged angel was actually unable to catch it. After that, then, it charged into another old residence. The headless angel followed closely behind. Every ancient residence had an extremely powerful evil spirit. Along with the collapse of a few ancient residences, there were already a few evil spirits wearing ancient clothing rushing out. They couldn't see anything special about them. However, their terrifying power made people endlessly apprehensive. They were much stronger than those evil spirits they encountered earlier. A very cute snow-white little critter. It actually caused such a huge commotion. And it was actually able to escape unscathed after rushing into a few ancient residences. It was really inconceivable. Kiki, Xiaochen cried out in surprise. He already recognized Kiki. He never thought the little critter would actually enter the ancient city. Some people had seen this little critter following beside Xiaochen before. They immediately recalled it now. However, they never thought this little critter was so miraculous. One must know that there were many practitioners who never came out after entering the ancient residences. They became the food of the evil spirits. However, this cute little critter actually rushed in again and again. It really made people speechless. It seemed like not only was it not afraid, it even seemed to be panting with rage. She even seemed to be panting with anger, which was really cute and magical to the extreme. When Kiki heard Xiaochen's call, it blinked its pair of intelligent big eyes and looked over. After that, it ran over cheerfully as if it had met its family. Along the way, it passed by one ancient residence after another. This time, it was really too lively. The headless golden-winged angel and the other evil spirits chased after it frantically, unceasingly destroying the ancient unlucky residences. That area was filled with smoke and dust. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. This little critter. Was it too arrogant, or was it too cute and naive? It actually rushed over without a care in the world. It actually caused such a huge commotion. It really made people speechless. While Xiaochen was worried for Kiki, he was also secretly underestimating the people behind the golden-winged angel. Could it be that those few people behind the golden-winged angel were the Immortals from back then? After all, he recognized one of them before. Even though these few people were unfamiliar faces. But it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have similar identities. Rumble, the ancient residences collapsed one after another. Kiki was almost caught by an evil spirit. Xiaochen was extremely nervous. In the end, he couldn't help but want to jump out of the altar. He wanted to go and rescue Kiki. Don't go. Lawrence and the woman shrouded in colorful mist made their move at the same time. The power of the law of space and the law of time obstructed Xiaochen. Fortunately, Kiki was fine. Moreover, it actually had the time to wave its little claw at the golden-winged angel in annoyance. In the end, Kiki transformed into a streak of white light with a swish. It actually crossed the sky for dozens of meters and directly passed through the numerous evil spirits blocking in front of the altar. After that, it leaped up again, crossed the blood river, and rushed up to the ancient altar. Kiki was really too mystical. Its whole body was snow-white, its spotlessly white fur was flickering with a sparkling luster. It was as if it was carved out of the soft and translucent chalcedony. In addition to that pair of intelligent big eyes, it was extremely cute. It was really a little critter with the intelligence of heaven and earth. Ku, why are you here? Xiaochen was really worried about it just now. Ku pointed at him angrily, and then pointed at itself. That expression was really cute and funny, just like a sulky child. It kept squeaking, as if it was blaming him for leaving it alone. After Ku leaped to this place, the area below the altar was already in chaos. The evil spirits that rushed out from the old house seemed to want to cross the blood river and rush up, which made all the practitioners extremely frightened. Fortunately, after letting out a few furious roars, they didn't chase after him in the end. Aya, so cute. The exceptional beauty Rowena smiled charmingly and walked over to hug Kiki. However, Ku didn't seem to appreciate it. She didn't like to stay on her soft chest and directly jumped on top of her head. This made Rowena feel embarrassed and humiliated. In the end, it was Buddha Stesian's bald head that helped her get rid of the trouble. Whoosh! Kiki leaped onto the bald head, and curiously jumped a few times. Buddhist was not angry at all, he had a faint smile on his face, it seemed like he had already transcended the mortal world. Don't mess around. Xiaochen carried it down. However, in the end, Kiki actually stared at the Amethyst Dragon King. Looking at the legendary King of Dragons, it wasn't afraid in the slightest. Moreover, it dared to jump on its head. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. Just where did this little critter come from? How could it be so daring? Roar! The Amethyst Dragon King was furious, it swung its dragon head with all its might, wanting to throw Kiki down. To it, this was a kind of serious provocation. As the future Dragon King, a little critter actually rode on its head. It was unbearable. Xiaochen was speechless. This little critter was too mischievous, why was it not afraid of anything? He forcefully carried Kiki to prevent the Amethyst Dragon King from going berserk. Facing the furious Amethyst Dragon King, Kiki waved its little paw at it without a care in the world. It seemed to be saying, I'm not playing with you anymore. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, the blood sun moved to the center of the sky. Rays of blood-red light shot down, and the altar also exploded with endless blood-red light. In the end, everyone felt that everything in front of them was blood-red, and nothing else could be seen. Space was twisting. Time also became chaotic. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into a space-time tunnel. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts. The blood-red light became the only thing in front of everyone. After an unknown amount of time, everyone felt as if they were riding the clouds, as if they were traveling at an extremely fast speed. When the blood-red light disappeared, a silent void appeared in front of them. It was as if they had returned to ancient times. There was no scenery in this special space. In the pitch-black void, there was only the sound of their breathing. There was dead silence. It felt like hundreds of millions of years had passed, but it also felt like only an instant had passed. Everyone felt as if time and space were in disorder. Following that, countless beams of light streaked across the sky like meteors. Xiaochen and the others felt as if they were traveling through time and space. Just like that, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. Time seemed to have stopped, and there was no longer the feeling of passing. Everyone's heartbeat and breathing seemed to have stopped. At some unknown point in time, the surrounding space began to distort and waves of energy rippled out. However, they did not harm their bodies. Instead, they were like soft ripples of water. Rumble, along with a loud sound, a glaring radiance suddenly burst out. Everyone had no choice but to close their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, a cool breeze brushed past their faces, and the moonlight was gentle. This was a peaceful night, the sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was sprinkling down like water. Everything was so peaceful and peaceful. It was as if a lifetime had passed. The soaring blood-red light, the bitter baleful aura, the innumerable evil spirits, all of them had already disappeared. Everyone was at the summit of a huge mountain. Not far away were pavilions, a small bridge, and a flowing stream. There was also a refreshing fragrance of flowers. Under this tranquil starry sky, everything was so beautiful. Everyone was convinced that they had escaped from the ghost town. We finally escaped. Someone shouted excitedly. Xiaochen felt this place was a little familiar. And Kiki, who was sitting on Luanhui Wang's head, was a little uneasy. It observed the surroundings vigilantly. It was rare for the insensitive Kiki to reveal this kind of expression. A young practitioner happily rushed towards a clear spring not far away. However, when he passed by an ancient palace at the side, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. This unforeseen event made everyone's complexion change. Their joyful expression disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a psychic who was flying in the sky also disappeared without a trace. The sky was just as terrifying. Don't move around carelessly, don't get close to those ancient palaces. Xiaochen shouted. He finally remembered, this was that sacred mountain, a place where many dragons and vicious beasts roamed. It was very close to Keek's hometown, the Heavenly Tree. At that time, he almost encountered a mishap at the foot of the mountain. How did they get here? Furthermore, it was already night time now. Could it be that they really traveled through space and spent more than half a day's time? Everyone was doubtful. The Amethyst Dragon King let out a low growl. It also hinted everyone not to act blindly without thinking. It seemed to be a little afraid of this sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was verdant with fine trees, waterfalls, and flowing springs. There were even many pavilions and palaces. It looked just like a fairyland, but everyone was afraid. This place is really strange. The scenery here is picturesque, but it seems very desolate below. A practitioner who was standing on the precipice of the mountain muttered to himself. He was currently surveying the scene below. It was really as he said, there were many grand palaces below the sacred mountain, but it was very desolate below. There was almost no vegetation. This huge sacred mountain was dark brown in color. It looked a little strange. It was obvious, those palaces had experienced too many years, some of them had already collapsed. Where is this place? What the hell is going on? The practitioners were very uneasy. We went through a spatial jump and arrived at an unknown place. The psychic Lawrence was the most proficient in the power of space. He told everyone this conclusion with certainty. The mysterious woman who was proficient in the law of time said, "We spent several hours to arrive here." Now, they could understand why it was night time all of a sudden. Xianxia didn't hide anything. He told them about his experience at the foot of the sacred mountain last time. Now, their fates were linked together, and only by working together could they survive. Not far away, the mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist was caressing the Amethyst Dragon King's horns, trying to communicate with it. After a long time, she came back and said, "The Amethyst Dragon King unintentionally barged into an ancient palace at the foot of the mountain, then mysteriously arrived at the ghost town's sacrificial altar." Everyone became silent for a while. The Amethyst Dragon King entered the ghost town from the foot of the mountain, but when they traveled back from the ghost town, they arrived at the summit of the sacred mountain. How could they safely reach the foot of the mountain? Xiaoqian's experience, as well as the disappearance of the practitioners just now. All of these indicated that if they wanted to reach the foot of the mountain, it would be filled with difficulties and dangers. Let's explore our way down the mountain. This place can't be more dangerous than the ghost town, right? Someone brought up this kind of suggestion. The others hesitated for a while, but in the end, they still decided to explore their way down the mountain. However, just as they walked for more than 100 meters, a miserable shriek transmitted over. The person at the front disappeared into thin air. And there was no ancient palace in the vicinity. This was really a little scary. They were still at the summit, they had just left the steep region, they still haven't officially descended the mountain. Looking at the ancient palaces at the foot of the mountain, everyone felt a little dizzy, they all sensed the danger. Life and death are up to fate. Let's go. A practitioner was very courageous. He actually took the lead and moved forward again. This time, everyone advanced for more than 50 meters, and the practitioner at the front disappeared into thin air. He didn't even have time to let out a warning. How could this be? Everyone was a little scared, no one was willing to walk at the front right now. Let me lead the way. The mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist resolutely walked to the front. This couldn't help but make people admire her. No, let me do it. Just at this time, Xiaoqian walked out from the crowd, because he recalled what happened last time. Kiki saved him twice at the crucial moment. He placed Kiki on the ground, and said to it, "Little monster, you have to stay far away from me, you have to save me at the crucial moment." Squeak. Squeak. Kiki was very dissatisfied with Xiaoqian calling it little monster. It lightly grabbed Xiaoqian's long hair and pulled it. After that, it nodded its head, blinked its big eyes, and retreated backwards. After that, it jumped onto the back of the Amethyst Dragon King without any trace of politeness. Roar. The Amethyst Dragon King was incomparably angry. This little thing actually dared to offend it again and again. It really made this Dragon King angry. It wished it could tear it apart immediately. Don't be angry. The woman shrouded in colorful mist pacified the Amethyst Dragon King that was about to go crazy. She said, "It is a lot smaller than you. Give in to it a bit. A Dragon King must have the demeanor of a Dragon King." It was very obvious, the mysterious woman was coaxing the young Amethyst Dragon King as if it was a child. With a gloomy roar, the Amethyst Dragon King turned its head around and glared at Kiki. And Kiki no longer provoked it, it quietly sat on its back and stared at Xiaoqian nervously. After changing their direction, they walked down the mountain for a few dozen meters. Suddenly, Xiaochen's figure disappeared, and at the same time, a divine radiance burst out from that area. Kiki made its move. It actually dragged Xiaochen back from where he disappeared. Everyone was dumbstruck. They looked at this adorable little critter that was blinking its big eyes in disbelief. Even the Amethyst Dragon King revealed a strange expression. It turned its head around and looked at Kiki on its back. Hee, Kiki laughed. It was like a naive child. Xiaochen, who just walked past the gates of hell, seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and said, "Just now I felt like I was enveloped by an inexhaustible baleful aura. It was exactly the same as the aura in the ghost town. If we disappear from the sacred mountain, I'm afraid we will return to that ghost town again. Furthermore, it might be an even more dangerous place." From this, it could be seen that the quiet sacred mountain was also brimming with danger. A little bit of carelessness would cost one their life. After walking down the mountain for more than 200 meters, Xiaochen almost disappeared 3 times, but he was dragged back by Kiki with its bizarre divine ability. However, something bad happened. Because Kiki was making squeaking sounds, it seemed to be telling Xiaochen that it was getting more and more strenuous. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. As they continued to walk down until they were near the waist of the mountain, the number of ancient palaces would increase. It was basically impossible to avoid them. Everyone had already figured out the pattern. The closer they got to the palaces, the more dangerous it would be. It seemed like how were they going to get down the sacred mountain? When Kiki pulled Xiaochen back for the 6th time, a bizarre expression appeared in the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes. The way it looked at Kiki was already completely different. After that, it also emitted a divine radiance and dragged back a practitioner who was walking in front. It was actually a divine ability similar to Kiki's, but it was far less powerful than Kiki's. Everyone looked at the Amethyst Dragon King in shock. They couldn't help but praise the Syndicate Dragon King. It actually learned Kiki's ability in such a short time. However, when it heard everyone's praise, the Amethyst Dragon King revealed a rarely seen ashamed and vexed expression. It must be mentioned that the mysterious woman had a tacit understanding with it. She roughly guessed the reason why it was feeling ashamed. She asked, "Is Kiki using the dragon's divine ability?" The Amethyst Dragon King nodded its head in vexation. Seeing this result, everyone seemed to have been petrified. Kiki was actually using the dragon's divine ability. I guessed that was the case. I once saw the monarch lion dragon and the tyrannical dragon, these kind of royalty, using this kind of ability at the ghost town. They could confine everything, sweep everything, and exterminate everything. Not only the other practitioners looked at Kiki with incomparable shock, even Xiaochen, who was walking at the front, also stopped his footstep. He turned his head around to look at that adorable snow-white little critter. And at this moment, Kiki became a little confused. It opened its eyes wide in bewilderment and looked at everyone with an innocent expression. Buddhist Asian recited the name of Buddha and said, "I once read about the records of the strange beasts in an ancient scripture. It seemed like there were 2 or 3 kinds of strange beasts that were not weaker than the dragons. They were born with incomparable intelligence. They could practice any kind of divine ability. I think Kiki must be that kind of race. Too bad the ancient scripture mainly focused on Buddhism. That part of the record was very general. It didn't describe the shapes and names of the strange beasts in detail." Swish swish swish, Ku's status rose rapidly. Everyone looked at it even more fervently. He really wanted to hold it in his arms and make it his own. What a pity. The little thing did not understand their mentality. A pair of large eyes blinked as it looked at the crowd. It seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the attention it was receiving. At the same time, it waved its little beast paw at everyone. It squeaked in dissatisfaction as if it was protesting. Everyone's mood was different, and they started moving forward again. However, they were getting closer and closer to the palace complex below. Whoosh, light flashed. Xiaochen almost disappeared, but he was restrained by Kiki. However, it seemed to be having a hard time. The mysterious woman, Lawrence, and Asian hastily extended their hands to help. They finally managed to pull Xiaochen back. "No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise, none of us will be able to reach the foot of the mountain alive." Xiaochen stopped. He didn't want to die. Earlier, it was because Ku could save it. But now, Ku was getting more and more exhausted. If this went on, he would definitely fail. Then what do we do? Could it be that we're just going to wait for death here? Everyone was panicking, but they had no other ideas. Look, it looks like an altar. The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena suddenly exclaimed. The huge sacred mountain was very vast. Behind a pile of rocks in the distance, there seemed to be an altar. It was made entirely of dark brown rocks. Everyone carefully walked over. In the end, they looked at each other in dismay. There was actually an altar here, and it was around 10 meters tall. It exuded an aura that was infinitely ancient. Xianxia said, rather than being trapped here to death, why don't we just leave? We might as well take the risk. Hey! Let's bet on it. The solitary sword demon agreed, even if he was conceited and arrogant. But there was no other way to escape now. Everyone walked up the ancient altar together. The top of the altar was emitting a fierce killing intent, as if it had been watered by fresh blood. Although countless years had passed, they could still see the dried blood stains. However, after a dozen people walked up, there was no reaction from the ancient altar. It seemed to be just an ordinary high platform. Blood sacrifice. This high platform seems to need fresh blood to function. Someone saw the dried blood on the altar. He gave such a suggestion. Very well. Each of us will spill some blood. Everyone cut their fingers and let the blood drip onto the altar, although the amount was limited. However, it could clearly feel the changes in the altar. Its entire body was glowing red, emitting bursts of bloody light. Meanwhile, the stars in the sky actually shot down beams of light. They gathered around the ancient altar. The bloody light soared into the sky, the glaring bloody radiance appeared in this area, and at the same time, a bizarre scene flashed past. Everyone actually saw the ghost town. Everyone turned pale with fright. They thought they were going to return to the ghost town again, and this made their hearts tremble. Fortunately, it was just an image. That was not where they were going. The battle was still going on in the ghost town. The Buddha's eternal wheel, the ancestral dragon's horn, and the brass 8 trigrams were still bombarding the divine monolith, and the dragons were also making their moves. Countless evil spirits were surging with baleful aura and were closing in on the divine monolith. What made everyone even more terrified was there was actually a sea of blood floating above the ghost town. In the middle of the pool of blood, there was a mountain of bones, and on top of the mountain of bones, there was a gloomy ancient castle. Everyone was stupefied. Wasn't this the diagram engraved on the divine monolith? It had actually manifested itself. When they were in the ancient city, they clearly saw the diagram engraved on the front of the divine monolith. Right now, those scenes were still appearing in their minds. At the very top of the diagram was a boundless sea of blood. The raging waves were thousands of layers, and the bloody waves were tens of thousands. A mountain of bones stood in the middle of the sea of blood, and in the middle, many ancient dragons were galloping in the sky. They seemed to be howling in grief. Many humans and deities were also struggling. Below the dragons and those deities was a ghost town. It was filled with eerie ghostly aura. The pitch-black gate of hell was half opened, the inside was deathly still. And below that ghost town, there was a peaceful pure land. Palaces were everywhere, the divine trees were resplendent, and the jade grass was everywhere. However, the outline was very limited. It was already close to the bottom of the divine monolith. It was hard to clearly observe the wider area. And now, the sea of blood and the mountain of bones appeared. The ghost town also appeared. Could it be that there was really a pure land below the ghost town? Everyone's mind was filled with doubts. All kinds of signs indicated that the diagram engraved on the divine monolith recorded a real world. A glaring blood light flashed. The stars in the sky shot down rays of light. They were all absorbed by the ancient sacrificial altar. After that, a blazing light burst out, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. But they knew that they were about to pass through an unknown area. Without a doubt, they were taking a risk with their lives. After all, the sacrificial altar was not used to pass through space. It seemed to be used to offer sacrifices. If their deductions were correct, everyone's situation would be extremely dangerous, because it was very possible that they would be teleported to the holy monster that was enjoying the sacrifices. But they had no choice. they could only take a gamble. After passing through space again, it was not much different from the previous time. In the endless void, rays of light flew past like shooting stars. As they moved forward, there seemed to be countless stars twinkling. They seemed to be passing through the resplendent starry sky. Time was already chaotic. It was hard to tell if time was flying or if it was slowly flowing. Until a glaring light burst out. When they passed through this bizarre space, everything ended. The cold wind whistled. Snowflakes danced in the air, everyone could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. They were actually inside a snowy mountain. This was the snowy mountain on the west side of the Sea of Bones, the sacred mountain in the east, the Sea of Bones in the middle, and the snowy mountain in the west. These 3 points formed a straight line. It was an extremely special region on the Dragon Island. Everyone was anxious and fearful. They didn't know if they managed to get out of danger this time. It was already dawn, the sun had already risen from the east. The cold wind howled angrily in the snowy mountain, snowflakes danced wildly. This snow-white world was especially cold. Don't tell me there is an infinitely terrifying existence here. We won't be eaten as sacrifices, right? A practitioner's voice was somewhat trembling. In such a short period of time, he faced the threat of death again and again. It already made his willpower a little weak. He couldn't take any more blows. After experiencing a series of dangers, there were only 16 people who escaped to this place, including Qingguang Wang and Luanhui Wang. If they only counted the humans, there were only 13 people. Just when everyone was a little nervous, Kiki let out a cheer. Kiki let out a cheer, it stepped on the Amethyst Dragon King's head and jumped onto the snowy ground. It rolled around happily, it looked like a happy snowman. The young Amethyst Dragon King seemed very gloomy. It let out a growl at Kiki, who was much smaller than it, but it didn't launch an attack. Time passed by quietly. The snowstorm had already stopped. The morning glow appeared from the east. It sprinkled a golden radiance. This was a morning brimming with hope. Everyone walked cautiously on the snowy ground. They climbed up a snowy peak and surveyed the distant green mountain. They didn't encounter any danger here. There is no restriction here, we are saved. A Xianxia shouted in joy. Illusion Master Carlos was the first one to soar into the sky. He flew towards a distant place at top speed. After confirming that they were out of danger, he had no choice but to escape. Otherwise, he and Xiaochen would definitely fight to the death. Now was not the time to help each other in the same boat. Haha, the solitary sword demon laughed heartily, his voice was as resounding as metal. He looked at Buddhistesian, Xiaochen and the others. Carrying the iron sword, he flew away. The woman shrouded in colorful mist also drifted far away with the Amethyst Dragon King. Soon after, the surviving practitioners left one after another. Rowena didn't leave. She smiled charmingly from the bottom of her heart. One of her lily-white hands was holding Yan Qingqing's hand tightly, preventing her from escaping. This made Yan Qingqing gnash her teeth in hatred. We are finally out of danger. Lawrence fell down on the snowy ground as soon as he finished speaking. His injuries were not light, and at the same time, he was too tired to bear, in addition to his weak physique. He fell asleep as soon as he relaxed. A new life, a metamorphosis. Buddhistesian seemed to have comprehended something. He sat on the snowy ground while facing the morning glow. As a martial artist, Xiaochen's physique was far superior to ordinary people. Even though he felt a little tired, he didn't have any intention to rest. God Slayer, Chaotic Disorder, Demon Suppression, and Rupture, these 4 techniques seemed to be enticing him. He rushed into the snowy mountain and stretched his body, then he began to practice the 4 killing moves on the Divine Monolith's heavenly diagram. Under the morning sun. Under the white snow. Xiaochen's body was like a mosquito dragon. He soared to the summit of the snowy mountain. He left behind one after another after images. It was as if he was traveling with divine light. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, the summit of the snowy mountain was actually shattered. It was extremely powerful. At a distant place, Rowena and Yan Qingqing's expression changed. Buddhistesian, who was meditating, was also moved. Xiaochen stood on top of the snow-capped mountain. His tall and straight body was dyed with a layer of golden radiance by the morning glow. It was as if he was wearing a layer of divine armor. Just a moment ago, he truly felt the dreadfulness of the four techniques. He only used the first God Slayer. And it completely drained his energy. However, the power was huge. It shattered the summit of the snowy mountain. If he could use the four techniques without any limit, then he wouldn't be too far away from being able to look down on his peers. After resting for a sufficient amount of time, Xianxia began to use the second technique, chaotic disorder. However, it was still the same as before, his energy couldn't keep up. He was only able to unleash a portion of its power, and the power in his body was already completely drained. Because of this, he was looking forward to the God Slayer, chaotic disorder, demon suppression, and rupture even more. He was unable to unleash their full power. It was already so terrifying. If he truly grasped it, how powerful would he be? After executing God Slayer and chaotic sequence, even though he had rested for a long time, he still felt that his chi and blood were not smooth. His body seemed a little uncomfortable. Of course he knew what was going on. He had this feeling a long time ago. Every time he used too much power, he would always feel this way. It was also because of this that he was able to deduce his own cultivation method. It seemed to be incomplete. There should be a follow-up. This time, he had barged into Ghost City and returned alive. To Xianxia, this was a great opportunity. He had actually found the subsequent part of the chi training diagram bestowed by heaven. Xianxia stood quietly on the snowy peak. The chi refining diagram bestowed by the heavens was very special. He did not need to meditate in order to cultivate it. The heavenly diagram that was imprinted in the depths of his mind appeared at this moment. He began to circulate his Xianxia according to the engraved pattern. It was as if water and milk were in perfect harmony. It was indeed the subsequent part of the original chi training diagram. It was a complete continuation of the original chi training method. Xianxia felt his whole body was incomparably comfortable. His chi and blood that were not smooth just now were completely smooth. He stood there for half a day. His surroundings were flickering with multicolored light. It made the surrounding snow look gorgeous. One after another, spiritual energy was forcefully gathered and poured into his body. In the end, Xiaoqian's feet were actually 3 inches off the ground. He was floating in the air. His body was flowing with a faint luster. Every inch of his skin was like a divine jade. Noon. Xiaoqian woke up from the mysterious martial realm. His whole body was flowing with a layer of sparkling and translucent radiance. He actually stepped into the 7th celestial layer of exuvia very naturally and peacefully. All of this was because his mysterious technique had been perfected a step further. Lawrence had also woken up a long time ago. It was as if he was possessed. He was carving on the snowy ground unceasingly. It was a very mysterious space incantation. It was recorded on the guardrail of the monolith. As far as he was concerned, it could be considered as a treasure. Xiaoqian and Yizhen did not startle him. They let him sink into that kind of selfless cultivation state. It had already been 2 days since he ate or drank anything. Buddhist Yizhen hunted a few snow rabbits. He and Xiaoqian used their true energy to melt the snow and wash the rabbit meat. After that, they operated the mysterious technique and used the blazing divine radiance to roast the rabbit meat. This could also be considered as a kind of unconventional cultivation. The fragrance of the meat finally woke Lawrence up from his selfless cultivation state. His stomach betrayed his mind and started to growl. The beautiful captive Yan Qingqing was not mistreated at all. And she herself did not regard herself as an outsider either. They all gathered around the snowy ground to enjoy the game. Only Kiki looked at everyone pitifully. It painfully rubbed its own round and bulging little belly. After that, it used its pair of little paws to cover its own eyes. After surviving a calamity, the few of them felt rather emotional. They managed to escape from the ghost town in the end. Even in the cold world of ice and snow, they also felt that life was so lively. The real world that was full of vigor and vitality was too beautiful. That afternoon, the few of them decided to leave this world of ice and snow, and return to that lush and verdant mountain forest brimming with vitality. At this time, Xiaoqian recalled the 3 dragon eggs buried here. The monarch lion dragon egg was already refined by him. The tyrannical Dragon egg, Stegosaurus egg, and Thunder Dragon egg were still preserved here. When they heard Xiaochen mention it, not only Rowena was shocked and excited. Even Lawrence and Buddhistesian were moved. They heard about the fierce battle on the snowy mountain because of the dragon eggs, but they didn't expect Xiaochen would actually get so many dragon eggs. When they walked into that area, they stopped at the same time. Because they felt the fluctuation of life, it seemed to be coming from the mountain peak where Xiaochen said the dragon eggs were buried. They thought of a possibility at the same time. They quickly rushed over. Lawrence and Buddhistesian followed Xiaochen's instructions. They shattered the thick ice and snow, and dug out an ice cave. After clearing the ice and snow at the entrance of the cave, a dazzling radiance immediately overflowed. The 3 mystical dragon eggs were as beautiful as jade. The cyan tyrannical dragon egg was glittering with divine radiance. It was sparkling and translucent. It was as eye-catching as a cyan moon. The Stegosaurus egg's jade-like eggshell was circulating with an enchanting radiance. It really looked like a psychic jade. The Thunder Dragon egg was lingering with purple splendor. It was incomparably beautiful, as if it was carved out of amethyst. And just at this time, the fluctuation of life became even more intense. It actually originated from the tyrannical dragon egg and the Stegosaurus egg. Xiaochen's guess was right, there was a young dragon about to break out of the shell. The temperature is so low, it actually broke out of the shell. It was actually able to break out of its shell. It's really incredible. Lawrence sighed with emotion. Buddhistesian explained, it has nothing to do with the temperature. The dragon egg will absorb the worldly essence on its own. After accumulating enough spiritual energy, the young dragon will break out of the shell by itself. Xiaochen also didn't expect it to be like this. Crack, the sound of the eggshell cracking transmitted out, a crack appeared on the tyrannical dragon egg, a cyan divine radiance was emitted. Xiaochen hastily called everyone out, and said to Lawrence and Isian outside the ice cave, I have a feeling that tyrannical dragon egg might give birth to a young dragon king. I think the first person it sees after breaking out of the shell will definitely leave an important impression in its heart. Which one of you wants to go in and obtain this opportunity? Anyone would be tempted if they could subdue a dragon king. Rowena, who was at the side, was truly envious and jealous. But she knew that the dragon king was too precious, and she would never get this chance. Brother Xiao, go in by yourself. Lawrence and Buddhistesian said in unison. No. As you can see, Ku is no worse than the Dragon King. Hurry up and make a decision, or you'll miss the opportunity. Ku's miraculousness was obvious to all. Xiaochen was telling the truth. Buddhistesian said, Brother Liu, you should go, you are a space master. The only weakness was that their physique was not as good as a martial artist's. If you had a Dragon King by your side, you would definitely be invincible in the future. He is a true war king. No. I've heard about it before. In Buddhism, there is a saying that divine beasts are protectors. If you have a Dragon King by your side, the great Buddha's divine power is just around the corner. The two of them began to reject each other. Xiaochen smiled and said, Stop fighting. There seems to be 2 life force fluctuations. Their strengths were about the same, but one of them was about to break out of its shell. Lawrence, you go in first. The other is true unity. At this time, Lawrence and the others also sensed it. The other life force fluctuation also became more intense. It seemed like it was about to break out of its shell as well. Lawrence no longer declined. He entered the ancient cave with large strides. And just at this time, the sound of the eggshell cracking accelerated. A cry of surprise transmitted from inside. Lawrence witnessed the birth of the little tyrannical dragon with his own eyes. Roar, the dragon's roar transmitted. Lawrence walked out while carrying a half-meter-long green young dragon. The little dragon seemed to be at a loss, but it didn't attack Lawrence. It's the Dragon King. Buddhistesian and Rowena cried out in surprise at the same time. The Syndicate Dragon King was born with outstanding horns. It was very different from the ordinary dragons. This green young dragon didn't really look like a tyrannical dragon. Its dragon head was no different from the ancestral dragon, it was almost the same. A pair of green dragon horns shone with resplendent radiance. Its body was more like a tyrannical dragon's. It was flickering with green radiance. From the moment it was born, it began to absorb the worldly essence frantically. The spiritual energy from all directions converged towards it. Lawrence hurriedly used the spiritual energy in his body to feed it, allowing the young Dragon King to absorb it frantically. This was really a delightful and astonishing scene. "I will call you the Azure Dragon King from now on," Lawrence said joyfully. And Buddhistesian didn't wait for Xiaochen to say anything, he already entered the ice cave. When the little saber dragon hatched, there was no doubt that it was definitely a Dragon King. Because its life fluctuation was not any weaker than the Azure Dragon King. If all these were to spread out, it would definitely make people incomparably shocked. The few dragon eggs that Xiaochen took out were actually as the rumors said. He successfully carried out the Dragon King raising plan, but this was indeed an unintentional move. Crack! Crack! The sound of eggshell cracking transmitted from the ice cave. After that, a dragon's roar transmitted out. Another little Dragon King was born. Buddhistesian carried the young dragon out. It was also half-meter long, green light lingered around its entire body. The dragon head was also similar to the ancestral dragon, it had a pair of jasper-like dragon horns. The dragon body was similar to the saber dragon, there were many sharp bone spurs on its body. Buddhistesian had no choice but to be careful when carrying it, so as to avoid getting injured by it. "Then I will call you the Jade Dragon King from now on." Buddhistesian was very happy. He also began to feed the little Dragon King with his own energy, allowing it to absorb it frantically. "Xiaochen, can you give me the remaining little dragon? You guys already have a powerful Dragon King anyways." Rowena could be said to be extremely charming, she revealed her boundless amorous feelings to Xiaochen. "If the little dragon can really be hatched, I can give it to you." Xiaochen replied like this. As a matter of fact, he knew this was not very possible, because he didn't sense any life fluctuation from the Thunder Dragon egg. However, Rowena had already rushed into the ice cave joyfully. Only after waiting for a very long time did he hear her cry out in surprise, "How could this be?" Xiaochen walked in, he saw Rowena was lightly dragging the huge purple dragon egg with one hand. It seemed like she didn't use much strength. How could it be so light? She seemed to be filled with doubt. Xiaochen received the Thunder Dragon egg and wrinkled his brows. This dragon egg was indeed too light. Furthermore, he could sense that there wasn't a lot of life essence inside, there was no life fluctuation at all. Could it be that the life essence inside was fought over by the two little Dragon Kings? Xiaochen had this kind of conjecture. After all, the ordinary dragon race couldn't be compared to the Dragon Kings. Since the dragon race was born, they needed to absorb a large amount of worldly essence. In front of the two Dragon Kings. Naturally, this dragon egg couldn't be kept. When Rowena heard this, she immediately revealed a dejected expression. She was really disappointed to the extreme. She was really disappointed to the extreme. And just at this time, outside the ice cave, the Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King had already absorbed enough spiritual energy. Now they could walk by themselves. And Kiki also ran over from a distant place, she curiously sized up the two Dragon Kings. The Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King seemed to be hostile towards each other. They were confronting each other, a fierce battle might break out at any time. Lawrence and Xian hurriedly separated them. The Dragon Kings and the Ancestral Dragon were going to have a life and death battle. At the same time, the Dragon Kings would also have a fierce battle. They absolutely couldn't let them be hostile right now. In case they started to fight, no matter who won or lost, they would suffer disastrous losses. Lawrence and Xian were well aware of the legend regarding the Ancestral Dragon and the Syndicate Dragon King. Not long after the little Dragon King was born, they would automatically leave the dragon nest when they had the ability to protect themselves. From then on, they grew up fighting in a dangerous environment. Although the two little Dragon Kings had a good impression of them now. But it was hard to say whether they would leave soon or not. As a result, the two of them decided to establish a genuine and stable relationship with them. Just like that mysterious woman and the Amethyst Dragon King. This is really inconceivable. I actually saw the birth of two Dragon Kings in one day. It's a little hard to imagine. Lawrence sighed. It's really shocking. Buddhistesian also said the same. I found a few dragon eggs from the sacred mountain. The dragons and vicious beasts that can roam that area, they are all top-notch experts on the dragon horses. How can their offspring be ordinary dragons? Xiaochen already had this kind of premonition a long time ago. He knew that if the little dragons were to be born from the dragon eggs he plundered, they would most likely give birth to a dragon king. The two little dragon kings were already running as fast as the wind. They were truly worthy of being the legendary divine beasts. Although they were only half a meter long, they were still much bigger than Kiki. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki was jumping around on the two dragons. It felt very novel. It seemed to be exceptionally happy because it had two playmates. However, the two proud dragon kings couldn't feel happy at all. They were very angry at that little critter for stepping on their dragon heads, and even more angry at Kiki for treating them as mounts. However, they discovered they couldn't do anything to the snow-white little critter. Its speed was a lot faster than them. Roar, roar, the dragon roar shook the sky. Although the Syndicate Dragon King was still very young, it almost caused an avalanche. But it was incomparably powerful. When the few of them left the snowy mountain, they stood on the highest peak and gazed in the direction of the Sea of Bones. That area was still enveloped by the blood-red light. It seemed like the battle had yet to end. This was truly an earth-shattering and tragic battle. Why did the rain of blood fall that night? Why did the dragons who had lost their divine ability on the dragon horses recover their divine ability and attack that incomparably terrifying ghost town at the same time? What exactly was the divine monolith suppressing? The few of them were filled with questions. It was not easy for them to escape this time. It should be around 100 meters. Oh, it should be like that. I also didn't expect that I actually slept from yesterday evening until now. Lawrence asked. He once dug out 3 ice coffins in the snowy mountain. Inside each coffin was a shed human skin. The left wrist of the 3 human skins all had this kind of red birthmark. They were exactly the same. Only now did Xiaochen finally know why he felt this youth was familiar. If he could wrinkle the youth's pale cheeks and turn his hair into sparse white, then he would look exactly the same as those 3 human skins. There was a small clear lake in the middle of a bamboo forest. Xiaochen was swimming in the lake at the moment. After washing away the bloodstains all over his body, it seemed like his soul had also received a baptism. His heart was empty and tranquil. Unknowingly, he actually operated the mysterious technique in the lake. The entire lake water rippled. Xiaochen was enveloped by the hazy mist. With his current cultivation, a few dozen miles was nothing at all. Very quickly, he entered the deathly still forest and arrived at the periphery of the Sea of Bones. After he finished saying these, he was momentarily stunned, because he still didn't see Xian, and also didn't hear any sound. However, he could completely sense Xian's approach. Xiaochen enjoyed the sumptuous breakfast provided by the beauty. He sensed the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds not far away, as well as the clear mountain stream. Everything was so pleasant. His tense mood for the past few days finally eased up. But why is he spying on me? Xiaochen had this kind of question. Being stared at by this kind of demonic old ghost, anyone would feel that it was very dangerous. God knows what this old ghost is planning. After experiencing the ghost town's calamity, as well as the previous massacre, hundreds of practitioners died on the island. Now, there were only 100 practitioners left on the entire Dragon Island. Almost all of these people were lone travelers. If they also participated in the Alliance's confrontation that day and were forced to enter the ghost town, perhaps there wouldn't be many practitioners left on the Dragon Island. After training for a few days in this beautiful spiritual mountain, Xiaochen and the rest clearly felt that the baleful aura in the center of the island seemed to have weakened. And today was already the 7th day since the ghost town appeared. Only Kiki was the most leisurely. She went to provoke the 2 dragon kings whenever she had nothing to do. As a result, the birds and beasts fled in fright. The dragon roar shook the sky. This was a great threat. They had to think of a way to guard against him, or even eliminate him. Just when Xiaochen was feeling restless, he felt another familiar aura. The young expert of the barbarian race, Chaos, seemed to be looking all around not far behind him. However, Xiaochen was immediately shocked. Although the aura was very similar to Chaos, the person was not. There are several dozen practitioners hiding here. All of them are observing the ghost town. paying close attention to everything happening there. Xiaochen came at the right time. The scarlet sea in the sky was slowly receding. Meanwhile, the brass 8 trigrams, divine halberd, and iron engravings transformed into 3 light beams and left the ghost town. As for the Buddha's Dharma wheel, it embedded itself into the ancient city's gate once again. Although he didn't turn around to look, his spirit sense had already captured the person's appearance. It was a young man in his 20s. He was of medium build and couldn't be considered handsome. His face was abnormally pale, as if there was no blood flowing in it. The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena called out to the 3 people in the bamboo forest. How terrifying. No one will be able to sneak up on you in the future. It's time to eat, 7 days, Xiaochen said one by one. Lawrence quickly rushed into the bamboo forest. He discovered it was just as Xiaochen said. Yan Qingqing was currently preparing breakfast under Rowena's supervision. The forest was quiet until all the dragons were far away. Only after a long time did some practitioners walked towards the sea of bones. They wanted to get to the bottom of it. Among the dozens of practitioners, most of them had never entered the ghost town before. When the scarlet rain descended, they were not in this terrifying ominous land. Among them, Spellmaster Schroeder and Psychic Lanyu, Xiaochen had met these 2 people before. As for the rest, Xiaochen almost didn't recognize them. For some reason, a strange feeling welled up in Xiaochen's heart. It was as if he had seen the other party before, but he couldn't remember where he saw them for the time being. The youth with an abnormally pale complexion was obviously not only spying on Xiaochen, he was also spying on the solitary sword demon, Lanyu, Schroeder, and the other experts. All of these were clearly seen by Xiaochen. The 3 skeletons were training, Lawrence and Buddhist Asian were also training. Everyone was doing their best to increase their own power. According to what Lawrence said, 1 year of training on the Dragon Island was equivalent to 3 to 5 years of training in the past. That was because there was a possibility of dying if their strength was not up to par. It forced everyone to think of a way to make a breakthrough. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes and rose from the bottom of the lake. He rose from the bottom of the lake. Golden radiance. It sprinkled down from the east, bathing him in the gorgeous morning glow. Lawrence was dumbstruck. Only when Asian appeared in his field of vision did he realize it. With their level of cultivation, they could walk without making a sound. And Xiaochen actually sensed Asian's arrival 1 step ahead by relying on his spiritual sense. Although the distance was not too far, this kind of foresight was really too miraculous. You seem to have undergone a very peculiar change. Xiaochen left this place in a hurry. He headed towards the vicinity of the Sea of Bones to take a look. And because of the Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King, Lawrence and Asian didn't go forward. He did not go forward. The 3 skeletons did not follow him either, they continued to train here. Only Kiki happily followed Xiaochen. Xiaochen flung his long wet hair and walked towards the shore. The surface of his body was flickering with a sparkling and translucent luster, as if he was smeared with a layer of magnificent jade. As expected. Asian walked over from the bamboo forest not far away. It confirmed his feeling from a moment ago. Asian was exchanging pointers with Xiaochen. After seeing Xiaochen display the God Slayer technique, he was incomparably astonished after asking, and said, according to legend, once the God Slayer technique reaches a certain level, it can cleanly slaughter a deity. It is an extremely terrifying killing technique, but it seems like no one was able to practice it to the perfect level. I also feel like something has changed. In this spiritual land with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, Xiaochen trained with a relaxed attitude. His true energy became more and more condensed. The perfection of his technique made him feel like he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth much faster than before. Lawrence and Buddhist Asian did not plan to explore the ghost town in a short period of time. Their most important task right now was to nurture the 2 Dragon Kings, until the 2 Syndicate Dragon Kings had enough strength to protect themselves, and were unwilling to leave them. They needed to find a place to train now. The Dragon Island was too complicated right now. Strength was the most important thing. Although there was a certain distance between them, Xiaochen felt that this person was very dangerous. He had a feeling that even the solitary sword demon would not be that person's match. The ghost town in the Sea of Bones also gradually faded away. In the end, it actually completely disappeared from the boundless land of bones. Only an ancient divine monolith that was more than 100 meters tall was left standing there. Everything disappeared, it was as if nothing had happened. However, regardless of whether it was the deathly still forest or the boundless sea of bones, there were traces of the blood rain. This was the only evidence left behind. Everyone was incomparably amazed. It seemed like the barbaric dragon's divine ability was really lost. They only possessed the divine ability for 7 days. After that, they returned to their original form. Regardless of whether it was the monarch lion dragon or the tyrannical dragon, or the ordinary Proteus drakes, all of them ran far away with brute force. Not a single dragon could fly anymore. After the calamity of the ghost town, seeing such a beautiful spiritual land, everyone felt very pleasing to the eye, their body and mind relaxed. Without using your eyes, without using your ears, how far can you perceive? Our good captive is really diligent, he actually prepared breakfast for us. There's roasted goat leg, venison, coconut juice. There were countless beautiful places on the Dragon Island. Xianxia and the others found a spiritual mountain very quickly. The trees here were verdant, the wisteria intertwined one after another. It could even be said that the flowers were fragrant and the birds were singing. The spiritual energy was dense, and there were even waterfalls and flowing springs adorning this place. Now, looking at the old ghost's young, but pale complexion, he really looked like a living corpse. It was unspeakably gloomy and scary. In the end, the old ghost went far away, and then disappeared from this sea of bones. Actually, after Buddhist Xian went through a life and death experience in the ancient city, his harvest was also huge. One of the ancient scriptures from the Buddha's eternal wheel was forever engraved in his heart. At the same time, the Buddha's eternal wheel raised his cultivation from the 5th celestial layer to the 7th celestial layer. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortalis were the 5 major realms of the practitioners. Once they entered the Historia realm, some bizarre divine abilities would appear. Xianxia didn't need to see, didn't need to hear, he could already be considered as a kind of divine ability. When he heard Xianxia's introduction, and the chaotic disorder, demon suppression, and burst, these 3 techniques were not any weaker than the God Slayer. Buddhist Xian was really speechless. As a matter of fact, Xianxia only focused on practicing the God Slayer at the moment. That was because one technique could evolve into countless variations. He still hasn't grasped the essence of the first technique. Seeing that Xianxia was already able to unleash such a huge power with his current cultivation, Xian really felt a little apprehensive. Xianxia didn't hide anything, he taught this technique to Buddhist Xian. However, Buddhist Xian used the Buddhist mantra to activate it. It was basically hard for him to unleash its full power. It seemed like this technique was specially created for the sake of the divine monolith's mantra. Xianxia had just broken through to the 7th celestial layer of Exuvia. There was still some distance before he could reach the Historia realm. However, he already had a divine ability. This was definitely a rare occurrence. Xianxia secretly took a deep breath. How could this be? His original conjecture actually came true, there was actually such a demonic old ghost. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that this old ghost had been living on this Dragon Island all along? He must have experienced at least several hundred years. The mysterious 7 days, it must be mentioned, Rowena was really dutiful. She actually really wanted to train Yan Qingqing into a stunner. She diligently guided Yan Qingqing every day. It made Yan Qingqing clench her teeth in shame. Why did all these things happen? While walking in the mountain forest, the few of them were surprised to find out that the bloody rain had never fallen in these areas. It seemed like only the Sea of Bones and the deathly still forest had that rare bloody rain. The few of them sighed, that area was really an ominous place, and they just happened to enter that place that night. They were really courting death. Soon after, numerous dragons flew out of the ghost town. Their divine ability seemed to be weakening very quickly. They actually all landed on the ground after leaving the ghost town. In the end, the ancestral dragon's horn and claw flew out of the ancient city. They rushed towards the sacred mountain. The old ghost in the ice coffin, Lawrence and Buddhist Xian were endlessly shocked by Xianxia's sudden spiritual sense. Soon after, the lake water calmed down again. He seemed to have blended into the small lake. The fishes in the surroundings were no longer afraid of him, they swam around him. Xiaochen felt as if he had really blended into the world, he became a part of nature. In the end, he sank to the bottom of the lake, and fell into the wondrous martial realm. He already didn't need to breathe, an endless amount of spiritual energy entered his body from his skin, the impure air was naturally expelled. However, Xiaochen was unable to clearly sense what kind of transformation had taken place. But just at this time, he said, Yizhen also came over. Xiaochen also walked into the Sea of Bones. He found the solitary sword demon here, as well as the mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist. Almost all the survivors who entered the ancient city before were here, they were most concerned about this matter. Xiaochen decided to go to the vicinity of the ghost town to take a look. He must get to the bottom of this, otherwise he would feel uneasy. What was he trying to do? Xiaochen remained calm and collected, he was still paying attention to him with the divine ability of foresight. Suddenly, Xiaochen's eyes emitted two divine radiances, he felt a chill in his heart. He saw a red birthmark on the youth's left wrist, it matched with a certain memory in his mind. Xiaochen, what you used just now was the real God Slayer technique. Lawrence, who was taking a stroll at the lakeside, was incomparably amazed. He said, Don't tell me you were in the lake the whole night? Suddenly, Xiaochen felt someone was spying on him. This was the ability of foresight, it was his newest divine ability. 50 meters behind him, there was a pale-faced youth sizing him up. Xiaochen originally wanted to go to the vicinity of the ghost town to take a look, but when he felt the baleful aura in that area, the bloody light was glaring, he changed his mind, that place was too dangerous now, he decided not to take the risk for now. Chaos was 3 meters tall, he was a young barbarian expert brimming with wildness. He had the ears of a wolf and the long tiger's tail. And the person who was looking all around behind him was actually a little fatty. His stature was not that tall, but he was plump. He gave people a very simple and honest feeling. Even when he was looking all around right now, he looked a little silly and foolish. It was too strange. Xiaochen indeed sensed Chaos's aura from his body, but why was his body not the same? Suddenly, he quivered and shivered. Could it be that Chaos was already dead, and then he reincarnated in someone else's body? After all, when he was going through the ghost town's calamity, he encountered too many supernatural and frightening things. He instinctively thought in that direction. Furthermore, the old freak of the snowy mountain was also placed in front of his eyes, how could he not let his imagination run wild? The naive little fatty took a big turn in the Sea of Bones, then he actually passed through the Sea of Bones and headed towards the southernmost area. Xiaochen was not too familiar with the southern part of the island, he had never explored that area before. However, he followed along this time, he decided to see the origin of this little fatty who had Chaos's aura. When he followed along, Xiaochen discovered that the solitary sword demon and the mysterious woman shrouded in colorful mist also followed along. They did not avoid him at all. When they passed through the Sea of Bones and entered the mountain woods, Xiaochen walked towards them and straightforwardly said, I suspect that an evil spirit reincarnated in someone else's body, that's why I followed along. Why did you guys follow along? The solitary sword demon sneered, Hey, it's the same. I sensed the aura of a certain barbarian from his body, but the body does not belong to that person. I also followed along because of this. The mysterious woman replied like this. Xiaochen was finally convinced, his feeling was not wrong, there was something fishy going on. The naive little fatty was not as simple as he appeared to be, he seemed to be very vigilant, he kept changing his position in the mountain woods. As if he was afraid someone was following him. This made Kiki, who was following beside Xiaochen, to blink its big eyes unceasingly, it seemed to find this very interesting. After advancing southward for more than an hour, the little fatty entered a spacious mountain woods. After turning left and right, he actually disappeared without a trace. However, Xiaochen and the others were not worried, it seemed like they had already reached their destination. But just at this time, Kiki suddenly jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder. It stretched out its little paw and pulled his long hair. After that, its big eyes kept glancing backwards. Xiaochen's heart thumped. He pretended to stop and observe. Not long after, Snow Mountain Old Ghost appeared within the range of his senses. He could clearly see him following him. This was not a good sign. Xiaochen looked at the solitary sword demon and the mysterious girl in front of him. It seemed like they did not know of the existence of this old man. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he continued to follow. Not long later, he and the solitary sword demon discovered a small village in the old forest. It was surrounded by ancient trees. If one did not venture deep into the forest, it would be hard to discover it. There were only 70 to 80 families in the small village, and one could hear the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. It was really filled with the flavor of the countryside. This made Xiaochen feel like it was a lifetime ago. Unexpectedly, there was such a small mountain village filled with the aura of life on this savage dragon island. This felt somewhat surreal. Cough, cough, a coughing sound transmitted over. An old woman appeared behind Xiaochen and the others like a ghost. She sighed faintly and said, "Youngsters, why are you following my grandson?" Xiaochen's heart sank. The divine ability of foresight indeed allowed him to discover the old woman one step ahead. However, the other party's speed was really too fast. He could clearly see a wisp of smoke-like silhouette approaching them from the depths of the forest. The solitary sword demon held his iron sword and retreated to one side. He pulled open the distance between him and the old woman. And the mysterious girl in the colorful mist had already disappeared without a trace. It seemed like her cultivation was really outstanding. She managed to evade the old woman one step ahead. "We don't have any evil intentions. We just want to investigate one thing." Xiaochen was very calm. Looking at the white-haired, slightly hunched old woman in front of him, he felt a chill run down his spine. "You want to investigate our village?" The old woman's tone was a little cold. "No." Xiaochen decided to speak frankly. There was no need to hide anything. He said, "I felt the aura of an acquaintance on the fatty's body. I felt it was very strange, so I followed him all the way here. I want to find out." "I felt the aura of an acquaintance. Don't tell me that so-called acquaintance is your friend?" Although the old woman spoke very calmly, Xiaochen's prophetic intuition could sense a trace of danger. "No, that is an enemy of mine. Between me and that person, only one can survive." "Oh." The old woman nodded. At the same time, Xiaochen felt the danger had disappeared. "What about you?" The old woman turned her head around and looked at the solitary sword demon. Although the solitary sword demon was extremely conceited, he also didn't want to provoke this kind of unfathomable enemy. He said, "I am the same as him." He pointed at Xiaochen with his finger. "My intuition tells me that you guys are not lying. That makes things easier. I can tell you guys, that barbarian youth called Chaos was killed by me. I implanted the two ancient beast souls in his body into my grandson's body." Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon were a little shocked. They had also heard that some barbarians had ancient beast souls sealed in their body. They could indeed be forcefully extracted and implanted into someone else's body. "My grandson is also a barbarian descendant, he has an ancient beast soul in his body. That Chaos shouldn't have done it, he wanted to devour my grandson's beast soul. As a result, he was captured alive by my grandson, and I dealt with him like that after I brought him back." Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon were speechless. Chaos was really too unlucky. He actually ended up like this. "Let's go, we are guests from afar. Let's go to the village and have a cup of tea. I know you guys definitely have a lot of things to ask me." After saying that, the old woman took the lead and walked forward. "Granny, may I ask, have you guys been living on the Dragon Island all this time?" The old woman looked at Xiaochen, her tangerine-like face revealed a trace of smile and said, "I knew you would ask this question. Our ancestors came from the Immortals mainland just like you guys. In the end, they were trapped on this island. We are their descendants." Although he had already guessed this possibility, Xiaochen still couldn't help but feel astonished. He seemed to have seen his own future. Would he also be trapped on this island and live like this? "That's not right, the Dragon Island was unsealed not long ago, why didn't you guys leave?" Xiaochen thought of this question. How do we leave? After living on this island for a long time, a person's physique will change. It's as if they are cursed, they basically can't leave this island. The old woman let out a sigh. Could it be that there is no other way? There is, if you guys can subdue the 9 syndicate dragon kings, even if the island is already sealed, you can still leave this island safely. There is such a thing? The solitary sword demon who had been silent all along also couldn't help but ask. If the blood of the 9 dragon kings is combined, it can remove the curse on our descendants. The old woman was absent-minded, she was a little excited. While they were talking, they entered the village. Although there was the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking, there were very few human figures. It seemed to lack vitality, it was a little cold and cheerless. That naive little fatty walked out from a courtyard and said, "Grandma, you are usually very quick-witted, you didn't even know that you were being followed today." They were following me? The little fatty was a little vexed, then he seemed a little naive. However, Xiaochen didn't look down on him, this little fatty might be that kind of person who preys on tigers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to deal with chaos. The old woman brought Xiaochen and the others into the courtyard, she invited them to sit down at a stone table, then she let the little fatty prepare some tea. Only then did she start to slowly talk with Xiaochen and the others. The Dragon Island is sealed, even the nearby sea area has become the taboo ocean. Regardless of whether it's a person or a ship, they will all be destroyed if they enter. However, according to the legends, there is a divine ship that can pass through the taboo ocean. The old woman brought hope to Xiaochen and the others. What kind of ship? A divine ship built from the ancestral dragon's bone and the heavenly wood. It has been wandering in the taboo ocean for countless years already. It can bring the people on the island out of the taboo ocean. How do we find this divine ship? The solitary sword demon asked. The old woman drank a mouthful of tea, then she said unhurriedly, "Didn't I say it before, we need 9 dragon kings. If they work together, they can summon the divine ship that is wandering in the taboo ocean. Then doesn't that mean we have a chance to leave this place?" The solitary sword demon was very excited. The old woman poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "The prerequisite is that you must find 9 dragon kings first, and make them listen to you and be willing to summon the divine ship for you." This was indeed an extremely difficult problem. Back then, the Amethyst Dragon King attracted the attention of many people, but no one was able to subdue it. Of course, if the solitary sword demon knew how Xiaochen and the others obtained 2 dragon kings, he would definitely vomit blood out of depression. Don't tell me there is no other way to replace it? There is, you can also find the legendary little ancestral dragon. 1 ancestral dragon is equivalent to 9 dragon kings. The old woman said very calmly. The solitary sword demon was speechless. And Kiki, who was looking all around on Xiaochen's shoulder, when it heard the 2 words ancestral dragon, its pair of quick-witted big eyes immediately opened perfectly round. It waved its little paw with all its might, it was not convinced at all. Why is the village so deserted? Xiaochen noticed that even though there were 70 to 80 families, he only saw 3 to 5 people after entering the village. Although there are a lot of houses, the population is getting lesser and lesser. Until now, there are less than 30 people in the entire village. The old woman heaved a long sigh. Just at this time, a white-haired and white-bearded elder floated into the courtyard like a specter. This was an old psychic. "Fourth Grandpa," the little fatty called out foolishly. The old man responded, then he knitted his brows and said, "Not good, that evil spirit came into being again, I found his trail." "What evil spirit?" the solitary sword demon asked. "An ancient evil spirit, it has lived for countless years, it is the only terrifying evil spirit that escaped from the ghost town." The old man's words immediately made Xiaochen's heart turn cold. He thought of the old ghost that went through several transformations in the snowy mountain, it seemed to have followed him here. The evil spirit had existed for countless years, it escaped from the ghost town, it actually originated from the ancient era. This news was really terrifying, it made people shudder with fear. Back then, this village was not located here, it was located in a valley with even more beautiful scenery. It was only because they found a few dozen sarcophagi when they were digging the earth to build the foundation that they moved to this place. Not even 3 months later, an evil spirit appeared. The nightmare of the village began from then on. They were like livestock in a pen, 1 or 2 of them would go missing from time to time. The villagers all knew it was the evil spirit that took away those people's lives. The old woman's ancestors also tried to resist before, they also tried to think of a way to eliminate the evil spirit, but they all ended in failure. Furthermore, it attracted an even more terrifying revenge. To them, that was an unforgettable period of darkness. As the old woman slowly narrated, Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon's expression became grave. That terrifying evil spirit appeared on the Dragon Island again, it would pose a great threat to their lives. The old woman heaved a sigh, as if she just woke up from a nightmare. A few more wrinkles appeared on her aged face. During those dark times, the old woman's ancestors discovered the remains of several even more ancient villages on the Dragon Island. There were some records left behind in those desolate ancient villages. Only then did they know that the evil spirit was an ancient dead spirit. It was the only evil spirit that escaped from the ghost town. It was not something they could contend against. One could imagine that there were people trapped on the Dragon Island at different times. The deaths of these people were all related to the murderous ghost, so they more or less left some clues. In ancient legends, there were some ominous ghosts that could make even the gods uneasy. They could seize the vitality of the human world, allowing their ghostly bodies to continuously transform and return to the sun. Such ominous spirits were called devils. The records left behind in those dilapidated and desolate ancient villages verified this legend. It was obvious that the evil spirits on the island were demons. Fortunately, the malicious ghosts did not wreak havoc for long, only a year. Once the time passed, he would find a deserted place and fall into a deep sleep. Only after a few hundred years would he undergo a metamorphosis and break out of the coffin again to absorb yang energy. The old woman's ancestors had already experienced 2 ghost tribulations. It could even be said that the human population had withered away. If they were to experience another ghost tribulation, then the remaining 20 to 30 people would not be enough to satisfy the demon's needs. It was obvious that they would be completely wiped out. Doesn't that mean we are dead for sure? Even though the solitary sword demon asked like this, he did not have the slightest hint of fear. He was a cold-hearted person, he was truly a cruel and unyielding person. According to some records discovered later on, we only have one chance now. The old woman took a sip of tea to moisten her dry lips and said, the 3 months after his rebirth is his weakest period. Only during this period of time can we fight him. Otherwise, after this period of time, he will be invincible. We will not be able to contend against him at all. He is truly a devil in name and in reality. The demon had already gone through dozens of metamorphoses. It was reasonable to say that he had already reached the realm of perfection a long time ago. He had become an existence that could even make the gods tremble. However, the Dragon Island was sealed by the divine monolith. The demon was unable to break through the shackles. He was firmly suppressed at the realm of demigod, and he didn't dare to take the risk to break through. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The Dragon Island did not allow the existence of god-level power. Among the 5 major realms, Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortalis, the realm of Zephyr could be considered as the realm of demigods. The difference between the strength of the practitioners on the island and the demon was very obvious. 3 months? I'm afraid we don't have that much time. Xiaochen told them everything he saw and heard in the snowy mountain. The old woman and the old man were horrified. They revealed a terrified expression. The old woman said, he already metamorphosed a long time ago? If that's the case, it might have already been 1 or 2 months. It seems like we don't even have 1 month left. The old man also went to the vicinity of the snowy mountain to collect snow lotus. Only then did he discover the aura left behind by the malicious spirit. However, he didn't discover those 3 ice coffins. Xiaochen lowered his voice and said, is there a birthmark on his left wrist? According to legend, yes. That's not good. When I came here, it seems like that guy had already followed me all the way here. This information from Xiaochen was like a comet crashing into the calm sea. It set off a huge wave in everyone's heart. Their expression changed miserably. They felt a chill running down their spines as they quickly swept their gaze all around. The scene became silent. It was deathly quiet. Only Kiki didn't seem to care in the slightest as she sized up the surroundings with her pair of quick-witted big eyes. Xiaochen lowered his voice and said, he is so powerful, don't tell me we can't rely on other forces to deal with him? A few days ago, the Dragon Clan displayed extraordinary great divine abilities. This was a suggestion, and also an inquiry. Why did the dragons suddenly regain their former strength during those few days? Even now, he was still confused. He knew nothing about the mysterious ghost town. Ghost town, ghost town. The old man heaved a light sigh and said, "Everything is because of the ghost town. Think about it, all the demons escaped from there." The old man didn't explain too much. As a matter of fact, they were also unclear. All the information they obtained was passed down by their ancestors. Every few hundred years, after the Dragon Island was temporarily unsealed, the dragons would temporarily regain their divine ability on the day of the Ghost Festival. After that, they would attack the ghost town in order to destroy the divine monolith. As for the ultimate secret, outsiders had no way of knowing. As for the brass 8 trigrams, the jet black metal engravings, the golden divine halberd, and other legendary sacred tools, they also didn't know which area of the Dragon Island they were hidden in. The mysterious Dragon Island hid a lot of secrets. Even if they tried their best to dig, it would be hard to find out everything. This place seemed to be hiding a gargantuan secret. The divine monolith of the Dragon Island should be the key clue, the solitary sword demon muttered to himself. The calamity is so sudden, the calamity has arrived once again. The old woman's aged face became even older as she said, "There is a bizarre power on the Dragon Island that is suppressing the divine power. Even though it is mainly aimed at the dragons, the other races are also greatly affected. Since the time of our ancestors, no matter how talented they were, it would be hard for them to advance any further after reaching the third celestial layer of Historia. It was very obvious that the people on the Dragon Island didn't have enough power to fight against the demon." Just at this time, the sound of something piercing through the air transmitted from the village entrance. Everyone could clearly see a few resplendent sword chi rushing into the sky. At the same time, a series of angry shouts transmitted over, as well as the loud noise of buildings collapsing. Following that, a miserable shriek transmitted over, and then an ear-splitting dragon roar resounded. The old woman, the old man, Xiaochen, the solitary sword demon, and the little fatty rushed out of the courtyard at lightning speed, and rushed towards the village entrance. They could only see a few corpses that were torn apart at the village entrance. Blood was flowing out unceasingly, it was scattered among the collapsed houses. A girl was shrouded in colorful mist, her body was currently trembling slightly, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly injured just now. The Amethyst Dragon King was accompanying her. It also had some injuries on its body, there were some scales and dragon blood on the ground. The old woman and the others had a sorrowful expression on their face. They pieced the corpses together on the ground, then they sized up the girl shrouded in colorful mist and the Amethyst Dragon King. Could this be a Dragon King? Yes. What happened just now? It must be mentioned that the girl shrouded in colorful mist was very mysterious. Xiaochen had met her a few times already, but he was never able to see her true appearance. Her body was always lingering in multicolored mist, she seemed otherworldly and incomparably mysterious. Just now, a person with a very heavy yin aura arrived at this place. Following the narration of the girl shrouded in colorful mist, everyone quickly deduced that it was that evil spirit. Even though he was still in a weakened state, he was still terrifyingly powerful. The 3 people at the village entrance were torn apart by him in an instant, and the girl who could control the law of time was also seriously injured. If not for the Amethyst Dragon King's blood accidentally piercing through that evil spirit at the most crucial moment, she would have also been torn apart in a split second. The Dragon King's blood can actually restrain him. This is really a good news to be happy about. The old woman's orange peel-like wrinkled cheeks trembled. It was easy to tell that she was really excited. However, it also seemed a little terrifying, the wrinkled cheeks were almost spasming. She laughed with a ga sound and said, "This is really a great news, this might be the only way for us to defeat him. We only knew that the blood of the 9 Dragon Kings mixed together can lift our curse, but we never thought it could also restrain the evil spirit, ga. Ever since the Dragon Island was sealed, the ancestral dragon and Dragon King had never appeared. Only after countless years had passed did the legend begin again. The people who came to the Dragon Island this time did not come to explore the secret, all of them came for the ancestral dragon and Dragon King. Grandma, we don't need to be afraid this time, at least we have the ability to protect ourselves. I will go find Blackie. The little fatty said naively, then he ran towards the village as if he was flying. A dragon roar transmitted from the jungle behind the village. Not long later, the little fatty ran back with a 1-meter-long black dragon. The scales all over the little dragon's body were flickering with black radiance, its entire body was incomparably shiny. It had the head of the ancestral dragon and the body of a leopard and a tiger. Of course, it was impossible for it to have any fur, it was completely covered with dragon scales. Without a doubt, this was a dragon king. It was hard to guess what kind of dragon it was, because the dragon king was very different from the previous generation's bloodline inheritor. The people of this village actually found a dragon king a long time ago. It could be seen that they were already prepared. The black dragon king was a little smaller than the amethyst dragon king. It was very possible that it was the second largest dragon king on the dragon island. It had a clear advantage in competing for the ancestral dragon position. When the amethyst dragon king and the black dragon king met each other's eyes, they immediately let out a low growl. The hostility between them was very strong. This was something that could not be avoided. The battle between the dragon kings was the cruelest. When the syndicate dragon kings grew to a certain stage, they would inevitably fight to the death. The woman shrouded in colorful mist and the little fatty hastily pacified the two young dragon kings to prevent them from having a conflict. And just at this time, Kiki suddenly widened its pair of quick-witted big eyes. The two dragon kings also seemed to be vigilant. They looked towards the jungle outside the village just like Kiki. Kiki scuttled to the back of the amethyst dragon king with a whoosh sound. Its two little claws quickly touched the amethyst dragon king's wound. It dipped its claws in the dragon king's blood. After that, it transformed into a streak of white light and rushed towards the jungle outside the village. It provoked the amethyst dragon king to let out a furious roar. The black mist in the jungle rolled over and over violently. A large area of the forest collapsed in a flash. Kiki transformed into a streak of white light and ran back. And a pale-faced youth appeared from the jungle. There were a few bloody holes on his chest. That was the amethyst dragon king's blood. And there was a small claw mark on his left arm. It was obviously Kiki's masterpiece. His eyes emitted two frightening rays of light. After gazing at Kiki and the two syndicate dragon kings, he silently disappeared from his original place. That's him. Xiaochen and the woman in the colorful mist spoke at the same time. It's him, it's that evil ghost. The old woman's expression was agitated as she said, I've seen the records left behind by our ancestors regarding the evil spirit. Among them, there was a simple drawing of him. He was the one who killed countless of our ancestors. The return of the evil spirit made them feel very uneasy. Although it had retreated, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't appear again. The tyranny of the Dragon King's blood shocked Xiaochen and the others. It was actually able to restrain that terrifying demon. One could imagine how powerful the Amethyst Dragon King would be once it matured. The intelligence that Kiki displayed was also astounding. It actually discovered the evil spirit before everyone and the two Dragon Kings. Ku was rubbing her little paws hard, removing the bloodstains from her snow-white fur in annoyance. Then, it ignored the Amethyst Dragon King's growl. It mischievously jumped onto the Black Dragon King's back and waved its little paw at the Amethyst Dragon King. Before the two Dragon Kings got angry, Xiaochen hastily caught it back. This little guy was too fascinating. The few of them returned to the village. This time, they changed to a different courtyard. The grape trellis in the courtyard was verdant and lush. The top was filled with sparkling and translucent purple grapes. They were as bright as agate. The few of them sat around the stone table under the grape trellis. They began to plot in detail. They had to eliminate the demon, or else everyone would be in danger. Xiaochen said, the demon was unexpectedly heavily injured by the Dragon King's blood. This is our chance. We have to unite everyone on the Dragon Island to deal with him. After experiencing the calamity of the ghost town, there were still more than 100 young practitioners on the Dragon Island. That was because they didn't enter the vicinity of the Sea of Bones that night. Even if all of them united, they would still be a pretty powerful force. It was rare for the solitary sword demon to let go of his conceited attitude. He felt a strong threat of death. He agreed with Xiaochen's suggestion very much. The mysterious woman with colorful mist lingering around her nodded and said, we can also ally with another group of experts. Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon were puzzled. They looked at her doubtfully. The old woman at the side smiled and said, little girl, you are a true expert. However, your cultivation level seems to be fluctuating. It's hard to tell how strong you are. She squinted her eyes and said, other than your group of young experts, there are more than 30 Historia-level older generation experts that entered the Dragon Island. The solitary sword demon nodded his head, he immediately understood. According to the agreement made by all the powers at that time, the older generation experts couldn't interfere with the matters on the island. They completely let the younger generation fight for the Dragon King. The older generation would receive them in the boundless ocean. These people obviously infiltrated in secret, they didn't follow the rules. I am in charge of contacting those people, I know their movements. The old man at the side opened his mouth and said. The old woman said, the most important thing now is to find the 9-headed Dragon King. Once the 9 kings gather, we can summon the legendary divine ship and thoroughly leave this mysterious and terrifying island. According to legend, the divine ship made from the ancestral dragon's bones and the heavenly wood had always been drifting in the taboo ocean. It had already been through countless years. Only it could bring the people on the island out of the taboo ocean. This was the record that the old woman's ancestor found in the ruins of a dilapidated ancient village. The ancestral dragon's bones didn't need to think too much to guess that it was the dragon's sacred bone. And the heavenly wood was just as Xianxia expected, it really referred to the divine tree that was as thick as a mountain in Keek's hometown. The few of them discussed for a very long time, but there was an urgent question in front of everyone. Could they leave this village safely? The evil spirit might be lingering around the village. Don't tell me we have to bring the 2 dragon kings with us to join the others? The solitary sword demon grabbed his iron sword with all his might, his knuckles turned a little blue. Everyone turned silent for a while, in fact, they were already facing the threat of death. It seemed like the evil spirit wouldn't let them go. They suffered a heavy injury because of them, this was unimaginable for a demon that had lived for countless years. It was a kind of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Just at this time, Kiki widened her pair of quick-witted big eyes again. At the same time, the Amethyst Dragon King and the Black Dragon King also let out a low growl. A burst of chilly wind blew into the courtyard, the vicinity of the grape trellis was filled with yin energy. This time, the Amethyst Dragon King was already on guard. Without waiting for Kiki to jump on its body, it already rushed out first. The Black Dragon King followed closely behind with a growl. Kiki didn't feel pressured at all, she jumped on top of the grape trellis and looked at the 2 Dragon Kings roaring on the street. The yin energy had already dispersed. The evil spirit retreated once again. However, the few people in the courtyard still felt a chill in their heart. They felt that this village was already filled with the aura of death. This won't do, we will be careless if we continue like this. Without the 2 Dragon Kings by our side, there is no way we can fight against that demon. The seemingly naive little fatty expressed his opinion at this moment. It was obvious that he was not as naive as he appeared to be. Not good. Not good. The old man creased his brows and said, our clansmen who went out are about to return. If they come across the evil spirit, it will be hard for them to escape its claws. Soon after, they had no choice but to get up and walk towards the village entrance. They were prepared to receive the people who went out. In the spacious and empty village, there was no longer any cry of chickens or barking dogs. It was deathly still, as if it was a desolate wasteland. He's here again. Xiaochen shouted in a low voice. That was because Kiki jumped onto his shoulder and used her little claws to pull his long hair. Her pair of quick-witted big eyes were currently staring at the street ahead. After being discovered, the evil spirit didn't hide anymore. The black fog rolled over and over, waves after waves of bone-piercing yin energy surged over violently. Everyone could feel the chill. The 2 Dragon Kings roared unceasingly, they were not afraid of this kind of fiendish aura. If not because they were stopped by a few people, they would have already rushed over. The evil spirit was already less than 100 meters away from everyone. Although the underworld fog was rolling over and blocking the radiance of the scorching sun, Xiaochen could still see it clearly. This was the result of his spiritual sense that could sense things even though he couldn't see them. In the yin fog was the pale-faced youth he saw in the sea of bones. There was an eye-catching birthmark on his left wrist. Both of his eyes were a little vacant. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very hard to imagine that this was a demon that had lived for countless years. The more one looked carefully, the more miserable and frightening they felt. Give him to me, and I will let all of you go. An indistinct ghost voice transmitted from the black fog. Although it was a young voice, it didn't have any vitality. It was like the sound of the broken window in an old house being blown by the chilly wind. Along with the voice, it was as if a chill had broken into their body. It made them feel a chill down their spine. The chilly wind surged, the black fog blocking in front of the demon dispersed a little. One of his arms could be clearly seen, pointing at Xiaochen. "Are you talking about me?" Xiaochen felt something was amiss. Why did this evil spirit have his eyes on him? The chilly wind blew again. That pale face in the underworld fog was completely exposed in front of everyone. He slowly shook his head and slightly shifted his right arm. Kiki jumped down from Xiaochen's shoulder while panting with rage. It actually rushed forward without any fear. It let out a squeak, as if it was questioning the evil spirit. At the same time, it waved its little claw and a dazzling radiance enveloped the front. The fog rolled over and over, the demon disappeared without a trace. The strength displayed by the prepared evil spirit was unfathomable. Kiki fiercely waved its little claw on the street. It seemed to be very angry, but it looked a little cute at the same time. Xiaochen hastily carried Kiki back. Kiki was getting more and more mysterious. He didn't want anything to happen to the little critter. The few people at the side were extremely shocked. The demon seemed to be a little afraid of Kiki, but Kiki was not a dragon king. Could it be that its blood or body could restrain the evil spirit? "I can't agree to this request of yours. No one can harm Kiki." Xiaochen shouted loudly towards the spacious and empty street in front. He was not only shouting at the evil spirit, he was also making his stand clear to the few people at the side. The evil ghost's figure appeared on the street in the distance. A faint ghost voice came from the dark fog. It said, "What I want is the sacred tree on top of its head. Give that small tree to me, and from now on, I will never harm a single human life again." Everyone's gaze focused on Kiki. The treasured tree on its head didn't have any luster at the moment. It was just like an ordinary plant. It wasn't eye-catching at all. Everyone originally thought this mischievous little critter was running around and accidentally got covered on its head. Only now did they know it had a great origin. Even the demon was tempted. Xiaochen was astonished. His heart was also filled with doubt, but he didn't even think about it. It was impossible for him to agree. He said, "Why should we give it to you? Why should we believe you? I can swear, after I obtain this sacred tree, I will never kill the people on the island again, otherwise my body and soul will be destroyed." The evil spirit's voice transmitted from the black fog. The old man said in a low voice, "According to the records, the oath made by the evil spirit is binding. He made a promise in the past, he didn't go back on it in the end." It was very obvious that he was afraid of the evil spirit. He wanted to compromise. "You also believe the demon's oath?" Xiaochen turned his head around and asked coldly. This made the old man and the old woman feel their faces burning up at the same time. They were indeed very afraid of the evil spirit. As for the record that the evil spirit wouldn't violate his oath, they couldn't be sure if it was true. However, their clansmen who went out were about to return, and the evil spirit was roaming around in the vicinity. For those people, it was a fatal threat. The underworld fog dispersed. The demon turned his head towards the direction of the divine monolith at the center of the island and said, "I won't go back on my oath, otherwise I will be punished." "You are the demon, how can I believe you? Everyone in the world says that one must never make contact with the demon." Xiaochen carried Kiki and retreated backwards, but Kiki was not at ease at all. She struggled and wanted to rush over. It seemed like she was not afraid of the evil spirit in the underworld fog at all. "Sigh, I am not the demon, I am a human." The indistinct voice of the ghost sighed. Xiaochen responded with a cold snort and said, "This is not a very funny joke. I have experienced countless years of metamorphosis. What I am looking forward to is to be reborn. Now I am no longer a dead body, I am a human with flesh and blood. I really don't want to kill anymore." Xiaochen responded with a cold snort and said, "This is not a very funny joke. I have been through countless years of metamorphosis. What I am looking forward to is to be reborn. I am no longer a dead body now, I am a human with flesh and blood. I really don't want to kill anymore." "How do you explain the few people you tore apart at the village entrance?" "It was them who attacked me first, that girl shrouded in colorful mist can testify." The demon sighed. Xiaochen remained unmoved. He said, "As if you were forced to do so. You have killed so many people before, how can a demon's nature change just like that? Furthermore, if you really restrained your viciousness, why would you force me to ask for the sapling?" The underworld mist around the demon thickened, the gloomy aura pervaded the air once again. He said faintly, "The Dragon Island suppressed my power, making me unable to smoothly break through the shackles. That's why I have no choice but to absorb the yang energy once every few hundred years. Although I am already a living being with flesh and blood, I still lack some vitality. If I can't obtain the nourishment of the sacred tree, I have no choice but to absorb the yang energy on a large scale again. But I really don't want to kill anymore." What a load of lies. Xiaochen didn't really believe what he said. "Do I have to lie to you guys?" The demon's pale face was exposed outside the black mist. He seemed very sincere as he sighed. "So what if you guys have the protection of the Syndicate Dragon King? Their blood can indeed restrain me, but can it really protect you guys? You guys should understand that if I really want to kill you guys, I can always find an opportunity. Other than that, what about the other people on the island, who can protect them? If I really want to kill, who can stop me? Are you threatening us? It's fine if you think so." The demon sighed unceasingly. It made people's hair stand on end. He was a genuine demon, none of his words were a joke, reaping lives was nothing out of the ordinary for him. "Someone is coming." After saying this, the demon disappeared from the street ahead without a sound. And a miserable shriek resounded in the jungle in front of the village. The old woman and the old man's expression changed on the spot. It was obviously someone from the village. "Stop, you demon!" The little fatty shouted loudly. He led the Black Dragon King to the village entrance, and Xiao Chen and the others followed. A terrifying black fog surged out from the forest, and the demon once again appeared a few dozen meters in front of him. His pale face was very calm, as if nothing had happened, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. "Give me the holy tree. I'll return it to you after I'm done with it. I promise I'll never kill anyone again. I'll try my best to be a good person." A sincere expression appeared on his pale cheeks. The demon was very serious and sincere, without a trace of pretentiousness. The old woman and the old man were extremely furious. It was clear that the clansman who cried out miserably just now had already died. Their bodies were trembling slightly. Xiao Chen, the solitary sword demon, and the others felt that this was extremely absurd. A demon who had killed people like flies actually wanted to turn over a new leaf. "What is the origin of this holy tree you speak of? Do you really need it that much?" Little Fatty raised his question. "Sigh, that is the dragon's holy tree, I really need it. On this dragon island, it is the only thing that can turn me into a living person." When the demon spoke, he always sighed. He looked very melancholic. He was not as heartless as when he attacked. It gave people a misconception, as if he was a lonely man. When the few words "dragon's holy tree" came out of his mouth, a huge wave immediately appeared in everyone's heart. Of course, the ones who were the most excited were still the two young Syndicate Dragon Kings. Both of their eyes emitted a divine radiance that was almost materialized as they slowly approached Xiao Chen and Kiki. Kiki struggled free from Xiao Chen's embrace while panting with rage and jumped to the ground. It looked at the two Dragon Kings with the treasured tree hat on its head without the slightest fear. Although the little critter looked lively and adorable normally, it was emitting a formless pressure at this moment. The little thing actually wanted to carry out a battle to defend its dignity. It wanted to fight against two dragons at the same time. Xiao Chen knew Kiki possessed an extremely powerful defense. If he was confined, it would be hard for him to break free. However, he had never seen Kiki display any offensive power before. He didn't wish for it to fight against the two Dragon Kings. After all, it was really too young. However, when Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to pull Kiki, he was blocked by a light screen. Kiki's spotlessly white body was flickering with seven-colored radiance. It was as if there was a seven-colored sacred flame throbbing around the little critter's body. It actually emitted an astonishing battle intent. This was something that had never happened before. Kiki was always lively and mischievous. Belligerence was not related to it at all. However, at this moment, it seemed to have subverted its previous behavior. The Amethyst Dragon King was flickering with purple radiance, the Black Dragon King was flickering with black radiance. They were still pressing forward. The dragon's holy tree was really too enticing. The few people at the scene were unable to calm down. However, they knew they couldn't let the Dragon Kings fight against each other. The girl shrouded in colorful mist and the little fatty tried to dissuade the two dragon kings unceasingly. However, the two young dragon kings were unmoved. That was the dragon's holy tree, and now it was controlled by an unknown beast. They felt that it was already a disgrace to the dragon race. Squeak. Just at this time, Kiki let out a tender cry. It stretched out its little claw and pointed at the treasured tree above its head, then it pointed at the forest filled with aura in front. After that, it took the lead and rushed out. The two dragon kings understood, they let out a roar and rushed towards the evil spirit. Kiki waved its little paw and shot out two rainbow-colored light scream towards the evil spirit in the underworld fog. And the pair of horns on the head of the two young dragon kings also burst out with glaring radiance. They transformed into two perfectly straight light beams and shot towards the evil spirit. It seemed like they wanted to determine the winner and loser with this kind of method, to see who was the real king. The black mist rolled over and over violently, the demon disappeared from its original position. However, the three divine beasts seemed to be able to lock onto its aura, they followed it into the jungle directly. Amidst the dragon king's roar and the sound of the towering ancient trees collapsing, that place was filled with dazzling rays of light and leaves swirling in the air. All of a sudden, like a whirlwind, a piece of underworld mist floated over at high speed. The demon appeared beside Xianxia and the others without any sound. Its cold aura locked onto them, they felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Kiki transformed into a streak of white light and appeared on Xiaoqian's shoulder. The two dragon kings also rushed back respectively. The demon disappeared without any sound. All of this happened in an instant. You guys have already seen it. If I wanted to kill you guys just now, I would have had some chance, but I didn't make a move. The demon sighed at a distant place. It said, the dragon kings are really too young, although their blood can restrain me, they can't do anything to me when I'm on guard. On the contrary, if I had the intention to kill them, they would definitely be in danger. It's just that I don't want to offend the dragons. This was indeed a matter, the demon was unfathomable. At this time, everyone at the scene was a little hesitant. In the end, they looked at Xiaoqian and Kiki. They were the key to this matter, everything depended on them to decide. Kiki was panting with rage on Xiaoqian's shoulder. It glared at the demon in the gloomy mist with its big round eyes. The sapling was the sacred tree that accompanied it as it grew up, it was even more so its food. After it was abandoned by its parents, only the sapling had been accompanying it. Don't think that it didn't care about it normally. However, if someone really came to snatch it, Kiki wouldn't agree no matter what. Little guy, I am only borrowing it. I will definitely return it to you in the future. Furthermore, I will definitely repay you heavily. The demon revealed a gentle expression and revealed a pale smile towards Kiki. This made everyone at the scene a little flabbergasted. The demon seemed to value Kiki more than the two dragon kings. Xiaoqian looked at the few people at the side. After observing for a short while, he knew what they were thinking. Even the solitary sword demon, who had the strongest battle intent, also wanted to compromise. The demon was really unfathomable, there was basically no way to contend against him. Although they didn't know whether what he said was true or false, there was still hope after all. After understanding their thoughts, Xiaoqian remained silent for a while. After that, he hugged the angry Kiki tightly to prevent it from rushing over again. He said to the demon, since your target is the sacred tree, then come at me. Then come at me, it has nothing to do with anyone else. We will go to another place to discuss. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, please don't hurt other people anymore. This is the least you can do to show your sincerity. A trace of redness appeared on the demon's pale face. He nodded his head lightly and said, my target is only the sacred tree. If other people don't stop me or attack me, I won't harm anyone anymore. The approaching terrifying storm actually eased up just like that. Xiaoqian didn't turn around and walked out of the village with large strides. The two dragon kings chased after him while roaring. They didn't want the sacred tree to fall into someone else's hands. The little fatty in the village hastily chased after him and pacified the black dragon king. He spent a lot of effort to persuade it to retreat. As a matter of fact, although the dragon king was young, it already possessed intelligence. It deeply understood that its strength was not enough to take back the dragon's sacred tree. I hope you are safe and sound. I really want to make friends with you. I am called Oxman. The simple-minded little fatty said to Xiaochen in a low voice before retreating. Oxman's name was a little funny, but it was hard for Xiaochen to laugh. He nodded his head lightly and said, "We will be friends the next time we meet. I am called Xiaochen." The woman shrouded in colorful mist also walked over. However, she didn't want to take the Amethyst Dragon King away, she only wanted to pacify it unceasingly. She wanted it to stay by Xiaochen's side and protect his safety. "Thank you for your kindness. Kiki is not inferior to the Dragon Kings. If even Kiki can't restrain the demon, then even if there is another Dragon King by my side, it won't make a difference." Xiaochen felt that the mysterious woman was indeed kind-hearted. He told her about the other two Dragon Kings with a barely audible voice. After that, he walked towards the mountain forest alone. The demon had already disappeared ahead of time with a surge of negative energy. The snow-white little critter Kiki was extremely intelligent, it clearly knew what had happened. It plucked the treasured tree from its head unwillingly, and hugged it tightly in its bosom for a long time. After that, it handed it over to Xiaochen unwillingly with a very pitiful expression. Xiaochen smiled and said, "This is the sacred tree that accompanied the little monster since it was born. How can I give it to someone else? Besides, that is a demon, I can't trust him, and I also can't make contact with him." Kiki didn't want to be called the little monster. It grabbed a lock of its long hair in annoyance and pulled it lightly. After that, it still handed the treasured tree over to Xiaochen. "Don't worry, the little monster still doesn't need to hand over the sacred tree. He must have some misgivings. Otherwise, how could a demon negotiate with us and not seize it by force?" Squeak, Kiki's big eyes immediately brightened up. Its long eyelashes blinked unceasingly, but in the end, it lowered its head dejectedly. It compared its own height and the demon's height in a funny manner. It seemed to be saying that it was still very young and couldn't defeat the demon. Xiaochen was amused by its mood. He said with a smile, "I see you sleeping all day long, and those Dragon Kings are fighting every day. They are thinking of ways to increase their strength. You are not inferior to them, you have to work hard. If you want to be able to fight against the demon, you can't be this lazy from now on." The snow-white little critter grabbed Xiaochen's long hair in annoyance and pulled it lightly. After that, beyond Xiaochen's expectation, it nodded its head solemnly and put on the treasured tree hat. It jumped from Xiaochen's arm to his shoulder and began to meditate to adjust its breathing. That's right, it was meditating to adjust its breathing. This made Xiaochen open his mouth wide in shock. Kiki was actually sitting cross-legged like a practitioner. It closed its pair of bright big eyes, its long eyelashes were no longer blinking. Moreover, its whole body was emitting a faint multicolored splendor. It seemed as if it had already entered into an ethereal state. Xiaochen's current mood couldn't be described with words anymore. Kiki had given him too many surprises. How could a little critter have this kind of performance? However, after walking for a few miles in the jungle, Xiaochen was completely speechless again. That was because he heard a light snoring sound. The little critter actually fell asleep while sitting cross-legged on his shoulder. Speechless, completely speechless. It's hard to change one's nature. Xiaochen really didn't know what to say about this little critter. Speechless, completely speechless. It's hard to change one's nature. Xiaochen really didn't know what to say to this little critter. Xiaochen really wanted to grab one of its furry ears and wake it up, but he still endured it in the end. Who asked this pitiful little critter to be born not too long ago? It was really too young. Having this kind of behavior was also normal. The demon seemed to have completely disappeared, it never appeared again, but Xiaochen knew it was definitely in the vicinity. The sun was setting in the west, the afterglow dyed half of the sky red. Xiaochen wandered aimlessly in the mountain forest, listening to the roar of the vicious beasts in the distance. His heart gradually calmed down. With the demon surrounding him, he couldn't return to Lawrence and Buddhistian's place now. After Xiaochen left, the old woman, the little fatty, the solitary sword demon and the others immediately took action. The demon's words couldn't be taken seriously, they still had to contact the other experts, and at the same time mobilize everyone to look for the syndicate Dragon Kings. If they could really gather 9 Dragon Kings, then escaping from the Dragon Island wouldn't be a pipe dream anymore. On this night, many practitioners got to know the news that made them move to tears. There was hope to escape from the Dragon Island. This really aroused their enthusiasm. Of course, everyone was still very afraid of the demon's appearance. This made them even more eager to escape from this place as soon as possible. This was a restless night. Everyone who got the news had a hard time falling asleep. Everyone was eager to find the Syndicate Dragon Kings. Without a doubt, the appearance of 9 young Dragon Kings will kick off the prelude to this world. At midnight, the bonfire was throbbing. Xianxia was training quietly in front of the flame. And the snow-white little critter Kiki was still maintaining its cross-legged posture. It was wearing the treasured tree hat on its head. It sat on Xiaoqian's shoulder and let out a sweet snore. It looked adorable and funny at the same time. However, Xiaoqian discovered that Kiki really didn't seem to be sleeping soundly, because he discovered that the multicolored radiance was constantly fluctuating like water ripples. Moreover, the sapling on top of its head had already glowed with a hint of luster. There seemed to be a miraculous connection between the two. Could it be that it really knows a kind of peculiar training method? Xiaoqian guessed inwardly. He once heard that the dragon race and other rare races would already inherit their own race's training method at birth. Kiki should belong to this kind of race. The chilly wind blew, and the temperature in the forest dropped rapidly. It was as if a cold winter wind had blown over. There was a bone-piercing chill, and the bonfire flickered violently, instantly turning into a wretched green. It was eerie and scary. Silently, the evil spirit sat on the opposite side of the bonfire, separated from Xiaoqian by a single flame. 1,000 years ago, when I saw this holy tree, it only had 1 black jade leaf. 1,000 years later, it already has 3 divine leaves. The demon's pale face looked even paler against the flickering flames. No one would believe that he wasn't a ghost. Without a doubt, his words piqued Xiaoqian's interest. At this moment, he was not afraid at all. It would come sooner or later, and he could not hide from it. He asked, "Did you see it at the heavenly tree?" "Yes, I found it on the broken section of the divine tree." The sapling is the regeneration of the broken tree. However, it is no longer the original divine wood, because it has 6 more colors than the heavenly divine wood. The demon's reply confirmed Xiaoqian's guess. Although legend has it that the heavenly tree is the sacred tree of the dragon clan, the heavenly tree is the heavenly tree of the dragon clan. However, they did not belong to the dragon clan before that. The divine tree was transplanted to the dragon island by the dragon clan. The eerie voice slowly narrated. After saying these, the demon revealed a pondering expression, then he said in a daze, "I actually know so much." This kind of reaction made Xiaoqian feel very flabbergasted. And just at this time, Kiki also woke up. Seeing the demon sitting on the opposite side, the little critter almost jumped up and rushed over. Xiaoqian hastily stopped it, and asked the demon probingly, "You seem to have forgotten a lot of things." The demon recovered from his momentary bewilderment. He nodded his head, and then shook his head again. He said, "Regarding the endless years, my mind is blank. I only remember that I escaped from the ghost town." Xiaoqian felt a little regretful. He couldn't find out the secret of the ghost town from his mouth. The mist lingered in the mountain woods. It blended together with the gloomy aura emitted by the demon. It made this area feel very gloomy. After remaining silent for a very long time, the demon broke this kind of deathly silence. He opened his mouth and said, "I think you are a smart person. You know I don't want to make a move by force, but that doesn't mean I really don't dare to make a move. I hope I can borrow the sacred tree from you. I will definitely return it within a year at most, and I will definitely repay you generously." "What are you worried about?" Xiaoqian still couldn't understand. "Regarding the distant past, although my mind is blank, I still know who I can provoke and who I can't provoke." The demon said very straightforwardly, "I don't dare to become enemies with the dragon clan. That's why I didn't want to kill those 2 young dragon kings. At the same time, I am even more worried about this little critter. I don't want to provoke its parents." Kiki's pair of big eyes immediately flickered with a hopeful radiance, as if it no longer hated the demon. Its long eyelashes trembled. It listened attentively. It seemed like it really wanted to know where its parents were. Xiaoqian understood the little critter's mood. He asked the demon, "Do you know Kiki's origin?" "I don't know, but I dare say it is not inferior to the Syndicate Dragon King. Its parents should be in existence that can stand on equal footing with the Dragon King after they grow up, otherwise they wouldn't dare to set their eyes on the dragon's sacred tree." 1,000 years ago, when I saw the sacred tree spit out a black jade leaf, I also found a rainbow-colored egg. It was just beside the little sacred tree. They were sealed together by a kind of mysterious power. I think that should be Kiki. After the demon said these, he took a deep look at the little critter. Kiki blinked its big eyes in confusion, and Xiaochen was shocked. 1,000 years ago, Kiki already appeared in this world in the form of a jade shell egg. However, he already communicated with Kiki. The little critter was indeed born not too long ago. If that's the case, wouldn't that rainbow-colored egg have nurtured it for as long as 1,000 years? Kiki's body was always shrouded in a layer of mystery. How long do the dragons need to break out of their shells? Xiaochen wanted to compare Kiki with those dragons. This is hard to say. Normally it would take several hundred years. However, when the seal on the Dragon Island loosens, this convention will be completely broken. Because at this time, there will be a bizarre power overflowing. All the dragon eggs on the Dragon Island will crack in the shortest time possible and give birth to little dragons. In the end, what they need is the nourishment of the majestic worldly essence. If they are supplied with an endless supply of spiritual energy, they might break out of their shells within a few days. A few days compared to several hundred years, it was really a little exaggerated. Thinking about it carefully, comparing several hundred years to 1,000 years, Kiki still couldn't be considered as really defying the natural order. Squeak. The little critter let out a soft cry. Its expression seemed a little lonely. It seemed like it was thinking about its parents again. Its pitiful appearance made people want to take pity on it. Now that you understand everything, you should believe me. I really only want to borrow it. The demon fixed his gaze on Xiaochen and said, I am afraid of its parents, but I don't have any misgivings towards you. Killing you won't attract any trouble. Hearing these words, the little critter broke free from its dejected state. It fiercely waved its little paw at the demon. Xiaochen was not afraid at all. He said, You want to kill me? Kiki will remember you. It will take revenge for me in the future. I understand that you don't dare to do anything to it now, otherwise with its parents' divine ability, you will definitely have nowhere to run. With a sigh, the demon disappeared along with the gloomy fog. A faint ghostly voice transmitted from the distant jungle. Actually, whether it really has parents or not, or whether its parents are still in this world, it is hard to say. I was just too cautious before. My patience is limited. I won't give you too much time to consider. If you must bleed, I won't be lenient. The dragon's sacred mountain was majestic. Its imposing manner was oppressive. It seemed like a huge divine pillar that supported the heaven and earth. Xiaochen brought Kiki to this area again. They stood on the broken section of the heavenly tree that was more than 1,000 meters tall. They looked up at the majestic sacred mountain that was covered in dense fog from the correct position. When the demon left last night, Xiaochen understood that the other party wouldn't turn hostile in a short period of time. He could ignore it for the next few days. He came to this area in order to find a powerful force to suppress the demon. He placed his hopes on the experts of the dragon race, but he was disappointed to find that even those superior dragons, such as the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, saber dragon, and so on had lost the divine ability they displayed in the ghost town. Currently, they had reverted back to their bestial state with more divinity than divinity. It was impossible for him to communicate with them. Without a doubt, the demon also followed them here. Although he didn't find any trace of him, Xiaochen could feel that he was in the vicinity. Roar. A dragon's roar transmitted from a distant place. Based on his intuition, it was a young dragon. Looking down at the dancing forest, Xiaochen saw the silhouette of a few practitioners. They seemed to be chasing after a golden little dragon. The two words Dragon King immediately appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The practitioners should have received the information that the 9 kings could summon the divine ship. They should have already made their move. It's just that, to come to this area of the dragon race to capture the young Dragon King, wasn't it a little too rash? This area seemed to be the dragon's holy land, let alone the powerful tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, and so on. There were even some powerful beasts that were not weaker than the dragon race gathered here. If they were to encounter them, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected, Xiaochen's worries came true. A sky-shaking dragon roar streaked across the vast sky. A monarch lion dragon flickering with golden radiance and soaring baleful aura quickly appeared in that area. A large part of the forest collapsed. A terrified scream transmitted over. a few practitioners were torn to shreds by the mountain-like monarch lion dragon in an instant. The huge dragon's body was as if it was cast from brass. A large part of the mountain forest was razed to the ground with just one attack. The mountainous region was trembling violently. A few practitioners who managed to escape not far away also couldn't escape death in the end. They were directly trampled into meat paste. Xiaoqin was silent for a while. The price the practitioners had to pay in order to leave the Dragon Island was really too high. Even if they could find the nine-headed Dragon King in the end, perhaps more than half of them would die. The evil spirit appeared on the broken section of the sacred tree without a sound. Xiaoqin didn't pay attention to it. He immediately left from another direction, then he quietly waited for the night to come. When the moonlight sprinkled down, the vicinity of the sacred mountain was exceptionally peaceful. The roaring dragons and vicious beasts had already left. Passing through the forest, he arrived at the foot of the imposing sacred mountain. Xiaoqin felt that familiar terrifying aura again. That's right, even though it was indistinct, the aura was very similar to that of the ghost town. If you wanted to enter the ghost town again, this might be the entrance. But who would want to seek their own death? Do you want to lure me into a dangerous place? The demon stood in the forest not far away. He looked at Xiaoqin quietly. He had lived for countless years. It was impossible for him to be fooled. Xiaoqin originally didn't have any hope of sealing the demon into the ghost town again. He only came here to see if there was any terrifying sealing power that could destroy the evil spirit. However, he stopped his footsteps at the foot of the mountain. The peculiar aura emitted by the sacred mountain seemed to be even stronger than last time. The dark red mountain looked like it was soaked in blood. Those ruined palaces that were on the verge of collapse were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. It gave people an aura of boundless antiquity. At the same time, it made people's heart palpitate. Kiki shook its head at Xiaoqin. The intelligent little critter's intuition was very sharp. Its jade-like body was flickering with multicolored light. It hinted Xiaoqin not to go any further. His hopes were dashed. Xiaoqin knew that if he advanced rashly this time, he might lose his life here. He chose to retreat. He returned along the original path. When he passed by the heavenly tree, the young dragon's roar caught Xiaoqin's attention. Under the watery moonlight, the entire forest seemed to be covered with a thin layer of gauze. He could clearly see that there were dragon whelps fighting near the divine tree's broken roots, and there were actually 3 of them. The roars were coming from them. This immediately caught Xiaoqin's attention. This place was in the vicinity of the dragon race's sacred mountain. There might be a syndicate dragon king among them. He moved stealthily and slowly approached that place. The result surprised him. 2 of the 3 young dragons were actually young dragon kings. They were fighting. Although the 3rd little dragon was not a dragon king, it was exceptionally ferocious. It actually joined the Dragon King's battle group, and they were engaged in a fierce chaotic battle. A young Dragon King was flickering with red light from head to toe. It was as if a blazing flame was throbbing violently. The ancestral dragon's head was so eye-catching, it was hard to guess what kind of dragon it was from just looking at its body. The other young Dragon King's entire body was shining with golden light, as if it was cast from gold. The ancestral dragon's head was also particularly eye-catching. Its body was like a lion cub. Of course it didn't have any fur. It was completely covered with golden dragon scales. Xiaoqin couldn't guess the origin of the red young dragon king, but as for the golden young dragon king, he immediately thought of the monarch lion dragon as if it was a conditioned reflex. Moreover, it was most likely born from the other dragon egg in the valley that he visited before. The 2 young dragon kings were almost 1 meter long. However, their might was enough to make a 7th celestial layer expert fearful. They were not restricted by the seal. Their divinity was more than their bestiality. They could even be said to be psychic. They could release some offensive spells unique to the dragon race. As expected of the dragon race's sacred land, Xiaoqin sighed with emotion. All the powerful dragons were gathered here. As a result, the probability of the young dragon kings being born here was clearly higher than other places. 2 young dragon kings actually appeared all of a sudden. If Lawrence and Buddhistesian's Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King were added, then this sacred land of the dragon race had at least 4 syndicate dragon kings. Would the legendary young ancestral dragon also appear in this area? Xiaoqin was still looking forward to it, but he also knew that it would be even harder to see the young ancestral dragon than to see 9 syndicate dragon kings appear together. Roar! The little dragons were roaring in battle. The battle situation was very intense. What made Xiaochen rather astonished was that little dragon, whose combat power was obviously not up to par and was not a syndicate dragon king, was actually very tenacious. It already received a fatal injury, but it still charged forward again and again, joining the battle between the two dragon kings. It was very strange that the young dragon was actually so tenacious and stubborn. It charged forward without any fear of death. It looked very ordinary. Its dark brown dragon body was riddled with scars. Its body looked like a tiger or leopard. Its head also had some resemblance of the ancestral dragon, but it didn't even have a single horn. Its strength and speed were far from being able to compare with the two young dragon kings, and it was even more unable to cast a simple dragon incantation. A lot of the dragon scales on its body had fallen off, its flesh was badly mutilated, and there was not even a little bit of radiance emitting from its body. It was even weaker than an ordinary dragon. However, this young dragon was really too tenacious and stubborn. It fell into a pool of blood again and again, but it still rushed forward again and again. This lasted until the two young dragon kings were infuriated. It seemed like they hated this weak third party that kept interfering with their real battle. At the same time, they launched a fatal attack at the dark brown young dragon. With a mournful cry, the unremarkable young dragon fell on the ground. It couldn't crawl back up anymore. Xiaochen sighed with emotion. The rise of the dragon kings was really a cruel process. Many of the same kind had to fall during their transformation and advancement. And the legendary ancestral dragon might have to go through an even more miserable experience. After all, it had to face the challenge of at least 9 syndicate dragon kings. The battle and roar of the young dragons had obviously been heard by the nearby dragons a long time ago, but they didn't interfere and let this kind of cruel battle continue. This seemed to be the rule of survival for the dragon race. In the end, the two young dragon kings separated from each other and left while riddled with scars. The mountain forest was completely silent, only that weak young dragon was letting out a painful groan. It still hadn't died, its blood had already dyed the ground red near the divine tree's severed roots. Xiaochen walked over. He discovered that this young dragon seemed to be in a dying state. Its injuries were too severe. There were a few terrifying wounds on its chest and abdomen. The multicolored internal organs were already exposed. It was obvious that it couldn't survive. Squeak. Kiki pulled the corner of Xiaochen's clothes with all its strength. Its pair of quick-witted big eyes were filled with pity. "Do you want me to save it?" Kiki nodded its head with all its strength. "I also want to save it, but its injuries are too severe. It's basically impossible to save it." Xiaochen shook his head helplessly. He knew that the young dragon's condition had aroused Kiki's sympathy. This place was Kiki's hometown. It was an abandoned child, and the young dragon's current condition was also very similar. It was already sentenced to death. There was no one to take care of it. It was equivalent to being abandoned by this world. Squeak. Kiki still shook Xiaochen's calf with all its strength. After that, it took off the treasured tree hat on its head and carefully placed the small sacred tree beside the young dragon's mouth. It stuffed the inky jade leaves into the young dragon's mouth. Slurp, slurp, the seriously injured young dragon began to suck. Its consciousness was already fuzzy. This seemed to be a kind of instinct. One after another, the little sacred tree emitted a brilliant light. It flowed into the young dragon's body. The originally unconscious young dragon opened its eyes. It looked at Kiki and Xiaochen in confusion at first, then it moved its heavily injured body with incomparable vigilance. However, it didn't succeed. The sharp pain made it wail a few times. Kiki once again placed the small sacred tree beside its mouth, but the young dragon stubbornly turned its head away. Squeak. Kiki angrily pointed at its wound with its little claw. It didn't expect the dying young dragon would actually shake its head and refuse its good intention. Moreover, it proudly raised its dragon head, but unfortunately, it powerlessly fell to the ground in the end. A very interesting young dragon. Even when it was about to die, it was still so proud and aloof. Kiki was very speechless. It helped it out of goodwill, but the other party acted like this. The little critter was vexed as it put away the treasured tree. And Xiaochen was a little rueful. He opened the package on his body and took out the glittering snow lotus core. This was Kiki's delicacy, but the little critter's belly was stuffed full by the sweet dew of life. However, the little critter's belly was stuffed full by the sweet dew of life. It had no way to enjoy it now, so it had been kept by Xiaochen. Give it a bit of snow lotus core to try. Kiki blinked its big eyes, then it nodded its head to express its agreement. Xiaochen forcibly pried open the stubborn young dragon's mouth and stuffed a small piece of snow lotus core into its mouth. This was a rare natural spiritual item, it indeed had an unimaginable effect. However, the dark brown little dragon spat it out, it didn't want to receive any help at all. Xiaochen was speechless, he crushed the snow lotus core that fell on the grass and smeared it on its wound. However, the young dragon rolled around with all its might and rubbed off the snow lotus core. A lot of blood splashed out from its wound, it was so stubborn that it made people speechless. In the end, Xiaochen forcefully stuffed a piece of snow lotus core into its mouth and used his essence to guide it into its body. He stood up and said to Kiki, "Let's go, we already did our best." Although they had already walked very far away, they could still hear that proud and aloof young dragon's painful cries. It was very obvious that with the extent of its injury, it wouldn't be able to live past tonight. Early in the morning, Xiaochen woke up from his meditation. The gentle morning glow sprinkled over the forest, the specks of golden light were trembling like gold fragments. Kiki also rubbed her big eyes in a daze, she lazily crawled out from among the flowers and plants. He couldn't find any power to fight against the demon in the dragon's sacred mountain. Xiaochen decided to advance to the next destination, that was the Trent's Valley at the periphery of the island. He would never forget the scene he saw that night. A green-haired youth with a body of flesh and blood came out from the body of a 20-meter-tall treant. The powerful energy fluctuation that was emitted at that time indicated that he was definitely a super powerful existence. Xiaochen even thought that treant could contend against the vicious dragon. Perhaps, he could even fight against the demon. The dragon island was really very big. In addition to the forest, all kinds of vicious beasts were roaming about, they needed to be careful to avoid them. If they want to safely walk to the periphery of the island, they would need at least a few days. 3 days later, Xiaochen already arrived at the periphery of the island. When he was passing by a valley with beautiful scenery and dense spiritual energy, he discovered a kind of anomaly. The golden radiance flowed out from a thatched cottage in the valley like a ripple of water, it was as if there was a golden spring there. Bursts of auspicious aura made the birds and beasts in the valley quiet down. This was really very mystical, it was very hard to imagine what exactly happened in the thatched cottage. The entire valley was filled with verdant orchid trees, pink, crimson, rose red, purple, light purple, pure white, orange, and all kinds of flowers were hanging all over the flowering trees. The tender and glistening green leaves made the 5 or 6 colored camellias look especially tender and beautiful. Each and every flower bud was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. In addition to that unceasingly surging golden radiant mist, the entire flower valley was covered with a layer of mysterious veil. This place was like a fairyland, tranquil and auspicious. Xiaochen looked on quietly from not far away. Kiki wanted to run over there a few times, but he stopped her every time. Just at this time, the pale-faced demon appeared without a sound. Although there was no black mist surging out, he could still vaguely feel a gloomy aura. He attentively looked at the thatched cottage and said, "This is the aura of a god." This sentence made Xiaochen incomparably shocked. The aura of a god, how could this be possible? Could it be that there was still a god on the Dragon Island? Wasn't this place supposed to suppress the power of a god? It was impossible to have this kind of existence. This is indeed the aura of a god. The demon squinted its eyes and emitted 2 cold glints. Xiaochen was greatly moved. Does this mean that he could end the demon's life? If it was a god, it would be enough to destroy this demon whose power was suppressed and couldn't break through to the god realm. The golden radiance gradually faded, the auspicious aura in the thatched cottage also became peaceful and gradually dispersed. Oh, I understand, this is the awakening of divinity. The demon's top body relaxed, the cold glint in its eyes also disappeared. What exactly is going on? Xiaochen asked. Even though he was unwilling to deal with the demon, there were some things that he couldn't not ask. The blood of a god ignited in his mortal body, this is the awakening of divinity, which is also known as the inheritance of God in the secular world. The descendant of God is receiving a portion of the power of his ancestor. This information made Xiaochen a little surprised, but not as shocked as before. He opened his mouth and asked, "Is he very powerful?" The demon was unperturbed, he said very calmly, "No matter how powerful his ancestor is, it is impossible for him to recreate the complete power of God in his generation. It is already pretty good if he can reach the realm of demigod before the age of 30. However, if he wants to make another breakthrough, he will need to break the restriction of the power of God in his own blood. Otherwise, his achievements will stop here. Xianxia immediately came to a realization: wasn't this the demigod that Buddhist Xian and Lawrence told him about? Some people were born as demigods, they were the descendant of God. As they grew older, they would awaken the power passed down to them by their ancestors. However, this kind of family was very rare, and not every generation could possess this kind of power. That was because with the passing of time, the power of God hidden in this family would inevitably become thinner and thinner. It was already pretty good for one person to awaken the power of God in a dozen or so generations. Who could the person in the thatched cottage be? What kind of realm did he reach now? Could it be an acquaintance? Xianxia really wanted to go up and take a look. It is only the awakening of the power of God. He will need to be at least 30 years old to become a true demigod. His power did not increase by much now. If I want to kill him, it will be as easy as crushing a bug. Or, you can do it too. The demon spoke as if it was as light as the clouds and gentle wind. It didn't put anyone who had a chance to become a demigod in its eyes. This was the qualification of an absolute powerhouse. Xianxia walked forward with large strides. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. And just at this time, the golden light completely vanished. A figure broke out of the thatched cottage and flew towards the sky. Rand. Xianxia was really too shocked. It was actually the golden-haired handsome Rand. It could even be said that he had quite a deep grudge against him. Xianxia. Rand was floating in the sky. He looked down from above. He was also full of amazement. He didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. Without any superfluous words, a golden light poured down like water ripples. God Slayer. Xianxia shouted lightly. Rays of multicolored light rushed out from his hands. The images of swords and sabers soared into the sky and shattered those golden light ripples. After that, they actually counterattacked Rand. Rand hurriedly soared into the sky. Then, it fled into the distance. If I have the chance, I'll spar with you again. Rand's voice came from afar. There was no resentment or anger. His state of mind seemed to have calmed down a lot, as if he had already forgotten about the crushing defeat. Anytime. Xianxia replied. There was actually such a person who could become a demigod as an opponent. This was really out of his expectations. However, after thinking about it carefully, it might not be surprising. What kind of person was Yan Qingqing? If Rand didn't have potential, why would she befriend him? It must be because he valued the possibility of him becoming a demigod in the future. But, so what if he was a demigod? Xianxia firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, so what if the other party inherited the divine bloodline? One of the techniques he practiced was called God Slayer, so why would he be afraid of a demigod? As long as he practiced to the highest realm, there was nothing to be afraid of. One day later, Xianxia finally arrived at the Trance Valley. However, he was disappointed to find that the green-haired man had already left this place. The few treants were also nowhere to be seen. Of course, it was impossible for him to find Zhao Lin, who escaped to the periphery of the Dragon Island earlier. Are you looking for that old treant? You want him to deal with me? The demon really lived up to his name of appearing and disappearing mysteriously. He appeared in the Trance Valley without making a sound. He said, he is indeed not weak, but even if he transformed into a human, he is still not my match. I can tell you with certainty, if he finds the little sacred tree, he will definitely fight over it. Because he is a treant, he needs it more than me. Who knows, he might even shed all pretenses and make his move without any hesitation. Xianxia didn't reply. He wandered aimlessly at the periphery of the Dragon Island. In fact, he was carefully searching for the whereabouts of those treants. Don't tell me you really want to lure him into making his move and make the two of us fight over it? The demon laughed and said, if that is the case, I will be very happy to see him kill you and snatch away the sacred tree. This way, everything will have nothing to do with me. I will look for him to snatch it from him. This can be considered as taking revenge for you. Of course, I will also save this little critter. Kiki was sleeping soundly, otherwise the little critter would definitely rush over. Xiaochen searched the periphery of the Dragon Island for a few days, but he didn't find anything. Soon after, Xiaochen arrived at a gloomy swamp a few times, but he retreated every time. That was the deathly swamp where Luanhui Wang and the other two skeletons lived before. Regarding that 10-meter-tall undead king with a pair of huge rotten wings, Xiaochen's impression was really too deep. Even though he didn't see it clearly that day, the terrifying scene of demonic clouds covering the moon was enough to prove how powerful it was. It was a terrifying existence on the same level as the vicious dragon by Xiaochen. Can I borrow its power? Xiaochen really didn't have the confidence. He might provoke a murderous demon, it might be as scary as the demon. The night sky was dotted with stars. Xiaochen finally arrived at the deathly swamp again. He didn't have any time to waste. The demon was obviously impatient. If he couldn't get rid of it soon, perhaps his life would be in danger. These few days, Kiki was like an obedient baby every day. It was sleeping soundly most of the time. Xiaochen knew that the little critter might really be seriously training. It was a strange dream training method. The undead miasma was drifting in the air. It looked like one after another black ribbons were dancing. The gloomy swamp was very quiet. No birds or beasts dared to approach this place. The demon looked at Xiaochen with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. It followed behind him unhurriedly. In these 2 days, it almost never left Xiaochen's side. It didn't follow him secretly like before. After a slight hesitation, Xiaochen held his breath and entered the swamp with large strides. A layer of light appeared. It protected him and the sleeping Kiki. Stepping on the muddy and gloomy ground, they passed by a land of withered bones. Once in a while, they could see a few pale moonlight spilling into the darkness. They finally entered the center of the swamp. Xiaochen looked at the pile of bones in front of him. He felt goosebumps in his heart. That kind of baleful aura that could penetrate one's heart was so demonic. It was like a black flame was leaping about in the pile of bones. He knew that the 10-meter-tall undead king was in the swamp under the pile of bones. Turning his head around to look at the demon, Xiaochen had the intention to retreat. That was because this demon obviously knew about this kind of place, yet it didn't have the slightest bit of fear. This seemed to be enough to explain the situation. Hee. Although the demon was trying his best to make his laughter gentle, it was still very eerie in this deathly swamp in the dead of night. I think you better back off, otherwise when the undead king comes out, the vast and mighty undead aura might harm you. I haven't greeted this old friend for a long time. Let's catch up with him today. Xiaochen was completely speechless. These two demons were actually friends. He silently retreated. He felt a little regretful in his heart. He wanted to find someone who could restrain the demon on this Dragon Island. Perhaps his hopes were completely dashed. Old friend, I have come to see you. The demon waved his hand lightly. That pile of bones all floated up and moved to another area. The black underworld fog surged up from the ground violently. It was like a raging black flame rolling over and over violently. A scalp-numbing ghost howl transmitted from the ground. Following that, the demonic cloud covered the moon. The inexhaustible black fog soared high into the sky in a split second. It completely blocked the moonlight shining through the branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees. A gigantic creature appeared from the swamp. It was more than 10 meters tall and emitted a fierce baleful aura, even though it was quite far away. Even though the black fog was surging, Xiaochen could still see the rotting corpse of the undead king, as well as that pair of huge rotten wings. The gloomy aura was vast and mighty. The terrifying power of darkness was attacking the deathly swamp, and that mournful howl even made people feel a chill down their spines. Xiaochen couldn't see his face clearly. It was hard to guess whether he was happy or angry. However, he could still clearly feel his pressure and power. This undead king might really be able to defeat the demon. But, would they fight? Could it be that he was an angel when he was alive? Xiaochen guessed like this, otherwise how could he have a pair of wings? But wasn't his physique a little too huge? Perhaps before the Dragon Island was sealed back then, an intense battle had occurred on the island. The undead king might have fallen during that period. Two ice-cold rays of light pressed towards Xiaochen like a sharp sword. It seemed like the undead king wanted to harm him. Old friend, relax, don't lower yourself to the same level as a junior. It is I who wanted to see you. The demon stood quietly in front of the undead king. The ice-cold gaze shifted. The undead king and the demon walked further away. It seemed like they were really old acquaintances. It dispelled the last bit of expectation in Xiaochen's heart. However, in just a short moment, a violent crumbling sound suddenly transmitted from the distant swamp. That was the sound of the forest trees being crushed. The endless gloomy fog was vast and mighty. The violent energy fluctuation was rolling over and over again. The undead king and the demon were fighting. Xianxia chose to run far away at the first moment. His speed was extremely fast. He was really like the wind and lightning. He almost completely escaped from the deathly swamp in an instant. That pair of sworn brothers actually started a war. There was no better news than this. Xianxia climbed to a high ground. He flew to the top of a huge tree that was several tens of meters tall, and surveyed the deathly swamp. The endless gloomy fog was rolling over and over again. It actually completely submerged that battlefield. It was basically impossible to see the situation of the battle clearly. Only the violent energy fluctuation was enough to let people feel how intense the battle was. Along with the dense gloomy fog rolling over and over to the west, the original battlefield was exposed. The area with a circumference of more than 100 meters seemed to have been hit by a meteor. The ground actually sunk by who knows how many meters. It already turned into a huge underground cavern. It was so dark that no one knew how deep it was. One could well imagine how powerful the undead king and the demon were. Not only did they shatter all the tangible objects on the ground, they even made that area sink. There were still practitioners at the periphery of the island. This intense battle startled them, but those people retreated at lightning speed after they felt the dense deathly aura. It could be seen that they were very cautious. The intense battle lasted for a quarter of an hour before it stopped. Xianxia was looking forward to the result of the demon's death. However, he guessed wrong again. When all the gloomy fog dissipated, a huge pit with a circumference of more than 300 meters appeared at the scene. And the undead king and the demon were actually sitting at the edge of the pit, discussing something. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could still feel that kind of atmosphere. They were not mortal enemies. He could even hear the eerie laughter from time to time. The two evil spirits were chatting merrily. What was going on? Xianxia was puzzled. No matter how he thought about it, the two evil spirits were still at each other's throats just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, they were actually chatting harmoniously again. The change was too fast. Haha. I definitely won't forget my old brother when I am freed. We are the closest of friends. The demon's loud laughter transmitted from a distant place. Soon after, the demonic cloud rolled over and over. The undead king returned to the depths of the swamp where it was living in seclusion. The chilly wind brushed past, the green leaves drifted down. The demon appeared on the top of the huge treetop. It was not far away from Xianxia. It sat on a branch and said, "Have you thought it through? I really don't have any more patience. If you can make the little critter lend me the sacred tree willingly for a year, I will definitely repay you generously in the future." Xianxia maintained his silence. Could he still get the sacred tree back after giving it to the demon? It seemed like Keek's growth was inseparable from the sacred tree. Did he really need to compromise in order to survive? Other than the dragons and those ancient beasts, no one can threaten me on this dragon island. However, the dragons will never make a move against me. You also saw it. The undead king and I are on good terms. Every time I transform into a new life, I will come over to exchange pointers with him. He is my strongest ally. Who is he? What kind of background does he have? Hearing these words, the demon raised its head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. It let out a faint sigh and said, "I don't even know who I am. How would I know who he is? I only know that I escaped from the ghost town, and he is a corpse that has been rotting for countless years." Speaking until here, the demon actually revealed a sad expression, as if he was really not an evil spirit, but a depressed youth. The moonlight was as clear as water. The treetop was completely silent. The demon was actually in a daze. Looking at the bright moon, he seemed to have sunk into a distant memory. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears actually flowed down from his eyes. A melancholic, crying demon who once killed people like scything flax also had such a weak side. If this was spread out, no one would believe it. Speaking of which, the demon was very handsome. Since he was the only evil spirit that escaped from the ghost town, then he must have something extraordinary about him. Presumably, he once had a glorious past, but everything related to him had already disappeared in the long river of time. He didn't even know who he was. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, my heart is aching. It was as if I lost the most precious thing on this same night countless years ago. Sparkling and translucent tears hung on the demon's pale cheeks. Only after a long time did he wipe away his tears. He revealed a smile and said, I actually shed tears, I am becoming more and more like a human, perhaps I am already a human. Soon after, under the moonlight, on the treetop, the demon and Xiaochen sunk into silence again. After a long time, the demon said coldly, I will give you 7 more days. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from the treetop. A gentle breeze brushed past, Xiaochen's long hair fluttered along with the wind. On this kind of night, he also thought of a lot of things. Looking at the bright moon, he thought of his parents, thought of his relatives. It had already been a few months since he came to the world of immortals, but he was still trapped on the desolate Dragon Island. He had to struggle for survival most of the time. How are his parents? Losing a son like him, he would definitely be heartbroken and shed tears. He really wanted to return to the human world and make his grizzled parents smile from ear to ear. He didn't want them to shed tears of sorrow. And that girl in his heart, if many years passed, would she still remember that youngster from before? Goodbye, my beloved girl. Many years have passed, I hope the dream of the past will still be there. I hope there will still be a beautiful memory buried in my heart forever. Xiaochen waved goodbye to the past. Unknowingly, glistening teardrops actually appeared in his eyes. His state of mind was very chaotic. When there was no one else around, he didn't need to hide it. He revealed his true feelings freely. He was a man of flesh and blood, and also possessed all kinds of emotions that a mortal should have. However, he could only bury it deep inside his heart normally. In the eyes of the practitioners on the Dragon Island, he was only a cold-hearted and determined youth. But who could have known that he also had this kind of emotional side? I really want to go back to the human world, as Xiaochen muttered to himself, a few tears finally rolled down his cheeks. However, in that instant, he shook his head violently, burying the sadness once again. I can't do it at the moment. Now, I can only live well. He was determined. He forced himself to get rid of his sorrowful thoughts and began to cultivate quietly on the top of the tree until he fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, the cheerful chirping of birds woke Xiaochen up with a start. Under the guidance of his secret technique, the worldly essence in the surroundings gathered at the crown of the tree. The spiritual chi in this place was dense, and the multicolored light flickered. Even the gorgeous morning glow seemed to pale in comparison. This caused many birds to gather around him, circling around him and chirping. Xiaochen started to loosen his muscles and bones. Flutter! Flutter! The birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Looking at the drooling Kiki who was still sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but laugh. The little critter's sleeping appearance was too cute, it was actually as peaceful as a baby. However, it would babble in its sleep sometimes. There was no need to continue staying at the border of the Dragon Island. Xiaochen brought Kiki back to the depths of the island. 2 days later, he actually met up with Lawrence, Buddhistesian, and the others. The Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King were following beside them. And Yan Qingqing's power was sealed, she was being watched by the sexy and enchanting Rowena. Other than that, there were more than 20 people behind them, it seemed like they were following their lead. Xiaochen, Buddhistesian and Lawrence cried out in alarm, they rushed over at high speed. And the 2 young Dragon Kings were also flickering with divine radiance, they rushed over as fast as lightning. They surrounded Xiaochen and stared at Kiki like a tiger watching its prey. Are you all right? Lawrence asked with concern. His handsome appearance coupled with his sickly complexion gave the spatial master a unique temperament. I'm fine. What happened, why are you guys here? Xiaochen looked at him doubtfully. Buddhistesian said in a low voice, we are looking for the Syndicate Dragon King. Right now, all the practitioners on the island already know that it was you who stalled the legendary demon. Everyone is very grateful to you. Those who can be contacted on the Dragon Island have already started their operation. They want to find a few Dragon Kings as soon as possible. They hope they can summon the divine ship and leave this island as soon as possible. After a charming laughter that could steal one's soul, Rowena swayed her snake-like soft waist and walked over in a flirtatious manner. At the same time, she also escorted the exceptionally beautiful Yan Qingqing over. She rolled her eyes at Xiaochen and said, seriously, trying to be a hero like this. Don't regret it if you can't enjoy this devastatingly beautiful slave when the time comes. Yan Qingqing secretly clenched her teeth, but she didn't have any other choice. If her power was not sealed, she really wanted to get rid of the extraordinarily beautiful Rowena immediately. I have been doing my utmost these past few days. Every day, I have been training her strictly on how to be a qualified woman and slave. Rowena giggled. It was like the rippling spring water, charming and enchanting. With a few whooshing sounds, the three skeletons at the back of the crowd rushed over. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang were also among them. They quickly arrived in front of Xiaochen, and used their unique skeleton language to greet Xiaochen. Their jaws made a click sound unceasingly. Xiaochen found out about the recent events from these people. Sure enough, everyone was mobilized. Lawrence and Buddhistian were found by that woman who was always shrouded in colorful mist. She persuaded them to bring the young Dragon King to lead the search for the other Dragon Kings. That was because only the Dragon Kings understood the Dragon Kings the best. With the Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King taking action, they would definitely be able to reap some harvest. Originally, according to many people's opinion, Lawrence and Buddhistian wanted to split up. Each of them would lead a group of people to search. However, under their intense resistance, everyone finally agreed to their request to stay together. Moreover, they even brought Rowena and Yan Qingqing with them. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Kings really understood the Dragon Kings the best. They already found the traces of another Dragon King in this region. They were planning how to subdue it these past 2 days. I also found 2 Dragon Kings in the vicinity of the Dragon's Sacred Mountain. However, that region is really too dangerous. There are a lot of dragons and vicious beasts. Ordinary people can't even get close to that place. Xiaochen told this information to Lawrence and the others. After all, if they wanted to find 9 Dragon Kings, they still had to make a trip to that region. Are you talking about the savage Red Dragon King and the mighty Golden Dragon King? The Red Dragon King has already been subdued. Buddhistian's words made Xiaochen feel a little flabbergasted. Someone went there and successfully subdued that Red Syndicate Dragon King? That's right. Buddhistian explained. That mysterious woman led the Solitary Sword Demon and other experts into that region. Under the lead of the Amethyst Dragon King, they found the Red Dragon King. Nearly 20 people had been sacrificed. The savage Red Dragon King was subdued by the Solitary Sword Demon. How did he subdue it? At first, many practitioners wanted to use force, but in the end, they didn't manage to capture the Red Dragon King. On the contrary, a few of them were injured by it. Furthermore, they provoked the savage monarch Lion Dragon, Saber Dragon, and other vicious dragons. As a result, they left behind 7 to 8 corpses. Only a few of them managed to escape, Buddhistian narrated briefly. Xiaochen couldn't help but sigh after listening to it. The most powerful and frightening thing in this world was still humans. This was the second time they went to surround the Red Dragon King. The Solitary Sword Demon gathered more than 10 people. But the mysterious woman didn't participate. They first lured the Red Dragon King out of the dragon's sacred land, then sent people to surround it and heavily injure it. More than 10 people were also heavily injured by the Red Dragon King's backlash. In the end, they didn't expect that the Solitary Sword Demon who didn't take any action all along would make his move against them at this time. More than 10 people were almost chopped into pieces by an iron sword. Using the trick of self-injury, sympathy, and so on, the Solitary Sword Demon was the dragon's savior at this crucial moment. He pulled the distance between him and the Red Dragon King closer. After that, he used all kinds of tricks and arranged a few more scenes. In the end, he got together with the Red Dragon King. Although the Little Dragon King had already gained intelligence, it was not affected by the Dragon Island seal, but it was still too young after all. How could its intelligence compare to a scheming person's heart? Roar, a dragon's roar shook the sky in the distance. After that, the Solitary Sword Demon's loud laughter could be heard. From afar, they saw him rushing over with a Red Dragon King. Why is he here? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Lawrence explained, it was arranged in advance. Not only is he coming, but he's also coming. The masters of the Black Dragon King and the Amethyst Dragon King were also coming. Prepare to surround a syndicate Dragon King that appeared in this region. The Solitary Sword Demon rushed over very quickly like a sharp sword. The red dragon king beside him seemed to have red flames dancing around its body, shining with divine light. Relatively speaking, the red dragon king might be the most ferocious and combative among the dragon kings. When it saw the smaller azure dragon king and jade dragon king, its eyes immediately revealed a ferocious glint as it pounced over. Under normal circumstances, a fierce battle would break out when the dragon kings meet each other. And the reason why the Jade Dragon King and the Azure Dragon King could get along peacefully was mainly because of Lawrence and Buddhistian's contribution. They continuously dissolved the hostility between the two Dragon Kings. The Red Dragon King pounced over ferociously, the Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King were also not to be outdone. They charged towards the slightly bigger and more ferocious Red Dragon King together. Lawrence and Buddhistian hastily tried to stop them. They couldn't let these dragon kings fight amongst themselves now, otherwise there wouldn't be any benefits. However, not only did the solitary sword demon not stop them, he laughed heartily instead. He was happy to see his red dragon king suppress the smaller azure dragon king and the jade dragon king. He was a proud and aloof person. Not only did he want to suppress the group of heroes, he also wanted his dragon king to suppress the other dragon kings. At this time, the snow-white little Kiki who was sleeping soundly on Xiaochen's shoulder was woken up. It rubbed its sleepy big eyes like a child and looked at everyone in front of it. After that, it looked at the three dragon kings who were about to fight. Squeak, the snow-white little Kiki's big eyes immediately lit up. It had seen the Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King before, it naturally recognized them. And the ferocious Red Dragon King had also caught a glimpse of it from far away that night. It scuttled over with a whoosh and landed on the Red Dragon King's head in a flash. It was jumping and jumping on top of the Red Dragon King. It seemed like it was stepping on the Red Dragon King with all its might. This unforeseen event made everyone stunned. And the Red Dragon King flew into a rage. It was really about to explode from anger. It was even more ferocious than the other Dragon Kings. Its temper was naturally a lot bigger than the other Dragon Kings as well. How could it tolerate an unknown little critter trampling on its head? A pair of blood-red dragon horns flickered with a gotcha sound. It wanted to hack Kiki into pieces. However, Kiki's body was immediately wrapped up by a ball of gentle radiance. It didn't receive any damage. It nimbly jumped onto the Red Dragon King's back. It was still jumping, and stepping on the Red Dragon King with all its might. Of course, this was not really harming the Red Dragon King. This was a kind of undisguised provocation. Thinking about it carefully, the Amethyst Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, and Black Dragon King had already been stepped on by the snow-white little critter. And the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King were just at the side. They were a little depressed, but they were taking joy in other people's misfortune even more. They were happy to see the Red Dragon King being stepped on by the strange little critter. However, it seemed like Kiki was especially excessive this time. It stamped on the Red Dragon King non-stop. The offensive spell the Red Dragon King used was completely ineffective against it. Although it only knew one confinement spell, that dazzling radiance was really able to block all attacks. The furious Red Dragon King had no way to deal with it. Even if it managed to get rid of the mischievous Kiki by turning around violently, Kiki was still able to charge forward again with absolute speed in the end. Only Xiaochen knew why Kiki was so excessive. He guessed that the snow-white little critter was seeking justice for the dying little dragon. Kiki, stop messing around, come back quickly. In the end, it was Xiaochen who pulled Kiki back. The solitary sword demon at the side was very speechless. He who was arrogant actually felt a little depressed. It seemed like the unruly and untamable Red Dragon King was not even comparable to a snow-white little critter. It made him feel very upset. On the other hand, everyone else was feeling very refreshed. Many people were angry at the solitary sword demon, but they didn't dare to say anything. That was because his skill was really too high. Almost no one in the same generation could compete with him. Just when everyone thought that the incident had calmed down, the Red Dragon King suddenly launched an attack and charged towards Kiki. A few blood-red energy blades shot out from its pair of horns. Even Xiaochen became the target of the attack. As a matter of fact, when facing this kind of 1-meter-long young Dragon King, even Xiaochen, who was at the 7th celestial layer, didn't dare to be careless. That was because if the Syndicate Dragon King could grow up safely, even the deities would tremble in fear. Although it was still very young, it already had the strength of the 6th to 8th celestial layer. This was the innate power it was born with. People couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and envy. However, before Xiaochen could make a move, Ku became angry. Although it had purposely stepped on the Red Dragon King earlier, it had not intended to fight it. Right now, the snow-white little critter waved its little beast paw seriously. A rainbow-colored light screen enveloped the area. Not only did it block the blood-red energy blade, it even enveloped the Red Dragon King with a schwa sound. Then, it waved its claw again and threw the Red Dragon King onto a towering ancient tree. This result not only made the Red Dragon King roar angrily, but it also made the Azure Dragon King and Jade Dragon King exchange glances. Many cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Of course, those who had experienced the ghost town's calamity weren't too surprised because they had seen Ku use her divine ability before. The Azure Dragon King and the Jade Dragon King roared and charged over to Ku. They roared continuously as if they were asking her something. And Kiki, on the other hand, proudly waved her little paw, jumped onto Luanhui Wang's head, and began to show off while squeaking. It was a speechless scene. A cute little critter was in the limelight in front of a few mystical dragon kings. Only Xiaochen, Lawrence, Yan Qingqing, the solitary sword demon, and the others knew why the two dragon kings were surrounding Kiki and asking about what happened last time. Through the communication between the mysterious woman and the amethyst dragon king, everyone already knew that Ku's divine ability was the secret method of the dragon race. The snow-white little critter could even use the dragon race's secret technique. How could the people who knew the inside story not be amazed? In the end, the Red Dragon King was furious. However, he no longer took the initiative to attack Ku. In the end, Little Fatty Oxman and the mysterious woman arrived one after another. The Amethyst Dragon King and the Black Dragon King followed beside them. The arrival of the two Dragon Kings almost caused a fierce battle between the Dragon Kings. However, the Black Dragon King and the Amethyst Dragon King restrained themselves. They were more interested in Ku than the other Dragon Kings. Those who knew the inside story knew that they wanted to fight for Ku's holy tree. However, the snow-white little critter Kiki didn't care at all. Maybe things won't be as bad as we think. The woman shrouded in multicolored light said to everyone, I have communicated with the Amethyst Dragon King. The legendary ancestral dragon of the dragon race can undo the seal on this island, but it seems like it has to leave the dragon island. In other words, the ancestral dragon and syndicate dragon king were originally going to leave the dragon island. It seems that we do not have to force them, as long as we do it the right way. Perhaps it will reduce the number of casualties. Lawrence, Buddhistesian, the solitary sword demon, and Oxman began to communicate with their respective dragon kings. After getting the confirmation, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. It turned out that the future kings of the dragon race were originally going to leave this place. Perhaps the existence of the ancestral dragon divine ship was prepared for them. They already gathered 5 dragon kings now. They weren't far from 9 dragon kings anymore. And after everyone clearly understood where Lawrence and Buddhistesian's dragon king originated from, they couldn't help but feel like they were about to go crazy. The Dragon King nurturing plan they guessed at that time actually came true. Even if everyone was envious and jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. Nowadays, the dragons would attack ferociously if there was even the slightest sign of trouble. They had completely sealed off the path for others to steal the dragon eggs. From a certain point of view, it was safer to directly surround and capture the young Dragon King. After all, even if those dragons lost their divine ability, and their bestial nature was greater than divinity, they still had a godlike physical body after all. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Everyone set off under the lead of the 5 dragon kings, but Xiaochen didn't follow them. Many people hoped to borrow Kik's power to capture the young Dragon King. But Xiaochen refused. After all, if these Dragon Kings survived in the end, even the gods would tremble in fear. In the end, they could even make God tremble. If Ku were to deal with them now, it would be the same as setting up a great enemy for Ku. It was not that he didn't see the big picture, because with 5 Dragon Kings involved, it should be enough to deal with 1 Dragon King. Of course, no one really wanted to force him to do it. Many people were afraid that the demon following Xiaochen would harm them. Everyone gradually went far away. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang stayed behind and followed beside Xiaochen again. The demon appeared in the forest. He looked at everyone's back and said, I dare say that they will fail this time. If it was another dragon king, they might be able to capture it. But this time even 5 dragon kings won't be able to trap it. Why? Could it be that the legendary ancestral dragon has appeared? Xiaochen looked at him in surprise. Although I have already seen 11 dragon kings, I still haven't seen the legendary ancestral dragon. Perhaps it hasn't even been born yet. What? There are actually as many as 11 dragon kings. Xiaochen felt very surprised. Of course, there might be 1 or 2 more. However, in order to summon the divine ship that you guys want, you only need 9 dragon kings. The demon's words confirmed the records of the divine ship discovered by the old woman and the others. So it's like that. You still haven't said why 5 dragon kings couldn't trap the dragon king that was discovered this time? Xiaochen looked at him in confusion. It was very hard to imagine what kind of dragon king could contend against 5 syndicate dragon kings. It's not that this dragon king is very powerful, it's just that the other dragon kings can't compare to its current ability. Because it can fly now, the other dragon kings might need a very long time before they can have this kind of divine ability. Why is it so special? Could it be that the dragon kings also have a very obvious difference in strength? The demon shook his head with a smile and said, no, this is its innate divine ability, because it is a winged dragon king. Winged dragon king? Xiaochen was very surprised. Because as far as he knew, the winged dragon was the only dragon that wasn't sealed. There seemed to be only 1 winged dragon on the Dragon Island. He still clearly remembered the holy dragon that was defeated by the fallen angel and fell into the Dragon Island. Could it be that it was a female dragon, and not long after, it laid a dragon egg on the Dragon Island? This guess was very likely to be completely correct. Is that so? That's really surprising. Xiaochen sighed. At this moment, waves of dragon roars came from the distant mountain forest, as well as the shouts of the practitioners. It was very obvious that they had discovered the traces of the winged dragon king. Actually, if you find another dragon king, you will have already gathered the number of 9 dragon kings. The devil smiled faintly. What do you mean? Could it be that someone else has already subdued the dragon king? Xiaochen was very excited. Of course, the other 3 dragon kings have long since been subdued by others. It should be said that those 3 dragon kings were the first to be subdued. When Xiaochen heard this, he quickly thought of the group of people who entered the depths of Dragon Island first. They should be that group of older generation experts. You should have guessed it. The older, the wiser. Although there were only 30 of them. Compared to you youngsters, they are a lot stronger. If it was not because they were too greedy and wanted to enter the dragon's sacred mountain to search for the legendary ancestral dragon, they might have subdued even more syndicate dragon kings. The news from the devil was very shocking. It turned out that unknowingly, the number of 9 dragon kings had already been gathered. It was equivalent to seeing the hope of leaving the Dragon Island. Wanting to leave the Dragon Island can be said to be completely achievable. Right now, it is equivalent to almost succeeding. The devil sneered and said, have you thought it through clearly now? If you haven't thought it through, you might regret it for the rest of your life. I also don't want to kill you anymore, you can stay on the Dragon Island and accompany me. Kiki, who had been pretending to be asleep all along, jumped up in vexation. It glared at the devil with its quick-witted big eyes. However, the little critter knew its limits. It didn't have any offensive magic, it couldn't deal with the devil yet. And its confinement magic couldn't compare to the devil's superb speed. Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air. If everyone left and he was the only one left on the Dragon Island, that kind of thing would be too scary. Eh? These 3 skeletons don't have a small background. It seemed like the devil only noticed Qing Wang and the other 2 just now. He said with a little shock, they should have matured in recent years, I have never seen them before. Their growth speed is actually so fast. After falling on the Dragon Island for so many years, why did they only awaken now? To be able to receive such praise from him, it was enough to prove the potential of the 3 kings. He circled around the 3 skeletons and said, could it be that they had some background when they were still alive? They can mature into a sovereign king. Xiaochen opened his mouth and said. He wanted the devil to comment more, so that he could understand the future potential of the three skeletons. Sovereign King? Hee, don't exaggerate. Even if the undead and undead creatures matured to their final state, how many of them could break through to the Sovereign King realm? The Sovereign King is an existence equivalent to the Dragon King. Don't look down on the appearance of an undead king in the Deathly Swamp, it is still 100,000 miles away from the true Sovereign King. The words of the devil immediately gave Xianxia a comprehensive understanding of the power of the Sovereign King. However, he was still a little puzzled. He asked, I once entered the ghost town, I saw the skulls of a few Sovereign Kings inside. If they were that powerful, how could they die so miserably in the ghost town? Impossible. The devil said with certainty, the Sovereign King can only be sealed, it's impossible to kill them. Oh, speaking of which, it's really a miracle for you guys to be able to escape from the ghost town with only a dozen people. The skull with the complete lotus flower imprint, don't tell me it's not the Sovereign King? Far from it. The devil snorted coldly, he didn't say anything else. Just at this time, the dragon roar in the distant mountain forest had already gradually faded away. Xianxia wanted to see the result with his own eyes. He turned around and took a glance at the devil, then he walked towards that mountain forest with large strides. This time, the devil didn't follow him. The mountain forest was filled with broken branches and withered leaves. It was very obvious that a battle had happened in this area. Most of the people had already left, only Lawrence and Xian's team were still searching in the vicinity. It's a winged dragon king, that little dragon is very agile, it only fought with a few dragon kings for a short while, then it soared into the sky. Lawrence sighed a little helplessly and said, when we first discovered its tracks, we were already very fast. It was because its speed in the forest was really too fast. We only knew that it was a silver dragon king, but we didn't expect it to actually have a pair of wings. This result was indeed unexpected. After all, the winged dragon could not be considered as a powerful dragon in the entire dragon race. However, a dragon king just so happened to appear in this race. This made people have no choice but to believe that the legend was indeed true. The birth of the Dragon King was not limited to the race, even the weakest dragon race might be able to produce the ancestral dragon. A weak groan transmitted from not far away, it seemed like a beast was injured. The instant Xianxia turned his head around, he immediately revealed an astonished expression. He actually saw that dark brown little dragon again, that tenacious, stubborn, and proud little dragon. At this moment, it was lying in a pool of blood, the flowers and plants under its body were all dyed red. It couldn't help but groan from the sharp pain. Keek's pair of big eyes also immediately opened wide, it rushed over with a swish sound. Xianxia felt it was a little inconceivable, the last time he saw the little dragon fighting with two dragon kings, it was already on the verge of death. That was because its chest and abdomen were cut open, the internal organs inside could be seen through the wound. No matter what, he didn't expect it to survive. When he walked forward, he discovered the little dragon's wound from last time was already almost completely healed. However, it suffered another fatal wound this time. There was a huge bloody hole on its neck, both of its ribs were also almost pierced through. According to common sense, this kind of injury would lead to its death without a doubt. It really is a strange little dragon. When we rushed over here, we actually discovered it was fighting with the winged dragon king. Although it lost miserably in the end, it dared to fight against the king of its own race. This little dragon really has some courage. Lawrence sighed at the side. Xianxia was dumbstruck. This stubborn and proud little dragon was not only courageous, it should be said that it was too competitive. He could guess that it was this unremarkable little dragon that challenged the winged dragon king first. Because the little dragon had challenged the other two dragon kings before, and the winged dragon king would never take the initiative to challenge a weak dragon like it. Such a strange little dragon, Xianxia squatted down and looked at it calmly. After that, he tried to feed it a snow lotus core. The result was the same as last time, the little dragon turned its head away stubbornly. At this time, Buddhist Xian and Rowena also came over. Seeing the little dragon's severe injuries, everyone shook their head, they felt that it was impossible for it to survive. This island is called the Dragon Island, we have never eaten dragon meat since we came here. How about we roast it, it won't be able to live for much longer anyways. A practitioner at the side suggested. As a result, the Jade Dragon King and Azure Dragon King let out a sky-shaking roar. They could fight among their own race, but they would never tolerate another race eating dragon meat. The cultivator was so frightened that he was speechless. The little dragon's performance was really very arrogant, very fierce. It didn't look like a loser on the verge of death at all. Even though its eyes were already lifeless, it still looked at the people pointing at it with disdain. It even tried its best to stand up. Only when it looked at Kiki and Xiaochen, it revealed a slightly different expression. Everyone gradually dispersed. Xiaochen told Buddhist Asian and Lawrence the information he got from the demon in a low voice. What? We are only missing one Dragon King? We need to contact those older generation immediately. And just at this time, Xiaochen felt the demon's aura in the vicinity. At the same time, Lawrence's expression suddenly changed. Don't worry, he won't hurt anyone for the time being. Xiaochen explained. You are saying that aura is the demon? Lawrence asked in bewilderment. It made Rowena and Yan Qingqing's expression change at the same time. Being spied on by the demon was not a happy thing. That's right. What's wrong? Xiaochen asked puzzledly. So it's him, he is the demon. Lawrence suddenly realized and said, Do you still remember what I told you before? After entering the depths of the Dragon Island, I always felt that someone was spying on us in the dark. It was this kind of aura. Xiaochen remembered Lawrence's words. When they decided to work together, Lawrence once said that there was someone spying on him in the dark. This made him feel uneasy from the bottom of his soul. That was also one of the reasons why Lawrence and Xiaochen decided to work together. Unexpectedly, that person turned out to be a devil. This mystery was actually solved just like that. This also meant that the devil had already transformed from the snow mountain. Everyone had already left. Only Xiaochen, Kiki, and the three skeletons remained in front of the little dragon. Why are you so stubborn? I'm trying to save you. Why won't you accept it? You were lucky to survive last time. Don't tell me you still want to show off this time? The little dragon forcefully turned its head to the side. Strangely enough, the blood from its wound had already stopped flowing and was no longer gushing out like before. Xiaochen's heart was filled with doubts. He felt that Xiaolong didn't survive because of luck. Perhaps this little dragon had something out of the ordinary, and no one noticed it. This little dragon's aggressive nature is very much in line with the Dragon King's character. I see that it wants to transform and sublimate through continuous battles. However, the little dragon was really too weak, it didn't even have a single horn. It was far from the characteristics of the Dragon King, and even more so when compared to the legendary ancestral dragon. If it was a little stronger, Xiaochen would really suspect that this was a special Dragon King. After all, this little dragon seemed to be very intelligent. It didn't become more beastly because of the seal on the Dragon Island. Perhaps she will become the #1 dragon under the Dragon King in the future. Xiaochen muttered to himself. If the little dragon didn't die in every battle, it would definitely become stronger. If it could survive by a fluke, it would definitely become stronger the more it fought. The dragon race was a race full of competition. Perhaps it could really transform from an ordinary dragon into a mystical dragon second only to the Dragon King. As for transforming into an ancestral dragon, that was most likely unrealistic. After all, talent was also very important. Its innate condition was not that good. The little dragon didn't respond to Xiaochen's evaluation. It already closed its eyes and no longer paid attention to the outside world. On the other hand, Kiki was curiously pacing back and forth at the side. It seemed to find the little dragon very interesting. It felt strange and rubbed the little dragon's head. After that, it looked at its dragon claws and squeaked a few times for some unknown reason. In the end, Xiaochen also left. However, he turned back after walking for a few miles. This kind of injured little dragon was lying in the underbrush alone. It was very likely that it would be eaten by other wild beasts in the study. After all, this was not the dragon's sacred mountain. Without the protection of the vicious dragon's territory, other beasts would most likely barge in to enjoy the delicacy without any scruples. However, when he returned, he discovered that although there were a few wild beasts roaming around in the vicinity, they ran away as if they were frightened when they got near the dark brown little dragon. This was a strange and abnormal phenomenon. In the end, Xiaochen was also puzzled. However, knowing that this strange little dragon was safe and sound, he felt relieved and left. There were only 2 days left before the 7-day deadline. Xiaochen wandered aimlessly in the depths of the Dragon Island by himself. Right now, he no longer hoped to find the power to suppress the demon. It seemed like there was really nothing on the Dragon Island that could restrain the demon. However, just when he gave up hope, he encountered something special. There was a collapsed mountain range in the depths of the Dragon Island. Not even a blade of grass grew there, it was filled with endless crushed rocks. It seemed like this place had experienced a heavenly tribulation. The entire rocky mountain seemed to have been shattered by a huge force. Although the mountain range had already collapsed, one could still feel its former majesty and magnificence. Just by looking at the ruins in front of them, one could feel its boundless might. Many parts of the Rocky Mountain range had already completely collapsed, it was razed to the ground. However, there were still a lot of rocky peaks standing upright. However, those rocky peaks were already filled with huge cracks, as if they would collapse at any time. It gave people an extremely dangerous and wondrous impression. It was in this special area that Xiaochen discovered a lot of corpses. It was very obvious that they were left behind countless years ago. Their white bones had already decayed a long time ago. The white bones were so brittle that they would shatter with just a light step. There were a lot of such skeletons among the shattered Rocky Mountains. It made it hard for people to understand what had happened here. And Xiaochen just happened to walk into this area. He didn't walk too far, he saw a few more rotten corpses among the rubble. It was very obvious that they died not long ago. From their grizzled hair, one could tell that they were 50 to 60 years old elders. Without a doubt, these should be the group of older generation experts that sneaked into the Dragon Island. How did they die here? Xiaochen couldn't help but become vigilant. After a careful observation, he discovered that these few people seemed to have escaped from the front. In the end, it seemed like their bodies couldn't hold on any longer. They collapsed here and never stood up again. After a series of observations and conjectures, there seemed to be an indescribable danger ahead. Moreover, it didn't seem to be very close to this place. Xiaochen walked forward with large strides. Kiki also woke up, it sized up the rocky mountain curiously. The 3 skeletons followed closely behind them. After walking for 2 miles, they discovered a few more rotten corpses. It seemed like they were a group of people. It's just that these few people died a little earlier, they didn't run as far as the previous few. Squeak. Squeak. Kiki didn't seem to be aware of the danger ahead. It excitedly ran and jumped among the rubble, as if there was a treasure ahead that attracted it. How could it be like this? There seemed to be danger ahead. Otherwise, these older generation experts wouldn't have died. But how could Kiki, this intelligent little critter, have such a reaction? Xiaochen was very doubtful. Could it be that you guys are seeking your own death? The demon appeared behind Xiaochen and the others. What kind of place is this? Xiaochen turned his head around and asked. This is a place you guys can't set foot in. The demon's eyes were a little vacant as it said, the Dragon Island is a desolate divine island. There are many places that even I don't dare to approach rashly. I advise you guys to leave this place as soon as possible. However, if you guys want to force your way in, I won't stop you. If something unexpected happens to you guys, I can obtain what I need in an open and aboveboard manner. Kiki directly ignored the demon and took the lead to run forward. Xiaochen also didn't pay attention to him and followed Kiki to continue advancing. After advancing for 4 to 5 miles in this shattered rocky vein, Xiaochen and the others finally felt something abnormal. A divine aura was fluctuating like water ripples in this area. There was a power that could make people tremble in fear here. The power of a god, this thought emerged in Xiaochen's mind, this was definitely not something an ordinary power could compare to. But how could the Dragon Island allow the existence of divine power? It should have been sealed. Specks of golden light were emitted from the rubble ahead. The fluctuation of divine power originated from there. It was very obvious that they were already close to their target. Kiki let out a cheer and rushed forward in joy. Xiaochen was worried about it, so he also followed closely behind. The 3 skeletons even transformed into 3 streaks of white light and followed after them. They finally rushed into that shattered rocky mountain. the dazzling golden light reflected in Xiaoqian's eyes. At the same time, it made people feel that the divine power here was even more vast. It was as if there was a resplendent blazing sun in front of him. Squeak! 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 The snow-white little critter finally stopped its footsteps. It jumped onto a huge mountain rock and looked forward. And Xiaoqian also finally saw clearly what that thing was. It was a golden divine halberd that seemed to be completely condensed from the glaring golden light. It looked so sacred and extraordinary. It was inserted into the rubble quietly. The golden divine power it emitted was surging like the ocean waves. The shaft of the golden halberd was shrouded in divine light. At the same time, it was engraved with the vicissitudes of time. It gave off an unparalleled heaviness and an aura of infinite antiquity, and the sharp giant halberd blade was like a surface of ice, flickering with a cold light. This was definitely a divine weapon. An ancient sacred artifact that was difficult to seal. The power of the Dragon Island seal was actually unable to completely suppress its divine power. It was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. Xiaoqian suddenly thought of something. That day, when the ghost city appeared in the Sea of Bones. The Buddha's Dharma wheel, the ancestral dragon's horn, the jet-black metal seal, the brass 8 trigrams, and other ancient divine artifacts had all attacked the divine monolith. There was also a sacred artifact among them, the golden divine halberd. This was an ancient divine artifact that was comparable to the Buddha's Dharmic wheel and the ancestral dragon's horn. It dared to attack the divine monolith that sealed the Dragon Island. It was such a coincidence that he discovered this golden divine halberd. Xiaoqian was very excited. If he could control this divine halberd, he might be able to use it to suppress the demon. However, Xiaoqian's excitement only lasted for a moment before he calmed down. A few of the older generation had lost their lives here. Even they couldn't get a divine weapon, so how could he, a young expert, do it? I advise you to leave this place for the last time. The demon's voice came from not far away. Don't have any ideas about it. It used to be buried deep under the shattered mountains. If you are not careful and touch its murderous aura, you will attract a killing calamity. After experiencing the ghost town's calamity, it has reappeared in this world. If you guys had taken another 10 steps forward, it would have been difficult for you to escape. The corpses you saw before are a good example. The golden killing aura will follow you like a shadow until you're dead. Xiaoqian felt fear in his heart. He didn't doubt the devil's words. If he could really obtain this sacred tool easily, presumably, the devil had already made his move. Just as he was about to call Ku to retreat, who knew that the little guy had already fallen into a state of infatuation, looking at the golden halberd that was shining with divine light. Its eyes were full of little stars, and it was dancing happily. Faint, this little guy actually liked this big killing weapon. Come back, Ku. Xiaoqian's call was a step too late. Ku had already taken action. It actually transformed into a streak of white light and rushed forward. It wanted to take the divine halberd away. In an instant, the demon disappeared in a gust of dark mist. Because he knew what would happen next. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. A dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Then, it swept towards Kiki and Xiaoqian. The sharp murderous aura caused people's souls to tremble. The snow-white little critter seemed to have woken up at this time. Knowing that he was in big trouble, he used his strongest confinement art. He rushed back as fast as lightning. The light screen enveloped Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons. Meanwhile, that incomparably sharp golden light blade was like a huge lightning bolt that connected heaven and earth. Xiaoqian was completely shocked. She immediately closed her eyes, and Ku seemed to know that she had made a fatal mistake. He let out a few low cries of frustration. Meanwhile, it exerted all its strength to cast the confinement spell to its strongest state. The golden divine halberd was an ancient divine artifact. It was on par with the Buddha's Dharma wheel. One could well imagine how powerful it was. Although the dragon divine ability the snow-white little critter mastered was unfathomable, it was still incomparably powerful. However, it was still a cub after all, unable to resist at all. The glaring golden light tore that layer of light screen apart in a flash. It struck towards the little critter and Xiaoqian. At this final moment, the little critter blinked its big eyes innocently. It looked at Xiaochen dejectedly. It seemed like it had nothing to do with the little critter. Xiaochen was speechless, he never thought it would end up like this. At the most critical moment, the sharp golden light blade did not hit them. The little critter's treasured tree hat blossomed with 7-colored radiance. All of the golden light blades transformed into a ripple-like energy flow. It was like 100 rivers converging towards the little sacred tree like the ocean. Squeak, the snow-white little critter swept away its dejected expression just now. It grabbed the treasured tree excitedly and jumped around. Like a mischievous child, all of the sharp golden light blades were absorbed by the sacred tree. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons had a false alarm. On a distant mountain peak. The demon was tongue-tied, he looked at this direction in bewilderment. Kiki, what are you doing? Stop quickly. Xiaochen, who had just calmed down, became nervous again. The snow-white little critter was really too worrisome. It actually moved towards the golden divine halberd again after putting on the treasured tree hat. This made the 3 skeletons who had been silent all jump up. They wished they could have a decisive battle with the little critter. Squeak. Squeak, the little critter mumbled indifferently. It walked forward unsteadily. Xiaochen's heart was in his throat. Would the sacred tree be able to withstand the golden divine halberd's attack this time? After all, the distance this time was much closer than last time. Only. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. The ancient sacred weapon, the golden divine halberd, was actually emitting a gentle divine radiance. There was no murderous aura at all. The little critter approached slowly. Kiki happily turned around and waved its little paw at Xiaochen a few times. This made Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons a little speechless. In the vicinity of the golden divine halberd, the golden light wave was as viscous as liquid. When the little critter reached there, it felt as if it had sunk into a swamp. Every step it took was very difficult. 7 steps, 6 steps, 5 steps, all the way until the last step. The snow-white little critter finally arrived in front of him. It happily grabbed the golden divine halberd. It really didn't know why a little critter like this weapon of mass destruction. When Kiki hugged the divine halberd that was much taller than itself, a violent trembling sound burst out. The entire collapsed mountain range shook violently. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Xiaochen also threw caution to the wind at this moment. He brought the 3 skeletons along and rushed forward at high speed. It was basically impossible to escape anyways, might as well charge forward with all their might. They met up with Kiki very quickly. Under the glaring radiance, this rocky mountain range was shaking violently. The dazzling radiance soared straight into the sky, countless huge rocks were sent flying high into the sky. Even many practitioners who were very far away from this place discovered this kind of anomaly. Seeing the glaring golden radiance in the sky of this region, the demon at a distant place let out a sigh. He muttered to himself, I hope the sacred tree is safe and sound. Kiki, look at how big of a disaster you have provoked. I'm afraid we are really done for this time. Looking at Kiki's innocent appearance, Xiaochen felt very helpless. Under the cracking sound, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, as if they were flying. He seemed to be sent flying, but Ku's confinement spell was still very effective. It enveloped them inside. And the sacred tree on top of Kiki's head also flourished with 7-colored radiance. It seemed to be swallowing the violent energy flow. Squeak. Squeak. Kiki looked at Xiaochen innocently. It seemed to be saying we are very safe. The golden divine halberd was actually held in its bosom. The snow-white little critter danced around with all its might excitedly. The blazing divine radiance swept across the entire rocky mountain range. The cracking sound of the earth was transmitted unceasingly. Xiaochen found an opportunity to knock the little critter with all his might to make it obedient. In the end, with a deafening explosion, the light screen that enveloped Xiaochen and the others was sent flying. It flew far away from that region. Kiki hugged the golden divine halberd tightly and was unwilling to let go. Boom! They fell among the rubble several hundred meters away. The light screen was protecting them. Xiaochen and the others didn't receive any harm. However, Kiki cried out anxiously. That was because the golden divine halberd it was hugging was actually fading away slowly, and then it actually disappeared into thin air. The demon on top of the mountain was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Those extremely daring guys were actually safe and sound. They didn't die. When the blazing golden divine radiance in this region completely dissipated, the demon rushed over as fast as lightning. He was speechless as he looked at Xiaochen and the others. This really made him too shocked. They actually all survived. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons had already calmed down. Only Kiki cried out anxiously. It was especially dispirited. The golden divine halberd actually disappeared. The demon didn't say anything for a long time. Only after being silent for a long time did he say in disbelief, "You guys actually pulled out that ancient sacred tool." Kiki circled around the demon ferociously. The snow-white little critter suspected that it was the demon who stole the divine halberd. "Where is the golden divine halberd? Why can't I feel its aura anymore?" the demon asked in bewilderment. Xiaochen also couldn't feel the divine halberd's aura anymore. That sacred tool seemed to have disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? It seems to have completely disappeared from the Dragon Island. The demon was almost driven mad. What the hell did these guys in front of him do? They actually lost a legendary ancient sacred tool. Even with his unfathomable cultivation, he couldn't sense the whereabouts of the golden divine halberd anymore. It was enough to prove that the sacred tool was really gone. In the end, Kiki almost flipped out. It pointed at the demon ferociously and demanded him to return the divine halberd to it. The demon was completely speechless. In the end, it could only run away noiselessly. After searching for more than half a day in this rocky mountain, the snow-white little critter left this place with Xiaochen in frustration. However, Xiaochen felt that the golden halberd didn't really disappear. He could vaguely feel the aura of the divine halberd, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Even when they were more than 10 miles away from that place, Xiaochen still had that feeling. This seemed to indicate that the divine halberd was still with them. When he told this information to the little critter, then he pacified it. Kiki's big eyes immediately lit up. It searched from top to bottom, left to right. But it still didn't find anything. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. Only the last day of the 7-day agreement was left. And just on this day, Xiaochen found out that the winged dragon king was subdued. In other words, if he could get in touch with the older generation. The number of 9 dragon kings had already been gathered. For Xiaochen, this was undoubtedly a shocking news. Although most people still didn't know that 9 dragon kings had already been subdued. But it definitely couldn't be hidden for long. Xiaochen had no choice but to start thinking. Perhaps he could only lend the treasured tree to the demon. Otherwise, he would have to look on helplessly as the others left, and he would have to spend the rest of his life on the Dragon Island. He met Lawrence and Buddhistasian again. Xiaochen chatted with them for a long time. Because he was going to make a deal with the demon soon. How was the winged dragon king subdued? You might not believe it if I tell you. Lawrence passed him a piece of delicious deer breast after roasting, and said, it was a huge sacred dragon that gifted that young dragon king to a practitioner called Lanyu. What? The sacred dragon gifted its child to Lanyu? Xiaochen had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought it would be like this. It seemed like that winged dragon that fell on the Dragon Island still had a trace of divinity. It wasn't completely sealed by the power of the Dragon Island. It was making plans for its child. It knew that humans' wisdom shouldn't be underestimated. In the end, it must have attached importance to Lanyu's ability. Actually. As for that female practitioner, Lanyu. Xiaochen's impression of her was quite deep. She also tried to rope Xiaochen into the Blue Rain Alliance. Her temperament was as gentle as water. She left a very good impression on Xiaochen. As a matter of fact, Lanyu was a true expert. According to Buddhistasian, many of the practitioners who were hostile to the solitary sword demon on the Dragon Island were killed by him. Especially after the calamity of the ghost town, a few practitioners who were on par with him even lost their lives in the ghost town. There weren't many among the younger generation on the Dragon Island who could contend against the solitary sword demon. As for the founder of the Radiant Alliance, Schroeder, as well as the founder of the Blue Rain Alliance, Lanyu was one of the few who could withstand the solitary sword demon's 9 consecutive slashes. Of course, Yizhen, Xiaochen, and the others were also among them. However, withstanding 9 slashes and achieving victory were two completely different things. According to Buddhist speculation, the solitary sword demon had reached the 8th celestial layer at the very least. Other than that woman who could control the law of time, the solitary sword demon had reached the 8th celestial layer. Apart from that woman who could control the law of time, no one was truly his match. Xianxia said, "The 9 dragons have already gathered, let's contact those older generation figures as soon as possible." Perhaps Little Fatty Oxman and the rest of the people in the village have already contacted those older generation figures. It's time to leave this desolate island. But you? I will go and settle things with the demon. Xianxia didn't hide anything, he once told Lawrence and Xian everything. You have to come back soon. Otherwise, once everyone knows that the 9 dragon kings have gathered, they might immediately summon the divine ship. That's right, Xianxia. Don't forget that I have already trained a peerless beauty like Xianxia into a perfect slave. If you don't come back quickly, you will regret it in the future. The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena said with a smile. Xianxia, who had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, immediately turned her head to one side. No one could tell if she was happy or angry with her peerless face. Now that her power was sealed, she didn't want to say anything useless. It does not matter. Even if Xianxia does not agree to give the holy tree to me, I will not mistreat him. Let this girl stay to accompany him. The demon appeared in the forest with a dark fog. This was the first time Lawrence and the others saw him. Lu Ruyan's complexion changed abruptly on the spot, and she quickly retreated. The other's complexion also changed greatly. It's the last day. Haven't you made up your mind? The demon looked at Xianxia. And Xianxia looked towards Kiki who was sleeping soundly. Seeing its peaceful appearance, Xianxia heaved a sigh. This was the snow-white little critter's food, and they were about to leave the Dragon Island soon. If he lent the sacred tree to the demon, what would happen to Kiki in the future? Could it be that he was not going to bring Kiki along? Xianxia was placed in a very difficult position. Looks like you still can't make up your mind. The demon retreated. Everyone passed through the night peacefully, but just as the sky brightened, a cold wind blew over like a dream. The demon paid a visit at dawn again. Without any words, he took Xianxia and the 3 skeletons away. Also, Xianxia was wrapped in the Yin fog and disappeared in a moment. It was impossible for Lawrence, Buddhist Xian, and the others to stop him. The gap between the two sides was too big. They believed that the demon was definitely not as simple as the demigod realm. He did not pass these countless years in vain. The cold wind was biting cold. Xianxia and the others were brought into the snowy mountain by the demon. At this moment, the sun had already risen. The pure white snow-covered mountain peak was wrapped in silver. Under the contrast of the morning glow, it had a different kind of beauty. The snow-white little critter Kiki also woke up in a daze. It sadly took off the treasured tree hat. She handed it to Xianxia with some grievance. Xianxia could tell that the little beast was very disappointed. He could not bear to see it like this. But he really didn't want to spend the rest of his life on the Dragon Island. You've really upset Ko. Xianxia looked at the demon calmly and said. The hidden meaning was that the demon had already offended the snow-white little critter. It may seek revenge on you in the future. I will only borrow it for a year at most. It has a long road to grow, and I will definitely repay this favor. But the 9 dragon kings have already gathered, the divine ship will be summoned, we will leave this place. How are you going to return the sacred tree to us? That's a troublesome question. It's impossible for me to leave the Dragon Island on the divine ship now. The demon pondered for a moment. Then I'll have everyone stay here. They can only leave after a year. Do you want Ku and I to have so many enemies? They will definitely hate us when they find out the truth. How about I kill all of them? The devil said cruelly. This made Xianxia, who was at the side, feel a chill run down her spine. Ever since she arrived at the snowy mountain, she had not spoken a word. However, there was still some fear in her heart. After all, this was a legendary demon that had lived for countless years. Didn't you swear to be a good man? Why do you still want to kill? Xianxia didn't really want the demon to go crazy. Let me think about it. The demon remained silent for a moment and said, I will give you guys some gifts first. Speaking until here, he waved his hand with all his might. The gloomy fog brought them to the foot of a snowy mountain. The demon opened up an ice cave. Inside was actually a majestic ice palace. It was hidden in the belly of the snowy mountain. There were many pearls embedded in the ice palace inside the belly of the mountain. It made the interior as bright as daytime. After walking through 7 ice palaces in a row, they finally arrived at a huge hall filled with weapons. The demon said to Xiaochen and the others, "Take whatever weapon you like. Although I dare not say they are all rare treasures, some of them might be weapons used by the ancient immortals. I collected all of them from the ancient battlefield on the Dragon Island." The ice palace was resplendent, the dozens of weapons seemed to be extraordinary. However, they all had one thing in common, that was they were all damaged, they were all defective. Kiki glanced at them a few times listlessly, it was not in the mood to choose at all. It wasn't really fond of weapons, the reason it valued the golden divine halberd before was because it valued and liked the aura emitted by that sacred weapon. However, the 3 skeletons were not polite at all, each of them picked a long sword. It seemed like they were all antiques that had experienced countless years, but they were still circulating with dazzling splendor. Although they were all lacking the tip of the sword, if they were to be polished again, they might become an exceptionally good weapon. And if it was really as the demon said, that they were weapons used by the ancient immortals, then there was no need to polish them again. They were already hard to come by weapons of mass destruction. Xianxia was also not polite, she picked 2 short swords by herself. One was scarlet red like blood, the other was dark green like jade. It was unknown what kind of material they were forged from, the divine radiance was resplendent, it was very sharp. The 2 short swords seemed to be a pair, they matched each other very well when placed together. The only flaw was that the tip of the sword was also shaved off, it was missing a small section. In the end, Xiaochen also picked a weapon. Even though he believed that his body was the best weapon, since the demon was so cordial, how could he not take it? He picked a black broken sword. The jet black body of the sword didn't have a sharp edge, and it also didn't have any radiance circulating around it. It looked very simple and unadorned, it felt very heavy after holding it in his hand. It was less than half a meter long, but it weighed at least several hundred kilograms. It was very obvious that it was not an ordinary object. Since it was a broken sword, it looked more like a thick heavy sword. It could be used as a saber to hack, or as a sword to brandish. Good eyesight, you guys have already picked the best weapons, especially the jet black broken sword that I personally hold in high esteem. To be honest, I feel that it is far from being as ordinary as it looks. If it was not to repay you guys, I would never give this broken sword away no matter what. It could be seen that the demon was serious, he was really reluctant to part with that jet black broken sword in Xiaochen's hand. Seeing Keek's dispirited appearance, the demon said, "I have a special gift for you." Speaking until here, he brought the few of them into the next layer of the ice palace. After entering this place, the temperature dropped rapidly. Even a practitioner like Xiaochen found it a little unbearable. As for Xianxia, who had her power sealed, she immediately retreated. It was hard for her to endure in this ice palace. This ice palace was very spacious, there was only a divine object flickering with multicolored light enshrined on the ice platform in the center. That was a piece of milky white divine jade the size of a human head. It was sparkling and translucent, multicolored light lingered around it. The ice-cold aura was precisely emitted by it. After the dispirited Kiki saw it, her pair of big eyes immediately lit up. With a swish, she flew over and hugged it tightly in her bosom. She wasn't afraid of the cold at all. The demon explained, "This is a piece of divine ice jade. It is formed from the essence of the legendary snow vein. It is a rare spiritual object in the world. It is much stronger than the snow lotus heart that you guys obtained. However, ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy it. After all, it's too cold." Before he could finish his words, Kiki took the treasured tree from Xiaochen and placed it on the ice divine jade. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering could be heard. The roots of the little sacred tree pierced into the ice divine jade, causing it to crack rapidly. The devil felt pain in his heart. In his imagination, no matter how miraculous Ku was, she couldn't do anything to him. It would be impossible to digest such a large piece of ice divine jade underground. In the end, more than half of it would be left behind. In the future, when he completely got rid of the death aura in his body, he could slowly absorb the essence of the ice divine jade. However, it was given to the sacred tree by Ku. The demon knew very well that not to mention one piece of ice divine jade, even a few more pieces wouldn't be enough to absorb it. Yeah, the snow-white little critter whispered to the sacred tree. It was like he was saying goodbye to it. This made Xiaochen feel ashamed. Multicolored light flickered, white mist drifted, and the sound of shattering rang out unceasingly. The brilliance of the divine ice jade was like ripples of water, constantly flowing towards the little sacred tree. Leaving Kiki to guard the little sacred tree, the demon brought Xiaochen to another ice palace and started to chat with him. I didn't want to say it at first, but since you mentioned the divine ship is about to set sail, I can tell you a secret. There is another sovereign king ship that can leave the Dragon Island and break through the taboo ocean. In the future, I will ride the sovereign king ship to leave the Dragon Island and return your sacred tree to the Immortals' mainland. I can swear in the name of the ancient sovereign king, if I don't return the sacred tree, my body and soul will be extinguished. Sovereign king ship, this was the first time Xiaochen heard of this secret, but he didn't completely believe it. I am not deceiving you, you can think about it. Do you think I am willing to stay here? This place suppresses the power of the gods. If I stay here forever, I will never be able to make a major breakthrough. I let the ancestral dragon divine ship leave without doing anything. It must be because I know another way to leave this place. Otherwise, why would I cut off my way out? As long as the sacred tree helps me convert the death aura in my body into life aura, I will have a way to summon the sovereign kingship to leave this place. Thinking about it carefully, what the demon said was indeed reasonable. The sacred tree had already been handed over to the demon for 10 days. From then on, the demon never appeared again. He sealed himself in the snowy mountain. And in these 10 days, the snow-white little critter seemed to have lost its soul. It was listless all day long. This made Xiaochen feel extremely ashamed. He really wanted to rush back to the snowy mountain to snatch the sacred tree back, but he didn't have that kind of ability. On that day, Kiki really caused a ruckus in the snowy mountain, but the demon's strength was too unfathomable. It seemed to have already far surpassed the realm of demigod. He didn't retaliate even once. From the beginning to the end, he allowed Kiki to attack. He always dodged with absolute speed. The confinement technique couldn't envelop him at all. Xiaochen was trying his best to think of a way. He felt that Kiki couldn't live without the sacred tree. Squeak! Kiki looked at the direction of the dragon's sacred mountain. Its expression was very sad. It seemed to be sad because it lost the sacred tree left behind by its parents. Kiki, how about we go to your little beast's nest to take a look? We will leave this place in a few days. We will go to an even vaster world. Seeing the snow-white little critter's state, Xiaochen tried his best to console it. He wanted to cheer it up. Kiki nodded its head forcefully. It was originally a lively little critter, but now it was too quiet. It might not be able to shake off its disappointed mood for a very long time. Right now, all the young practitioners on the island already knew that the number of 9-headed dragon kings had been gathered. They were currently contacting those older generation practitioners. Currently, the elders of Little Fatty Oxman had already gotten in touch with those people. If it wasn't because those people couldn't forget about the legendary ancestral dragon, they might have already summoned the divine ship. However, the date of departure was getting closer and closer. Those people decided to make one last effort. If they still couldn't find the slightest trace of the ancestral dragon within half a month, they would leave the Dragon Island. Many young practitioners cursed them for being greedy, but there were also many people who joined the search. After all, that was the legendary ancestral dragon. It was the true lord of the dragons. After the little ancestral dragon grew up, its combat power would be unimaginable. Only the 9-headed dragon king could summon the divine ship, and it could summon the divine ship by itself. It was enough to prove its status and ability as the lord of the dragons. And the older generation had already paid a disastrous price in order to find the ancestral dragon. More than half of them were killed by the dragons because they accidentally barged into the barbaric dragon's domain. However, everyone also discovered an astonishing fact: the dragons didn't stop the little syndicate dragon from following the humans. It seemed like they knew they were going to leave the Dragon Island soon. All kinds of signs proved that in order to unlock the Dragon Island's seal, it seemed like they really needed the ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon king to leave this place. Xiaochen bade farewell to Lawrence, Buddhistesian, and the others. He didn't even let the 3 skeletons follow him. He arrived at the vicinity of the dragon's sacred mountain once again. He and Kiki climbed onto the broken section of the divine tree. The snow-white little critter seemed especially sentimental. It kept pacing back and forth at the place where it was born. It was completely different from its mischievous appearance in the past. The pitiful little critter's appearance made Xiaochen feel very uncomfortable. The snow-white little critter let out a whimper, then it raised its head to look at the sky. Its big eyes were filled with tears, as if it was calling its parents. Kiki, don't be sad, one day you will see your parents again, and I will think of a way to help you take back the little sacred tree. When Xiaochen and Kiki left this place, they finally met a few legendary older generation practitioners at the periphery of the dragon's sacred mountain. Although they still couldn't find any trace of the ancestral dragon, the descendant of the monarch lion dragon that roamed this area was subdued by them this time. The golden little dragon king was very powerful. Its whole body was glittering with light, as if it was cast from gold. In terms of physique, it should be one of the more outstanding ones among the little dragon kings. Xiaochen didn't show himself, he only looked at them leaving from a distance. And what made him incomparably amazed was, not far away, there was a huge monarch lion dragon hiding its brass-like body in the forest. It was quietly looking at the little dragon king being taken away. It didn't stop them. However, its eyes were filled with reluctance. It was the kind of expression a mother would have when sending off her child. It was very human-like, it was brimming with sadness. This made Xiaochen very shocked. The monarch lion dragon was taking the initiative to send the little dragon king away, who said their bestiality was more divine. This was clearly a very clear-headed appearance. Perhaps, after experiencing the calamity of the ghost town, their muddle-headed mind had already sobered up. Obviously, the dragons knew that the only way to break the Dragon Island seal was to let the little dragon kings lead this place smoothly. They had no choice but to borrow the power of humans. Previously, they also saw the barbaric dragons stopping the practitioners from surrounding the little dragon king. They mercilessly slaughtered many practitioners. Perhaps they were angry and unwilling at that time. They didn't want their own descendants. Especially the legendary dragon kings that were driven and enslaved by humans. But now it seems like they compromised. They seem to have realized that the little dragon kings would leave this place sooner or later, and enter the Immortals' mainland that was dominated by humans. Perhaps, it was more reliable to rely on a human for now. In order to let the little dragon kings live peacefully in the future, these father-mother barbaric dragons compromised. Another syndicate dragon king was subdued. There were already 10 dragon kings following the practitioners on the Dragon Island. However, there was still no trace of the legendary ancestral dragon. Xiaochen brought Kiki along and looked for the source of the sound. He only saw the little golden dragon king and a dark brown little dragon fighting fiercely. This was not a battle of the same level at all. The dark brown little dragon was already riddled with scars. He had suffered several fatal attacks. A few older generation practitioners quietly watched the little dragon kings fight. After that, one of the gray-haired old men said, "Let's go on our way. Little Dragon King needs a more powerful opponent, no matter how many battles there are." He waved his right hand, and a strand of spiritual power pierced through the air, instantly sending that dark brown little dragon flying. After that, they brought the little golden dragon king far away. It's him again. It was that arrogant little dragon with high fighting spirit, unyielding, and always challenging others. Xiaochen felt confused. Although this little dragon looked ordinary, it was actually very powerful. But it really seemed to be extraordinary. Why was it able to survive every time it suffered a fatal injury? Moreover, he had challenged the Dragon King again and again. He didn't fear the pressure of a king of the same race at all. His personality was the true characteristics of a Dragon King, but his innate conditions were too poor. Xiaochen was just about to make his move, but just at this time, he felt a bitter baleful aura. That was the unique aura condensed from slaughtering tens of thousands of creatures. A huge cyan tyrannical dragon's figure flashed out from the mountain woods on the other side. It walked towards the dying little dragon step by step. Xiaochen stopped Kiki, who wanted to rush over and observed quietly in the dark. It was very obvious that the tyrannical dragon had been hiding in the vicinity all along. It didn't make a move all along, it proved that the dragons had already compromised. It didn't stop those older generation experts from taking away the young golden dragon king. Perhaps it was like the monarch lion dragon, it hoped that the little dragon king could rely on those people to grow up safely in the Immortals mainland. The tyrannical dragon was one of the strongest dragon species. Its whole body was flickering with divine radiance. It arrived in front of the weak little dragon step by step. Xianxia didn't know what it wanted to do. He held his breath and watched quietly. Roar. The tyrannical dragon let out a low roar, it lowered its huge head. After that, it actually stretched out its dragon tongue and started to lick the little dragon that was full of scars. The tyrannical dragon didn't have any malice. On the contrary, it was somewhat doting. Could it be that the little dragon was its descendant? Xiaoqian's heart was filled with doubts. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The saliva of the tyrannical dragon that could even make the gods tremble was really a holy medicine for healing. After being licked by it, those twisted wounds on the little dragon were all healed. Furthermore, there was a sparkling and translucent radiance circulating around the wounds. The dark brown little dragon that was in a coma unconsciously let out a few low cries. It seemed to have felt that its body condition was getting better. The tyrannical dragon retreated step by step. After that, it took a huge stride and left this area with a rumbling sound. Xiaoqian was very puzzled facing this kind of situation. According to the little dragon's form, it was impossible for it to be the tyrannical dragon's descendant. Could it be that the dragons were very harmonious, and the adult dragons would also take care of the young dragons of other races? When Xiaoqian walked in front of this stubborn little dragon, it had already woken up. This time, it didn't reject Xiaoqian anymore. It looked at Xiaoqian very calmly, but it was still a little proud and aloof. Kiki seemed to be attracted by the little dragon's state. It temporarily got rid of the dejected mood that it had been feeling for so many days. It knocked on the little dragon's head in amusement, as if it was picking a ripe melon. This made the weak little dragon very dissatisfied. It glared at the snow-white little critter angrily. However, Kiki didn't seem to have noticed it at all. It was still feeling around on its head. Stop looking, it doesn't have a horn in the first place. Squeak, Kiki replied to Xiaoqian as it pointed at an almost invisible speck of light. Xiaoqian was gobsmacked when he looked carefully. A dragon horn the size of a grain of rice had already drilled out. However, it was too small, and there was no bulge around it. It was very hard to imagine that it was about to grow a horn. It's really going to grow a horn, this is really strange. Xiaoqian muttered to himself. This should not be one with two horns, it should be a single horn. That was because it grew out from the center of the little dragon's head. Xiaoqian left a small piece of snow lotus core for this stubborn little dragon. Originally, he didn't expect it would accept it. However, because he felt that the tyrannical dragon seemed to have returned, he had to make it clear that he didn't want to hurt the little dragon. It was unexpected. This time, the little dragon didn't refuse. It exerted a lot of effort to move its body and swallowed the sparkling and translucent snow lotus core. It was very obvious that this proud and aloof little dragon didn't reject him anymore. Xiaoqian obtained Kiki's consent and broke off a slightly bigger piece of snow lotus core for it. After that, he got up and continued on his journey again. Only after he walked for a very long distance did he turn his head around to take a look. He discovered that there was a golden radiance flickering in that area. It was actually that monarch lion dragon. Half a month passed, there was still no trace of the little ancestral dragon. Why didn't the legendary supreme existence appear on the Dragon Island? The older generation experts were very dejected. In reality, there were close to 100 older generation experts that entered the Dragon Island. In the end, there were only 20-something people left. And the number of young practitioners that entered the Dragon Island was more than 1,000. However, there were only 80-something people left. It could be said that the casualties were disastrous. The youths that entered the Dragon Island could be said to be experts among their peers. Almost all of them had already stepped into Exuvia realm. Although it seemed like Exuvia realm youths could be seen everywhere on the Dragon Island, it was basically nothing. It seemed like the word Exuvia was nothing special. However, one must know that these people were carefully selected. Otherwise, how could there be so many Exuvia realm youths gathered together? Strictly speaking, The youths that entered the Dragon Island were not the strongest youth experts on the Immortals mainland. However, they were definitely the top 10 among the younger generation experts of various major powers and sections. The strongest youth expert of each major power would definitely not be dispatched. That was their hope for the future. It was impossible for them to be dispatched to this kind of dangerous place. Of course, there were also exceptions. Some slightly weaker organizations would dispatch their strongest youth expert. But they were still the minority. After a few months of suffering on the Dragon Island, this group of youth experts could be said to have experienced an unforgettable tempering. In just a few short months, almost everyone's strength broke through once again. That was due to the crisis of survival. They had no choice but to train bitterly. If these people who were still alive returned to the Immortals mainland, they would definitely become the top 5 of their respective organizations' young generation. More importantly, with this experience, they would train even harder. Their future achievements would be limitless. The painful experience and tribulation would become a precious asset in their lives. Just a few days before they left, the 11th Dragon King was subdued by Spellmaster Schroeder. This young Dragon King was actually found by the seaside. It was the descendant of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. It had the head of the ancestral dragon, the body of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Its entire body was flickering with silver light. Everyone called it the Tyrant Dragon King. Originally Schroeder wanted to call it the Silver Dragon King. After all, the Tyrant Dragon King was not very elegant. However, everyone already called it that way, so he followed suit. Xianxia was astonished when he heard this news. He once refined a Tyrant Dragon egg. He didn't expect another Tyrant Dragon egg would actually turn into a young Dragon King. There was still no trace of the ancestral dragon until now. Xianxia once felt guilty. Could the young ancestral dragon be one of the dragon eggs he refined? However, he rejected this thought in the end. The probability was really too small. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The heat wave brought along a salty sea breeze. The golden beach and the vast ocean merged into one. The whole island was golden in color. After the Dragon Island was sealed, the originally bluish-green ocean, after a few months of transformation, it already turned into a golden ocean. There were also wind and waves. It was also surging violently. However, it was deathly still. There wasn't any fish swimming around. There wasn't any seabird flying in the sky. The verdant coconut grove at the seaside cast a cool shade on the ground. One after another ripe yellow coconuts were piled up together. They were especially alluring under the green leaves. Xiaochen, Lawrence, Yizhen, Rowena, Yan Qingqing, and the others gathered in the coconut grove. Most of the practitioners on the island had also arrived, because they were going to ask the young Dragon Kings to summon the legendary divine ship tomorrow. Xiaochen, you are really safe and sound. The little fatty oxman chuckled foolishly. He brought the Black Dragon King and walked over. Right now, he is a beast descendant with 3 beast souls. Although he is only at Exuvia 5th celestial layer, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Xiaochen, Yizhen, and the others started chatting with him with a smile. The 20 clansmen in the little fatty's village had already drunk the mixed blood of 9 Dragon Kings. The curse was completely lifted. Right now, their mood was especially good. They finally had the chance to escape from this island. Until now, almost everyone could finally relax. There were no more battles at the moment. All the practitioners were resting in the coconut grove by the seaside, quietly waiting for the day of release. Buddhist Yizhen lied on the trunk of the coconut tree. He caressed the Jade Dragon King beside him and said, I will double my training after I return. I must catch up to the solitary sword demon. Rowena smiled charmingly and said, Master, you don't have to work too hard. You can even eat meat and wine anyway. I will introduce you to a good sister after we return. Lawrence nodded his head earnestly after hearing what was said. That's a pretty good idea. Although senior brother Yizhen's state of mind seems to be peaceful, he is still a little depressed in his heart. We should indeed help him. Hee, Lawrence, do you need me to introduce you to someone too? We have the same surname as your big sister. I will definitely help you pick one. Forget it, I can't afford to have those sisters of yours. Lawrence shook his head repeatedly. Can you introduce me to someone? Little fatty oxman smiled foolishly and said, I don't mind, just like you. Everyone burst into laughter. You want to die? Rowena punched him and said, You don't mind? Just like me? Are you saying I am very ordinary, very ordinary? Do you want me like this? The extraordinarily beautiful Rowena pointed at Xianxia beside her. Her? Forget it, my grandma said, this kind of woman is not suitable to be a wife. The little fatty had a simple and honest look on his face. Everyone smiled again. And Rowena was already trembling with laughter. Her sexy red lips slightly opened and said, she is indeed not suitable to be a wife. She is only suitable to be a lover. Do you dare to take her? Why wouldn't I dare? The little fatty said without a care in the world. You guys, Xianxia glared at Rowena and the little fatty. Even if I dare, I can't, hee. Rowena rolled her eyes at the little fatty and said, haven't you heard that you can't bully a brother's wife? What? A brother's wife is not polite? About to leave the Dragon Island, almost everyone relaxed their mind. Many places on the beach were filled with laughter. Suddenly, a handsome golden-haired man like the blazing sun entered Xiaoqian's sight. He passed through the coconut grove and arrived at this area. It was actually the spell master Rand. The smile on Xiaoqian's face didn't disappear, he sat on the same spot without moving. He looked him in the eye and said, you really have some guts, you actually dare to come in front of me, do you want to challenge me? Lawrence, Oxman, Asian, and Rowena were still talking cheerfully and wittily, they didn't feel nervous at all because of Rand's arrival. This was the confidence that originated from their strength. With these few people sitting together, even the solitary sword demon wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Alright, I apologize for my frivolous behavior in the past. However, there is no need to apologize at all, because you already gave me the most profound and painful lesson. You must know that during that battle, you were very merciless, you broke no less than 30 of my bones. When the golden-haired pretty boy Londa said these words, he didn't look too embarrassed. He calmly sat across from Xiaoqian. His pair of dark blue eyes emitted a sincere radiance as he said, a few days ago, I was still thinking of taking revenge on you. However, today, I suddenly thought it through. The grudge between us is really not worth it. We are already going to leave the Dragon Island, there is nothing more exciting and joyful than living on. Let's forget all the unpleasantness after leaving the Dragon Island. Wasn't it because I was too arrogant and conceited? As a result, I already suffered enough, I don't want to make any more mistakes. I came here today to resolve the grudge between us. Xiaoqian said, if it wasn't because I had no other choice, who would be willing to face you in a life and death battle? If you are sincere, I will accept your suggestion and resolve this grudge. A smile emerged on Lawrence's sickly face, he said, Rand, I have heard of you before, but I didn't think highly of you before. I've heard of you, but I didn't think much of you before this. From what I know, I can take your head within 20 moves. However, seeing how broad-minded you are today, I have no choice but to re-evaluate you. It's rare for you to be able to put it down, it means that your mental state has made a breakthrough. That means I have the opportunity to become friends with such a handsome man, and not enemies? Rowena smiled charmingly. Rand nodded with a smile, I once despaired and thought that I would be trapped on the Dragon Island forever. I was pleasantly surprised to find out that I could leave this place, it indeed had a huge impact on my mental state. Many things have become more open and broader. Lawrence, you might be mistaken. Not only has Rand broken through in his mental state, but he has also broken through. Moreover, his cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds in the next few years. He was a demigod who was gradually awakening. They are descendants of God. You've exposed the only secret I have. Rand could not deny it. Born as a demigod? Rand, I admire you very much. Rowena's coquettish eyes could seduce souls. Really? Now I don't have to worry about finding an opponent. In the future, I will definitely go and exchange pointers with you often. Buddhist Asian also said in surprise. What? Let me take a good look at what a demigod looks like? The little fatty walked over and seriously sized up Rand, causing everyone to be unable to restrain their laughter. It had to be said that Oxman was really good at livening up the atmosphere. During this process, the peerlessly beautiful Xianxia remained silent. He didn't say anything. He didn't even look at Rand. Brother Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. Could it restore junior sister Xianxia's freedom? We are about to leave the Dragon Island, let the unhappiness of the past go with the wind. Rand looked at Xiaochen seriously. I didn't intend to oppose her in the past, but the situation forced me to this point. It is impossible to let her go. Xiaochen refused. Do you believe that I can resolve the enmity with her? Ask her if she believes it herself. Actually, Xiaochen was indeed in a difficult position regarding how to deal with Yan Qingqing. Many people on the Dragon Island knew that he captured Yan Qingqing. It would be fine if everyone was trapped on the Dragon Island, but they were about to enter the Immortals' mainland. The Undying faction could be said to be a huge force. If they entered the Immortals' mainland, and the news of Yan Qingqing being captured spread out, it might bring him a lot of trouble. Should he just kill her now? That would be even more troublesome in the future. This was the reason why he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. These few days, Rowena and Lawrence helped Xiaochen come up with an idea. That was to create a fait accompli, marry Yan Qingqing for real, and resolve the danger in the future. Using their words, if Xiaochen became the son-in-law of the Undying faction, he wouldn't treat Yan Qingqing as a slave. Would the Undying faction still find trouble with him? Of course, the prerequisite was that Yan Qingqing had to show her willingness. However, how could it be possible to make Yan Qingqing cooperate like this? Of course, there was still one fatal point. Xiaochen once killed Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu, the two young experts of the Undying faction. Although the news didn't spread out, there was a crucial person who knew the inside story. That was Zhao Linair. At that time, she was also the one who passed the news to Yan Qingqing. If he didn't seal her mouth, things would become very bad. Just when Xiaochen was thinking about Zhao Linair, she really appeared. She actually walked into the coconut grove, and that little Pegasus with a body as white as jade followed behind her from a distance. It was unwilling to get close to the crowd, it looked at this place timidly. Xiaochen almost couldn't believe his own eyes. The peerless Imperial Angel actually dared to appear in front of him, it was really too unusual. The enmity between them could be described as life and death. At that time, it was really a matter of life and death. Xiaochen stood up abruptly. If not for Zhao Linair, it would be impossible for him to enter this world. It was hard for him to keep his calm. He said coldly, "You actually dare to appear here?" The devastatingly beautiful Imperial Angel's complexion was very cold. She said, "I came to resolve the enmity between us." Not only Xiaochen was dumbstruck, the few people at the side were also a little tongue-tied. What was going on today? Why did she come to resolve the enmity? Lan's behavior was pardonable, after all, he only fought with Xiaochen because of his arrogance and conceit. But Zhao Linair and Xiaochen had always been mortal enemies, how could this kind of enmity be resolved? Furthermore, her demeanor didn't seem to be willing to do so. Even Land felt it was a little inconceivable. Although he was the first to arrive, their nature was completely different after all. You want to resolve the enmity between us? Xiaochen wanted to laugh, but he didn't. Please come with me to meet someone. After saying this, Zhao Linair no longer paid attention to Xiaochen and walked towards the beach. There was a graceful and elegant figure standing there quietly. She seemed aloof and otherworldly. There was a young purple dragon at her side, they were currently surveying the golden ocean. It was that woman who understood the divine law of time, but there was no multicolored light lingering around her body at the moment. But because her back was facing the coconut grove, everyone was still unable to see her appearance clearly. This was not some kind of conspiracy, no one followed her. Xiaochen walked towards the beach with large strides. Just at this time, Kiki rubbed its hazy big eyes, it woke up from its sleep. It looked at the little unicorn that was as bright as jade in front of it, its big eyes immediately lit up. With a swish, it flew over and landed on the back of the little unicorn. The little unicorn was like a startled little rabbit. It wanted to fly away, but it discovered that it couldn't shake off Kiki who was on its back no matter what. It turned its head around aggrievedly, and only after seeing Kiki's appearance did its fearful state of mind calm down. It curiously sized up this mischievous little critter. The two adorable little critters looked at each other, it looked very interesting. Xiaochen followed Zhao Linair and arrived in front of the golden ocean step by step. He finally saw the mysterious woman's appearance clearly, he was dumbstruck in that instant. How could this be? How could it be her? It was hard to describe her unparalleled beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, It was hard to describe her beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. It was hard to describe her beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. It was hard to describe her beauty. Her entire body seemed to be faintly discernible and remote. She was clearly standing in front of him, but it felt as if she was far away in the clouds. This was a kind of truly otherworldly temperament. Actually, Zhao Lin'er and Yan Qingqing already represented the world's most beautiful women in terms of appearance, and the person in front of them couldn't possibly be more beautiful. However, her unique temperament made her surpass the two in an instant. This was a kind of immortal charm that ordinary people couldn't possess. It was as if she was no longer a person of flesh and blood, but rather the most outstanding work of art. She was actually the goddess Lan Nua. It was precisely because she shattered the void that Xiao Chen and Zhao Lin'er came to this world. Is it very surprising? Lan Nua smiled faintly. It was as if a beautiful rainbow blossomed in the snow. The brilliance was dazzling. It's really, very surprising. Xiao Chen answered truthfully. That day when the void shattered, I saw you guys rushing in when I was advancing. I originally wanted to stop you, but I realized it was impossible to reverse the situation, so I could only let you guys follow me. Who would have thought, you guys actually became enemies? We are all from the human world, we don't want to see you guys fight to the death, I want to let you guys settle the resentment of the past. Xiao Chen was filled with admiration towards this goddess. This was the only one who managed to shatter the void after being silent for so many years in the human world. Furthermore, she was such a peerless beauty, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He was filled with incomparable respect and admiration towards her. He opened his mouth and said, I originally didn't want to make her my enemy, today's outcome can be said to be caused by her. It's not that I refuse, it's the truth. Humph, if it wasn't because you killed my maidservant who was as close as a sister to me, how could I be like this? Zhao Lin'er's beautiful face was brimming with anger. If it wasn't because of those underlings of yours taking advantage of their power to bully others and besiege me, why would I make a move? In order to protect myself, how could I be lenient towards my enemy? Xiao Chen opposed her with equal harshness. Alright, the two of you don't need to mention the past anymore. The goddess Lan Nua smiled faintly and said, I only want to ask you guys, I have the intention to mediate between you two, are you guys willing? After a moment of silence, the two of them nodded their heads silently. They were very respectful towards Lan Nua. Good, since you guys are willing, then please forget all the unhappiness in the past. From now on, you are not allowed to be enemies, are you guys willing to swear? Lan Nua was sincerely trying to help them resolve the conflict. In the end, the two of them swore not to be enemies anymore. This result made the two of them very rueful. They would never have thought of this before. However, no longer being enemies didn't mean that the two of them would be on good terms. It was even more impossible to talk about being intimate. Regarding Lan Nua's cultivation dropping to this level, Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubt. One must know that this was a goddess who could shatter the void, yet she could only suppress the solitary sword demon. However, after listening to Lan Nua's simple explanation, he immediately understood. When Lan Nua shattered the void, she had already reached the legendary Nirvana realm. Once one reached this realm, they would be neither alive nor dead. Their body and mind would be on the brink of extinction. They would be lingering between life and death, trying to comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. If they could completely comprehend the secret of life and death, they would be able to reach the realm of immortality with just one more step. However, if they were stuck at this realm for too long, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. At the same time, the practitioners at this realm, their cultivation would fluctuate between strong and weak, fluctuating indeterminately. When they were strong, they could even display the power of immortality. When they were weak, their divine ability might even be inferior to a practitioner at the Historia realm. For practitioners, the realm of Nirvana was not only a great opportunity, but also a great danger. Those who could comprehend the mystery of life and death would break out of the cocoon and transform into a butterfly. And those who couldn't comprehend it would turn into ashes. It was the cruelest way to go. Lan Nua, who was at the realm of Nirvana, after shattering the void and entering the Dragon Island, her strength was still fluctuating between weak and strong. She didn't know the secret of the Dragon Island. This place sealed all the god-level power. At first, when the boundless sealing power rushed towards her, she chose to resist it. As a result, this proud goddess was almost sealed to death on the deserted island. Lan Nua suffered an extremely heavy injury on the Dragon Island. Her cultivation was almost crippled. However, she is after all talented and intelligent. After narrowly escaping death, she quickly discovered the essence of the problem and automatically sealed her own cultivation. Only then did the influence of the vast and unfathomable sealing power on her become smaller and smaller. But even so, the sealing power still suppressed her cultivation to the lowest point of the Nirvana realm's fluctuation range. One must know that Nirvana realm practitioners, when they were strong, they could be compared to an immortal. When they were weak, they could not even compare to a practitioner at the Historia realm. The lowest point of this fluctuation range was also close to the Historia realm. And the heavy injury she suffered was hard to recover in a short period of time. So that was the case. Xiaochen was very worried for Lan Nua. Don't worry about me. I believe it won't be long before I successfully enter the longevity realm. Lanner smiled confidently. It was like the spring breeze caressing the willows. It gave people a warm and genial feeling. The grudge between him and Zhao Lin was resolved just like that. This was something Xiaochen had not expected. However, both parties were not very willing. It was just that they were not willing to go against Lan Nua's good intentions. Xiaochen walked towards the coconut grove. However, his mind was filled with Lan Nua's figure. He admired such a talented goddess. If he could marry such a woman as Qin, her gentle personality, anyone would be moved by a kind heart and intelligent mind. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. How could he have such a thought? However, he soon had another thought. How could he not have such thoughts? Perhaps everyone would yearn to be with such an amazing woman. Xiaochen couldn't help but recall all kinds of legends regarding Lan Nua. Lan Nua was a legendary figure in the Yan Huang 9 prefectures. Her name had already spread throughout the world for many years. Her beauty was exceptional, and she was a heaven-warping genius. At the age of 20, he challenged the world with his sword. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. But it was also in that year. Lan Nua cultivated the legendary, divine guidance, but her cultivation was half crippled. His body was getting weaker and weaker. Subsequently, Lan Nua resolutely made a decision. He sealed himself in the snow valley. A miracle happened to Ranoi. 13 years later, she walked out of the ice cave full of energy. Her appearance was drop-dead gorgeous like it was in the past, and her peerless beauty didn't leave the slightest trace of the passage of time. 13 years of time seemed like an instant to her. 13 years in ice. Time has feelings, beauty never grows old. Returning to the coconut grove, he inadvertently turned his head around to take a look. He saw Lan Nua, Zhao Lin and the psychic Lan Yu walking together. At the same time, there was a green-haired youth not far from them. Xiaochen was astonished. Isn't that the body of flesh and blood of the Trance Valley's old treant? Could it be that he was also planning to leave the Dragon Island? That was definitely a powerhouse who was close to the demigod level. The sunset dyed the sky red, and the golden sea rose and fell. There were many shouja near the beach. Almost everyone had rushed to this place. Kiki sat on the back of the little unicorn, and galloped back and forth on the golden beach. Even if it is facing those young syndicate dragon kings, it is not afraid at all. Under the support of Kik's miraculous confinement spell, the little unicorn also became bolder. It ran around the evil Dragon King, Winged Dragon King and the others. Kiki even left her own footprints on a few Dragon Kings. Zhao Lin was furious. Her beloved little celestial horse was actually being ridden by that person's little pet beast. This made her a little unhappy. However, looking at the cute appearance of the snow-white little critter, she really couldn't lose her temper. Roar, a deafening dragon roar shook the earth, causing the golden sea to ripple. A small golden dragon ran to the seaside. Behind it were 3 young dragon kings. Everyone on the island knew that the experts of the older generation had arrived. This was the syndicate dragon king they subdued. Following the roar of the young golden dragon king, the other dragon kings also became restless. All of them rushed to the beach. When these dragon kings gathered together, they immediately burst out with an astonishing battle intent. They actually wanted to fight. This was not a good sign. Their respective masters rushed over in a hurry. They separated them by force. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a tragedy. In the end, the 11 young dragon kings seemed to have compromised. They didn't attack each other. They paced back and forth on the beach peacefully. This was a rarely seen scene. After all, these were more than 10 syndicate dragon kings. It was already not bad to be able to see one of the legendary ones. But now, all the dragons had gathered together. Perhaps it didn't seem like much now. But after a few decades, or a few hundred years later, the later generations would definitely gasp in admiration. Because at that time, the young dragon kings had already matured into a powerful existence that even the gods were afraid of. These powerful earth dragon kings had once gathered together on a beach. Perhaps the people at the scene didn't have such thoughts right now, but without a doubt, their descendants would use this as a topic of conversation. Their ancestors had once witnessed this kind of scene. Of course. They would definitely talk about the other little critter. Kiki was playing on the beach to its heart's content. Xianxia let it be. The snow-white little critter got rid of its disappointed mood with great difficulty. It didn't want to destroy it. However, when the 4 young dragon kings of the older generation arrived, Kiki began to make people lose their minds again. It actually transformed into a streak of white light and stepped on the bodies of the 4 dragon kings one by one. As if it wanted to tell people that it had left its footprints on the bodies of the 11 dragon kings before, as if it wanted to leave behind a legend of the little critter for the later generations. The 4 new young dragon kings flew into a rage. And the 7 young dragon kings at a distant place were taking joy in their misfortune. They had all experienced this kind of situation before. They were provoked by that hateful little critter before. Even the winged dragon king that could fly was no exception. Night fell. Numerous stars adorned the blue dome of heaven. The sea breeze at night was so gentle. But everyone found it hard to fall asleep. Because they were going to bid farewell to the Dragon Island tomorrow. Xianxia lay on his back in the coconut grove and said to himself, I hope everything goes smoothly. The little fatty oxman said, Don't worry, that group of old fellows have already arrived. They won't delay any longer. In fact, they are a little afraid. Because the demon lives in the vicinity of the snowy mountain. These few days, the gloomy fog has been thick and heavy. They are also afraid that an unforeseen event might happen. Demon, sigh. Xianxia heaved a sigh. He kept feeling sorry for Kiki. This was a night that made people lose sleep. It was also a night that made people look forward to it. Early morning. When the first ray of the morning sun shone on the beach, almost everyone opened their eyes. The golden beach was crowded with people. Everyone walked out of the coconut grove. Many people were carrying big bags of coconuts on their backs with rattan nets. They were reserved for drinking water on the sea. There were more than 100 people standing on the beach. In front of everyone were 11 young dragon kings. Each of them was extraordinary. The Amethyst Dragon King, Black Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, Crimson Dragon King, Winged Dragon King, Tyrant Dragon King and so on lined up. They faced the sky and let out a long roar. The ear-splitting roar formed a bizarre power. It reverberated intensely in the sky and rushed towards the distant sea. All the practitioners had no choice but to shut off their hearing temporarily. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the terrifying sound wave of the Dragon King's roar. Even if they were still very young, it was as if the divine thunder from the 9th heaven was rumbling in the sky above the golden sea. It was as if the demonic roar from the 9 underworlds was rushing towards the surface of the earth. The oppressive roar of the Dragon King spread far and wide between heaven and earth. It made the golden sea roar violently. The bizarre fluctuation undulated majestically between heaven and earth. It made people believe that the legend of the 9 dragons summoning the divine ship was definitely true. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be this mystical. There seemed to be an incomparably vast power between heaven and earth. An ancient aura filled the air. It was as if an unknown and mysterious power was transmitting some kind of message to the distance. Roar, the Dragon King continued to roar, the entire Dragon Island trembled slightly. The Dragon King's call seemed to have pierced through time and space. their will spread out. Amidst the deafening roar of the Dragon King, a discordant sound suddenly rang out. Ee-ee-yeah. Unknowingly, the snow-white little critter had already run to the front of the 11 Dragon Kings lined up in a row. Vaguely, he had become a leading figure. It actually looked like it. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl with incomparable devoutness. However, its voice was too tender, like a baby learning how to speak. However, what was incomparably shocking was the snow-white little critter's voice reverberated clearly between heaven and earth. It wasn't suppressed by the voices of the 11 Dragon Kings. The babbling sounds could be heard clearly, like that of an innocent child singing an innocent ballad. Everyone wanted to stop it. But just at this time, in the boundless golden ocean, a vast and mighty dragon roar transmitted over. It was like a grand heavenly sound transmitted from the ancient times. It made people tremble from the bottom of their soul. A huge dragon boat blossoming with 7-colored radiance appeared on the golden ocean surface out of nowhere. It seemed as if it really came from the ancient times. Many people were so excited that their eyes brimmed with tears. That huge divine ship was as grand as a small hill. It seemed like a real ancestral dragon. It was currently cutting through the taboo ocean and approaching here. It was indeed a huge divine ship in the shape of an ancestral dragon. The 7-colored radiance flickered and illuminated the entire taboo ocean. The sea area within 1,000 miles was fluctuating violently because of its appearance. However, the divine ship was sailing steadily, it didn't sway at all. The legend was true. With the gathering of the 9 kings, they could summon a divine ship made of ancestral dragon bones and divine wood. It could bring everyone through the terrifying taboo ocean and leave the Dragon Island. The 11 young syndicate Dragon Kings had already stopped roaring. And Kiki ran to Xiaoqian's side. But just at this time, an even more world-shaking dragon roar transmitted over. It came from behind everyone. Countless huge dragon silhouettes appeared in the coconut grove. Cyan tyrannical dragon, golden monarch lion dragon, jade green saber dragon, purple lightning dragon, many primitive dragons had gathered here. A bitter baleful aura soared to the sky. The huge dragon silhouettes occupied the entire beach and coconut grove. Everyone's expression changed. What were these vicious dragons trying to do? Why did they all gather here? Could it be that they wanted to kill everyone? However, what made everyone feel a little relieved was all the seemingly terrifying dragons didn't get any closer. They only roared and paid attention to the situation in the coconut grove. The 11 young Dragon Kings also followed along and let out a series of roars. They quickly rushed towards the coconut grove. It was brimming with sadness. In that split second, everyone understood. Those huge dragons were sending off the young Dragon Kings. The 11 young Dragon Kings rushed into the group of dragons. They let out sorrowful low cries, as if they were incomparably reluctant to part with all the dragons. The roars of the huge dragons were also brimming with sadness. They were brimming with sincere feelings of reluctance. They were getting closer. They were getting closer and closer. The legendary ancestral dragon divine ship had finally reached the shore. A 7-colored divine radiance transformed into a rainbow bridge. From the divine ship to the shore. Oxman's grandmother shouted loudly, "Everyone board the ship along the rainbow bridge, don't try to fly in the sky. Because no matter if it is the sea or the sky is filled with the power of the gods. Without the protection of the divine ship's 7-colored radiance, you will definitely die a horrible death." Nobody dared to joke around with their lives. Everyone boarded the divine ship in an orderly manner. And just at this time, the 11 young Dragon Kings and the dragons finally finished bidding farewell. All of them rushed towards the divine ship with sorrowful cries. When the young Dragon Kings boarded the divine ship, the huge divine ship that was flickering with 7-colored radiance immediately trembled. It was actually about to set sail. "Don't delay anymore, everyone move faster." The people on the divine ship shouted loudly. Xiaoqian said to Lawrence, Izhen, and the rest, "Let's go, we should also board the ship." Just at this time, Xiaoqian suddenly had a bad premonition. As if a huge and deep cave was going to swallow him up. He dodged hastily, but it was still too late in the end. He didn't even see the enemy clearly, because there was no one behind them anymore. A huge scroll had already unfolded and enveloped him, Xianxia, and the three skeletons. A huge crack appeared in the sky and swallowed them up. Damn it! Xiaochen couldn't help but curse. He was tricked. But he didn't know who the enemy was. There was no one behind, but the people boarding the ship were very chaotic in front. An indescribable huge force was pulling Xiaochen and Xianxia. It was unknown where they were being teleported to. And that huge crack at the back was about to close. Xiaochen spared no effort to escape. But he found it hard to succeed. Kiki was also at his side. The snow-white little critter let out a furious growl. It waved its two claws with all its might. A few light screens were sent out. Swish! Swish! It seemed like a few human figures were swept in. With a flash of light, they completely sunk into darkness. In this deathly still void, time seemed to have stopped. Time seemed to have stopped. Xiaochen knew that he was traveling through space. On the beach, Lawrence and the rest cried out in alarm. If I didn't guess wrong. Someone tricked them with a spatial scroll. This was really annoying and hateful to the extreme. At this crucial moment, they were teleported to another place. They were obviously trying to trap them on the Dragon Island. They will never be able to leave. Time waits for no man, no matter how furious Lawrence and Yizhen were. However, he did not find any trace of Xiaochen even after searching around the seaside. At this time, the divine ship was about to set sail. They had to board the ship. After experiencing a wondrous feeling that was similar to when time stopped, Xiaochen's eyes suddenly lit up. They passed through the dead space. He appeared in the real world. In front of him was an endless primitive forest, and he could hear the roars of wild beasts. Xiaochen discovered that other than himself, Xianxia, and the three skeletons, there were 3 old men with grizzled hair and beard at the side. And Kiki was pointing its little paw at them furiously. Cuckoo! Did they plot against us? Xiaochen asked. Kiki nodded her head vigorously. Xiaochen almost went berserk. He didn't know these people at all. But he was framed like this. He was about to explode with rage. The 3 old men were incomparably shocked and furious. One of them shouted, "How could this be? How did we end up here? Tenli teleportation. This place is at least 10 li away from the seaside. We can't board the ship in time. Martial uncle, why do you want to kill me?" This Xianxia also shouted furiously. The old man who was addressed as martial uncle by Xianxia said furiously, "You and this brat had such a shameful matter. Do you still have the face to continue living? Letting you guys be trapped on the Dragon Island is already a mercy. However, I didn't expect such a simple matter. Why did you drag us in as well?" At first, he thought it would be easy to slaughter the undying sex disgrace. However, the old man never thought it would turn out like this. He shouted at the other 2 in anger, "Both of you are spell masters. Don't tell me you don't know how to use a scroll? What kind of lousy scroll is that? Don't say any more, we might still be able to make it if we leave quickly." Those 2 already took the lead and flew towards the seaside. They wanted to rush towards the seaside. Yanqingqing's martial uncle also rushed forward like a ghost. They couldn't care less about killing Xiaochen and Yanqingqing anymore. Squeak! Kiki waved its little paw angrily. A dazzling light screen enveloped them in an instant. It enveloped them and then pulled them down. "Kiki, don't care about them, let's go quickly." Xiaochen shouted these words. He rushed towards the seaside at high speed. And Yanqingqing and the 3 skeletons also followed closely behind. The 3 old men looked at them leaving with fear and anger. They never thought that it was that little critter that made them suffer the consequences of their own actions. Only until Kiki and the rest completely disappeared did the 3 of them regain their freedom. They rushed towards the seaside immediately after. Xiaochen still missed the divine ship in the end. 10 miles was not considered too far for an expert like him. Even though the road was filled with trees blocking the way. However, he still rushed to the seaside very quickly. He bypassed those dragons. He just happened to see the divine ship slowly set sail. He left the seaside. He only moved 7 to 8 meters away. However, that rainbow bridge that was connected to the shore had already been retracted. He missed it just like that, because it was impossible for him to pass through that terrifying God-forbidding domain. Kiki seemed to have felt Xiaoqian's despair. The snow-white little critter spared no effort to cast the confinement technique. It was about to seal itself and cross this distance with Xiaoqian. However, Xiaoqian stopped it. He knew the little critter's ability. As of now, it still didn't have such a powerful divine ability. Xiaoqian! Xiaoqian! The regretful shouts of Lawrence, Xian, and the others could be heard from the divine ship shrouded in seven-colored radiance. Goddess Lan Nua, Rowena, Little Fatty Oxman and the others were also filled with incomparable regret. How could this be? Who are those bastards? Lawrence shouted angrily. Brother Xiao, I will not forget you. Little Fatty Oxman also shouted. Xiaoqian, in this situation. Buddhist Xian was also helpless. When the 11 Syndicate Dragon Kings boarded the ship, the ancestral dragon divine ship automatically set sail. There was no way to reverse it. Live well. If I have the ability in the future, I will come and save you. Lan Nua lightly waved her hand. This kind of promise. In other people's ears. Perhaps he thought it was empty words. However, Xiaoqian knew. Lan Nua was indeed qualified. He shouted at the divine ship, "Goodbye. Goodbye. I will always remember you." There were also people shouting Yan Qingqing's name, but what could they do? She could only silently wave her hand. Many familiar and unfamiliar people were standing at the stern of the ship and waving towards the sea. Including Lawrence, Xian, Rowena, Lan Nua, Oxman, Land, and even Zhao Lin Air, as well as the genius illusion master Carlos. Just at this time, Yan Qingqing's martial uncle and the two spell masters also rushed to the sea. They faced the sky and shouted angrily, "How could this be? How could this be? Martial Uncle Wang Hao, you reap what you sow, harming others and harming yourself." It was impossible for Yan Qingqing to not be angry. The only chance to leave the primordial dragon island was actually wasted just like that. Wang Hao only wanted to get rid of the two of them in passing, he didn't expect it to end up like this. He was extremely regretful. If he knew it would be like this, he would never do this. The two old spell masters at the side were beating their chest and stamping their feet. In the end, they looked at Xiaoqian and Yan Qingqing with ominous glint in their eyes. The big ship was sailing slowly. However, everyone could still see everything that was happening here. Lawrence and the rest were worried about Xiaoqian, as well as the sound of them scolding the three old men could be heard from a distant place. The solitary sword demon's regretful voice transmitted over, "Xiaoqian, you are really unfortunate. I thought you would be a pretty good opponent after a few years. What a pity." Xiaoqian said to Kiki, "Confine them." The snow-white little critter was already panting with rage. There was no need to be polite, the seven-colored light screen enveloped the three of them in an instant. It basically didn't give them any chance. Although the three of them were already Historia-level experts, they still couldn't get rid of Kiki's confine technique. "Kiki, can you let my power enter the light screen and kill them?" Xiaoqian asked hopefully. If he couldn't cripple the three of them with his own hands, it would be really hard for him to vent that gloomy feeling in his heart. The snow-white little critter nodded its head. It could. Xiaoqian shouted towards the divine ship that was getting further and further away, "Solitary sword demon, there is nothing to feel regretful about. I can also let you experience my secret technique now." He held that jet-black broken sword in his hand, then he slashed upwards. Although it was only a single slash, it seemed as if thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. And all of them were absorbed into the light screen by Kiki. "Ah!" A miserable shriek transmitted over. Wang Hao and the two spell masters' right arm was completely scraped clean. Only their bones were left. The solitary sword demon who was at a distant place understood everything. That was definitely not a simple attack from the sword chi. That was a kind of ingenious technique. It was cut off by thousands of dazzling knives. His countenance changed as he shouted loudly, "Good technique, what is the name of that technique?" "God Slayer." Xiaoqian shouted loudly. The divine ship gradually got further and further away. They could no longer hear the shouts of the people on the ship. They also couldn't see their shadows clearly. The rainbow-colored divine ship gradually disappeared in the golden ocean. In the end, Wang Hao and the other two were thrown into the taboo ocean. Even Keek's light screen was unable to block that kind of destructive power. The three of them were crushed in an instant. It was actually this kind of result. It was a very speechless ending. Xiaochen looked at Yan Qingqing. The two of them were speechless. On a desolate island, the scariest thing is not having enemies, but being alone. Yan Qingqing, are you still thinking of killing me now? Xiaochen looked at this undying successor. That's right. Xiaochen looked at this undying successor. It is precisely because there are only two of us left. That's why I feel even more afraid. Yan Qingqing spoke bluntly. Xiaochen was speechless. Their way of thinking was really different. He laughed mischievously and said, "It seems like I was too much of a gentleman before. If I treated you as a slave earlier, you might not be so scary now." All right. I am only a man now. And you are only a woman. Let's talk about the matters between men and women. You. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise I will kill myself immediately. Yan Qingqing's voice was trembling a little. Xiaochen chuckled and said, "If you want to kill yourself, then go ahead. I won't stop you." Yan Qingqing's graceful and elegant body retreated unceasingly. She was forced to stay on the Dragon Island. Xiaochen was indeed very gloomy at first, but he had already adjusted his mood now. Because he knew there was still a sovereign king ship that could bring him away from here. As a result, he still had the mood to tease Yan Qingqing and said, "Woman, what are you thinking? Am I that scary?" The three skeletons looked at each other in dismay. They followed Xiaochen closely. They knew Xiaochen was teasing her again. Yan Qingqing was so angry that she turned her face to one side. And Xiaochen brought Kiki forward and said, "Little monster, we have to continue living on the Dragon Island now, until you get the little sacred tree." When Kiki heard the words "little sacred tree," she immediately became excited. She directly ignored the three words "little monster" and ran around happily. After that, she followed Xiaochen towards the snowy mountain. Yan Qingqing followed closely behind him. "Hey! Woman, why do you always follow me? Aren't you afraid something bad might happen? You should get away from me as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be in danger. You sealed off most of my power. I won't follow you. What should I do? Don't tell me I am going to be fed to the wild beasts?" Yan Qingqing replied in a bad mood. "You want to kill me. And I am not that cruel. I don't want to kill you, so I can only seal off your power. How about this, why don't you just kill yourself? This way, we won't be in a difficult situation." Yan Qingqing was speechless. She felt that this man in front of her was too hateful. He was clearly using her to adjust his mood to ease his depression. For now, it was impossible for Xiaochen to kill Yan Qingqing. The demon said that he would need at least a year to get rid of the deathly aura. In other words, if he wanted to retrieve Keek's sacred tree, Xiaochen would have to stay on the Dragon Island for a year. If he was alone, he would be bored to death. Leaving Yan Qingqing behind, even if she was his enemy. She wouldn't be that lonely anymore. "Xiaochen, I'm warning you. Don't have any ideas about me." Xiaochen sneered and said, "You are warning me? Is that useful?" "Rather than a warning, it's more like a temptation. Don't worry, we will have a common topic to talk about in the long night. I won't disappoint you." This kind of reply was specious. It made Yan Qingqing apprehensive and afraid. Of course, she felt even more humiliated. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths of the island again. Energy pervaded the vast snow-capped mountains. One could imagine how unfathomable the demon's power was. However, Kiki was not afraid at all. She angrily squealed in front of the snowy mountain with the hidden ice temple. At the same time, it used the confinement spell to move the door of the snow mountain away. The chilly wind blew fiercely, and a gust of netherworld fog rushed out. It was especially frightening in the cold snowy mountains. Yan Qingqing's complexion turned ugly. She did not expect that Xiaochen would actually dare to take the initiative to provoke the demon. He was truly a lunatic. When the underworld fog dissipated, the demon walked out. His pale face was unexpectedly livelier than before. He asked in surprise, "I heard the Dragon King's roar. Why didn't you leave?" "We missed the divine ship. I want to learn more about the sovereign kingship from you." As for Kiki, she looked at the demon while panting with rage. It seemed like she really wanted to pounce on him. "I see." He did not answer Xiaochen. Instead, he smiled at Ku and said, "Everything is going smoothly. If it's fast, it will be 2 months. If it's slow, I can return the holy tree to you in half a year." It was faster than expected. "I meant what I said. I will definitely repay you in the future." Ku nodded angrily. After greeting Kiki, the demon turned around and said to Xiaochen, "I have a way to summon the sovereign kingship. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand the invasion of the Yin spirits on the holy ship." "Is it that serious?" Based on his instincts, Xiaochen knew that riding the sovereign kingship was extremely risky. It was far safer than riding the ancestral dragon divine ship. That's right, because it wasn't prepared for humans in the first place. The sovereign kingship is also known as the demon ship. A portion of the sovereign king's remnant soul was sealed on it. If a living person did not have a corresponding sacred artifact, they would not be able to use it. "I'm afraid you'll lose your life." Yan Qingqing gradually understood what was going on. She became excited again. He was shocked again. He felt that the sovereign kingship might be very evil and terrifying. Isn't it enough with Ku's holy tree? Probably not. And they might clash. It's best to find a Yin-type holy artifact, not one that's filled with vitality. Where should I go to look for it? Xiaochen could not help but feel troubled. Ghost City. When the demon mentioned this name, it was also very unnatural, as if it was a taboo. Xiaochen immediately shook his head. With his level of cultivation, it was already a miracle that he was able to come out alive last time. How could he possibly seek his own death? The demon looked at Xiaochen and said, "How about this? You can wait for 3 to 5 years, I can bring you guys along and leave the Dragon Island, I can guarantee your safety on the Sovereign King's ship." 3 to 5 years? Time is too long. Didn't you say that the Death Chi would disappear in a few months? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Getting rid of the Death Chi only means that I don't need the holy tree anymore, but it doesn't mean that my cultivation is perfect. You will have to wait for a long time. Xiaochen turned silent. Could it be that he really had to be trapped on the Dragon Island for a few years? He wanted to help Ku retrieve the holy tree and leave this place immediately. He really didn't want to stay on the deserted island any longer. Is there really no other way? As I said, you only need to find a Yin attribute holy artifact. It was just this kind of thing. Perhaps I can only find it in Ghost City. If I had known this earlier, I would have brought the burial cloth out of the ghost town. Xiaochen couldn't help but think of the evil cloth that was soaked in blood when he killed the evil spirit in the ghost town. Shroud, the demon's eyes immediately lit up. What's going on? Xiaochen narrated the circumstances of that day in detail. The demon sneered, that kind of corpse cloth can also be considered as a sacred object? At most, it had been soaked in the blood of a powerful god. How could it be considered a holy object? However, after what you said, this reminded me of something. There were some stone inscriptions on the island. It seems like there really is such a Yin attribute holy object at the base of the island's divine monument. What relic? Yan Qingqing asked. She really wanted to leave this place immediately. Shroud. The devil replied. It's the burial cloth again. What's the difference? Asked Xiaochen. It's a Yin-type holy artifact that makes the gods go crazy because it has such a powerful background. The demon said slowly. This made Yan Qingqing even more curious. Now, she was no longer afraid of demons. He asked, what is its origin? Legend has it that it is Xianxia's burial cloth. When the demon said this, Xiaochen was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. After a long time, he said, how is this possible? Ancestor god Xianxia passed away? Yan Qingqing also shook her head, impossible. Rumor has it that ancestor god Xianxia appeared in the southern wasteland of the Immortals mainland. Although he had disappeared for countless years, it was impossible for him to die. No one could kill him. The demon shook its head and said, I don't know what the truth is. This is only a legend and record on the Dragon Island. However, even if there is Xianxia's burial cloth at the base of the divine monolith, you guys won't be able to get it. That's because even I can't get close to that place. Unless you have the Buddha's eternal wheel or the golden divine halberd to clear the way. Hearing the golden divine halberd, Keek's big eyes opened perfectly round. It squeaked helplessly and dejectedly. It had already obtained it. Originally, it had already been obtained by it, but it mysteriously disappeared. After leaving the snowy mountain, Xiaochen, Yan Qingqing, and the three skeletons arrived at the Sea of Bones again. Looking at that tall divine monolith, they were at their wits' end. That was because they couldn't reach the base of the divine monolith. That place was filled with baleful aura. It crushed everything that was close to tangible. Yan Qingqing. We might not be able to leave this island for the rest of our lives. We can't trust the demon's words completely, who knows if he can bring us out of here. I don't believe the demon's words either. Yan Qingqing replied. What if we are trapped on the dragon horse forever? We can settle the marriage issue. But it's still too lonely. Xiaochen lamented. Go to hell. Yan Qingqing directly ignored Xiaochen and walked away gracefully. Right now, only the two of them were left on the Dragon Island. Yan Qingqing was no longer worried about being killed, she was only worried that Xiaochen might have bad intentions. As a matter of fact, Xiaochen was a very normal man, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, he was currently racking his brain to escape from the Dragon Island. How could he be as bad as Yan Qingqing thought? If he was, he definitely wouldn't have to worry about survival anymore. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang, the 3 skeletons were at ease. They quietly trained in the vicinity of the Sea of Bones. Xiaochen brought Kiki along to survey the surroundings every day to find a way. And Yan Qingqing was also like that most of the time. Half a month passed in a flash. One day, when Xiaochen went to the mountain forest to hunt, he actually met that stubborn and proud little dragon again. It was still the same as before, its whole body was riddled with scars. However, this time, there were no fatal injuries. Moreover, a small part of its horn had already grown out. It was flickering with a milky white radiance. It was very mystical. Xiaochen discovered to his surprise. The little dragon's strength seemed to be a lot stronger than before. It seemed like it was really able to increase its strength in battle. Perhaps it could slowly transform and make itself even stronger. It might even become the strongest under the Dragon King. Tough little dragon, we meet again. You are not in a sorry state this time. Xiaochen took out the snow lotus core and gave it a piece. This made Kiki a little dissatisfied, it squeaked a few times. Because this time, the little dragon didn't suffer any fatal injuries. There was no need to waste the delicious food that it didn't have the time to enjoy. The dark brown little dragon quietly ate the snow lotus core. After that, it didn't leave immediately. It looked at this kind-hearted man and beast in front of it with some curiosity. After all, Xiaochen had already saved it a few times. Although it didn't think there was any need for others to save it. Stupid little dragon, you always end up in such a sorry state every time you fight with someone. I really don't know why you are so competitive. Sigh, it would be great if you were a dragon king. Go to your dragon's sacred mountain and help me steal the ancestral dragon's horn. Oh. You are really indulging in fantasy. Perhaps even the Dragon King might not have come into contact with that thing. When the dark brown little dragon heard that Xiaochen wanted to steal the ancestral dragon's horn, it immediately revealed a vigilant gaze. It stared at him as if it was looking at a bad guy. Xiaochen was tickled by this little guy's expression. Come to think of it, this little dragon was also very intelligent. It could completely understand its words. And just at this time, what made Xiaochen feel strange was that Kiki actually squeaked and mumbled to the stupid little dragon. It seemed like they were having a conversation. What made Xiaochen even more shocked was the dark brown little dragon actually squeaked a few times as well. Its voice was very immature. It was almost the same as Kiki. It seemed like it was responding to Kiki. Damn, these two little guys could communicate? Xiaochen found it a little inconceivable. Not long later, the dark brown little dragon turned around and left. It seemed to be very fast. It was indeed much stronger than before. Kiki, what did you say to it just now? Squeak. Squeak. Kiki pointed at the direction of the sea of bones. Did you tell it about the difficulties we encountered? Squeak, the snow-white little critter nodded its head firmly. At sunset, Xiaochen was roasting meat near the sea of bones. After so many days, Kiki's plump little belly finally became a little bloated. It could finally enjoy the delicious food happily. Just at this time, the shadow of a young dragon appeared in the deathly still forest. The dark brown little dragon had found its way here. It quickly appeared in front of Xiaochen. Come. 10x, let me treat you to a delicious meal. Xiaochen called out. But soon after, he was dumbfounded. 10x was holding something in its mouth. It was only 1 meter long. That thing was dragged very far behind it. It can't be? It can't be. Xiaochen cried out in surprise. Because what the little dragon was holding was actually a piece of cloth, the kind that had been dyed black and red by blood. Are you trying to tell me that this is Sueren's burial cloth? Xiaochen looked at this little dragon in disbelief. This was indeed an inconceivable matter. Whether it was ancestor god Sueren's burial cloth or not, it was already miraculous enough that Xiaolong was able to find such a burial cloth. Kiki and Xiaolong were already chatting while enjoying the delicacies. Xiaochen carefully sized up the black cloth in his hand. This seemed to be an ancient object that had experienced countless years. It gave off an aura of boundless antiquity, and it was different from the one in the ghost town last time. This piece of cloth did not have any evil or cold aura. It felt like it was just an antique. There was nothing special about it. When Xianxia heard Xiaochen's cry of surprise, she also walked over. When they saw the shroud, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The two little beasts were currently enjoying the roasted meat. 10x seemed to have never eaten cooked food before. At this moment, it was no longer stubborn and ate with relish. At the same time, it was responding to Kiki's squeaking sound unceasingly. In the end, Kiki pointed at the divine steel. Then, he pointed at the burial cloth, and finally pointed in the direction of the Dragon Clan's sacred mountain. You're saying that this shroud was originally at the divine monolith, and then it was taken to the sacred mountain by the dragons? Xiaochen asked in shock. Ku nodded. Then, he pointed at the stubborn and proud little dragon. It meant that it was 10x who told it everything. Xiaochen and Xianxia looked at each other. Then, they cried out at the same time. This was truly an unimaginable result. The two little beasts looked at each other in dismay. Then, he buried his head in the food again. Hey, you two, leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet. Xiaochen said to the two beasts as he examined the burial cloth. In the end, the two little beasts ignored him. He ate even harder. When Xiaochen appeared in the snowy mountain once again, the snow mountain range had already disappeared. The demon looked at the burial cloth and couldn't believe his eyes. He said excitedly, it seems, it's true. I can feel the smell of the saint's blood. Even if this wasn't Sueren's burial cloth. I reckon it's lousy, Buddha, and the others. How could they even be compared? Xiaochen was speechless. The demon said, all right, those who want to leave the Dragon Island. Concentrate on refining this burial cloth every day. When the time comes to ride the Sovereign King's ship, you won't lose your soul. How do I refine it with my mind? Xianxia asked seriously. For someone of her and Xiaochen's cultivation, it was impossible for them to survive. He had never refined any magical treasures or holy objects, so he didn't understand them at all. You just have to enter a meditative state and send your spiritual sense into the shroud, and imagine yourself becoming one with it. You guys go ahead. In another 2 months, I won't need it anymore. At that time I will return it to you and help you summon the Sovereign King's ship. If you really help us summon the Sovereign King's ship, what will you do in the future? How do I leave? The devil laughed. No matter if it's the ancestral dragon divine ship. It was still a Sovereign King ship. After completing their mission, they will automatically return to the Forbidden Ocean. The most important thing is to have the ability to summon them. 2 months passed by in a flash. Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing didn't have any distractions every day. He focused on refining the ancestor god's burial cloth. And Kiki and the 3 skeletons were also forced by Xiao Chen to stare blankly at the burial cloth for a while every day. Finally, the day the demon came out of his closed-door training had arrived. The eerie aura of the demon that appeared once again had indeed disappeared. It was as if he had really become a normal person, but his complexion was still very pale. The happiest person was none other than Kiki. The little sacred tree had been recovered. The snow-white little critter rolled around in the snowy mountain excitedly. "I will repay you heavily in the future," the demon said to Kiki with a smile. After that, he brought Xiao Chen and the rest to the seaside as fast as lightning. Summoning the sovereign kingship is a little troublesome. It will take about 7 days. You guys have to wait patiently. After saying these words, the demon began to carve on the beach unceasingly. One after another mysterious patterns were carved on the sand. After that, he took out dozens of broken ancient flags. He inserted them into the crucial parts of those patterns. Just at that instant, a chilly wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. Soon after, dark clouds covered the sky. The thunder was deafening. There were even layers of blood-colored waves surging between the dark clouds and the sky. The scene was indescribably strange and terrifying. And this was only the beginning. In a trance, Xiao Chen once again felt the scene from the ghost town. The sinister aura pervaded between heaven and earth. The surging black clouds rolled over and over violently, as if it was going to overwhelm the earth. There was even a bloody radiance flickering from time to time. The baleful aura filled the heaven and earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Did the demon really only possess the strength of a demigod? Xiao Chen was filled with doubts. He didn't believe it at all. The demon had already escaped for countless years. Could it be that he really didn't advance an inch? Even though the Dragon Island was sealed, he might have already found some kind of method to increase his strength. Otherwise, how could he create such a terrifying scene before his eyes? Yan Qingqing also had doubts in her heart. She was even more afraid of the demon's strength. Within the demonic clouds, it was impossible to see a person clearly within a few meters. She was filled with reverence as she looked at the demon setting up the formation on the golden beach alone. The 3 skeletons were very calm. Only the spiritual radiance flickering from their skulls occasionally indicated that they were cautiously observing the situation. Kiki was brimming with curiosity. It blinked its big eyes. It didn't understand where the demon took out those broken flags from. It was just like a magic trick. It made it very puzzled. The snow-white little critter was not afraid of anything. It ran over without the slightest scruple. It circled around the demon and asked with squeaking sounds. It seemed like it didn't care about everything at all. It's a very simple matter. You will naturally understand when you grow up. These are just some minor divine abilities. Open up a domain that belongs to you and store your items. Squeak. Kiki was still puzzled. It cried out a few times discontentedly. The demon stopped what it was doing. It drew a line in front of it with a squeak sound. A gloomy spatial gate appeared in front of it. Kiki retreated hastily in fright. At the back, Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing could vaguely see some terrifying things inside the gloomy spatial gate. In a trance, they saw a few huge skeletons, and some flowing black liquid. The demon quickly sealed the spatial gate. He smiled and said to Kiki, "See? It's this kind of space. For the future it's nothing more than a minor divine ability. When the time comes, you will learn it by yourself." Kiki looked at the demon with interest as it continued to carve the ancient formation. From time to time, it would also run back and forth beside Xiao Chen cheerfully. It could be seen that the little critter's mood was pretty good. Half a day later, the demon's ancient formation was already partially completed. The yin energy in the sky became even denser. It actually had the tendency to liquefy. The bitter baleful aura made Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing feel that it would be difficult for them to stand still here. If they continued like this, they might be killed by the underworld fog. They hastily spread out ancestor god Xianxia's burial cloth and used it to block in front of him. This made Yan Qingqing feel rather awkward. She actually wanted to use the same cloth as Xiao Chen. The effect was obvious. The seemingly ordinary black and red cloth actually didn't move at all. It blocked all the baleful aura outside, making it impossible for them to get close. Woo! Woo! The chilly wind howled angrily. Suddenly, a ghostly howl resounded in the sky. His voice traveled down through the dark clouds. The demon raised its head and looked at the dark sky. The demon raised its head and looked at the dark void. He muttered to himself, "Is it coming? What is coming?" Yan Qingqing's voice was trembling a little. She felt very restless in her heart. From the beginning until now, she didn't completely trust this demon. "They are coming," the demon didn't say who they were. This made Yan Qingqing feel even more uneasy. Even though Xiaochen knew the demon wouldn't make a move on them, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. However, he still felt slightly uneasy in his heart. After all of this was too strange and terrifying. In the dark sky, the dark clouds rolled over and over, the bloody radiance flickered. The mournful ghost howl became even more miserable. It seemed to be coming from not far above their heads. "Don't be afraid, you have the ancestor god's burial cloth, they won't make a move on you." The demon turned around and said to the two of them, "These are the evil spirits that are drifting between heaven and earth. Only by gathering these remnant souls can we summon the sovereign king's ship." The scalp-numbing mournful howl was getting closer and closer. It was as if the howl was right beside Xiao Chen's ears. This kind of situation really made it hard for them to calm down. Even the snow-white little critter Kiki was letting out a low cry unceasingly. It seemed to be resisting those voices. Only the three skeletons could still be considered calm. The ghost howl didn't affect them too much. Rumble! Rumble! Along with the sound of thunder, the dark sky seemed to have been cut open. One after another blood-colored radiance appeared. Xiao Chen and Yan Qingqing could vaguely see a huge shadow standing between heaven and earth. It was currently roaring above their heads. This was simply a little inconceivable. 7 days. Do we really need 7 days? Yan Qingqing's voice was trembling. If they had to guard this place for 7 days. It was really too torturous. The demon turned around to look at them and said, "Oh, we indeed need 7 days. However, you guys don't need to guard this place. You just need to complete the summoning ceremony here on the last day. However, don't go too far. Maybe we will need you guys along the way. The power of this 9 underworld formation is boundless and unfathomable. I can't control it completely." 9 underworld formation. Yan Qingqing cried out in surprise. "I seem to have heard of this ancient formation before. It seems to be one of the most mysterious ancient formations in the legends. However, I can't remember the specifics." "Little girl, you know quite a lot. This was created by an emperor in the past. This is the sacred formation of the dark race. Even though I obtained an incomplete formation, my achievements today are greatly related to it. I hope it can help me recover my original memories." Xiao Chen and the others quickly retreated from the seaside. Looking from afar, that place was shrouded in demonic clouds. From the sky to the ground, it was completely dark. They could vaguely see the shadows of ghosts roaming about. They could even hear the mournful wails of ghosts. Many of the vicious beasts at the border of the earth-shaking island had fled far away from that area. In the next few days, Xiao Chen and the others began to prepare to leave the island. They gathered a large number of coconuts. They sailed on the sea. Fresh water was a necessity. Even though they could endure hunger and thirst for a long time with their cultivation. But they had the time and conditions to prepare. Why did they have to suffer, in these few days? The dark fog at the seaside was getting thicker and thicker. If Xiao Chen and the others didn't have ancestor god Xianxia's burial cloth, it would be impossible for them to enter that place. The black fog was almost liquefied. Yan Qingqing had done an experiment before. She chased a wolf into the fog, and it turned into ashes in an instant. One could well imagine how terrifying this place was. Even Kiki and the 3 skeletons had no choice but to hide inside the burial cloth. Fortunately, this cloth was really long enough. The clap of thunder resounded at the seaside from time to time. The golden ocean seemed to be trembling. The vicinity of the beach had already become a forbidden area. In these few days, illusions appeared from time to time. And it was incomparably powerful. This place seemed to have temporarily turned into a kingdom of death. Even though they knew it was far from being comparable to the ghost town, Xiao and Yan Qingqing still felt a great sense of danger. Finally, the 7th day arrived. The demon's formation was already completed. It had accumulated enough energy in these few days. Moreover, a lot of remnant souls wandering on the Dragon Island were also gathered here. It had fulfilled the requirement to summon the Sovereign King's ship. It was unknown how many experts had fallen on the seemingly peaceful Dragon Island in the distant past. The remnant souls were powerful enough. I need one of you to use your blood as a guide. It's time to start the true summoning ceremony. The demon looked at Xiao and Yan Qingqing from the underworld fog. His complexion was a little deathly pale. Gathering energy and remnant souls. It was extremely exhausting. He had almost exhausted all of his energy in these few days. Wait a minute. Kiki is not here yet. Xiao turned around and looked behind him. These few days, the little critter appeared and disappeared unpredictably. It always ran to the depths of the Dragon Island alone. Xiao didn't know what it was doing, but he just let it be. It was fine as long as it didn't cause any trouble. I have already told it to come back earlier today. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Xiao looked suspiciously at the depths of the Dragon Island. Just at this time, a violent crumbling sound transmitted from the depths of the island. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Boom! The ground at the seaside was trembling. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. One could well imagine how intense the fluctuation was in that distant region. At the periphery of the underworld fog, the demon immediately soared into the sky. He looked towards the depths of the island. How could this be? What is it doing? He seemed to be very surprised. What's going on? Bring me up. Xiao called out from below. Based on his instinct, he knew it was most likely caused by Kiki. The demon waved its sleeve, a black fog rolled Xiao up into the sky. He stood at a high place together with the demon. After that, the demon brought him towards the depths of the island. They stopped at an area filled with smoke and dust. They could clearly see the scene in front from here. They could see a mountain peak actually crumbled. The snow-white little critter Kiki was fleeing in between the mountains. Its speed was extremely fast. It was like a streak of white light rushing forward. And behind it, there was a jet-black metal engraving. It was emitting a monstrous demonic aura. It was chasing after it unceasingly like a small mountain. The forest trees behind it collapsed. The mountain. Rocks splashed everywhere, a wide road was opened up by it and the jet-black metal engraving. Xiao felt a headache coming on. This snow-white little critter was really too fascinating. It made such a big commotion in just a few days. It actually found this legendary metal engraving. It was really too reckless. Xiao clearly remembered the scene in the ghost town that day. At that time, other than the Buddha's eternal wheel, the ancestral dragon's horn, the golden divine spear and so on, there was also this metal engraving. How did Kiki find it? The demon also knitted its brows and muttered to itself, really reckless. How could it be like this? The metal engraving is not as easy to find as the golden divine spear. As for where exactly it is, I have never been able to find it. It actually found it, but how could it touch it? It's really too reckless. At a distant place. Keek's scream could be heard from time to time. Clearly, the little critter was also frightened. It knew it had provoked a huge disaster and wanted to get rid of it with all its might. However, it couldn't do as it wished. If it was not for the protection of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, the snow-white little critter might have already been in danger. Quickly think of a way to save Kiki. Xiao was very worried. He unconsciously used a commanding tone to the demon. I also don't have a way, my cultivation is unable to withstand the metal engraving's attack. That is one of the few sacred weapons in the world. Although it is restricted by the power of the seal on the Dragon Island, not many people can withstand its direct attack. The devil sighed. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Then what should we do? Xiao revealed a worried expression. The demon frowned as well. But after a while, he relaxed and said, I guess it will be safe and sound. Why would you say that? Xiaochen gradually calmed down. Because he knew that anxiety would not solve the problem. Back then, even the ancient golden spear couldn't do anything to you. This iron seal should be about the same size as the golden ancient spear. I'm sure that little beast should be able to successfully escape death. The devil speculated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. From afar came a violent crumbling sound. A cliff was smashed by the iron seal, and Kiki narrowly escaped into a mountain range. He disappeared from Xiaochen's line of sight. Continuous sounds of explosions came from the depths of the mountain range, causing tens of thousands of beasts to flee and roar. The mountain shook continuously, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Moreover, the roars of barbaric dragons could be heard from afar. It seemed to be responding to everything here. A quarter of an hour later, everything returned to normal. There were no more shattering or cracking sounds. The depths of the mountain range was very quiet, even the vicious beasts had escaped. Everything seemed so peaceful. Xiaochen's heart sank. The demon also revealed a trace of bad premonition. He brought Xiaochen along and rushed over hastily. They only saw a complete mess in the depths of the mountain range. The range of the collapsed forest and the sunken area was too wide. It seemed like this place had experienced a catastrophe. That powerful iron seal had completely disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. Kiki, Xiaochen called out loudly, little beast. A rustling sound came from the collapsed forest. A white light flickered among the disorderly leaves. A snow-white little beast sneakily made its way out. It used its little paw to pat its chest in a very human-like manner. It seemed to be very scared. After that, it let out a long sigh and let out a squeaking sound. It seemed to be puzzled as to why the iron seal disappeared. Xiaochen was in a good mood and found it funny at the same time. This little beast actually had a moment of fear. The demon brought him down. Kiki raised its head to look at them, then squeaked unceasingly. It seemed to be telling Xiaochen about what happened just now. You are really a troublemaker. Kiki, you are really too mysterious. I am really a little scared. If I bring you out of the Dragon Island, I really don't know what kind of storm you will stir up in the future. Xiaochen felt a little rueful. It seemed like he had already seen some bad things in the future. The snow-white little beast turned its head to one side. It seemed very unconvinced. Where did the iron seal go? Xiaochen asked. Kiki blinked its big eyes. It shook its head in confusion, indicating that it didn't know. That's a real sacred artifact. Don't tell me it disappeared like the golden divine spear? Xiaochen felt that the situation was far from reassuring. Kiki was a little vexed. After that, it revealed an innocent expression. Its big eyes were filled with an innocent radiance. It seemed to be saying that it really had nothing to do with it. Xiaochen was completely speechless. He really didn't know what to say. The demon was very serious. It carefully searched this area for more than half an hour. In the end, it helplessly faced the sky and let out a long sigh. He really couldn't understand, what kind of ability did this snow-white little beast have? It actually made two sacred weapons disappear one after another. It was really somewhat inconceivable. You really don't know how it disappeared? The demon looked at this young and tender little beast doubtfully. He wanted to confirm it one last time, but when he saw that innocent expression, he completely gave up on the thought of probing further. He really felt powerless in front of this little beast. The demon surged with the underworld fog. Han soared into the sky with Xiaochen and Kiki. After leaving this place, they flew towards the seaside. Wait a minute. Xiaochen said to the demon a little unnaturally, you should know. Luanhui Wang and the rest are all skeletons. If he recklessly entered the Immortals' mainland, I'm afraid it might cause some unnecessary trouble. I want to borrow something from you. What kind of person was the demon? He understood his intention in a split second. He couldn't help but be speechless. After a long while, he said, you really have guts, you actually set your sights on me. However. Alright, it doesn't matter if I grant them their wish. Those molted skins are already meaningless to me. Speaking until here, he changed his direction and rushed towards the depths of the Dragon Island. With his level of cultivation, distance was not a problem at all. He arrived at the peak of the snow-capped mountain very quickly. He dug out the snow coffin, wrapped the 3 molted skins and gave it to Xiaochen. Although he was a little uninterested in the demon's molting, Xiaochen still kept it. This would be the outfit of the 3 skeletons in the future. After that, they quickly moved and flew towards the edge of the island. The demonic clouds rolled over and over by the seaside, the baleful aura soared to the sky. This place could really be described as a gloomy hell. Layers upon layers of ghostly figures were struggling and howling in the underworld fog. A few especially huge ghostly figures were towering like a small mountain inside. The baleful aura they emitted was the thickest. They landed on the golden sandy beach. The demon brought Xiaochen, Yan Qingqing and the rest into the underworld fog. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's summon the sovereign kingship now." Xiaochen bit his middle finger, and let the blood flow down along his finger. The blood dripped onto the engraved map that the demon carved. Although it was only a few dozen drops, it had a great effect. The drop of blood seemed to have turned into a god. It emitted a glaring red radiance, and then it actually started to move at high speed. It was like a bloody divine snake slithering around the engraved map. It moved at lightning speed on this golden sandy beach. In the end, it actually dyed the entire engraved map with a bloody radiance. The black fog in the sky became even denser, the ghostly howl was deafening. Those few huge demonic figures towering in the sky faced upwards and roared. The sound shook the heaven and earth. The gloomy wind was vast and mighty, it swept towards the depths of the golden ocean. A vast and terrifying aura seemed to have passed through time and space. It transmitted a certain information to Xiaochen. Ghostly wails and wolf howls. This place was extremely noisy. A miserable aura pervaded the entire world. It made all the vicious beasts at the periphery of the island tremble. This place already seemed to have turned into a real hell. Xiaochen and the rest saw layers upon layers of ghostly figures swaying around them. In a trance, they even saw countless white bones floating in the sky. Blood filled the entire sky. It was truly a land of death. Under the protection of ancestor god Xianxia's burial cloth, Xiaochen and the rest could barely stand. Their surroundings were filled with ghostly figures. The miserable baleful aura made their hair stand on end. Their scalp went numb. Wu, in the depths of the distant golden ocean. A mournful howl transmitted over. It was responding to the ghostly howl within the 9 underworld formation. It was as if a huge monster was rushing over from the ocean. Wu, the mournful ghostly howl was getting louder and louder. The underworld fog at a low altitude gradually rose by the seaside, allowing people to see the scene in the taboo ocean clearly. A black ancient ship as big as a small mountain. It was like a ghost cruising over, emitting a monstrous baleful aura. The boundless golden taboo ocean was shaking along with it. Sovereign King Ship, Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing were incomparably shocked. The legend was indeed true. There was actually such an ancient ship. After countless years, it floated in the taboo ocean all year round. Wu, the Sovereign King Ship's entire body was glossy black. Looking at it made people tremble in fear, as if that place was connected to hell. It was connected to the gates of hell, it really made people tremble in fear. Compared to that divine ship flickering with 7-colored radiance, it was really a world of difference. The aura of the 2 ancient ships were completely opposite, the feeling they gave people was too different. Yan Qingqing secretly clenched her teeth. If not for the fact that there was no other way, she would never ride on this ancient ship. How was this prepared for humans? It was clearly a ghost ship. Closer. Closer again. The Sovereign King ship was about to reach the shore. Its shape was clearly reflected in Xiaochen's eyes. The pitch-black hull was engraved with ominous ghost patterns, and the underworld fog was churning, lingering around the ink-like ancient ship. A huge underworld lamp was hanging on the ship. It emitted a deathly pale radiance, making the ancient ship look even more eerie and terrifying. After observing carefully, Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing gasped at the same time. They didn't see it clearly at first. At first, they did not see it clearly, only now did they realize that the Sovereign King ship looked like an upside-down skull with its mouth wide open. Just that the opened mouth was a little exaggerated, the arc was like a crescent moon. And it was precisely the crescent moon-shaped mouth facing the sky. It formed the upper half of the ship. The other parts of the skull were soaked in the golden sea. It was very easy for people to associate it with something bad. Could this really be an ancient ship refined from a huge skull? A dreadful birdlight shot towards the shore from the ancient ship. It formed a bridge of death, allowing the people on the shore to walk along it and board the sovereign king's ship. Get on the ship, maybe we will have the chance to meet again. The demon smiled at Xiaochen. Many thanks. Xiaochen bowed towards the demon. You're welcome. This is what I should do. I said before that I will definitely repay Kiki heavily. The demon smiled faintly. Squeak, Kiki did not seem to appreciate the kindness. It ran towards a place not far away while panting with rage. The little critter waved its paw lightly, a rainbow-colored radiance appeared and enveloped that pile of coconuts, pineapples, oranges, amethyst pears, sweet dates, and so on. After that, it ran back cheerfully and sent all of them onto the sovereign king's ship from the Black Ghost Bridge. Now, its plump little belly was already no longer bloated, it could be said that it had no taboo for any kind of food. There were many peculiar fruits that it liked, it specially asked Xiaochen to gather them. Seeing such a big pile of fruits being sent onto the ancient ship smoothly, Kiki felt a sense of accomplishment. An incomparably satisfied expression appeared on his face. Just as Xiaochen and the others were about to board the ship, a series of dragon roars came from behind them. It was as deafening as heavenly thunder. As soon as the ghost howl stopped, the dragon howl rose again. The scene was somewhat astonishing. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look and saw 10 huge dragon images appearing at the seaside, roaring at him. It was one of the 10 royal lineages of the dragon clan, including tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, stegosaurus, and so on. There were exactly 10 of them. The true 10 royal family branches. Yan Qingqing was incomparably fearful, her beautiful face revealed a trace of fear. The dragons were so powerful that even the demons didn't dare to provoke them. The consequences were unimaginable. Woo, a burst of low lament transmitted over, an unremarkable little dragon was reluctantly bidding farewell to the 10 major dragons' royal lineage. It was actually that black little tough dragon, that incomparably proud and aloof little dragon. Xiaolong was always challenging others. It reluctantly paced back and forth in front of the leaders of the 10 great dragon clans, unwilling to leave. 10 superior dragons that were closest to the Dragon King. They all walked forward as well. They surrounded the little dragon in the middle. The cyan tyrannical dragon, the golden monarch lion dragon, the silver 8-clawed tyrant dragon and the others all lowered their heads and licked the little dragon's body dotingly. She lovingly licked the little dragon's body, and rays of multicolored light entered the little dragon's body. They were also filled with reluctance. Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing felt relieved, the 10 great dragons definitely wouldn't attack them. They were sending the tough little dragon off. The demon revealed a shocked expression. He stared blankly at the group of dragons in front of him. He muttered, "Could it be? How is this possible? It can't be like this." But at the same time, Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing also thought of a certain possibility. They revealed an inconceivable expression. No, definitely not. Definitely not. After being in a daze for a while, the demon sobered up. He denied his conjecture just now. At the same time, Xiaochen and Yan Qingqing overturned that possibility. They opened their mouths at the same time. It can't be the little ancestral dragon. The demon shook his head with all his might, then he looked at Xiaochen and said, "I remember you once saved this little dragon, it seems like your kindness will be repaid." Although this little dragon couldn't be the ancestral dragon, it was still very important to the dragons. It definitely wouldn't be below the Syndicate Dragon King. This time, it will leave together with you guys. It will definitely follow by your side. Take good care of it. I recall the legend of the dragons. This is a little dragon with unlimited potential. Yan Qingqing looked at Xiaochen with eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Anyone could see that the little dragon was different from the others now. It was no longer that stupid little dragon from before. Although it wasn't like the time when the 11 Dragon Kings left. On the Dragon Island, many dragons sent them off. However, although there were only 10 giant dragons sending him off this time, each of them represented a branch of the dragon clan's royal family. It was easy for people to think that Xiaolong's identity was only known by a small number of dragons within the dragon clan. This was a little dragon brimming with mystery. What kind of identity does it have? What kind of legend about the dragons did you think of? Xianxia looked at the demon, she urgently wanted to know the answer. I'm not too sure either. I only saw a similar conjecture on a broken tablet on the Dragon Island. There is a dragon that won't leave the Dragon Island at the same time as the Dragon Kings. It will travel alone. Could that be the little ancestral dragon? Xianxia asked hurriedly. It shouldn't be. Since that broken tablet had the title Dragon King, it's impossible to refer to the ancestral dragon as there is a dragon. But speaking up to here. The demon was also not too sure until he felt the tough little dragon's power. Only then did he say with certainty, it is still far weaker than the Dragon Kings, how can it be the little ancestral dragon? Definitely not. Kiki blinked its big eyes and sized up those dragons curiously. It already knew that the tough little dragon was going to travel with them. It let out a cheerful cry and squeaked as it ran forward. It was not afraid of those 10 dragons at all. Xiaochen wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. And the demon smiled meaningfully. He wanted to see the reaction of these dragons. To speculate how powerful the little critter's identity was. The cute little critter that looked like a snow-white pom-pom was not afraid of anything. It quickly rushed to the side of the tough little dragon and squeaked. It excitedly jumped onto the little dragon's back. After that, it circled around the little dragon and completely ignored the 10 dragon kings that were closest to the Dragon King. The tough little dragon was very dissatisfied. It let out a low growl at Kiki, but it didn't have much hostility. After all, they could be considered as old acquaintances. They seemed to know that this mischievous little critter was naturally mischievous. But the 10 dragons' eyes were fixed on the snow-white little critter's treasured tree hat. They stared at the snow-white little critter's treasured tree hat. After that, they faced upwards and let out a long roar. Their voice shook the vast sky. It was as if they were humans who discovered a new continent. They stared at the snow-white little critter. The 10 dragons didn't make a move against Kiki for the time being. They looked at the little critter with a strange expression. They seemed to have doubts, anger, shock, and all kinds of other emotions. In the end, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon was the first to move. It opened its huge claw towards the snow-white little critter's treasured tree hat. It wanted to take it off. At a distant place, Xiaochen was extremely nervous. He was afraid that this snow-white little critter would be killed by the dragons. The little critter, Kiki, was not afraid at all. It saw a huge dragon claw coming towards it. It stared at the 8-clawed tyrant dragon while panting with rage. It let out a very discontented squeak, as if it was angrily questioning something. The strange thing was, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon seemed to have heard everything. It slightly hesitated and slowed down that huge dragon claw. It didn't fall down immediately. However, it was very unwilling. It stopped above Kiki's head and swayed back and forth. The other royal-type dragons were also hesitant. In the end, the somewhat irascible monarch lion dragon stretched out its huge dragon claw that was glittering with golden radiance. It suddenly pressed towards Kiki. It seemed to have steeled its heart to take back the dragon's sacred tree. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter seemed to be extremely angry. It glared at the monarch lion dragon with its big eyes. It waved its little paw with all its might and shot a rainbow-colored divine radiance towards the monarch lion dragon. It wanted to use the confinement technique to lock it in place. But the monarch lion dragon was a royal race that was infinitely close to the true Dragon King. Although its powerful divine ability was sealed, its tyrannical physical body could still make even the gods tremble. Although the mysterious confinement technique enveloped its huge dragon claw, the rainbow-colored radiance was shattered in an instant. It was easily broken through by the little critter. At a distant place, the demon heaved a sigh and said, "The dragons are indeed the most terrifying. Their innate advantage is not something the other races can compare to." As for Xiaochen, he was extremely worried. He was afraid that Kiki would lose its life here. Although the confinement technique did not lock down the monarch lion dragon's huge golden claw, this dragon was able to stop itself. The confinement technique displayed by the rainbow-colored divine radiance was the dragon's great divine ability. If it was a bit stronger, then it would not be as simple as confinement. It could sweep away everything in its way, sweep away everything in its way. If the 10 royal-type dragons were not sealed, they would have been able to use this kind of powerful dragon law. They were all able to use this kind of powerful dragon clan law. This was a great sacred art that belonged to the dragon clan king. Squeak. 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 Kiki looked at them without the slightest fear. It angrily used its little paw to point at them one by one, as if it was interrogating them. This made Xiaochen and the demon at a distant place look at each other in dismay. They couldn't figure it out. They had no idea why the little critter would act like this. Xiaochen's heart was filled with doubts. Kiki was an abandoned child. It didn't even know who its parents were. But why did it seem to be arguing with the royal branch of the dragon race? Furthermore, it seemed to be arguing with reason. Could it be that it knew a lot of things? This was really too strange. All of a sudden, Xiaochen recalled that Kiki was born with the confinement technique. Perhaps all of this was inherited. And because of this, it knew a lot of things. That was why it was arguing with the royal branch of the dragon race. The 10 dragons' 10 huge dragon claws were swaying above the snow-white little critter's head unceasingly. The cyan tyrannical dragon claw, the golden king lion claw, the silver-white tyrant dragon claw, all of them seemed to be hesitating. The demon looked at all of this. It felt very unnatural. If it was surrounded by 10 dragons, it was impossible for it to be as fearless as Kiki. In the end, the 10 dragons seemed to have restrained their killing intent. Each of them withdrew their claws of destruction. The most inconceivable thing was, their attitude was also greatly different. When they looked at the snow-white little critter, they actually had a somewhat doting expression. This kind of change was really too fast. It made Xiaochen and the others feel a little incredulous. Even the 3 skeletons opened their jaws silently. The snow-white little critter didn't appreciate their kindness at all. It turned its plump body around angrily and directly ignored them. On the contrary, it waved its little paw at the tough little dragon. It seemed to be urging it to get on its way. This was a scene that made people speechless. In the end, the tough little dragon that was covered in black dragon scales reluctantly bid farewell to the 10 dragons. It looked back 3 times with every step it took as it walked towards the seaside. Its pair of big eyes actually flickered with sparkling and translucent tears. This was another very intelligent little critter. The demon stared at the snow-white little critter for a while, then it focused all of its attention on the jet-black little dragon. It seemed like it wanted to see through its essence. However, the little dragon was very stubborn, it didn't pay attention to it at all. "You guys get on the boat, I wish you all a pleasant journey." The demon patted Xiaochen's shoulder and said, "I dare say that we will meet again." The underworld fog had already dispersed. Xiaochen held the ancestor god Xianxia's burial cloth and took the lead to walk forward. He stepped onto the jet-black ghost bridge. He could vaguely hear ghostly sounds, but his heart was not in chaos. Striding forward in large strides, all the discomfort disappeared again, the ghostly aura was retreating, their party successfully boarded the Sovereign King's ship. The demon shouted, "Once the person who provides the blood to summon the Sovereign King's ship boards the ship, he will die. We're about to set sail, so don't wander around the ship. It's best if you stay in a fixed place and make a flag out of the shroud of the ancestral god. That will ensure your safety. Remember, don't wander into the depths of the ship. It's best if you stay on the deck." These words made Xianxia feel a little uneasy. She looked at Xiaochen. "There shouldn't be any problems, right? There shouldn't be any danger if we do as he says." Xiaochen waved his hand towards the demon and said, "Many thanks. Goodbye." Xianxia also waved her hand with a complicated expression. She bid farewell to this unforgettable dragon island. The 3 skeletons also extended their skeletal palms and waved at the demon a few times. Kiki jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder. It squeaked at the dragon island in a low voice, it seemed like it was also bidding farewell. As for 10X, its eyes were already brimming with tears. He roared unceasingly at the 10 dragons. It was very different from its usual arrogant and warlike character. The 10 dragons faced upwards and let out a long roar. They watched Xiaoqian's party board the ghost ship and sent them off with their eyes. Bon voyage. The demon shouted loudly. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dragon Island. The ancient ship sailed further and further away. The Dragon Island could no longer be seen clearly. In the end, it finally disappeared. Only now did Xiaoqian turn around. Regardless of whether it was Xiaoqian or Yan Qingqing, both of them were deeply moved. Even the 3 skeletons were no exception. They were silently looking at the direction of the Dragon Island from beginning to end. After all, that was their birthplace. That was their past. The 3 skeletons were very unusual. The divine radiance in their eye sockets was pulsating unceasingly. If they could cultivate to the pinnacle one day, perhaps they would come here to chase after their dreams and come back to investigate their identity again. In this trip, perhaps only the snow-white little critter was the most open. It was already engrossed in drinking coconut juice. It didn't seem to be sad at all. As long as the little sacred tree was by its side, it seemed to be the same wherever it went. It didn't feel disappointed at all. The proud and aloof 10X also gradually calmed down. It was sizing up the sovereign kingship just like Xiaoqian. The ship was filled with yin energy. If not for the shroud fluttering beside them, if there was no corpse-wrapping cloth floating beside them, it might really be hard to stay here. The ancient ship was very huge. The direction of the cabin was shrouded in gloomy mist. A huge underworld lamp was hanging there, emitting a deathly pale radiance. It gave people a very bad feeling. Xiaoqian firmly remembered the words of the evil spirit. He didn't want to be a busybody and explore the cabin. Otherwise, he might be in danger. He believed that Yan Qingqing wouldn't act recklessly. The 3 skeletons were also very obedient. The only thing he was worried about was the snow-white little critter. Kiki, you mustn't be naughty. This time we are risking our lives to pass through the taboo ocean. You mustn't act recklessly, you mustn't explore the direction of the cabin. Xiaoqian had no choice but to warn it seriously. The little critter was too restless by nature. He had to give it a warning first. After hearing these words, Kiki raised its head and looked at the direction of the cabin. Its pair of big eyes immediately brightened up. Stop right there. Don't act recklessly. Xiaoqian felt that something bad was about to happen. He inadvertently reminded this troublemaker. Squeak, Kiki felt wronged and nodded its head. It seemed a little dispirited. 10X, you have to look after it properly. Xiaoqian gave a mission to the little black dragon. As the ancient ship passed through the golden sea, the golden waves undulated up and down. It was incomparably beautiful. It was as if a divine pen had sketched out the most beautiful scenery. Yan Qingqing tried to throw a coconut into the sea. As a result, just as the coconut left the range of the sovereign kingship's radiance, it shattered into pieces in an instant. It disappeared without a trace. It seemed like not even a speck of dust was left behind. This was a terrifying scene. If a person of flesh and blood fell into it, the result would undoubtedly be the same. Xiaoqian rejoiced inwardly. Although he missed the ancestral dragon divine ship, he still had the sovereign kingship to ride on. Otherwise, this kind of divine taboo ocean, even deities would find it hard to pass through. The golden sea was not as tranquil as it appeared from the seaside. The deeper one went, the more waves there were. The forbidden sea stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a piece of golden luster. If one did not consider the danger, it was really very magnificent and beautiful. Gradually, Xiaoqian discovered a problem. The sovereign kingship seemed to be moving slower and slower, as if it encountered a great resistance. Yan Qingqing also discovered this problem. At first, they were very worried that there might be a problem with the ship's hull. In the end, they discovered that it shouldn't be like that. It seemed like there was a bizarre power that was preventing the ancient ship from leaving the sea. The speed of the sovereign kingship couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as when it was summoned. It seemed like there was a mysterious power controlling everything. It seemed like it knew that the ancient ship was carrying someone or something from the Dragon Island. As a result, it exerted its power to obstruct the ship. Although the speed had slowed down, it didn't completely obstruct the ship. The ancient sovereign kingship was moving forward slowly. It was still a little faster than a normal person's walking speed. Xianxia knitted her brows and said, I thought we could leave the taboo ocean very quickly. But with this speed, I'm afraid it will take many days. After all, legend has it that the Golden Sea has a circumference of 1,000 miles. There's no rush, there's no need to be so anxious. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, You don't need to think about that. You should think about the problem between us first. You. What are you doing? Don't come over. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. She retreated a few steps in fear, but she didn't dare to stay too far away from the burial cloth. What did you think of? Could it be that you think I want to put on a good show in front of 3 skeletons and 2 little beasts? It's just that you have that kind of interest. I also don't have that kind of hobby. Some things need to be done according to the mood, it depends on the environment. Xianxia immediately became speechless from anger. The other party was obviously teasing her. He was using her to adjust his mood. What do you want? I was wondering if I should ruthlessly destroy a flower. Speaking until here, Xiaochen's expression gradually turned cold. This was not a joke. And Xianxia also clearly felt the other party's killing intent. She didn't want to die, fear welled up in her heart. Especially when she saw the hope of getting rid of the Dragon Island just now. If she shattered her dream at this time, it would be too cruel. There doesn't seem to be any leeway between us. If I don't kill you, you will always be a threat to me. Xianxia understood that the other party was definitely not trying to scare her. Since she had already rushed out of the Dragon Island. Then she didn't have to worry about being alone. She no longer had to worry about the dreadful consequence of being alone on the desolate island. He could completely kill her now. It could be said that she was indeed worthless at this moment. She quickly thought about it again. Xianxia calmed down. She said, You can't kill me. You should know that I don't have any relationship with Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu. That time, I only avenged them to protect the reputation of our sect. It can be said that there is no true hatred between us. There was indeed no hatred at that time, but the truth is already in front of us. There is no leeway anymore. Xiaochen looked at her very calmly. The more it was like this, the more Xianxia felt uneasy. She opened her mouth and said, I swear I won't tell anyone about the matter of you killing the Undying Sect members. There is no longer any obstacle to resolve the grudges between us. This is not a reason. This is only an excuse to let you go. Let me finish what I have to say. Xianxia continued, As a matter of fact, the matter of Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu can already be completely forgotten. However, the matter of you killing my martial uncle Wang Hao has already been seen by everyone on the divine ship. If you kill me and enter the world of immortals, you will be in big trouble. If you kill me and enter the world of immortals, you will be in big trouble. You will only be safe if you let me go. Oh. Tell me more. Xiaochen looked at her quietly all along. In fact, this was the reason why he didn't make a move. Let me go, I will help you clear your name. Xianxia had already completely calmed down. How are you going to clear my name, and how am I going to believe you? Xiaochen held the absolute initiative. Because he controlled Xianxia's life and death. A lot of people saw my martial uncle deal with us. And in the end, he was killed by you. Whether it was the outsider's view, or the truth of the matter. It showed that we are on the same side, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. Only by cooperating can we get rid of the Undying Sect's killing intent. He pushed all the blame onto my martial uncle. He said he was jealous of the talented. He wanted to kill me, a junior, and because of that, he also implicated you. As a matter of fact, his performance that day was very bad, many people can testify, the situation is very advantageous to us. A lot of people know that I caught you to be my female slave, who would believe that we are cooperating? Hearing the 2 words female slave, Xianxia's face alternated between red and white. She was very angry, but it was impossible for her to flare up. Xianxia clenched her teeth and said, Everything can be overturned. We are actually allies. We were just putting on a show at that time. Everything was for the sake of surviving on this treacherous Dragon Island. We did that to create a misconception for the outsiders, so that we can win by a surprise move when necessary. We can look for Buddhistesian, Rowena, Lawrence, and the others to testify. Especially if I, the victim, insist on it, the outsiders won't doubt us even more. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Your words are very pleasant to hear. Who knows if you will overturn everything once you enter the world of immortals? You will directly put me in danger. If that is the case, I might as well just kill you directly. You are looking down on the Undying sect too much, if you really want to kill me. In addition, you killed Marshal Uncle Wang Hao. Once your whereabouts are discovered, you will definitely die without a burial site. Please don't take any chances. I believe many people have already seen the mysterious technique you know. It will definitely spread to the Undying sect. Unless you don't use force in the future, you will be exposed sooner or later. Can leaving you here really help me get rid of the danger completely?" Xiaochen was calm and collected, but his killing intent didn't decrease at all. "Yes, I guarantee it will be a win-win situation for us. I can swear." Yan Qingqing could clearly feel Xiaochen's killing intent. It forced her to make a decision. Compared to surviving, she could even forget the experience of being captured. "But I don't believe you, this is the biggest problem. Unless you have a way to convince me." End of chapter 122. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.